Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 387, Changing the Rules. At 8:50 that evening, Tver arrived at the Quidditch pitch right on time. The other four champions were already there. Whether they were simply more eager or just less laid back than him, they had arrived early and were now curiously examining the sudden changes on the field. The pitch was no longer flat and smooth. Countless long, low walls had been raised by magic, weaving and twisting in every direction. It was the rough outline of a maze. But to Tver, it looked more like a series of jagged, twisted scars, making the once green field feel strangely ominous. No wonder Harry and Cedric looked displeased. Victor even kicked one of the low walls with a frown. "Good evening, sir. You must be Professor Folly." To Tver's surprise, the one who approached him was a stranger, a formally dressed witch who looked slightly nervous. "And you are?" "I'm an employee under Miss Cynthia. You can call me Barasha." Barasha lowered her head slightly, not daring to meet Tver's eyes, which still seemed bright even in the night, and spoke with respect. "She asked me to pass on that both she and Mr. Crouch have been very busy with ministry affairs recently, so they won't be able to come to Hogwarts until the day of the task." They had actually met once during the Quidditch World Cup. Barasha had been the one checking his ticket, but the lighting had been too dim for Tver to clearly see her face. Even then, she had sensed that this professor had a close connection with Cynthia, who was about to become her superior's superior. Now that she had been assigned this task, she could not help but feel nervous. From Tver's perspective, though, the situation felt rather puzzling. He was not exactly someone with an overwhelming presence. How had he managed to intimidate her like this? "So you've been sent here tonight to explain the third task?" "Yes." Once it came to business, Barasha took a deep breath and immediately composed herself, becoming much more capable. For a moment, she reminded Tver of a younger version of Cynthia, and he understood why she had been chosen for this role. Even though she was actually older than Cynthia. After Tver arrived, Barasha led him over to the group of champions, where Harry and the others were whispering among themselves. "The ministry isn't going to leave us with this mess, are they?" Harry said, clearly unhappy. "Hard to say," Cedric replied, sounding a little restrained. "My dad says the ministry has done plenty of ridiculous things. Take the Centaur Liaison Office, for example. There's a well-known joke about it. If someone gets transferred there, it means they're about to be fired." Victor nodded in agreement. "Those ministry officials are always foolish. The head of Bulgaria's Department of Magical Sports once asked me why Quidditch matches don't use 2 golden snitches, so even very weak teams could get 150 points instead of none." Ahem. Barasha looked slightly embarrassed. "Please rest assured, once the task is over, the pitch will be restored to its original state." Startled by her voice behind them, everyone quickly turned around. "Since all the champions are here, let's begin. In 1 month, this place will be fully constructed into a complex maze, with the trophy placed at its center. Your previous scores will determine the order in which you enter. According to the rules, champions may not damage the structure of the maze, nor may they fly over it. Any violation will result in disqualification." Everyone immediately turned to look at Tver. The maze walls were formed by magic. Even if they were allowed to destroy them, they would not be able to carve out a path to victory. As for flying, unless Harry could somehow summon his broom through layers of magical protection, they would not even be able to get over a single wall. Clearly, that rule was aimed at Tver. Still, was that really necessary? Tver met their teasing looks with a helpless expression. "So all we have to do is find the right path and take the trophy?" Fleur asked. "Yes, but not only that." Barasha seemed to think of something and smiled. "Inside the maze, there will be many, unusual creatures, along with various obstructive spells, and even traps set with strange potions. Most of these have been kindly provided by the professors of Hogwarts. Also, after obtaining the trophy, whoever takes it must guard it for a certain period of time. Based on your previous scores, from highest to lowest, the required time will be 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes, and 30 minutes. A question immediately popped into Tver's mind. 2 minutes, then increasing step by step, how did it suddenly jump to 30 minutes for him? In addition, the other champions will be notified the moment someone touches the trophy. They will each receive a protective badge, also provided by a Hogwarts professor, and head toward the center. And the champion guarding the trophy will not be allowed to use the badge's power. As she spoke, Barasha took out a badge that both Tver and the Hogwarts students knew very well. That was the shield charm badge he had given to the students. Using his own creation against him. Tver's eyes widened. With this kind of setup, along with all the specially tailored rules, they might as well have written it outright that everyone should gang up on Tver. He did not even need a second to figure it out. This had to be the work of that old Headmaster Dumbledore. And it was not just Tver. After thinking it through, Harry and the others quickly realized what the task would look like. When it came to magical creatures or breaking spells, none of them could match the professor. And no matter whether the professor was the first to reach the trophy or not, the moment his 30-minute timer started, they would definitely attack him together without hesitation. That way, their chances of winning would no longer be so slim. With that realization, excitement quickly filled their hearts. With all four of them, plus the help of the badges, surely they could handle even the professor. That's everything for the third task. Any questions? Barasha pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh. Anyone could tell these rules were designed to target this overwhelmingly powerful professor. I understand perfectly, Tver said flatly. Being surrounded did not bother him, but being targeted this thoroughly left him somewhat speechless. Ha! A laugh slipped out first from Fleur. Soon, everyone else joined in, and the Quidditch pitch filled with laughter. Chapter 388, The Limits of Underage Magic. Increasing your magical power doesn't improve the precision of your spellcasting. This is basic first-year material. What, have you 7th years already forgotten it? At that moment, the classroom was bathed in a deep blue glow. Everyone stood neatly within the areas marked out by Tver, directing the imps in front of them. After 2 months of study and practice, most of the club members had learned how to control the imps to cast spells. But the actual results were obvious at a glance. Their frantic fumbling said it all. But if we don't do it this way, we can't even cast the disarming charm, Fleur complained, even though she had been the first to succeed. Victor and Cedric, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Among the students present, aside from the professor, the 3 of them had the strongest talent for magic. Even so, after finally managing to control an imp to cast the lighting charm, they had eagerly moved on to trying more advanced spells. The outcome was exactly what you would expect. What they produced could hardly be called magic at all. It did not even have enough force to scratch the floor. Think back to when you first started learning magic. Wasn't it just like this? Clumsy and chaotic. Tver spoke in a guiding tone, helping them readjust their approach to casting. The only difference now is that there is an extra step in between. It is just like how professors teach you magic. What you need to do is teach the part of your soul you separated to cast spells. Staring at his own sluggish imp, Davy suddenly slammed his fist into his palm in realization. Now that you put it that way, I finally understand why professors used to roll their eyes at us. The students all let out a collective sigh. With students like that, any professor would eventually lose their patience. Now that they understood the principle and grasped the technique, they quickly quieted down and slipped into a serious teaching mode. Come on, imp, show everyone what you can do. No. I mean cast the impediment jinx. The one we practiced. That is right, the hand movement is correct. The incantation, well, you cannot exactly say it, but everything else is fine. So why is it not working? Do not rush. Feel what it is like to cast the spell. Think back carefully to what just went wrong and see what was different from when we practiced. Good, looks like you are starting to get it. Let us try again. Tver, however, frowned deeply, his expression turning strange as he watched George. George looked like he was talking to himself, patiently instructing his imp as if he were guiding a child. What exactly are you doing? There was no way splitting off a fragment of his soul had scrambled George's brain, right? Impossible. A fragment that small should not have that kind of effect. Hearing Tver's voice, George turned back, looking slightly confused. Is this not what you said, Professor? To guide the imp like teaching a student. Before Fred and I started school, that is exactly how Mum and Dad taught us at home. Students from pureblood families, or more broadly wizarding families, would usually begin practicing magic under their parents' guidance after receiving their wands, but before starting school. Since the Ministry of Magic's notice had not yet reached these young wizards, they could not really be considered in violation of the Statute of Secrecy. Besides, there were adult wizards in their families. Even if they cast spells, it would be difficult for the Ministry to determine who had done it. No, that is not the issue. Tver planted his hands on his hips, clearly annoyed. I told you to guide the imps. Not to literally teach them, but to pass on the principles and techniques of magic to them, and then... Bayou. George's imp suddenly fired a red beam of light, striking Fred, who had been watching the show, and knocking him straight to the ground. A perfectly executed impediment jinx had just been cast in the strangest way imaginable. What is it, Professor? Tver had spoken a bit too quickly, so George did not catch it clearly. Seeing him suddenly stop, he asked in confusion. Nothing. You did very well. Tver lowered his hand expressionlessly and quietly walked away. With George's success as an example, the other students immediately began copying him, earnestly coaching their own imps. You did great just now, but I think you can do even better. Keep it up. We will succeed soon. No, please repeat the incantation for the impediment jinx 100 times in your mind. How can such a simple spell? Sorry, I forgot you cannot actually recite it. Tver stood off to the side, deeply shaken, watching as they used this almost childish method and yet succeeded one after another. The sensing magic he had set up continuously fed him all kinds of feedback. Emotional fluctuations did not seem to transfer to the imps, but the imps themselves appeared capable of simple emotional responses. Did that not mean the imps could perceive external emotions and react to them? Realizing this, Tver finally understood why George's strange approach had worked. Imp magic was like a weak, simplified version of a Horcrux, and the separated imps were like the soul fragments inside Horcruxes, such as those of Marvolio. They actually possessed a certain degree of autonomy. It was just that the separated soul fragments were too weak, so that autonomy was extremely limited and required guidance from the original body. But that did not mean it was non-existent. So, back in 7th year, he had already created something akin to a Horcrux spell. Tver scratched his head, feeling a lingering sense of unease. Fortunately, he had chosen Durmstrang back then. If he had gone to Hogwarts, Dumbledore would probably have studied him inside and out by now. Of course, imp magic and Horcruxes were still very different. Just the connection between the separated soul and the original body alone was far stronger than that of a Horcrux. At most, it could only be considered the most rudimentary form of a Horcrux. Although Tver's current strength was enough to create a Horcrux using imp magic, there was no need for it. He was not as afraid of death as Voldemort, nor did he want to risk irreversible consequences from splitting his soul. Still, this proved that the upper limit of imp magic was likely higher than he had originally expected. Watching the students happily showing off all kinds of simple spells, Tver stroked his chin and fell into thought. Chapter 389, A New Practice Dummy. Progress with imp magic had been very encouraging, both for Tver and for the club students. By now, most of the students could skillfully direct their imps to perform simple spells. Over the following month, imps could be seen darting around the castle and even across the entire Hogwarts grounds. From time to time, they would raise their tiny hands and cast a spell or two to scare younger students, with the Weasley twins' imps being the most unruly of all. They even caught Peeve's attention, and for once he joined in the fun with the students. Of course, the ones being toyed with were the students themselves. In the end, they were naturally suppressed by Professor McGonagall and rewarded with a generous end-of-year gift. Double the usual amount of revision assignments. As for Tver, he picked up something he had once set aside. A dummy. It would not be entirely accurate to say he had abandoned it. Tver had long known that imps possessed a limited degree of awareness, but it was more like a machine. They could only respond mechanically after receiving instructions. It was precisely because of this ability that he had created a dummy to deceive Quirrell and Voldemort. However, that had already been the upper limit of what the dummy could do, and it required his full concentration to control it personally. So after realizing its limited potential, he had naturally put it aside without hesitation. But now things were different. After 4 years of intense study, along with Tver's persistent research into the soul, and combined with the knowledge left to him by the 4 founders, especially Salazar and Godric, regarding the soul and life, he was now able to enhance the imp's capacity for awareness. This ability was different from a Horcrux. It did not increase the output of the soul, but instead stimulated the autonomous awareness of that tiny fragment. There was no need to worry. This fragment of soul remained firmly under Tver's control and could be recalled to his main body at any time. It would not be like Marvolio, constantly scheming to seize control. With this new capability, Tver immediately picked up the dummy that had been gathering dust in the corner. Draco and Neville had even stripped it of its role in grading exams, and it was only occasionally brought out as a reward for students. Because of that, aside from basic limbs, Tver had not even given it hair or facial features. After brushing the dust off the dummy, it looked rather strange. After a moment's thought, Tver gave up on the idea of adding facial features. It was just a dummy. If it had a face, this would turn into a mystery story. Still, before casting the spell, Tver waved his wand and conjured a robe for it, at least making it look a bit more presentable. Only then did he raise his wand with a serious expression and point it at the dummy's head. Bayou. A faint sound came from the tip of the wand, and a thin strand of white light twisted its way into the dummy's head. The room fell silent for a moment. The dummy suddenly twisted its neck, like something that had been asleep for 1,000 years finally awakening, and began moving its limbs. In reality, though, it was still under Tver's control. The difference was that instead of controlling the dummy directly, he was now controlling the imp, which in turn acted through the dummy it inhabited. This inevitably introduced a slight delay in the dummy's movements. It was within expectations. Without showing either satisfaction or disappointment, Tver raised his wand again. The dummy's movements immediately became faster and more pronounced. No longer content to stand still, it began wandering around as if exploring its surroundings. However, lacking any sensory organs, it appeared rather clumsy. It bumped into desks and chairs and eventually fell to the floor with a loud thud. But since it felt no pain, it did not react at all. After awkwardly getting back up and brushing the dust off itself, it continued its exploration. Tver nodded in satisfaction. Even after falling, it still cared about its image. Truly worthy of being created from his own soul. Still, Tver did not let the dummy keep learning on its own. Once it had grown accustomed to its body, he raised his wand again and infused the imp inside it with some basic combat techniques and spells. As for why? Professor, we're here. Harry rushed into the classroom, followed by Cedric, Victor, and Fleur. All of them wore eager smiles. For the first two tasks, they had practically begged Tver just to get some of the knowledge he had summarized. And now, for once, Tver had actually taken the initiative to help them prepare for the third task. Although the third task was the final round of the competition, where they would face each other directly and compete for the championship trophy. After a year of shared adventures, they had already formed a friendship. It was not especially deep, but it was genuine. More importantly, their real opponent was Tver. If they could not get past him, they might not even have the chance to compete among themselves. As for whether the professor would hold back because of that. Come on. That was Professor Folly. Hearing Harry's excited voice, Tver could not help but smile as well. You're here. Come take a look at the dummy I just finished. A dummy. Cedric immediately slowed down, his guard going up, though he could not stop the others from stepping forward out of curiosity. Is this a training dummy? It looks a bit rough. Fleur reached out and poked its arm with her finger. Tver had occasionally handed out dummies as rewards in class, but only a few students had ever gotten one. Aside from Cedric, this was their first time seeing it. That's right. Don't judge it by how it looks. This is an upgraded version I specially prepared for you, Tver said, patting the dummy's shoulder like a salesman showing off his product. For us. Cedric, who had once been thoroughly beaten by a dummy, immediately recalled what had happened 4 years ago and caught on at once. Of course. What you need to prepare for is the competition, not exams, so I made some adjustments specifically for that, Tver said lightly. Those familiar with him immediately sensed something was off, but knowing they would have to face Tver sooner or later, they hesitated. It's fine. Let's treat this as a warm-up, Victor stepped forward boldly. If we're afraid of a dummy, then what's the point of competing at all? At that, even Cedric nodded along with the others. Exactly. We can also use it to practice our coordination in advance. Noticing the hostility in their stance, Tver simply stepped aside, leaving the space to them and the dummy. Since you're all so fired up, I won't say anything more. Get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, the dummy moved. Its right hand shifted, forming a wand that looked real but had no actual function. This made it easier for them to judge the direction of its spells based on its casting movements. Seeing this, Cedric and the others quickly spread out and gripped their wands tightly. Their spirits were high, but this was still something prepared by the professor. They would not, and did not dare to, take it lightly. Chapter 390, Changes in the Dummy. The battle broke out instantly, without the slightest pause. But to Victor and the others' surprise, the dummy was not particularly strong. At first, it moved like a beginner who had only just learned magic. Even when casting a simple spell like the impediment jinx, every motion was stiff and rigid, completely lacking the ease that came with experience. So although it could still mechanically block quite a few spells with the shield charm, it was inevitably hit by the attacks from Victor and the other 7th-year champions. Because of that, another of the dummy's strengths quickly became apparent. Its durability was astonishing. Victor considered himself the most powerful student among the 3 schools, yet his stunning spell felt like nothing more than a tickle when it struck the dummy. On the other hand, the impediment jinx, which hindered movement, could at least disrupt the flow of the dummy's actions a little. The dummy's body is made from magical materials, so it can't be stunned, Tver explained. In truth, its body was even tougher than that of an ordinary dragon. Back then, he had placed great expectations on this dummy and spent considerable effort constructing it. That was why, even after setting it aside, he had only left it to gather dust in a corner rather than discarding it outright. Hearing this, the others did not mind. If anything, its high durability made it better for practice. A one-sided fight would have been boring anyway. But soon, the dummy began to show a different trait. It seemed to grow stronger the more it was hit. Each time it took a blow, it quickly picked up the relevant offensive techniques and adjusted with corresponding counters. Even so, with the constant changes and complexity of real combat, there was only so much it could learn at once, so Victor and the others were still handling it with ease. Cedric, however, quietly tensed up. That feeling remained vivid in his memory, even after 4 years. The most terrifying thing about the professor's dummy was never its raw strength, nor its ability to keep fighting as long as it had enough magic. It was its ability to learn. Back when they were only third years, they had let their guard down at the start. As the dummy gradually adapted and grew more skilled in combat, it had defeated them cleanly and hung them from the ceiling. So Cedric did not dare relax. Instead, he warned his temporary teammates in a low voice, "Stay sharp. The dummy will keep getting stronger until it hits its limit." Victor and the others did not fully understand his caution, but they still tightened their formation, leaving as few openings as possible. Very quickly, Cedric noticed something different from before. The dummy had become stronger. No, its learning ability had become stronger. Before, even when it could learn, it was like a child. It picked things up quickly, but its limits were clear. Now, it felt as if it had no limit at all. Their tactics worked at first, but soon the effectiveness disappeared. Worse, the dummy began using those same tactics against them. Harry had not yet realized the danger closing in. With Victor and the others drawing most of the attention, he happily practiced spells he rarely used, or rather, anything other than the disarming charm. Impedimenta. Incarcerus. Petrific. A fast, precise red flash suddenly burst in front of Harry's eyes, forcing him to shut them against the glare. Harry. At the same time, Cedric's warning and Fleur's startled cry rang in his ears. He reacted instantly and raised his wand, but his body suddenly lost control and was flung backward, as if tossed aside like a loose robe. A moment later, he realized he had not hit the ground. Instead, something soft and flexible had caught him, holding him securely in place. He let out a breath in relief. Victor and the others, however, were not nearly as fortunate. "What was that?" Fleur asked, her expression turning serious. "That should be the attack I just used earlier. I slowed it down with an impediment jinx first, then followed up with another spell," Cedric explained at once. But Victor frowned, clearly puzzled. "But how did the dummy figure out that our eyes are a weak point? Even if it was copying us, we've never attacked it like that, have we?" Cedric gave a wry smile, then shrugged toward Tver, who was standing off in a corner observing them. "You'll have to ask the professor about that." No wonder he had said this dummy was specially prepared for them. With learning ability like this, it was already better than many real people. What they did not realize was that even Tver was surprised by the dummy's actions. He had indeed provided it with a range of combat knowledge, including common weak points like the eyes. But he had never taught it the tactic of flashing the opponent's vision with the lighting charm before following up with an attack. For an ordinary wizard, that kind of approach would not be hard to figure out with a bit of guidance. But this was a dummy. Even with an imp containing a sliver of Tver's soul, it was still just a dummy. And yet, it could not only learn its opponent's methods, but also adapt and apply them on its own. Even Tver, its creator, could not help feeling pleasantly surprised. It seemed that even after raising his expectations, he had still underestimated its potential. Perhaps one day, it might even develop into a fully controllable duplicate of himself. But that was a matter for the future. There was still a long way to go before the dummy could be perfected, and it would need many more opportunities to refine itself. With that in mind, Tver subtly adjusted his wand and began feeding more ideas into the imp inside the dummy. He still limited it to basic combat concepts, such as how an impediment jinx affected joints. As for how to use them, that was up to the dummy to figure out. Cedric and the others immediately felt the pressure increase. Harry in particular had just rejoined them and had been hoping to make up for earlier, but now he found himself barely keeping up with the dummy's strange and unpredictable attacks. Shoo! Another red flash burst in front of Harry's eyes, but this time he was prepared. He shut his eyes immediately and cast a shield charm in front of himself. But to his surprise, the shield charm did not block anything. Just as confusion set in, he suddenly felt movement beneath his feet. Wait. Since when could the dummy use transfiguration? Harry's eyes snapped open as he looked down. Too late. Closing his eyes and casting the shield charm had already used up his reaction time. All he could do now was watch as rope suddenly shot out from the floor and wrapped tightly around him. Thud. Harry was knocked to the ground, wriggling like a trapped caterpillar, but it was no use. The ropes dragged him upward toward the ceiling. Soon, he was hanging helplessly in the air, watching Cedric and the others rush in to help, only to be seized upon and attacked by the dummy. Why am I always the one who gets taken out? Chapter 391, The Champion's Competitive Spirit. An hour later, Tver walked up to the dummy and smoothed out the dents left from the earlier attacks. Although Victor and the others had not been able to truly damage it, they were still the strongest students from the 3 schools, so they had managed to warp its body slightly. After all, Tver had not simply stacked rigid protective materials onto it. He had deliberately balanced durability with flexibility. Even so, he was very satisfied with the dummy's performance this time. Especially after integrating the imp, the dummy had maintained a constant connection with him. If viewed from Tver's perspective of magical threads, there would always be a line of wool linking him to the dummy, brighter and more distinct than a simple thread of magical control. Through this connection, he could freely switch between directly controlling the dummy and letting it act on its own. Of course, some issues had also become apparent. For example, distance. If they were too far apart, would the dummy still be able to receive his commands? Would he still be able to perceive what the dummy sensed? Another question was whether, after reintegrating the imp, he would have to cultivate it again each time he split his soul. And more importantly, if something unexpected happened, would the dummy still respond correctly while acting independently, or would it behave abnormally? As he repaired it, Tver sank into thought. "Professor, could you let us down first?" Cedric said helplessly. He had already been hanging there for nearly 20 minutes, and he was the last among them to be defeated. After Harry had been bound first, it had not taken long before Fleur, caught off guard, was also taken down and hung up rather ungracefully to keep Harry company. Victor and Cedric had immediately become more cautious and did not give the dummy another easy opening. But the problem was that the dummy kept learning. In the end, relying on his experience dealing with it, Cedric still became the last one to be hoisted up. Just thinking about it made him flush slightly. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Otherwise, if Hogwarts students got hold of this story, there was no telling how exaggerated it would become, with the champions of 3 schools defeated so embarrassingly by a dummy. Oh, right. Only then did Tver realize and lower them back down. Victor and the others did not complain. Being defeated by a dummy was embarrassing enough already, even if it had extraordinary magical resistance. "You've all worked hard tonight. Go get some rest. The task is only a few days away." Tver took out the chocolate he had prepared earlier and handed each of the 4 champions a large piece. "But if we can't even beat a dummy, do we really have a chance at winning?" Fleur said, sounding discouraged. After the fight, she could not help thinking back to Tver's performance in the first task. That overwhelming fire spell alone had been enough to render any resistance meaningless. "I never expected to win the championship anyway," Victor suddenly said, just as Tver was about to comfort them. "My thinking isn't as sharp as Cedric's, my planning isn't as thorough as Fleur's, and I don't even have Potter's resolve to stay true to himself. I was never going to win." The others looked at him in surprise. Victor met Tver's gaze calmly, his eyes steady and resolute. "But I won't give up. Maybe the gap between us will only keep growing, and maybe I'll never be able to defeat you. Maybe facing you together isn't exactly honorable. Maybe the rules are even on our side. But I still don't want to give up this chance. I want to face you with everything I have." Despite his rough appearance and quiet nature, Victor had always been fiercely competitive. Tver knew that well. Whether at school or on the Quidditch pitch, he always fought with everything he had to win. What Tver had not expected was that the person Victor most wanted to defeat was him. "That's right. Just because the professor is strong doesn't mean we should give up," Harry said, his fighting spirit reignited, even though Victor had only addressed him by his surname. Cedric was stirred by their words, though he still kept his composure, smiling as he spoke. "If we give up every time we face someone stronger, we'll never become the kind of wizards we want to be. I was just complaining. It's not like I'd actually give up. I want to fight the professor too," Fleur added, though her tone was far more spirited than her words suggested. The 4 of them burst into laughter, completely ignoring the fact that Tver, the so-called great villain in their eyes, was standing right beside them. "All right, I admire your courage. But if you head back any later, you'll be breaking Hogwarts rules. Even as champions, I doubt Filch would mind giving you detention." Their smiles immediately faded. Hogwarts rules might not apply to students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, but those schools had their own rules about returning to their carriage and ship on time at night. "Oh, Professor, can we borrow this dummy for training?" Just as they were about to leave, Cedric suddenly turned back to ask. Fleur and the others also stopped and looked at Tver expectantly. Ah. The request caught Tver off guard, and for a moment he did not know how to respond. Of course. Everyone's busy with exams lately anyway. You can come here anytime, and the dummy can be your sparring partner whenever you need it. With his permission, the 4 immediately ran off in high spirits, heading in different directions. Thinking about the upcoming exams, Tver could not help feeling a headache coming on. The 3rd task happened to fall on the last day of Hogwarts exams. As the defense against the dark arts professor, he had to guide the students in their revision, especially the 5th and 7th years preparing for their OWLS and NEWTS. And at this very moment, Dumbledore had said that Moody needed to focus on preparing the task and monitoring Voldemort's movements, completely ruining Tver's hopes of taking it easy. "Just because I promised Barty not to kill you doesn't mean you can take advantage of it. Once this is over, we'll settle things properly," Tver muttered under his breath as he walked back to his office with the dummy. As he passed by Moody's office, he did not notice anything unusual inside. Because a certain professor had already quietly left Hogwarts. Chapter 392, The Role of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The tension of exams did nothing to dampen the castle's increasingly excited atmosphere. If anything, as the exams gradually came to an end, the students finally had enough free time to openly indulge their anticipation for the third task, the final showdown. For example, early on the morning of the match, Tver could hear the Weasley twins shouting in tandem before he had even stepped into the Great Hall. 5 champions. 3 schools. But only one winner. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes proudly presents champion badges. And 1-to-1 full-size champion posters. Come and get them now, first come, first served. Tver stepped into the Great Hall with a dark look on his face and glanced toward the lively corner. The Weasley twins were in their 6th year, right between the busy 5th and 7th years, so their exams had ended a little earlier. But instead of enjoying their break, as soon as the first batch of Canary Creams brought in some return capital, they immediately turned their attention to the tournament and came up with a whole new line of limited edition products, or so they called them. There were glittering badges with the 5 champions' faces on them, chibi champion figurines, and long interactive posters. Even so, they had followed Tver's advice and switched the basic materials for all of these products to Muggle-made ones. The figurines in particular seemed to be the best-selling item. The production costs were basically paid in pounds, but the final profits came in galleons. At an exchange rate of 1 galleon to £5, the cost was practically nothing. Normally, the galleon to pound exchange rate was measured against basic living goods. The cheaper Muggle necessities became, the more pounds a galleon could be exchanged for, preventing the value of the galleon from dropping. But the goblins at Gringotts had clearly never anticipated that once society entered industrialization, especially with the spread of factory automation, the low prices of industrial goods would be enough to smash the fragile financial ecosystem of every non-magical product in the wizarding world. So as the first ones to try it, the Weasley twins had made a fortune this time. And that was with the small consumer market inside Hogwarts holding them back. So, business looks pretty good today, does it? Tver stood behind them with a sinister air. The surrounding students sensed it at once and forcibly suppressed their urge to keep buying. But the Weasley twins were already over the moon from counting money and had not noticed the atmosphere turn strange at all. Of course it does. George said smugly. Everything from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is always the most popular. Oh. Tver drawled. Then he suddenly noticed that nearly everything displayed on the table featured the other 4 champions. There was nothing with his own likeness on it. So these 2 brats didn't know where to draw the line after all. By the way, George, shouldn't we hurry up and make another batch of the professor's posters and badges? Fred suddenly asked. Obviously. Anything connected to the professor sells out instantly. If we order more figurines, we might even make twice as much before the match starts tonight. George regretfully shook his jingling purse. No, at this point it was more like a money bag. So it was not that they had not made any. It was that they had sold too well and were already gone. Tver's face darkened at once. Selling products in the Great Hall is forbidden. I'm confiscating all of this. He waved a hand, and all the merchandise on the table immediately flew into the air. No matter how wildly the twins flailed after them, they could not grab back even a single figurine. Since when did Hogwarts have a rule like that? Professor, ugh. George spun around angrily after the flying products, but the moment he saw Tver, he let out a pitiful little whine like a scolded puppy and did not dare say another word. Fred was no better. He had practically been about to draw his wand, only to watch helplessly as Tver swept all their painstakingly made products into a new wallet that looked like a bottomless pit. Tver waved away the students who had gathered to watch the show. I gave you the factory contacts in the Muggle world, and this is how you repay me. George and Fred nudged each other with their hands. In the end, George lost and reluctantly raised his head. We actually just wanted to try integrating magic into more complicated Muggle products. We didn't expect that as we kept testing, the number of samples would keep increasing. His voice gradually trailed off, probably because even he felt the excuse was too ridiculous. In truth, they really had wanted to experiment with integration at first. It was just that their goal had definitely not been to complete Tver's assignment. They had been after money from the very beginning. That was why he was too embarrassed to continue. He tucked his neck in again and looked as meek as a primary school student who had done something wrong. But judging from the little movements between them, their minds had never once been settled. I'm not forbidding you from doing business, and I'm not forbidding you from modifying Muggle products. Tver pulled out a figurine and held it in his hand. It happened to be a chibi version of Harry. But look at this. There isn't a trace of magic on it. All you've done is transport Muggle factory goods into the wizarding world. Other than making a profit, it does absolutely nothing to help our cause. But aren't we doing this to make money? George muttered in protest. Tver shot him a vicious glare, and he instantly fell silent again. Tver then stuffed the wallet into his arms. Remember this. Our cause is to make money, but it is not limited to making money. If you're just middlemen, then sooner or later you'll be driven out by other merchants in the wizarding world. While George clutched the wallet in delighted surprise, Fred suddenly looked as if a light had gone on in his head. I get it. He shook off George's excited slapping and completely failed to notice that Tver had just handed them the very thing they had always wanted, a wallet with an undetectable extension charm. The more technical value our products have, the harder they are for other merchants to copy, and the more meaningful they become to the wizarding world. Tver nodded in satisfaction. But be careful. What matters is not simply chasing technical complexity. Meeting people's needs is even more important. If they were just acting as simple resellers, Muggles would obviously have no extra demand for those products. Apart from amusing wizards, they would have no real meaning at all. But once all kinds of magical elements were added, it was a different story. Magic gave ordinary products entirely new properties. To Muggles, they would become completely novel items. Even something as simple as a moving dragon model would be enough to cause a sensation in the Muggle world. And in that case, the Weasley twins' role as a potential link between the wizarding world and the Muggle world would become something truly extraordinary. Chapter 393, Family Members. Since it was the end of term exam period, and the Defense Against the Dark Arts exams had already finished 2 days earlier, Tver was enjoying an unusually leisurely breakfast. Of course, he still ended up getting cornered by the overexcited Weasley twins and spent nearly an hour answering their questions. It could not be helped. The two of them were still only sixth-year students at Hogwarts. Even if they already knew far more than most students their age in this area, compared with Tver, it was still nowhere near enough. What they truly excelled at was their endless stream of strange and brilliant ideas. In the past, whenever they came up with a new idea, the two of them could only hide in some corner, digging through books while trying things out on their own. But now, with Tver occasionally helping them, even the way they looked things up had become far more systematic than before. So when the professor was rarely free, there was no way they were going to let the chance slip by. Still, once breakfast ended, no matter how reluctant they were, Tver was dragged away by Professor McGonagall. Tver, the champions' families have been invited to Hogwarts. They're in the meeting room off the Great Hall, so you can go see them there. Oh, and you two come as well. She pulled along the somewhat dissatisfied Weasley twins too. My family. They came to Hogwarts. It was not that Tver doubted his parents. It was just that, judging from the letter he had received 2 days ago, they had only just arrived in South America and were having the time of their lives. They probably would not be back before August. We're not even champions, so why are we going too? George asked warily, as if Professor McGonagall were taking them off to detention. Albus said your teacher is here, so I thought it would be better to bring you along. And as for the two of you. Professor McGonagall pushed open the meeting room door. Your family is here too. As the door opened, Tver immediately saw the warm scene inside. Cedric stood by the door with his parents. His father, Amos Diggory, was cheerfully patting him on the shoulder, sounding delighted that he had taken first place in the points. Victor Crumb, meanwhile, was standing in a corner with his dark-haired parents, speaking to them rapidly in Bulgarian. By the fireplace stood Mrs. Weasley and the eldest Weasley brother, Bill Weasley. The two of them were holding Harry and asking him question after question, smiling the whole time. At the very least, it had clearly eased quite a bit of the tension Harry had woken up with that morning. On the other side were the three women of Fleur's family. According to Fleur, her mother, Madame Delacour, had half Vila blood, yet she did not seem to have the irritability common to Vila. She was holding Gabrielle's hand, wearing an elegant smile as she spoke with Fleur in French. Or rather, Fleur was mostly the one talking, and her mother was listening. The bored Gabrielle immediately spotted Tver and excitedly tried to pull free of her mother's hand. Unfortunately, gentle as Madame Delacour looked, her grip was not something Gabrielle could break. So in the end, she could only pout and wave at Tver with her free left hand. Tver had no intention of joining the commotion, so he only replied with a smile. Besides, his teacher was already walking toward him. Grindelwald was not wearing any disguise at all. Of course, after not appearing in the wizarding world for 50 years, his real face was the best disguise possible. He was dressed in a striking dark leather coat, with a well-tailored suit underneath and an elegant cane in hand. Nothing about him suggested an ordinary man. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly at first, puzzled, but after giving him a couple of careful looks and finding nothing obviously wrong, she left the meeting room. Unless someone she trusted had warned her, she would never believe that Grindelwald would walk into Hogwarts so openly. The Weasley twins, on the other hand, trailed behind Tver, craning their necks in curiosity. Anyone who had seen Tver's strength would naturally be curious about the person who had taught him. Tver shot them a sharp look over his shoulder, sending them retreating back toward Mrs. Weasley. I didn't expect you to be so popular with the younger girls, Grindelwald said with a teasing smile. Tver gave a helpless chuckle. I didn't expect you to come watch my match. You're my student. How could I miss something this important? Grindelwald stressed the word important. Tver immediately understood what he meant. This, important, was a confirmation of the prediction his teacher had made last year. Even now, Tver still found that so-called prediction rather puzzling. But he was not in a hurry. He did not need to be. Tonight, everything would reveal itself. By the way, where have you been lately? You haven't left a single trace. Tver knew his teacher had been trying to reconnect with his former followers, but he had no idea about his route or how successful it had been. Grindelwald did not answer directly. Instead, he raised an eyebrow with a hint of pride. As long as I choose to, no one can track me. Yes, you're amazing, Tver replied flatly, offering a perfunctory compliment to his teacher's slightly childish boast. At that moment, Victor's mother came over with the rest of the family, interrupting Grindelwald before he could roll his eyes. In front of others, he still cared about his image. You must be Mr. Folly, Mrs. Crumb said warmly, taking Tver's hand. At home and in his letters, Victor often talks about how much you've helped him. It's a pity we never had the chance to thank you before. Luckily, this tournament gave me the opportunity. Are you free this afternoon? Would you join me for a drink in the nearby village? The invitation was so bold that Victor immediately grabbed his mother's arm. Mother, Tver is a professor at Hogwarts. He doesn't have time to drink with you, and we have the match tonight. He can't spend the whole day drinking. The agreement Tver had been about to give died in his throat. He had not expected Mrs. Crumb, who looked so refined, to be so enthusiastic about drinking. Mr. Crumb, by contrast, was quiet. When their eyes met, he simply gave Tver a friendly nod. The commotion drew the attention of others in the room, especially Cedric's father and Fleur's mother. Mr. Folly, we meet again. Amos stepped forward enthusiastically and shook Tver's free hand. Thank you for taking such good care of Cedric at Hogwarts and spending so much time guiding his magic. It's part of my duty as a professor, and Cedric has helped me quite a bit as well. To everyone else, it sounded like polite conversation. Only Tver knew how much Cedric and the others had helped him refine the dummy. After that, Madame Delacour approached with her 2 daughters. Just as Tver felt his smile starting to stiffen, she spoke gently. Don't worry, I won't take much of your time. I only wanted to tell you that the Vila, especially those of mixed blood, appreciate your views very much. Some of them are a bit self-centered and don't fully agree with what you said about house elves, but I believe they would not reject the idea of equality. After saying this, she truly did not linger, gracefully leading the reluctant Gabrielle away. I feel like you're being overly cautious. You're even taking magical creatures into account, Grindelwald said with mild exasperation. His student was excellent in every way, except for this tendency to be overly cautious. But Professor, weren't you once disrupted by an expert in magical creatures? Tver replied with a teasing smile. If not for the others present, Grindelwald would have already smacked his student with his cane. And besides, Madame Delacour's attitude makes it clear. What I'm doing isn't meaningless to the wizarding world. Chapter 394, The List. Grindelwald seemed to be thoroughly enjoying his role as Tver's teacher. For the entire day, he followed Tver around, taking in the quiet scenery of Hogwarts. Tver could not help feeling that his teacher was enjoying this leisurely atmosphere a little too much. In June, Hogwarts lay under a bright, slightly scorching sun. Fortunately, the shade of the trees softened it. The dappled light that filtered through only brought a gentle warmth. Most students were still in classrooms, struggling through their final exams of the year. Those who had already finished looked relaxed, strolling in small groups with friends, occasionally breaking into light laughter. The hum of insects and birdsong from the woods blended into the air, not disturbing the peace of Hogwarts at all. Instead, it made everything feel like summer at its most natural. Seeing Tver's puzzled look, Grindelwald spread his arms as he walked across the lawn, facing the sunlight. He closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath, as if trying to fix the moment in his memory. Ever since my falling out with Dumbledore, I poured all my time into my cause. I stopped taking the time to simply enjoy the sun, and my mind was never at peace again. Time really does pass quickly. After all these years, I've only just rediscovered that youthful drive, when I knew nothing of the future and still pushed forward without hesitation. So he was reminiscing. Tver shook his head with a faint smile. People who had lived long enough always ended up like this. He stopped walking and stood quietly behind his teacher, listening as he spoke. I've traveled through many countries in Europe lately and met quite a few of my former followers. Some of them are still in contact with each other. They occasionally talk about my old ideas and what they did back then. After realizing, to some extent, how selfish I was, they all feel a sense of regret. Others have hidden their identities and completely cut themselves off from their past. I don't blame them. It was my speeches that stirred them up and drove them to work for my selfish ambition to rule over Muggles. Tver, I am a selfish man. I always have been. I couldn't lie to myself, and I couldn't convince Dumbledore. My failure was inevitable. But you are different. Grindelwald suddenly opened his eyes, turned, and looked straight at Tver. I've been carefully observing you for 7 years. Only after I came to a conclusion did I decide to leave Nurmengard. This time, I know you will succeed. Tver suddenly understood. Before graduating, he had invited his teacher more than once to leave Nurmengard and see the Muggle world for himself. But Grindelwald had always brushed it off, saying he was too old and lacked the energy to take part in something so grand. It was only after Tver graduated that he finally showed interest, wanting to see the world, though he never said he would help much. Until after meeting Dumbledore, Tver felt like he had pieced something together. He pressed down the smile at the corner of his lips, careful not to let his thoughts show. We've always been working toward this, haven't we? Besides, you keep saying I'm too cautious, but isn't that because you weren't cautious enough back then? I'm just learning from your mistakes. Grindelwald's expression darkened. He threw the notebook he had just taken out straight at Tver and followed it with a light punch to his chest. That's not for you to say. Tver hurriedly caught the notebook. The hard cover hit harder than his teacher's aging fist. Of course, he kept that thought to himself. What is this? He casually flipped it open, and the moment he read the page, he froze. Francisca. Her son is the head of the French Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She is extremely loyal. After her Muggle spouse learned about the existence of wizards, they divorced in anger. Since then, she has been committed to promoting integration between wizards and Muggles. Lisette. An animagus and senior advisor to the improper use of magic office at the French Ministry of Magic. She enjoys teasing Muggles, but the reason is that she misses the days when she played with Muggle friends as a child. The page was packed with names from top to bottom. The notebook itself was not very thick, but from a quick estimate, it contained at least several hundred wizards from across Europe. The lowest ranked among them were still retired ministry employees. Of course, the highest ranked were not in particularly strong positions either. On one hand, most of them were already too old to hold key posts. On the other, having once carried the reputation of being Grindelwald's followers, they remained under constant scrutiny. Take Francisca's son, for example. The fact that he had managed to become head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was already quite rare. These are my former subordinates, Grindelwald said, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. I've already spoken to them once. Anyone whose name is recorded here is someone who can be of use. But whether you use them, and how you use them, is up to you. Sensing the weight behind those words, Tver dropped his usual joking tone and carefully put the notebook away. I understand. Come on, show me around some more. Thinking about it, this is actually my first time properly touring Hogwarts. Tver nodded and continued leading him through the various parts of the school. By the way, are you not using the identity of Ludo Bagman anymore? Of course not. I got bored of it, so I called him back and made him get back to work, Grindelwald said casually. As for his debts, I also took care of them along the way. Took care of them? How? Tver froze for a moment. He remembered clearly that Bagman owed quite a large sum. Otherwise, a department head would not have been thinking about running away. And his teacher no longer had any personal savings. All his funds came from Tver. While it was not a small amount, it would still be tight if used to cover such a debt. Aren't you on good terms with the goblins at Gringotts? I heard from them that your business is doing quite well, so I had them added to your payments. Looking at his teacher, who spoke as if it were perfectly reasonable, Tver did not know what to say. That amount of money really was nothing compared to his growing business. It was so insignificant that the goblins had not even bothered to mention it to him. But still, spending your students' money so naturally. Then again, if he treated it as payment for the list, it suddenly felt much easier to accept. He might even want to buy a few hundred more copies. With that thought in mind, Tver and Grindelwald did not continue chatting for long. As the bell signaling the end of exams rang out, the castle instantly filled with laughter and noisy celebration. It broke the quiet mood of their walk, but at the same time stirred a sense of anticipation in both of them. The final task of the Triwizard Tournament was about to begin. Chapter 395, Bagman's Curiosity. The banquet was far more lavish than usual, but compared to the upcoming match, no amount of food could truly hold anyone's attention. Everyone ate in a hurry, especially the champions. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by the Weasley family, yet he clearly had no appetite. At the staff table, however, one unexpected guest looked particularly cheerful. Fudge sat beside Dumbledore, occasionally chatting with his new assistant Percy, then bursting into loud laughter. According to what Percy had quietly told Tver, Barty and Cynthia were supposed to attend tonight. But just before leaving, Fudge had taken the task for himself. Since they were currently in something of a honeymoon period, Barty thought it over and simply let him have it. So tonight, the Ministry's representatives were Fudge and the returned Ludo Bagman. And the reason Fudge was so pleased was simple. He believed Barty Crouch had finally yielded to him. Although he had given up a senior undersecretary position, in Fudge's eyes, what he gained far outweighed that loss. Barty, as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, seemed to have been promoted, but in reality, his power had been absorbed. As long as Fudge remained in control, Barty could no longer stir up trouble like before. With power centralized, Fudge did not even need to rely on umbrage. He directly pushed through the strictest werewolf laws yet. All the work Cynthia and her group had done over the past 2 years was effectively undone. What he did not know was that the werewolves in Britain who could be persuaded had already been brought by Lupin to the plantations and potions labs. No matter how harsh his laws became, they would not be affected. If anything, it helped Lupin deal with those among their kind who might incite violence, removing potential dangers altogether. The more Tver thought about it, the more pleased he felt, and he ended up having a few extra desserts. Dumbledore might be a bit sly, but he had indeed kept his promises well. Over the past year, Tver had tasted all kinds of desserts, not just from Europe. He had even tried water chestnut cake made by a house elf who had once lived in Chinatown. If Dumbledore had not reminded them that the champions needed to arrive 5 minutes early to prepare, Tver might not have gotten up at all. Are you nervous? Leaving the Great Hall to a wave of applause, Tver followed behind Bagman along with the other champions, but he noticed Harry walking stiffly. I'm not, Harry stammered. Then why are you moving your hands and feet on the same side? Harry looked down and realized he had been tricked. Tver smiled at him. I thought Gryffindor students weren't afraid of anything. Harry flushed, but the light tone eased his nerves. You said yourself that's just a stereotype about Gryffindor. About all the houses, actually, he shot back with a grin. You're using my own words against me now. Tver laughed and ruffled his hair, making the already messy strands even worse. By then, under Bagman's lead, they had reached the Quidditch pitch. But it had changed so much they could barely recognize it. A 20-foot-high hedge surrounded the maze, sealing it off completely. Right in front of them was a single opening. That had to be the entrance. But it seemed enchanted. No matter how hard Tver narrowed his eyes, he could not make out anything inside the dark passage. Of course, even if something was inside, it would not be sitting right at the entrance. There was nothing left to prepare. The 4 champions stood tense, silently going over everything they had prepared for this task. None of them had any interest in chatting with Tver anymore. I don't know if your teacher mentioned it to you, but I still have to thank you. Thank you for, well, paying that money for me. Bagman pulled Tver into a shadowy corner and spoke in a low voice. Just treat it as payment for my teacher using your identity, Tver replied casually. Under the guidance of the professors, the audience was already taking their seats. Excited chatter and hurried footsteps filled the air. Even more eye-catching than the brilliant starlight above were the badges pinned to the students' chests. Aside from a handful of Slytherin students who stubbornly continued wearing Potter Stinks badges, most were wearing the champion badges sold by the Weasley twins. Under the glow of the surrounding torches, those badges projected faint blue silhouettes of the 5 champions. As a result, every student seemed to have a pocket-sized champion standing on their chest, giving a thumbs up to the crowd. Taking advantage of the time before dinner, the twins had secretly sold another batch behind Mrs. Weasley's back. Judging by the scene, almost every student had at least one badge. The only thing that comforted Tver was that none of the products sold that afternoon featured his likeness, so he appeared the least among the 5. Bagman hesitated. What I really wanted to ask is, who exactly is that old man? I only know he's your teacher. He didn't tell me anything else. Seeing Tver frown, he quickly added, or just tell me his name. That made things even more difficult. Saying his teacher's name would be no different from revealing his identity outright. Tver did not know why his teacher was hiding his identity, but as his student, he had no intention of going against that. You can't even tell me that. Bagman raised his voice slightly in frustration. I just want to know who helped me. Helped you? Ludo, since when did you have someone like that? Fudge leaned over, curious. It's nothing. The match is about to start. I should go. Bagman hurriedly adjusted his clothes as if covering up his nerves. Fine. I'll just ask him myself later. He strode off, clearly annoyed. Fudge shrugged, then gave Tver what he thought was a friendly smile, though it carried a hint of smugness. Tver returned the smile, but his held a deeper meaning, leaving Fudge momentarily puzzled. By the time he reacted, Tver had already returned to the champion's side, leaving him no chance to say anything more. We'll be patrolling outside the maze. If you run into trouble you can't handle, send up red sparks and we'll come to assist you. Professor McGonagall stood with Moody, Flitwick, and Hagrid, all wearing hats marked with large red stars as part of the patrol team. But when she saw Tver approach, she pointed at him without hesitation. You can also ask Tver for help inside the maze. I'm sure he won't refuse. The 4 champions nodded immediately. All right, go get ready. The match is about to begin. Bagman said brightly. This was directed at both the patrol team and the 5 champions. Chapter 396, Entering the Maze. Ladies and gentlemen, the final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. And that means tonight, we will crown the ultimate winner of this long and grueling competition. A professional commentator really did make a difference. Bagman's passionate voice instantly set the already excited crowd ablaze. Amid wave after wave of cheers, he had to raise his voice even higher. The order in which the champions enter the maze will be determined by their combined scores from the previous 2 tasks. Which means, in first place, both with 85 points, and both from Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter. Even from afar, Tver could see Madame Maxime and Karkaroff hesitate, as if they wanted to say something but held back. In second place, Victor Crumb from Durmstrang. And in the remaining positions, Miss Fleur Delacour, and, well, Mr. Folly. Unfortunately, with only 68 points, he will enter last. Each name Bagman announced drew louder cheers from the crowd. But when it came to Tver, not only was there no applause, laughter broke out instead. After all, exams were over. Even if the professor wanted to assign homework now, no one cared anymore. Ahem, that concludes the standings. Now, champions, please proceed to your respective entrances. Bagman's timely announcement cut through the laughter, signaling the start of the match. Excellent. Seeing the champions obediently split up and stand before their own dark passageways, he shouted enthusiastically, as if they had just accomplished something remarkable. Now, Harry and Cedric, get ready. When you hear the whistle, you may enter the maze. 3, 2, 1, whistle. At the sharp blast, Harry and Cedric shot forward like arrows, rushing into the maze. The moment they stepped inside, magic swallowed their figures, and they vanished into the darkness. Only then did the audience realize a serious problem. What were they supposed to watch? The entire challenge took place inside the maze, and to prevent interference, the champions and spectators could not see each other at all. All the battles they had been looking forward to were completely hidden from view. But the rules had already been set, and there was no changing them now. So the crowd could only watch as, one after another, the remaining champions disappeared into the maze at the sound of each whistle. Except for Tver. So, Dumbledore told you to stall me. Hands on his hips, Tver looked helplessly toward Dumbledore, who was smiling at him from a distance with narrowed eyes. Bagman looked awkward, clearly unwilling to admit it. I was just concerned about you. After all, your strength is quite exceptional. I need to remind you that damaging the maze is not allowed. Even if a stray spell blows up a wall, you'll be disqualified. As Tver's expression grew colder, Bagman swallowed and quickly stopped talking. All right, go on in. Tver rolled his eyes at Dumbledore. There was no need to guess, these rules were clearly aimed at him. But so what? The maze had been designed based on Harry and the others' abilities. For him, it was hardly a challenge at all. He walked leisurely through the maze, turning right without hesitation at every fork. It was the right-hand rule for navigating a maze. Of course, that method was meant for finding an exit, while Tver's goal was the center. After a short distance, he casually released several imps to scout the paths ahead for him. As for the traps inside the maze, the organizers had confined the magical creatures to small areas so they would not wander. They would only react when triggered by the champions. Unfortunately for them, Tver's imps did not trigger those traps at all. If the audience could have seen what was happening, they would have noticed that while Tver strolled along as if taking a walk, his progress far outpaced the other champions who had entered before him. If his wallet had not been confiscated, he might have even taken out a bottle of pumpkin juice to enjoy along the way. Even on the correct path, there were still obstacles that had to be dealt with. For example, the Grindylow lurking in a puddle was frozen solid along with the entire pool in one swift move. And then there was the swamp where the more magic you used to resist, the stronger the crushing gravity became. Tver felt the pressure squeeze against every inch of his body. Each time he tried to counter it with even a bit of magic, the force pressing in on him increased by the same amount. It kept him at a barely manageable pace, just enough to keep moving. And yet, the spell felt strangely familiar. Wasn't this the pressure charm he had created? After being refined by Dumbledore, the spell not only exerted powerful crushing force but also adjusted itself based on the resistance it encountered. Still, this was only a preset spell. Tver did not even need to dismantle it. As long as he output enough magic to exceed its threshold, he could pass through without difficulty. Even so, a spell that could react in real time like this was far more complex than it appeared. Tver rubbed his chin, thinking as he crossed the swamp. With every step he took, the soft, sticky mud beneath his feet hardened instantly, supporting him forward. After clearing it with ease, he did not encounter anything else worth his attention. It made sense. With other champions in the maze, the difficulty could not be set too high. Guided by the imps, he quickly reached the area where the Triwizard Cup was placed. It was called an area because it was unusually open. Around it stood scattered barriers just tall enough to shield a person, but near the pedestal holding the trophy, there was no cover at all. Under the faint glow radiating from the base, the crystal body of the Triwizard Cup shimmered, clear and enticing. Tver walked straight toward it without hesitation. As he approached, he noticed a circle around the pedestal with a radius of about 10 feet. There was also a sign placed beneath the trophy. One glance at it left him speechless. The champion assigned to guard the trophy must remain within this circle at all times. Only when the guarding period ends and the trophy emits sparks will the task be considered complete. Leaving the designated area, or allowing another champion to touch the trophy, will be considered a failure, and the timer will reset. This was exactly the exercise he used in class. Not only had Dumbledore been paying attention, he had even used it against the very person who invented it. Still, Tver studied the trophy with interest. Aside from the magic used for timing and identity verification, there was also a deeply concealed portkey enchantment layered onto it. If he had not already expected something like this, he might have overlooked it entirely. Chapter 397, The Champions Assemble. Barty Jr. wanted to use the trophy to send Harry to Voldemort. That meant he had to ensure Harry made it through the maze and even defeated Tver to become the one who reached the cup in the end. But that was exactly what Tver could not understand. With him here, even if Barty Jr. managed to deal with Fleur, Victor, and Cedric, Harry would still have no chance of reaching the trophy. From the moment he entered the maze, Tver had been prepared for an ambush. He had even planned how to eliminate himself so Harry could take the cup without hesitation. Yet along the way, nothing happened at all. It was even more relaxed than strolling through the castle. That silence from Barty Jr. felt deeply unsettling. Or perhaps he had some other plan to guarantee Harry would still be transported. Just as I expected. I knew you'd be the first one here. Cedric came running out of a passage, breathing heavily. He looked pleased that his guess had been right, but also helpless at the thought of facing Tver. Still, the badge on his chest glowed with a faint yellow light, and the magic within it gave him a bit of confidence. I only got here a moment before you. You're just a step behind. Tver smiled and tapped the trophy with his wand as it slowly began to gather light. So this was how it worked. It drew on the Guardian's magic until it triggered the sparks. The more magic it absorbed, the brighter the final display would be. Even Dumbledore, who had been setting obstacles for him all along, probably believed that Tver was the most likely winner. That was why he had arranged this, to end the tournament with a spectacular display of fireworks. I don't think we're late, are we? Victor jogged in at that moment, with Harry right behind him, both of them out of breath. After catching his breath, Victor faced their questioning looks and said firmly, "We teamed up to save time." In truth, the maze had been made easier to leave space for the final confrontation and to allow the champions to reach the center more quickly. But the two of them had run into a blast-ended scrut and lost quite a bit of time, so they decided to work together. To show his friendliness, Victor slung an arm around Harry's shoulders and leaned his weight on him. He clearly had not considered the difference in their builds, and the two of them promptly fell over together. "What happened to you two while I was on my way here?" Fleur arrived just then. Unlike the others, she had not rushed, so she still looked composed and elegant. That is, aside from the teasing look she gave the two tangled on the ground. "We just tripped." Harry protested loudly from the ground. Victor's size made it hard for him to get up quickly, and with his weight pressing down, Harry could not stand either. The two of them were stuck in an awkward heap. Tver watched them with amusement from a distance. The sound carried poorly through the maze, so he could not hear them clearly. "Don't waste time. You only have." He glanced at the trophy, now about 1/6 lit, less than 25 minutes. At that, Victor jumped up and pulled Harry to his feet. Cedric and Fleur both grew serious, tightening their grips on their wands. The badges on their chests shone brightly, lighting their faces. And the determination in their eyes was unmistakable. The shield charm stored in the badges was their greatest advantage, but none of them intended to rely on it alone. The professor can't destroy the surrounding walls or cover. If he does, it counts as a failure. Cedric pointed at the barriers nearby and the enclosing hedge in the distance. So we use that to lure the professor into attacking the walls. Harry paused, then realized what they meant. Fleur and Victor simply nodded, clearly having thought of this the moment they learned the rules. But Tver won't be that careless. He'll either weaken his spells or control them more precisely, Victor said. Having known Tver for years, he understood very well that such a simple trick would not defeat him. Fleur explained calmly. If he weakens his spells, the badges will help block them. If he focuses on precision, the number of spells we face drops sharply. Either way, we gain the advantage. Victor looked like he wanted to argue, but Cedric smiled and cut in. I know we're still at a disadvantage. But that's what makes challenging the big boss interesting. Or maybe I choose neither option. Then where does your advantage come from? A voice drifted down from above. Startled, all four of them looked up. A familiar imp hovered there, one hand on its hip, the other stroking its chin. It had clearly been listening for quite some time. Expelliarmus. Harry reacted instantly, but the spell was casually blocked by a shield charm the imp flicked out with a wave. I should remind you, imps don't carry weapons. You might want to try a different spell, Harry. That brief moment was enough. Cedric and the others rolled aside and slipped behind nearby cover. If Victor had not pulled Harry along, he might have stood there, stunned by how quickly his teammates moved. Well then, let's begin. As soon as the words fell, the imp flicked its hand and fired a stunning spell at Victor, who had just tried to peek out. He ducked back immediately. But Cedric caught something. A flaw. Or rather, a weakness. There's a delay because of the distance, he shouted. After it raises its hand, there's almost half a second before the spell reaches us. That's enough time to dodge. In the distance, Tver pressed his lips together in mild annoyance. He could transmit sight and sound to the imps almost instantly when focused, but the magic he sent back always carried a slight delay. Half a second. It did not sound like much, but it cut deeply into his advantage in casting speed. And since the imp had to raise its hand before casting, the movement was obvious. In a straightforward exchange of spells, Cedric and the others really did gain some ground. But who said a magical battle was just trading spells back and forth? The imp flickered aside, dodging Cedric's probing attack, and in the next instant appeared above Fleur, who had quietly hidden herself. Hide and seek is over, Miss Delacour. Chapter 398, Chapter 398, Tver's Petty Streak. Fleur nearly jumped out of her skin at the sudden voice. If not for the training she had been doing against the dummy lately, she might really have screamed. But the imp was already above her head. Even though she reacted quickly enough to cast a shield charm on herself, and even with the shield charm from her badge layered on top of it, the force of the following impediment jinx still slammed into her and sent her crashing face first onto the ground. At that moment, however, the imp could no longer continue attacking Fleur. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Reducto. As if by prior agreement, Cedric and the other two seized the gap while the imp was casting and attacked from different angles. That forced the imp to dodge the first two spells, then hastily throw up a shield charm to block the last one. Even if the first two had landed, they would not have done much to an imp. But for an imp formed purely out of soul, a stunning spell was far more dangerous. Fleur, being both observant and closest to the action, noticed that subtle difference almost immediately. Use stunning spells. She pushed herself up from the grass and ran toward Cedric in long strides, paying no attention to her disheveled hair or the bits of grass clinging to her clothes. Imps have very poor resistance to soul-targeting magic. The imp still wore a faint smile, but there was a distinctly human glint of approval in its eyes. Everyone here was one of the strongest students from the three schools. None of them would lose the will to fight simply because the gap between them and Tver was too wide. On the contrary, all four were completely focused, trying to analyze every tiny movement of the imp and fight for even the slightest chance of victory. Soul targeting. Victor repeated, hesitating for a moment as a few spells came to mind. Spells that were not supposed to be used at Hogwarts. But this was only a fragment of Tver's soul. There were no other spectators here. And anyway. He made excuses for himself in his head, but his wand was already firmly raised. Expulso. A burst of explosive blue fire shot straight at the imp's back, startling even Tver, who was controlling it from afar. His reaction was already fast. He made the imp cast a shield charm behind itself without even turning around, while also forcing it upward in a sudden darting motion. Even so, the curse exploded the moment it hit the shield charm, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. That was why it was called Expulso. The violent blast not only exploded on impact, but also hurled up a cloud of debris that still carried striking force. And for an imp in soul form, that wide area effect was the most troublesome part. Harry, hiding nearby with Victor, jumped at the blast. But when he saw Victor's pleased expression, he hurriedly asked, "Did it work?" "Hard to say. That spell covers a wide area. The imp probably couldn't avoid it." Victor's mouth curled upward, but his eyes stayed fixed on the dust cloud. "But I can't see it in there." The two seekers squinted into the cloud for a while, searching for any sign of the imp's pale little figure, but saw nothing. As the black dust slowly thinned and drifted away, the sky beyond it came back into view. Empty. Did we blow it apart? Victor sounded faintly guilty, though Harry clearly saw the smile he was trying very hard to suppress. Did we just win? Harry stared up at the sky in disbelief. He even stepped out from behind cover, and still there was no sign of the imp anywhere. Victor gave up pretending and broke into a grin, pointing at Cedric and Fleur, who were waving at them and shouting something. The distance between them had widened after all the movement, so their words did not carry clearly. Looks like it. They're celebrating already. But why do they look so panicked? Unease crept into Harry's chest. Above, hurry. Hurry. Hurry what? Run. Years of dueling instinct made the skin between Victor's brows tighten in alarm. He did not hesitate. He grabbed Harry and pulled him into a crushing embrace. There was no time to cast anything now. And when Professor McGonagall had given them the badges, she had said that if 2 badges were brought together, they would produce an even stronger effect. This was all they had left to rely on. Harry, on the other hand, was completely bewildered as he was squeezed so hard he felt like he might come apart. Had Victor failed to win Hermione over and decided to copy the way she and Fleur did things? The thought horrified him. Unlike Victor, who had shut his eyes as if waiting for judgment, Harry's eyes were wide open. And this time, he truly wished they were not. The once white imp was now covered in black soot, looking like a doll that had been dragged through dirt. But what terrified Harry even more was that the little smile the imp always wore had vanished for the first time. Its face was expressionless as it raised one tiny hand, as though preparing something. Half a second. Harry had no idea why that thought flashed through his mind, but this half-second felt unbearably long. A deafening blast erupted beneath their feet. At the same time, the badges on Harry and Victor flared like a dam giving way, pouring out magic in a frenzy to maintain an immensely powerful shield charm. Even so, the surrounding grass lashed upward into flexible tendrils like the arms of an octopus, hammering at the dome of blue light over and over. Every strike tore away a little more of its glow. In the distance, Cedric and Fleur hurriedly attacked the imp, but their spells were brushed aside with almost insulting ease. And Harry and Victor's shield charm was already shaking violently, on the verge of collapse. I almost forgot about you two. The imp suddenly turned its head, the smile returning to its face. That expression sent a chill through Cedric and Fleur, who had rushed out from cover. The two exchanged a glance, hesitated, then immediately tried to imitate Victor and Harry by huddling together. But Tver was clearly not going to give them the chance. A wall of brilliant blue fire burst from the imp's hand and became 2 enormous palms that swept toward them from both sides. The force of the flames whipped Fleur's long hair into the air and made Cedric squeeze his eyes shut. The giant hands came crashing down with tremendous force, and the flames, agile enough not to scorch even a blade of grass, closed tightly around the two of them. Fortunately, the shield charm in their badges activated, barely keeping the flames from touching their bodies. Barely. Whether it was Harry and Victor clinging together, or Cedric and Fleur standing apart, the light of their badges was dimming visibly and steadily. One is powerful transfiguration. The other is the fire magic I'm proudest of. Since you've had a taste of both, this trip hasn't been wasted, the imp muttered. Not because Victor's spell had startled him and he wanted to scare them back. Definitely not. Then came a tiny pop. The sound was so faint it should have been easy to miss, but the 4 of them, completely focused on holding their shield charms together, all caught it. The shield charms had broken. They stared in horror at the descending mud tendrils and giant flaming hands. But before they could be struck, something yanked violently at their navels. Their feet left the ground at once, and they were hurtled away into the distance. Chapter 399, Chapter 399, The Shield Charm Can't Block the Killing Curse. Watching the 4 of them fly away at high speed, the imp helplessly withdrew its outstretched hand. Even if a portkey did not move through space the way apparition did, but instead hurled its target away at extreme speed, there was still no way he could have stopped them, even if his magic had been twice as fast. But how had the portkey been triggered? Tver had no interest in continuing the match. With a wave of his hand, the distant imp flew straight back to him and merged into his head. His gaze remained fixed on the trophy, now glowing nearly halfway. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed it without hesitation. But aside from the cold touch of the handle against his palm, nothing happened. So the portkey on the trophy was a decoy. No. The magic on it was real. More precisely, it would only become a portkey 30 minutes after Tver arrived here. The real portkeys were the badges Harry and the others had been wearing. He immediately remembered what Barasha had said when explaining the rules. Protective badges provided by a certain Hogwarts professor. That professor had never been Tver. It had been Alastair Moody. He had turned the badges into portkeys and then handed them openly to the 4 champions under the cover of the rules. As for the trigger, the magic inside them being used up. The thought struck Tver at once. If a fight was unavoidable, then with his strength, defeating the 4 champions had always only been a matter of time. And the faster he beat them, the sooner they would be transported away. That explained Barty Jr.'s silence all this time. With Tver as an unforeseen variable, Barty Jr. no longer needed to help Harry win the championship. All he needed to do was alter the badges and influence Dumbledore into changing a few rules. How elegant. Even Tver could not help shaking his head in admiration. If he had not known where Harry and the others were being sent, then even if he and Dumbledore were both standing here right now, they would be completely at a loss. Too bad for him, I'm a transmigrator. A faint smile appeared on Tver's face. Of course, if his teacher had not made him a champion, he likely would have kept his attention on the trophy and never thought to consider Barty Jr.'s other little tricks. Then again, Barty Jr. might never have thought of using the badges as portkeys if things had happened differently. The chain of cause and effect here was complicated. But no matter what, he had become a champion, and he knew Voldemort's intention and the place where he planned to resurrect. Harry felt his feet hit the ground. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the hard earth. Where are we? One hand pressed against his head, still dizzy from magical exhaustion, while the other braced against the ground to keep him from falling flat. Cedric, who was in slightly better condition, got to his feet and shook his head. Noticing that Harry might not be seeing clearly, he quickly pulled him up. Then he looked around and said uncertainly, "We must have been transported a long way by portkey. It looks like a Muggle graveyard. Do tournament rules say that if you lose, you get expelled from school?" Fleur muttered irritably. The rundown gravestones made her frown, but what bothered her even more was the lifeless, eerie stillness all around them. Wait, Tver never actually defeated us, did he? Victor's eyes lit up. The badges just ran out of magic, and then we got sent here. But unless we can get back in 15 minutes, there is no way to stop Mr. Folly from taking the trophy, Fleur said crossly. The badge. Cedric's attention, however, had settled on that small object. He looked down at his chest. The badge's power had clearly been drained dry. Not only could it no longer emit even the faintest glow, there was even a slight crack running across it. The magic inside it had been completely overdrawn. We were brought here by the badge. The badge is the portkey, he said loudly, voicing his guess. His shout immediately drowned out Victor's muttering about going back to keep fighting, as well as Fleur's complaints about their surroundings. By then, Harry had recovered somewhat from the discomfort of the portkey trip and the magical drain, and he moved to stand beside Cedric. A badge. No wonder Tver wasn't transported. He was the only one not wearing one. Victor immediately understood what Cedric meant. Fleur looked at her badge in surprise, clutching it tightly. Then if we activate the portkey magic on it, we can go back. I'm afraid not. This badge is completely ruined. The magic in it has already dissipated. Cedric shook his head, dashing her hopes. Unless one of us can cast an illegal portkey spell. We don't even know how to cast a legal one, let alone an illegal one. Victor slumped in frustration. Every country's Ministry of Magic has a department dedicated to creating portkeys, but only those who join after graduation ever get the chance to learn that magic. The ministry does not forbid wizards from studying it on their own, but it strictly prohibits actually using it. Because of that, schools and most books never teach it. After all, people willing to break the law are always in the minority. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I went to quite a lot of trouble. I sincerely wanted to invite you here as my guests. A hoarse voice, filled with a strange excitement, suddenly echoed through the air. At the same time, two figures stepped out of the shadows, one tall and one short. Harry wished they had never appeared at all. Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew. Suddenly, Harry's scar exploded with pain like never before. His vision went black, and the agony drove him to his knees. His wand slipped from his hand, but he did not even notice. Cedric immediately crouched beside him. "Are you all right?" he asked urgently. Harry could only shake his head weakly. It took all his strength just to lift a hand and point toward Voldemort. Cedric's expression hardened with anger as he stood up. Sensing something was wrong, Victor and Fleur tightened their grips on their wands, their faces tense as they stared at Voldemort. Voldemort wore a thin black robe. In the cold night wind, his body looked gaunt and skeletal beneath it. "What did you do to Harry? Who are you? Why did you bring us here? Who am I? Heh. I never expected that after just a little more than 10 years, the wizarding world would no longer recognize me." Voldemort lowered his head and let out a chilling laugh. Enduring the splitting pain in his head, Harry grabbed at Cedric, trying to stop him from stepping forward. But he was too weak. He could not pull him back at all. Seeing Cedric raise his wand, the previously silent Peter Pettigrew suddenly spoke. "Master, shall I deal with these brats? Your resurrection is far more important." He bent low in flattery, his hand quietly slipping toward the pocket where his wand was hidden. "Put away your little schemes," Voldemort said coldly, idly twirling his wand. "This body of mine still has some strength left. Just enough to have some fun with these ignorant fools. Avada Kedavra." A streak of green light shot forward at blinding speed, illuminating Cedric's shocked expression in an eerie glow. As sudden as the killing curse itself. Harry's head finally eased a little, but he did not even have time to react. His mouth hung open, yet no words came out. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The professor had said that a normal shield charm could not block a killing curse. For the first time, Harry hated himself for remembering that so clearly. And he hated even more how powerless he was in this moment. Chapter 400, Chapter 400, Two Voldemorts. Pew. A faint, almost inaudible sound came from right in front of Cedric, but no one else noticed it. Because the killing curse was already about to hit him. Bang. A tremendous force sent Cedric flying backward like a discarded rag doll. Cedric. Harry finally found his voice, shouting hoarsely, his eyes filled with disbelief. Cedric. Fleur clapped a hand over her mouth in horror. Victor's eyes were red, his wand clenched so tightly that his short nails dug painfully into his palm. The pain only sharpened his focus. Expulso. Without hesitation, he flicked his wand and dragged Fleur behind him, both of them diving behind a massive tombstone. Whoever this was, the killing curse had been fast and precise. It was far beyond anything they, still students, could handle. Take cover, Potter, he shouted urgently at Harry, who was still frozen in place. Voldemort blocked the explosive spell with mild surprise, though the dust it kicked up gave Victor just enough time to hide. So, you're not all complete fools. He let out a soft laugh, but his already eerie face twisted into something even more grotesque. Master, we should hurry and complete your resurrection. I'm worried someone might come. Peter Pettigrew looked increasingly anxious, his eyes darting everywhere. He was terrified that the Dark Lord would start slaughtering them now. If that happened, Professor Folly would never spare him. Silence, Peter. Voldemort snapped, flicking his wand and blasting apart the tombstone where Victor had been hiding. But Barty Jr. said we only have half an hour at most. Peter forced himself to speak up. That was indeed what Barty Jr. had said. The planned time window was around half an hour, depending on how quickly Professor Folly dealt with the others. Voldemort hesitated. Victor and Fleur had reacted faster than expected. He still had some strength left, but dealing with Tver, capturing Harry under interference, and completing the resurrection at the same time was unrealistic. Fine. Then I'll leave those two rats to you. He turned his wand toward Harry, who had just started trying to retreat. A rope appeared out of thin air and wrapped tightly around him. Let me go. Harry snapped out of it, but with his pounding head and Voldemort's magic binding him, he could not break free. He could only walk forward step by step, like a puppet on strings. Victor and Fleur tried to help, but Peter's spells forced them back. Coward or not, Peter was still a proper Hogwarts graduate, and he had learned quite a bit of magic from James and the others. This is the magic of your beloved Professor Folly. Not bad, right? Voldemort grinned, but on his gaunt, hollow face, it looked utterly inhuman. Because he was inhuman. Professor's magic is 100 times better than yours. Harry shot back angrily. But as he got closer, the pain in his scar only intensified. Thinking back, I looked rather pathetic the last few times we met. But that will change very soon. Voldemort sounded almost cheerful as he spoke, turning his back on Harry and walking toward the only source of light in the darkness. To Harry, the words were chilling. Has he gone mad? But what Voldemort did next left him even more speechless. He took out a large ladle and casually stirred the boiling potion in the cauldron, as if he were preparing a meal. Then he brought out bones. Not one. A pile of them. The bones of the father, given unknowingly, may restore the son. He tipped them in all at once. The potion immediately boiled more violently. Next, he produced something even more horrifying. A severed lower leg. Still attached to the foot. The cut had been frozen shut, but the dark red blood and the purplish-black skin from long storage made Harry gag. Ugh. Did Tver Folly never teach you manners, Potter? Voldemort said, admiring the leg with satisfaction. A loyal servant, who came from afar to offer this to me. Then, as if bored, he tossed it into the cauldron. Though he did it to test his port key. The flesh of a servant, willingly given, may restore the master. Yeah, I'm sure he was very willing, Harry shot back, forcing himself to mimic Malfoy's mocking tone so he would not sound weak. Don't worry. You're next. Voldemort suddenly turned around. The red and yellow in his eyes looked even more unnatural. The blood of an enemy. I doubt you would give it willingly. He clenched his hand. The rope snapped tight around Harry's head. Taken by force, will bring your enemy back to life. In his other hand, a small silver knife appeared. Under the firelight, its gleam was painfully bright. Harry instinctively tried to pull away from the approaching blade. But the rope held firm, and his weakened body could not resist. The cold blade pressed against his cheek. A moment later, warmth spread across his skin. The knife had cut him. Voldemort avoided touching the blood, raising his left hand to hold a floating sphere of it. Young blood. He sighed, stepping toward the cauldron. Harry let out a breath. Even with blood still pouring from his face, having Voldemort a little farther away felt better. Then he saw what happened next. Voldemort leapt straight into the boiling cauldron, still holding the sphere of blood. Boil him alive. The thought flashed uncontrollably through Harry's mind. The flames beneath the cauldron suddenly died down. Thick white steam rose up, blocking Harry's view. Then, slowly, a figure stood up inside the cauldron. No better than the skeletal form from before. As the mist thinned, Harry saw it clearly. Skin paler than bone. Eyes red and yellow like a snake's. A flat, slit-like nose. Voldemort had been resurrected. Wait. Harry's eyes widened in shock. There were two Voldemorts. Chapter 401, Peter Pettigrew. Harry didn't even need to warn him. The moment Voldemort stepped out of the cauldron, he realized there was a young, vigorous body standing right behind him. Who are you? He spun around so abruptly that if the cauldron hadn't been large enough, the two of them would have looked like they were about to fence. Still, Voldemort got a clear look at the man's face. Black eyes. Tall. A pale face, though not the same dried-out pallor Voldemort had. He looked young, yet his features were sharply cut with an almost unnatural maturity. Other than the occasional red glint in his eyes, there was nothing arrogant or aggressive about his appearance. No one would have believed this was what he had looked like when he was young. For an instant, the mirror-like resemblance dragged Voldemort back into his memories, but he only faltered for a second. You're not just trying to steal my soul, you're even using my hand to resurrect yourself. Don't you have enemies of your own to use as ingredients? The moment he realized Marvolio's plan, rage flooded his face. Hearing that, Marvolio suddenly felt that maybe what he'd done really was a little too much. Actually, that's what I told Tver too. But he said one pot was enough, so there was no need to waste more ingredients. After all, there really isn't much of my old father's bones left. But why do we look so different? He stretched out a hand and kept examining, touching, and feeling out this sturdy, solid body. Judging by this, he hadn't even been this robust when this Horcrux had first been made. This had to be the condition he'd been in just after graduation. After leaving Borgin and Berks and spending 10 years traveling, his flesh had already withered quite a bit from making too many Horcruxes and experimenting with too much dark magic. So he had become younger. Still, now that he had finally gained a genuine body of flesh and blood instead of a shell patched together from life force, Marvolio couldn't care less about a minor detail like that. At the very least, the way he looked now was much closer to Tver's age. Across from him, Voldemort's face darkened further and further. He didn't care what the body looked like on the outside. The real issue was that Marvolio was being so shameless about it. The original owner of the soul being stolen was standing right there, and Marvolio still had the nerve to show off that body. Isn't this body still my former body? You're nothing more than an abandoned vassal. Voldemort flicked a hand, sending Marvolio flying backward. The robe he had just thrown to the ground flew up and wrapped itself around him, and more importantly, his wand was back in his hand. Abandoned. Marvolio's expression soured the moment he heard that word. Did you forget that your name is Tom Riddle too? No. Seeing Marvolio visibly rattled, Voldemort curled his lips in satisfaction. Tom Riddle is in the past. Now, and in the future, I am Voldemort, and I will only ever be Voldemort. Marvolio stared at Voldemort coldly. With a wave of his own hand, a robe he had long prepared wrapped around his body. As his hand emerged from the sleeve, the wand clenched in it came into Voldemort's view. That only made the smug look on Voldemort's face deepen. I used to think you just hated Father's name, Marvolio said, sounding a little disappointed. He had known all along that once Voldemort began merging with other souls, it meant he wanted to sever himself from the past. He just hadn't expected him to do it so completely. That's right. Voldemort ran his crimson tongue across his lips, like a snake tasting the air before a strike. As long as there's a past, there will be weakness. The name Tom Riddle is nothing but a burden to me. Avada Kedavra. His wand slashed through the air with a sharp hiss, and he went straight for the kill against the other half of his own soul without hesitation. Marvolio tilted his head aside to avoid the green light and gave a relieved smile. I, Marvolio, have inherited Tom Riddle's past, present, and future. And Voldemort was born at this moment, but will forever be only Voldemort, with nothing more to do with Tom Riddle. You really should have found yourself a better teacher. People who remember the past are the ones with the strongest will. Defindo. He snapped back with a severing charm. Ha. This is your strongest will. Voldemort dodged the spell that sliced past his head with open contempt. Marvolio didn't get angry. He didn't even seem interested in continuing the fight. How about you look behind you first? Crack. A tearing sound rang out. Harry instantly felt his whole body relax, and before he knew it, he dropped from the air. Honestly, he quite enjoyed watching Voldemort fight someone else. He really did not want Voldemort's attention on him. Meeting Voldemort's furious, humiliated glare, Harry hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Ah, you two carry on. Just pretend I'm not here. How dare you? Thud. A small figure was suddenly thrown down in front of Voldemort. And the ones walking toward Harry were Victor, Fleur, and Cedric. Cedric! Harry shouted in delight. It was like a slap straight across Voldemort's face. How did you survive? I mean, what just happened? I remember the killing curse hit you. Thinking back to the moment between life and death, Cedric broke into the smile of someone who had barely escaped disaster. It was the imp spell Professor taught us. The shield charm can't block the killing curse, but an imp can, he said loudly, full of relief, completely unlike his usual gentle self. Seeing Harry's confusion, Victor explained, imps are formed from the soul, so it took the killing curse in Cedric's place, but his soul wasn't hit. Of course, the force of it was still there. After all, it was a killing curse cast by you-know-who. Cedric rubbed his chest, which was still faintly aching. The instant he was hit, the impact had knocked him over. Combined with the pain of slamming into the ground, he had blacked out on the spot. He only gradually woke up after being caught in the aftershock of the fight between Peter and Victor, and he took the chance to ambush Peter. Master. Peter Pettigrew said awkwardly. He had learned some magic from Voldemort, so dealing with two students should have been easy. He had never imagined he would be taken out by Cedric from behind after assuming he was already dead. You idiot. What should have been a flawless resurrection plan had been running into one setback after another since last summer. It had even cost him the final split fragment of his soul. And now he had even failed to kill a student. The more Voldemort thought about it, the angrier he became. His soul was already extremely unstable, and the magic around him immediately began to surge more and more violently. Sensing that something was wrong, Marvolio hurriedly raised his wand. Get away from there, you children. Tver, who had been observing from the shadows, also realized something was off. He did not even want to waste time walking. With a crack of apparition, he appeared right in front of Harry, the closest one to Voldemort, and shielded the students behind him. Professor. Harry had never felt so safe. Even the blood pouring from the wound on his face felt strangely warm. Wait, the wound was still bleeding. Before he could even cover his face, a massive surge of magic suddenly exploded outward from Voldemort and swept toward them. Master. Through the pale blue shield charm cast by Professor, Harry saw Peter's face twisted in terror. Voldemort, however, seized Peter by the throat and hauled him up in front of himself, letting his legs kick wildly in the air. You useless coward, offer me your last loyalty. Voldemort's eyes turned deep and eerie, and Peter instantly went rigid and unable to move, exactly like last time. But this time, Voldemort showed no mercy. With the lack of air and his soul being ripped away at terrifying speed, Peter could only make a sound like air hissing from a punctured balloon. I am braver than all of you ever imagined. Voldemort gave him no chance to finish, even though only one simple word remained. Brave. The hands clutching at Voldemort fell limp. In Peter's eyes, a faint glimmer of remembrance flickered, but as more of his soul disappeared, that light slowly faded away. Just like his wretched life. Chapter 402, Fear of Dawn. After absorbing Peter's soul, the violent surge of magic Voldemort had stirred up was reduced to little more than an aftershock. So when he saw Tver and Marvolio already pointing their wands at him, he dropped Peter's body without hesitation, shot a dark mark into the sky, then turned and operated away at once. Tver's full-powered strike hit only the ground, blasting open a deep crater. Bastard. Tver shot Marvolio, who was trying to look innocent, a furious glare. Didn't you promise Voldemort wouldn't hurt anyone? I had no idea Voldemort would get that enraged and take it out on Peter Pettigrew too. Faced with Tver in this mood, Marvolio instinctively shrank his neck. After all we did was capture some of his Death Eaters, win some of them over, destroy his Horcruxes, and revive me along the way. Looking at it that way, even Tver felt they might really have gone a bit too far. But when he looked at Peter Pettigrew lying on the ground with empty eyes, a headache started coming on again. It was not that he had ever intended for Peter Pettigrew to live well. He had simply hoped to keep a spy who answered to Tver, one who could gather intelligence on Voldemort for him. Especially now, with Voldemort straying further and further off course, that kind of intelligence had become more important than ever. Otherwise, something like what had happened tonight might happen again, and the next one to die would not be a traitor like Peter. Do you think he noticed something off about Peter? Marvolio frowned at Peter, realizing the problem as well. I don't know, but judging from what happened during the last spell experiment, Voldemort probably realized something was wrong. With how suspicious he is, he'd never allow a ticking bomb to stay by his side, Tver said helplessly. After the last incident, when Voldemort had immobilized Peter, Tver had told him to send as little information as possible from then on. Peter had done a good job of that. He had not even told them about Barty Jr., but in the end, it had still drawn Voldemort's suspicion. For Voldemort, it was obvious. Better to kill the wrong person than let Peter go. So what now? We can't exactly make a big public affair out of Peter, can we? Marvolio pointed at Peter, then jerked his chin toward Tver's back, where the 4 champions were standing with curiosity written all over their faces, though none of them dared come closer. After all, Voldemort's outburst of magic had just ripped up a full foot of earth from the ground around them. Tver's furious counterattack had then blown open an even deeper hole in that already sunken patch, large enough to bury several Peters. With their professor in this state, even Victor, who loved courting disaster, and brave Harry did not dare provoke him. Tver shook his head and rejected Marvolio's suggestion. If we cover up Peter's death, Voldemort may only grow more suspicious. It'll make it much harder for us to plant any more spies in the future. For example, a certain potions professor was now their last possible candidate for infiltrating Voldemort. They could not afford to lose him. Besides, Dumbledore would never want anything to happen to him either. And if it did, Tver would still be the one taking the blame. So we release it to the public as Voldemort personally killing one of his own men, and return Peter, the real traitor from back then, to the Ministry. Exactly. And it'll give Fudge a round of criticism to deal with too, which counts as at least one gain from tonight's mess. Tver casually dug the pit meant to bury Fudge a little deeper. You really are something. Even when you come out on the losing end, you still don't forget to drag someone else down with you. Marvolio sighed and crouched down, tidying Peter's rumpled clothes. After all, this counted as his little contribution too. What's this? He asked in confusion, pulling a folded piece of paper from Peter's inner pocket. A letter Peter meant to send us. Intelligence. Tver took it curiously and unfolded it. It was a rather long letter. To Professor Fawley. By the time you read this, I will probably already be dead at the Dark Lord's hands, so I have no choice but to use this method to tell you a few things. As for why I think you'll be the one reading this, it's because I believe that in this world, other than my mother, you're probably the only one still willing to bury me. Thinking about it now, it really is pathetic. I struggled so desperately to stay alive all these years, yet in the end I don't have a single friend willing to bury me. I know very well that from the moment I chose to betray James and Lily, death became the fate I could never escape. I spent more than 10 years struggling on, living lowly as a rat, just to drag out my life for a few more years. Sirius always used to say that people should live gloriously, that even dying now wouldn't matter. People like you probably can't understand the way I think, like some rat cowering in a corner, can you? But the truth is, none of you ever knew this. I'm afraid of dawn. I'm afraid that every time I wake up, I'll have to face another endless day of war. Or see another comrade leave us forever. So when I was faced with the Dark Lord's threats, I shamefully betrayed everyone. I'm sorry. Back then, I was just too afraid. I was afraid I'd never see tomorrow's sun again, and I was afraid that even if I did live to see it, it would only tell me that the shadow of death was still hanging over me. But the truth is, death has always been with me. Back when you sent me back to the Dark Lord's side as a spy, I was terrified. I resented you. I even hated you for threatening me. I'm just a little rat. What is it about people like you that makes you keep your eyes on someone like me? But I still have to thank you. You were the first one who ever gave me the courage to do something I never would have dared do in my whole life. From the moment the Dark Lord tried to absorb my soul, I realized that sooner or later either my identity would be exposed, or he would take his anger out on me. So, using the method the Dark Lord taught me, and with the help of the crystal you left in my mind, I hid a curse deep inside my soul. If one day the Dark Lord really does absorb my soul, then that curse will transfer into his soul too, buried deep within it. Until one day, like a rat, it gnaws open a crack in his life. Of course, I'm destined never to see that day. I'm not hoping for Harry's forgiveness because of this, and I'm not hoping for someone as important as you to think more highly of me. I only hope that every timid child in the future will never again have to face a life or death choice brought on by war. And I hope they won't have to be as cowardly as I was. Good night, Professor. Good night, Peter. Chapter 403, Return to Hogwarts. Has he lost his mind? Even if Voldemort hadn't devoured his soul, he wouldn't have lived more than a few more years. After listening to Tver read the letter aloud, Marvolio was furious, but the hands smoothing out Peter's clothes were no longer as rough as before. Tver carefully folded the paper and slipped it into his inner pocket. He never planned on going on living. Facing a Voldemort who was growing more and more unhinged, Peter Pettigrew just wanted to use this as a way to atone for betraying the Potters. And to give his own soul a chance at redemption. Marvolio cast a complicated look at Peter's body lying there. So now. For now, let's act as if none of this ever happened. If Sirius knew the truth, he wouldn't blame Peter anymore, and he certainly wouldn't care about the infamy he's carried for more than 10 years. Tver gently closed Peter's eyes. Once everything was put in order, he actually looked strangely peaceful. As if he had only fallen asleep. Secretly return Peter's body to his mother. Tell her that he faked his death back then in order to gather information on Voldemort, and that now that Voldemort has returned, he unfortunately died in the line of duty. Tell her son was a hero who could never come into the light. Old Mrs. Pettigrew had already accepted her son's death more than 10 years ago. Now, even if she saw his body, it would only bring her a little more peace. That kind lie, and really it was not entirely a lie, might be the only thing left to keep her going. Marvolio did not object, nor did he continue pressing for credit. He simply lifted Peter's body gently into his arms. Tver, however, raised his head toward the sky. A huge green skull loomed there, flaunting itself over them, the giant snake emerging from its mouth seeming to sneer at their mistake. "I hate that symbol," he muttered. "What?" Marvolio had not heard him clearly, and only asked after a brief pause. But Tver simply raised his wand and fired a streak of white light at the dark mark. Whoosh, boom. The skull shattered at once, replaced by a huge glowing sky lantern. "That's much easier on the eyes." Tver lowered his wand in satisfaction. "Let that silent lantern light up Peter Pettigrew's night sky. If we see the dark mark again, turn it into this. Though I doubt there'll be many dark marks left." The moment Harry and the others saw that, they immediately sensed the atmosphere ease and quietly edged closer. "Professor, what is this?" Cedric asked carefully. Sirius had been showing up at Hogwarts from time to time lately, so by now everyone had heard something about him and Peter Pettigrew. Even the ones who did not know had just had it explained to them by Harry, for Fleur and Victor's benefit. But looking at the way the professor and this handsome, unfamiliar wizard were acting, it felt nothing like the version they had heard. Or rather, it was completely different. Peter may have been a traitor, but he had actually been passing Voldemort's information to us all along. That's also why Marvolio and I were able to get here so quickly. Tver did not mention the letter. Not because he did not trust them. Well, all right, he really did not trust Hogwarts students to keep a secret. More importantly, there was still a piece of Voldemort's soul inside Harry's head. He could not let Voldemort notice this, or all the effort Peter had paid for with his life would be wasted. Cedric and the others did not press further. They were saddened by the death of a wizard who had gone undercover beside Voldemort, but after all, they had not known Peter very well. Harry was different. Out of everyone there, his feelings were the most complicated. Peter's betrayal had led to his parents' deaths, and dragged his godfather into more than 10 years of false infamy. And yet now he was being told that Peter had been an informant working for their safety. For a moment, Harry truly did not know what he was supposed to feel toward Peter. "Don't think too much about it. Let's go back. Marvolio can handle things here." Tver slipped an arm around Harry's shoulders. If Harry found out about the letter, his already shaky worldview would probably take another heavy blow. "And you too, Cedric," Tver added irritably, jabbing a finger against Cedric's forehead. Using imps to block the killing curse was an excellent idea. I was honestly impressed. But why did you split off so much of your soul? It was nowhere near enough to count as a Horcrux, but it was still split soul, and it had been destroyed by the killing curse. If the imp Cedric had split off before were only a trace, then this time what he had lost was a real sliver. The after-effects alone would be enough to leave him recuperating for quite a while. Cedric covered his head with a wronged expression. That was the killing curse. Coming up with a way to deal with it in that one instant was already pretty impressive. Tver looked at him helplessly. He could hardly tell him that he had been watching the whole time from behind, and would never have let him actually take the killing curse. "Come on. Everyone grab hands. We're going back to Hogwarts. I'm sure everyone's getting anxious waiting for us." Victor and Fleur immediately grabbed Tver's arms, while Cedric took hold of the other hand, the one still around Harry's shoulder. They had wanted to leave this creepy graveyard for a long time already. Then Cedric suddenly remembered something extremely important. "But Professor, you know who, has he really come back to life, wah?" Even though he had already learned apparition, Tver's quick spellcasting still startled him badly. But what appeared before them next surprised both him and Harry even more. This is where the maze was. Harry pointed at the trophy set not far away. With no one guarding it anymore, the glow on it had already gone much dimmer. Obviously. Victor shrugged easily, clearly still not understanding the important part. "But how can we apparate inside Hogwarts? I mean, there's anti-apparition magic on the school grounds, isn't there?" Faced with their curious looks, Tver smiled with perfect ease. An outstanding Hogwarts professor is always allowed a little privilege. Then perhaps this outstanding professor would care to explain where exactly you just went. Snape was standing right behind them, his vicious stare fixed on Harry's pale face and the wound on it that was still seeping blood. Behind him stood Dumbledore, looking grave, along with the anxious judges and the other professors. "What exactly happened?" "I think we need an explanation," Dumbledore said calmly. Chapter 404, Barty Crouch Jr. appears. Voldemort has returned, Tver said bluntly. Even Cedric and the others, who had already realized it, could not help showing worried expressions. As for Professor McGonagall and the other professors and judges who had no idea what had happened, they all sucked in a sharp breath. Wait, my boy, what did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Could you say it again? It was not that Fudge had failed to hear him. He was simply too stunned by the news. Someone inside the school sent Harry and the others to a place Voldemort had prepared, and helped him complete his resurrection. Though he was answering Fudge, Tver's calm eyes remained fixed on Dumbledore. Only then did Professor McGonagall notice the wound on Harry's face. Potter, come here at once. Your face is still bleeding. Harry, still half dazed, touched the skin beneath the wound. The stab of pain finally dragged him back from the shock of Voldemort's return. Either dark magic, or a blade with a fuller. Though more likely. Snape said quickly. But before he could finish uncorking the potion bottle in his hand, Professor McGonagall hurried over, snatched it from him, and poured the entire bottle straight onto Harry's face. More likely a knife imbued with dark magic. Snape hid both hands inside his robes, concealing the fists he had clenched tight. He dearly wanted to point out that the bottle of Dittany was extremely precious. For a wand this minor, if it had not carried traces of dark magic, even a single drop would have been too much in his eyes. Fudge, however, paid no attention at all to that little interruption. Tver's words had already scared him out of his wits. That's impossible, how could it be? He's already dead. Yes, that's right, you know who is dead, he suddenly roared. You're right, Tver. A Death Eater must have slipped into the school, taken these children away, and planted some kind of hallucination in their minds. Yes, exactly. That has to be it. No, we saw you-know-who with our own eyes, climbing out of a cauldron. We saw it clearly. He turned into a bald man, and his nose was just 2 long slits. The aftereffects of Cedric's soul loss had finally hit him. His head was spinning, and his complexion looked even worse than Harry's after all that blood loss. But that did not stop him from shouting angrily at Fudge. After all, he had just stepped 1 foot through death's door. See? You're all muddled in the head. Even if you know who really came back, he wouldn't come out of a cauldron like cooked food out of a pot, and he certainly wouldn't get rid of his own nose. Unless you mean to say he has some strange hobby like that. Fudge's cheeks twitched. After fumbling for quite a while, he finally managed a strained smile. I think the Ministry ought to award Tver a medal for saving these children. A second-class Order of Merlin should be easy enough. Faced with the strange looks from everyone around him, Fudge asked in confusion, what is it? Of course, if Tver and Dumbledore were willing to push for it, a first-class order is also quite possible. I don't think a medal is what Tver wants, Dumbledore said at last, emerging from his silence. Do you remember what Tver said? Someone is hiding within Hogwarts. In fact, that person may be right here among us. At those words, Snape and Professor Flitwick reacted instantly, raising their wands and sweeping wary gazes across everyone present. It did not take long for them to spot Moody edging suspiciously toward the wall. Stupefy. Reducto. One spell after the other blasted apart the section of wall in front of Moody. The sudden explosion drew everyone's attention to him. Where do you think you're going, Alastair? Dumbledore stood there with perfect ease, even wearing a faint smile, yet Moody did not dare move. The students outside are probably panicking because one of the judges suddenly disappeared. I think I should go calm them down. Moody's magical eye spun wildly, but the words coming from that scarred face were so at odds with his expression that the lie looked almost absurd. Barty Jr. had never minded dying for the Dark Lord's resurrection plan. But now that the Dark Lord really had returned, of course he wanted to live. You're right. Dumbledore suddenly turned to Professor McGonagall as if enlightened. Minerva, and Phileas as well, please go and calm the students. Have them return to their common rooms first. And please reassure the champions' parents too. Though until we investigate what happened tonight, these children cannot be allowed to go back yet. Professor McGonagall glanced at the wound on Harry's face, now beginning to scab over, then at Cedric, who was forcing himself to stay upright. Once she had confirmed that the champions were in decent condition, she nodded and led Professor Flitwick into the maze toward the open grounds outside. Dumbledore then turned to Snape. Severus, I trust the Veritaserum in your stores has not been stolen. Could I borrow some? A smile appeared on Snape's face at once, making Harry look even paler. I have a full bottle right here, ready to make a certain person speak obediently. As he spoke, his pocket seemed bottomless. He pulled out another, smaller bottle, but the potion inside was even clearer and brighter. With deliberate cruelty, Snape gave the bottle a little shake in front of Moody so he could see exactly what was inside, then handed it to Dumbledore. Excellent. Alastair, would you care to say a few words now? Or would you prefer to drink a little of this first? Carrying all the weight of the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore walked slowly toward Moody, one step at a time. Not only Moody, everyone present felt the air turn heavy in an instant. A suffocating pressure settled over Fudge. He looked around frantically for a moment before remembering that Dawlish had taken leave tonight. Damn it, I should have brought him with me, he muttered unhappily. At the center of that crushing pressure, Moody instinctively stepped back. But he forgot that he was now a cripple missing a leg. His prosthetic caught in the grass, and he fell flat onto the ground. He looked as though Dumbledore had scared him senseless. I don't know what you're talking about, Albus. Moody forced himself to sound calm, but a flash of viciousness suddenly crossed his eyes. Watch out, his wand. Harry caught the small movement at once. But before Harry could finish warning him, Moody had already thrust out his wand. Avada. Seeing that, Dumbledore gave a soft laugh and flicked his hand even faster. From several steps away, he sent Moody's wand flying out of his grasp. At the same time, thick ropes burst from the ground and bound him tightly where he lay. Thank you for the warning, but I think I can still handle a scene like this, Dumbledore said, giving Harry an approving nod. And now, let us have a look at your real face. Dumbledore manipulated the earth, pinning Moody firmly in place and bringing him right in front of him. What happened next left everyone stunned. Moody's face suddenly began to change. The scars gradually faded, his skin smoothed as though growing young again, and his damaged nose was restored. Then, with a sudden pop, the eerie magical eye sprang out of its socket, and a real eye took its place. His skin turned a bleached sort of pallor, and his hair became pale blonde. The only thing that remained the same was the missing leg. So the severed leg used in Voldemort's resurrection had come from him. Chapter 405, The Manipulated Dumbledore. Barty Crouch Jr. Fudge's eyes widened in shock. He did not know whether he ought to be pleased or furious, but the moment he realized the Death Eater causing trouble might be his political enemy's son, he could not stop the smile from spreading across his face. Harry and the others, however, along with Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, who were watching from the sidelines, were completely confused. They had not witnessed the trial back then, nor had they ever worked with Barty Jr., so of course they had no way of recognizing him. He's Mr. Barty Crouch's son. He was sent to Azkaban as a Death Eater back then, Tver explained briefly. Dumbledore, too, was stirred by old memories, overlaying the gaunt young man before him with the figure from the past. So you are Barty's son, Barty Crouch Jr., he asked in a certain tone. Under the effects of Veritaserum, Barty Jr.'s gaze was vacant, but a trace of contempt appeared on his face. I am not anyone's son. I am only myself, Barty Crouch Jr. As far as I know, you were supposed to have died in Azkaban. Why are you here? Dumbledore asked slowly. A flicker of emotion crossed Barty Jr.'s face, but it quickly flattened into a blank, mechanical look, and when he spoke, his voice was dry and empty. My mother saved me. Before she died, she begged my father to save me. My father loved her very much, so even though he hated me, he agreed. So they went to Azkaban together to visit me. My mother and I drank Polyjuice potion and exchanged appearances. The one who went in was a dying person, and the one who came out was also a dying person, so the Dementors could not tell the difference. So I was brought out, and my mother. He sniffed. She died in Azkaban in my place. The smile on Fudge's face froze. Just a moment ago, he had been thrilled to have found evidence of a crime connected to his political enemy. Now a blatant flaw in Azkaban had been laid right in front of him. I need to find a way to deal with that problem. Of course, dealing with Barty is even more important, he calculated inwardly. He had finally found a chance to win back some ground. There was no way he was letting it go easily. What he did not realize was that Tver saw all of it. And after that, you went back home. What did your father do? Dumbledore continued. He held a funeral for my mother, then used the Imperius curse on me and made me live under an invisibility cloak. I lived like someone who did not exist. Barty Jr. snarled. And no one noticed. Ha. Of course someone did. He let out a cold laugh. When Bertha Jorkins came to our house, she heard me, under the invisibility cloak, talking to Winky. My father wanted to deal with her, but then a woman. Ahem. Tver coughed loudly at once. Dumbledore immediately understood. All right. Tell us about the Quidditch World Cup. That was originally my master's perfect plan. After learning about me, he came to our house under cover of night. And this time, the one under control became my stupid, arrogant father. We used the chaos at the match to take Potter out of Tver Folly's sight. But at the critical moment, we were stopped by a... Ahem. Tver coughed urgently again, nearly choking on his own saliva. Dumbledore shot him a displeased glance. Even a fool would be able to tell there was something odd going on. There is really no need to continue with that. Tell us about tonight, and about your father. Only Fudge thought Barty Jr. was about to expose something embarrassing about him, so he hurried to cover for Tver. At the mention of the most crucial matter, Harry and the others instantly grew serious, staring at Dumbledore and Barty Jr. with full attention. All right. Dumbledore thought for a moment. Tell us your plan concerning the Triwizard Tournament, including how you impersonated Alastair. Barty Jr. seemed to think of something, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face, though under the Veritaserum it looked somewhat vacant. My master's resurrection plan required Harry Potter, so we took advantage of the news that Moody was about to become a Hogwarts professor and captured him. Then we used his hair to make Polyjuice Potion, and I successfully deceived even you, Dumbledore. Dumbledore ignored his smugness and frowned instead. Then where is Alastair now? You had better make sure he is still alive. Of course. Polyjuice Potion requires him to stay alive, so he is being kept quite well in my office, Barty Jr. said. So during the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts, you entered Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire and made him a champion. And then tonight, working from both inside and out, you sent Harry and the others away. Dumbledore pressed. Exactly. The more Barty Jr. thought about it, the more delighted he became, and his expression looked increasingly vacant because of it. My original plan was to use the Triwizard Cup as a portkey and help Potter win the championship, so that only he would be transported away. But that folly was like a stick-stirring filth. For no reason at all, he ended up becoming a champion too. Forget Potter. Even if I had gone in myself, there was no way I could have won the championship. At this point, Barty Jr. seemed to remember how that unexpected development had left him frantic and utterly lost, and a miserable look appeared on his face. To complete the Dark Lord's task, I had no choice but to rack my brains for another method. Luckily, Goyle and Crabbe reminded me. The first time they served detention, the two of them used an unbelievably brilliant shield charm to slow down my spell. So I discovered the secret of the badges they were wearing. So on one side, I hid in my office studying that badge, trying to find a way to conceal a portkey spell inside it, one that would activate when its magic was exhausted. And on the other side, I took advantage of your desire to make trouble for Tver and got you to agree to distribute the badges to the 4 champions. Unfortunately, the badge turned out to be even harder to deal with than I expected. I ruined several in a row. I even caused a small explosion while experimenting on Crabbe. But fortunately, the Dark Lord was favored by fate. Before the final task began, I finally managed to transport myself out of Hogwarts successfully. And I also succeeded in getting you to agree to change the original rules and let the champions wear the badges I had altered. Thanks to you, Dumbledore, otherwise the plan would never have gone so smoothly. Smoothly enough to bring the Dark Lord back to life. Under the influence of Veritaserum, Barty Jr. clearly meant every word sincerely, which also made it cut that much deeper. Tremble, all of you. The Dark Lord will soon return with overwhelming power. Just a reminder. Voldemort is the only one left now. Also, although he did come back, he ran off with his tail between his legs tonight, Tver said suddenly, cutting him off. Chapter 406, Fudge, Isolated and Helpless. Barty Jr. had actually known the moment he saw Tver return with the students unharmed that tonight had not gone as smoothly as planned. Given the Dark Lord's brutality, there was no way he would have let those students walk away untouched. And in the end, the Dark Lord had left only a single wound on Potter's face. The moment he realized something was wrong, and after confirming that the Dark Lord really had been revived, Barty Jr. immediately thought of slipping away in the confusion. He had just never expected that not only would he fail to get out, he would also get stabbed right in the heart by Tver's words. No matter what, the Dark Lord has already returned successfully. Barty Jr. said with a twisted grin. With his power, it won't be long before he gathers Death Eaters willing to obey his every command and rules the wizarding world once again. Impossible. Fudge suddenly roared. It's all an illusion. None of this could possibly have happened. How could a dead man come back to life? I've never heard of such a thing. That's right, it must be Barty Crouch. It has to be him. He wants to spread panic through the wizarding world and destroy the peace I worked so hard to build, so he can replace me in the chaos. Fudge. Dumbledore came back to himself, his calm expression standing in stark contrast to Fudge's frenzy. If Voldemort did not die, then all he did was obtain a body after existing as a wandering remnant. Nothing more. He is not worth this level of fear from you, nor should your hunger for power lead you into making such a mistake. Fear. Fudge gave a mocking snort, though it only made his face look more twisted. I am not afraid. I simply do not want people with ulterior motives to shatter the peace of the wizarding world. The only one shattering the peace is Voldemort. There is no Voldemort, he shouted, then only a moment later realized it was the first time he had said the name out loud. I mean, you know who. He swallowed nervously. All right, Bagman, inform Dawlish and have him bring the Aurors over. And the Dementors too, of course. Bagman, who had been watching the scene all along, hesitated when he heard his name. He glanced at Dumbledore, and only after seeing no sign that he meant to stop him did he quietly turn to leave. He had not expected that little gesture to stab at Fudge's pride and wear away the last trace of respect, or perhaps fear, that he still held for Dumbledore. Barty Crouch Jr., acting under his father's orders, worked from both inside and out to send these children out of Hogwarts, then filled their heads with thoughts they should never have had, all in an attempt to throw the wizarding world into chaos. He stared straight at Dumbledore as he recited the speech in a show of defiance, like he was reading from a prepared script. But Fleur, who had seen Voldemort's resurrection with her own eyes, could not take it anymore. We really did see that dark wizard come back to life. If Professor Folly had not gone to save us, there is no way we would have returned unharmed. How do you explain that? I already told you, Fudge snapped, spinning around to look at her, and at Victor and the other two who clearly wanted to back her up, with a cold stare. It was an illusion. Barty Jr. Under Veritaserum could not have lied. A calm voice spoke up at that moment. Harry turned in delight, only to find that the one speaking up for them was actually Snape. Fudge pulled out a smug smile. Veritaserum prevents lies, yes, but what it brings out is only what the person fully believes to be true. As for the real truth, Crouch has obviously hidden it away, hasn't he? With that perfectly self-serving logic, Snape fixed Fudge with a cold stare, but had no immediate answer. In truth, this was exactly why the Ministry did not dare rely on Veritaserum when interrogating suspects. In the wizarding world, after all, altering someone's memory was far too easy. If Aurors depended too heavily on Veritaserum, it would only make them easy prey for dark wizards using false trails, or worse, traps. Seeing Snape fall silent, and Dumbledore grow quiet as well, Fudge's smile turned more and more arrogant. It seems no one has any objections. In that case, let these children go back at once. If I remember correctly, Dumbledore said curfew had already started, did he not? Hagrid, take Harry and Cedric to the hospital wing and have Madame Pomfrey examine them. And Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, you may take Victor and Fleur there as well. In a rare move, Dumbledore went along with Fudge's suggestion. It was only 2 simple sentences, but in Fudge's eyes, it was nothing less than Dumbledore giving in to him. Albus, I assume you have not forgotten our agreement, the one about. Karkaroff suddenly said, sounding awkwardly hesitant. As for what Fudge thought. Please. If the Ministry of Magic had ever been truly useful, Dumbledore would never have had to stand up against the Dark Lord himself last time. Do not worry. That agreement still stands, Dumbledore replied, sounding rather speechless. That immediately put Karkaroff at ease, and he happily dragged away Victor, who still clearly wanted to stay and watch the drama unfold. Once they had all left, the center of the maze was left with only Fudge, Dumbledore, Snape, Tver, and Barty Jr., who was still tightly bound on the ground. Of course, the trophy still sat alone on the raised platform, waiting for whichever champion might go over and guard it. The silence did not last long. Bagman returned with impressive speed, bringing Dawlish back with him. But he had brought back only Dawlish. Under Fudge's slightly displeased stare, Bagman himself looked just as confused. I had only just reached the school gates when I saw Dawlish on his way here. Never mind. Dawlish is here now, and that is perfect. Fudge's confidence immediately swelled again, and he pointed imperiously at Dumbledore. Arrest him and take him back for processing. Even Marvolio was stunned by Fudge's arrogance. Forget him. Even if he and Tver were added together, neither of them would be stupid enough to try arresting Dumbledore this openly. Ahem. I mean Barty Jr., behind Dumbledore. Fudge had originally wanted to intimidate Dumbledore, but to his surprise, everyone present, including Dawlish and Bagman, was looking at him like he was a fool. Send him straight back to Azkaban and let the Dementors give him a proper welcome. In an effort to salvage some dignity, he raised his brows provocatively at Dumbledore. What he had not expected was for the men he trusted most, Dawlish, to embarrass him instead. My apologies, Minister. The new head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Madame Cynthia, has ordered me to bring Barty Jr. back to the Ministry. According to her, Barty Jr. is involved in a classified Ministry operation, Marvolio said firmly, though without losing his politeness. Cynthia. Fudge froze for a moment, then quickly turned to look at Tver, only to find a smile on his face dripping with mockery. It infuriated him even more than the sneer on Snape's face beside him. He glared furiously at Marvolio. I am the Minister of Magic. You answer to me alone. Sorry. The smile vanished from Marvolio's face. I am an Auror of the Ministry of Magic, not your household house elf. Ahem. All right, not your household servant either. I follow Ministry regulations, nothing else. At once, Fudge realized something was wrong. His shocked gaze darted back and forth between Marvolio and Tver. So you two have been working together all along. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, yet Marvolio showed no sign of denying it. Only then did Fudge fully realize how isolated and helpless he was here. It also made him think bitterly of his young assistant Percy, who had gone back to the castle earlier to accompany his mother. At that thought, he glared around at all of them, flicked his sleeve, and strode off. The next time he came back, he was going to make every one of them pay. Chapter 407, Manipulating Hearts and Minds. After Fudge slunk off like he was fleeing the scene, Bagman immediately felt awkward. He was well aware that the Ministry of Magic was now openly divided, and as an old hand, he had no desire to offend either side. But after hearing what Barty Jr. had just said, he quickly realized the problem they were about to face. You know who had very likely returned for real. He was not Fudge, and he had no power worth clinging to, so that news very quickly sent him into a panic. At that moment, Marvolio hauled Barty Jr. up out of Dumbledore's magic, gripping him by the neck like a chick. Then he looked meaningfully at Bagman, who was still standing there in hesitation. I'm heading back to the Ministry. Would you like to come along, Mr. Bagman? Bagman froze for a second. He looked at Marvolio in surprise, then at Dumbledore and the others, whose faces revealed nothing. He made his choice at once. All right, I'll go with you. This side obviously had more backing than Fudge's. He was this fat. If he did not cling to the thicker leg, was he supposed to just wait to die? The number of people present dropped again. Only Dumbledore, Snape, and Tver remained. Dumbledore sank into thought, as if wrestling with some especially difficult problem, and showed no sign of speaking. Snape, meanwhile, stood frowning with his head lowered, staring at his left forearm as though he could stay there in silence until sunrise if nobody said anything. Tver, on the other hand, had nothing much to think about. Voldemort's resurrection had been inevitable. In fact, he had allowed it to happen. Aside from Peter's unexpected death, tonight had basically remained within his control. The only thing he still needed to worry about was what trouble Fudge might cause for Barty after learning about Barty Jr. But Barty and the others had already prepared for that long ago, so Tver did not need to concern himself with it at all. So, if there's nothing else, I'll be going back first. The moment he spoke, both Dumbledore and Snape seemed to snap awake. Severus, please go to Alastor's. Well, that office anyway. The real Moody should still be there. Once you've rescued him, send him to the hospital wing for an examination as well. Snape nodded in understanding. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw Tver a cold sneer. Moody was Dumbledore's old friend, and yet Dumbledore had left the task of rescuing him to Snape. That clearly meant Dumbledore had something even more important to deal with. Maybe I should go help too. Moody doesn't look like the kind of man a weakling like Snape could carry. Putting on a face of heartfelt concern for Snape, Tver spoke as if he were being considerate and started to follow. He knows magic, Dumbledore said flatly. Tver's steps faltered. Ah, right, he really is impressive. Haha, if you hadn't said so, I might have forgotten. Looking at Dumbledore's blank expression, Tver let out a couple of awkward laughs that sounded especially embarrassing in the empty night. Tell me what happened after Harry and the others were sent away. Even if there are things you cannot say, there should still be plenty you can, shouldn't there? At last, Dumbledore spoke, and Tver relaxed slightly. He had thought Dumbledore would blame him for Voldemort's return and explode in fury. After all, what Barty Jr. had said just now had been truly vicious. If he had not promised Barty's father, Tver would have wanted to slap a silencing spell on him right there. Actually, I knew a long time ago that Barty Jr. was disguising himself as Moody. I just kept quiet so Peter Pettigrew would not be exposed, and so we could keep control over Voldemort's plans. Tver began revealing some of what he knew. Of course, only he knew how much of it was true and how much was false. Still, he was not really deceiving Dumbledore that much. He was only turning himself from a cheat-level player with a godlike viewpoint into a kind wizard who was careful, observant, and good at scheming. But when he reached the part about Voldemort absorbing Peter Pettigrew's soul, Dumbledore suddenly cut him off. There was not much left to tell anyway. You mean? Peter Pettigrew is dead? Dumbledore asked, his brow tightly furrowed. That's right. Tver took out Peter's final letter and handed it to Dumbledore, who looked at it curiously. What is this? You'll know once you read it. It was rare for Tver to be so mysterious, which only made Dumbledore more curious. He opened the paper without another word and saw it crammed with dense lines of writing. This. After finishing the letter, Dumbledore closed his eyes and let out a long breath, trying to ease the heaviness in his heart. Although Peter made mistakes before, I think he was also a true Gryffindor. It was a long time before he opened his eyes again, and for the first time, Tver saw a trace of confusion in them. This was my fault. I failed to notice that Alastor had been replaced. I failed to realize Barty Jr.'s plan. I never even imagined the badges had been tampered with. Just as Barty Jr. said, Voldemort's return really was made possible by me. Tver stared at Dumbledore in shock. It was also the first time he had ever seen the wizard standing at the peak of the magical world look so tired. He looked like an ordinary old man who had made a mistake, and the sight of that bewildered panic left Tver completely at a loss. To be honest, Tver would rather have seen Dumbledore scold him furiously, or even glare at him with the same wariness he once used for the Dark Lord. Anything but this. Anything but seeing Dumbledore show weakness and self-reproach. Wait, why did that make him sound like Davies? It was my fault. Tver said at once, snatching the letter from his hand. I should have told you about Barty Jr. from the beginning, so you could have been on guard against Moody. Dumbledore reached out helplessly to take it back, but his old hand could not even brush the edge of the letter. That only made Tver panic more. No, your plan was perfect. It's all because of me. I kept thinking about making this tournament more memorable, so that it could be promoted further and encourage more exchanges between schools. And because of that, I failed to notice what Barty Jr. was doing, and I should never have overlooked Voldemort lurking in the shadows all along. I'm old. I've long since fallen behind the times. Tver had to admit it. Now he was really panicking. If Dumbledore truly lost heart and, just like in the original course of events, focused only on dealing with Voldemort to the point where he no longer cared about his own life, then it might look as though Tver had one less obstacle in his way. But in reality, without Dumbledore's reputation and support, Tver, a handsome young man, no matter how powerful or how good at planning, would still be questioned by the wizarding world. Dumbledore was different. To put it bluntly, if Dumbledore stepped forward and declared he wanted to destroy the wizarding world, there would still be plenty of wizards willing to hear him out first. That was why Tver had spent so much effort on him in the first place. To be perfectly frank, winning Dumbledore over was basically the same as winning over 1/5 of the entire wizarding world. No, no, no. Your wisdom is the most precious thing protecting the wizarding world. After all, defeating the Dark Lord is something only you have ever done. But Voldemort has returned now. How are we supposed to stop him from harming other wizards and muggles? Dumbledore asked worriedly. Even though I don't want to see any more Peter Pettigrews appear, I'm powerless to stop it now. No. Voldemort's influence absolutely will not be as strong as it was last time. Tver smugly wagged a finger. Most werewolves are wearing the bracelets now and working diligently like ordinary wizards. Most Death Eaters have already realized there is no future in following Voldemort. All we need to do is offer them protection and keep Voldemort from coercing them through sheer power. So the only people Voldemort is likely to be able to command are the Death Eaters in Azkaban, whose minds have already been sucked half-blank by the Dementors, along with the Dementors guarding them. And as long as the Ministry's Aurors join forces with us, dealing with them will be completely safe. Wonderful. Dumbledore said with feeling, clapping his hands. The crisp sound echoed clearly through the maze. Thank goodness you're here, Tver. Otherwise, I really would not know what to do. Since you're so confident, I'll leave stopping Voldemort to you. He turned away decisively, with no trace left of the dejection he had shown moments earlier. Oh, and one more thing. He paused just before disappearing. If something like this happens again in the future, do not keep it from me. I do not want to see another accident like Peter Pettigrew's. With that, he vanished completely into the darkness, leaving Tver standing there in the cold wind, thoroughly disordered. How did it feel like he had been played again? Dumbledore really was Dumbledore. His skill at manipulating people was practically on par with the professor's. Chapter 408, Dumbledore's Move. The next day, sunlight still poured over the ancient castle. But Wormtail. He really is dead, isn't he? Sirius asked, gripping the letter so tightly in his hand that it crumpled, his eyes red as he looked at Tver. He had spent the whole night at Harry's bedside in the hospital wing, and from the others he had also learned that Voldemort had returned. At first, when he heard Peter was dead, he had felt a little hollow inside, but in truth he had also been glad. After all, the traitor who had betrayed the Potters was dead. But that morning, when Tver came to visit Harry and the others, pulled him into the corridor outside the hospital wing, and handed him Peter's letter, all of those feelings had been thrown into chaos. I've already asked a friend to deliver his body to his mother, and I'll help arrange a quiet funeral for him. I assume you won't mind, right? Tver took the letter back, patted him on the shoulder, waved through the glass doors at Harry and the others on the other side, and made to leave. I want to go to Peter's funeral, Sirius said suddenly, catching hold of Tver. I want to be one of the friends willing to bury him. I'm sorry, but for his mother's safety, very few people can know about it. Tver shook his head and refused him outright. No one knew when the curse hidden inside Voldemort would erupt, or what kind of effect it would have. The worst case was that it might fail to kill Voldemort outright, yet still make him realize what Peter had done in secret, and drive him to take revenge on Peter's mother. So even though Tver himself wanted to attend the funeral, he had forced down the thought. And hearing that it was for Peter's mother's protection, Sirius could only let go, looking utterly lost. Even if he still could not forgive Peter for what he had done in the past, Peter's final act still forced him to remember the friendship they had once shared. Their group of 4 had lost another one. Seeing that, Tver said gently, "If Peter's spirit knows, I'm sure he'd be happy." "Yes, you're right. Peter, and James too, would want to see the men who killed them die for good." The fire returned to Sirius's eyes. "Voldemort is back. We have to stop him, protect those innocent children and wizards, and put an end to this damned war before it starts all over again. Even if your mind is not especially clear, I still ought to remind you that ending a war has never required barking." Snape appeared at the entrance to the hospital wing with his usual brand of acid sarcasm. His eyes flicked inside once, then landed on Tver. "Dumbledore wants you in the headmaster's office, so that some matters requiring actual thought can be discussed. Of course, you may come too if you want to observe and learn something," he added, turning to the instantly furious Sirius. "Though I doubt your brain could endure it." "I'll go, then." Sirius strode out in front with his head held high. "At least what's on my head is hair, not greasy seaweed." Tver burst out laughing before he could stop himself. "Ahem. I just thought of something funny." The moment he saw Snape's dark expression, Tver hurried after Sirius. If he kept laughing, Snape would probably start contemplating murder. He truly could not understand how Sirius still dared to live so comfortably at Hogwarts. Was he not afraid some house elf would slip a strange potion into his dinner? While his mind wandered, Tver overtook Sirius and led him into the headmaster's office, with Snape right behind them, moving every bit as fast, if not faster, like he was trying to catch up. That was also why they had been hurrying, so quickly. "You didn't say the password?" Sirius asked casually. He was still busy thinking of how to keep taking snide shots at Snape and had not paid much attention to such a small detail. But Snape, behind them, had noticed it. Even Dumbledore had to use a password to enter the headmaster's office inside the castle. "And you can apparate inside Hogwarts," he said thoughtfully. In truth, he was still not sure whether Tver had come back the previous night by portkey or by apparition. "Talented people can always do things other people can't," Tver said indifferently. "Then would this talented person kindly come in?" Dumbledore's voice drifted out from inside the office. Perfect timing. Tver pushed the door open. There were quite a few people inside. Mrs. Weasley and her son Bill were seated on the sofa for guests. Madame Maxime and Hagrid sat opposite them, one on each side, while Dumbledore sat between the two. As for Tver's teacher, Grindelwald, he was sitting on a sofa of his own, diagonally across from Dumbledore. Now that the 3 of them had joined as well, the office, which usually felt spacious, suddenly seemed a bit crowded. "Sorry, I'll bring over some chairs for you at once." Dumbledore lifted a hand, about to summon chairs from farther away. But Sirius stopped him. "No need. We can stand. Of course, if Professor Snape finds standing difficult, then he should sit. No need to worry about those of us in excellent health." He turned to Snape with a smile, only to be met with a cold, expressionless face. "You're quite right. People with poor minds do tend to have stronger bodies. After all, even if they exhaust themselves thinking, they still can't come up with anything useful." "Enough," Dumbledore cut in. "I did not ask everyone here to listen to the 2 of you bicker. I imagine you all know by now. Yes, Voldemort has returned." They had already guessed as much, but hearing it spoken aloud by Dumbledore still made everyone visibly tense. "So what are we going to do about him this time?" Madame Maxime asked at once. "That is precisely why I asked all of you here." Dumbledore lifted his head with calm confidence, and that confidence immediately steadied everyone. So the dejected act from the night before really had just been for Tver's benefit. "First, there is the matter of the giants. Hagrid, and Madame Maxime, I would like the 2 of you to set out as soon as possible, after you have settled the Beauxbatons students, of course. Your main task is to persuade the giants not to join Voldemort again. In this matter, we can only rely on the 2 of you." Madame Maxime and Hagrid exchanged a glance. She was not really one of Dumbledore's people, not exactly. It was simply that France and Britain were too close, and the last wizarding war Voldemort had started had already spilled over into France and thrown the whole country into chaos. On that point alone, she had reason enough to step in. And besides, Voldemort's brutality was something she could not tolerate. So she nodded decisively to Hagrid. Dumbledore let out a quiet breath of relief. He trusted Hagrid with his life, but if Hagrid had to go alone, he truly would have been worried. Tver, meanwhile, lifted a brow in surprise. This was one part of the anti-Voldemort plan that he had not accounted for. If the giants ended up being scattered across Britain, then the Ministry of Magic, which he intended to use against the Death Eaters, would be forced to divert a great deal of its attention to dealing with them. "Sirius, do you remember our old allies from the last war?" Dumbledore turned to Sirius, who had been in the middle of glaring at Snape again. "Of course." Sirius snapped his head around at once. Arabella Fig, Mundungus Fletcher, and the others. Good. I need you to contact them as soon as possible. For the time being. Grimmauld Place. I've got room enough there for that many people. In that case, let us use it as our base of contact. I will go there later and strengthen the defenses. Chapter 409, When the Dark Arts Rise Higher Than the Light. Grimmauld Place was not a particularly conspicuous location, and it still retained quite a few of the Black family's old protective measures, which made it an obvious choice for the new headquarters. It was Headmaster Phineas Black, hanging on the wall, who clicked his tongue in displeasure. It is a fine enough place, but whether it can stand against that Dark Lord's magic is another matter. It will be protected no less thoroughly than Hogwarts, Phineas, Dumbledore assured him. In the wizarding world, there was hardly any reassurance more convincing than that. Once Phineas had smacked his lips and fallen silent, Dumbledore turned to Mrs. Weasley. The most important issue right now is the Ministry's attitude. You may not know this yet, but Fudge has refused to stand with us. In fact, he has put himself in opposition to us. He joined the Death Eaters. Sirius asked at once, startled. No, he has not that much courage, Dumbledore said with a soft laugh. The moment everyone thought of Fudge's timid, evasive nature, they could not help laughing too, and the heavy mood in the room eased quite a bit. Mrs. Weasley, however, caught the concern in Dumbledore's words. Then how are we supposed to deal with the Ministry? During the last war, Moody and the Aurors at least helped us. But now? The Aurors will stand with us too, Dumbledore said, looking at Tver with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Won't they, Tver? He really had worried about this the night before. After all, if the Minister of Magic insisted on standing against them, the Order of the Phoenix would not get very far in anything it tried to do. But after returning to the headmaster's office, he had suddenly recalled the promise Tver had made to him, along with the Ministry plans Tver had been laying all along, plans Dumbledore had never quite been able to read through. Whatever Tver's motives were, one fact remained beyond even Dumbledore's ability to deny or interfere with. Tver had control of quite a few key departments in the Ministry. And for the first time, Dumbledore had felt a genuine sense of ease. Aside from a few small blind spots caused by people who had not lived through the last war, Tver had already thought of everything for him, and even solved it. Barring any accidents, Scrimgeour will officially retire this summer, and Dawlish will replace him as head of the Auror office. Tver had originally meant to keep Marvolio hidden a little longer and use the chance to let him gather more dirt on the unsavory errands Fudge, or the other Aurors, had ordered him to handle. But he had not expected Fudge to be so impatient. Last night, he had already tried to have Barty Jr. killed so he could use it to attack Barty. So now, there was no harm in saying it outright. Aside from Snape, who had witnessed Fudge and Marvolio's break last night, everyone else stared at him in shock. Scrimgeour's retirement was not impossible information to dig up. But the final choice of successor was usually known only to officials who had the authority to influence ministry appointments. Tver has, well, done quite a bit of work inside the ministry, Dumbledore explained, his tone complicated. He has good relations with people in positions like the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the Deputy Minister, and others. Even now, Dumbledore did not know whether he ought to feel relieved that Tver had prepared so far in advance, or worried that Tver had prepared this much. To put it bluntly, if Tver overthrew Fudge and took the position of Minister of Magic for himself, Dumbledore would not be the least bit surprised. The others nodded in sudden understanding. Given Tver's background, they had assumed it was his grandfather's old network inside the ministry helping them along. Just look at you. You seem like an ordinary professor, but you're actually the invisible Minister of Magic hiding inside the ministry. Completely different from a certain other professor. Sirius slung an arm around Tver in excitement. Even though he was clearly saying it just to mock Snape, to Tver's ears, it still sounded a little off. The invisible minister. That really is a good description, Dumbledore said with a smile. But Molly, I still hope you can have Arthur start paying attention to the lower-ranking staff at the ministry, and win over as many people as possible who are willing to believe us. Let me say something first, Tver cut in suddenly. Barty and Dawlish are already investigating Voldemort's movements. It will not be long before Barty announces it publicly in his capacity as Deputy Minister. But will Fudge allow him to do that? That approach would obviously be very useful to them, but Dumbledore was more worried that provoking Fudge would only force them to waste energy dealing with him as well. Of course Fudge won't allow it. But the Ministry of Magic is not a place where Fudge alone gets the final say. Tver sounded completely confident, with no concern at all about standing out too much. After all, the one doing this was Barty Crouch. What did it have to do with him, a mere little professor? Dumbledore fell into thought for a moment, then quickly looked up again. He understood what Tver meant. In that case, after Barty makes his move, Arthur can start observing the lower-ranking staff at the ministry and make me a list of those willing to believe Voldemort has returned. But no matter what, the ministry must deal with ministry affairs. We will not interfere, and we cannot allow them to interfere with our actions either. I understand, Mrs. Weasley agreed at once. Lastly, Dumbledore turned to Snape, his expression grave and hesitant. Severus, I need you to carry out the same task as last time. But this time, Voldemort is even more unhinged, and the danger you will face. I think I understood that long ago, Snape said calmly, as if he were only being asked to go for a walk. No need to worry, Sirius said with a touch of stiff pride, picking up on the unusual tone in the room. If you are really afraid, you can ask me for help. I am afraid, Snape replied, utterly ungrateful. Afraid that if you knew what I was about to do, you'd wet yourself. You. Then I'll leave it to you. And to all of you as well. Dumbledore ignored the two men's friendly exchange and looked around at everyone with quiet relief. This time, apart from facing an even more dangerous Voldemort, everything else was far better than it had been before. That was also why he had no desire to pursue Tver's elaborate plans that were almost excessive when used merely against Voldemort. But there was one person from whom he absolutely needed an explanation. Not you, however, he said, turning toward Grindelwald, who had sat there silently the entire time, watching the whole thing like a play. I need an explanation from you. An explanation for why you have been searching Europe for followers. Everyone froze for a moment and turned to look at the old man who had been sitting there all this time as Tver's teacher. They had assumed he was simply a powerful old wizard, but judging by Dumbledore's words, there was clearly more to it than they knew. Ahem. Well, my teacher was doing it to stop wizards from other European countries from being stirred up into joining the Death Eaters. And also, incidentally, into joining his own side. Seeing the anger on Dumbledore's face, Tver hurried to explain. They're all old wizards. Their actual power inside their ministries may not be that great, but they have a lot of prestige. You can't expect them to fight, but they are still very effective when it comes to stopping Voldemort from inciting younger people. He went on pointedly, which was also his way of telling Dumbledore that even if his teacher had gathered his old followers again, it was impossible for him to cause the same upheaval in the wizarding world as before. That was precisely why Dumbledore was willing to discuss it openly. After all, his limits had been crossed again and again. It was only natural that he should have some temper left. What exactly are you afraid of? Or have you really grown so old that even these people frighten you now? Grindelwald finally spoke, and in doing so completely shattered the friendly atmosphere Tver had worked so hard to maintain. Well, it certainly looks that way, he said, sweeping a contemptuous glance over Dumbledore. Why not simply retire? What use is a sack of old bones now? Tver was instantly dumbfounded. He had laid everything out the previous night precisely so Dumbledore would keep carrying the burden and keep shining. And now his teacher had stabbed him in the back the very next day. No matter how old I am, I can still crush every one of your schemes with ease, Dumbledore shot back without the slightest intention of giving way. If you truly want to see the day I retire, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, because there is still no one in the wizarding world who can take my place. Tver's bafflement instantly turned into delight. So that was it. His teacher had only been provoking him on purpose. As expected of his teacher. Even his skill at manipulating hearts was better than Dumbledore's. Then what are you afraid of? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Grindelwald stopped pressing quite so hard. As I recall, the last time Voldemort ran wild across Europe, the ministries in various countries were not able to respond effectively either, were they? Madame Maxime nodded in agreement at once. No one should imagine that Voldemort's ambition would stop at Britain. He had stayed there only because Dumbledore was there. The moment Dumbledore fell, it would only be a matter of time before the rest of Europe did as well. So what I intend to do is build a European line of defense that will contain Voldemort, Grindelwald said, spreading his hands with complete composure. Or do you care only about British wizards? Dumbledore could not answer that. So even though there was still more hidden beneath Grindelwald's words, he had no way to keep pressing him. Damn it, his tongue was still just as infuriating as ever. I will be watching your actions closely. But be careful. Do not make any unnecessary moves. This time Tver had learned his lesson and did not provoke Dumbledore again, in case he ended up taking the backlash for it. And you, Tver. Dumbledore suddenly turned on him. This time, you will serve as the hub and provide everyone with the support they need. Tver, _ Chapter 410, The Sharp-Eyed Hermione. The strategy meeting ended in an oddly tense atmosphere, but no one suggested acting immediately. After all, a lavish feast was waiting for them. But after a full day of rumors spreading, the students had also heard about what happened the night before from Cedric and the other three. Chaos was inevitable. Some students panicked and immediately wrote home, telling their families what had happened and asking what they should do. But even more of them ended up arguing. That's not very likely. If you know who can come back to life, why would he wait until now? I mean, he's so powerful. He can even return from the dead. But he hid himself for all these years, then only decided to come back right in front of you, after his own followers were probably already starting to waver. Seamus sat across from Harry, and even in the noisy Great Hall, his voice carried clearly. But that line of doubt obviously was not enough to convince everyone. Ron was not about to miss a chance like this to show off, especially with so many people turning to look after hearing Seamus. Didn't you hear, Harry? You know who brewed up a whole cauldron of a potion to bring himself back. And for a potion that can bring the dead back to life, taking 10 years or so to brew is perfectly normal, isn't it? Harry hurriedly tugged on his sleeve. That cauldron had looked eerie enough already. If it had really been boiling away for more than 10 years, it would have burned through long ago. Remember first year? Headmaster Dumbledore actually thought Voldemort wasn't dead, just turned into something like an imp. Oi, mate, Ron said irritably, shaking off his hand. I guarantee my explanation sounds more believable than yours, even if you happen to be right. And sure enough, none of the students there had any idea what a resurrection potion or its brewing process was supposed to look like. Even Seamus began to feel his own doubts sounded odd, and the discussion quickly shifted into arguing about resurrection potion instead. Facing Harry's disbelieving stare, Hermione lowered the book in her hands. We're all students. How are we supposed to understand something as deep as the soul? But potion is different. Everyone has a simple idea about that. The stronger the potion, the longer it takes to brew. So, she said with a shrug, of course they'd rather believe Ron. That only made Ron even smugger. If I'd been the champion back then, maybe you-know-who would never have been able to come back at all. Hermione irritably raised the book again, hiding the eye roll she had just given him. Exactly. Because you're not even you-know-who's enemy. No, seriously, at a time like this you're still reading. Why can't I read? Ron pointed at Fleur, who had gone over to sit at the Ravenclaw table. A moment later he realized Hermione was not even looking at him and lowered his hand with a sulky expression. They're leaving tonight. Aren't you and Fleur pretty close? Why not ask her over for a chat or something before she goes? There's no rush. We agreed to write to each other regularly. And Fleur's already graduated. She said she found a job at the British Ministry of Magic, so there'll be plenty of chances to see each other. Hermione answered calmly, her face still hidden behind the book. They still had no real progress on improving the status of intelligent magical beings. Neither of them was about to give up so easily. At that moment, Harry finally noticed the title of the book. The Structure of the Soul. The Boundary of Death. Why are you reading something like that? He stared at her in shock, startling Ron too, who had still been basking in his own cleverness. That's terrifying. Don't tell me you're trying to bring you-know-who back too. Hermione could not help snapping the book shut and smacking both of them on the head with it. Fortunately, it was not a thick book, and the old-fashioned soft cover did not hurt. I'm just researching you-know-who's condition. She lowered her voice carefully and started whispering to them. I've always thought his state of not quite dying was strange. And with Dumbledore's and Professor Folly's ability, destroying a wandering soul should be easy. So why didn't they do it? And on top of that, Harry, you said Peter was a spy hidden beside you-know-who. If Professor Folly probably knew about you-know-who's resurrection plan, why didn't he come out and stop it sooner? Maybe Professor got there too late. Harry guessed. And he's always been protecting us. If you don't believe me, just ask Cedric. No, I'm not saying the Professor helped Voldemort come back, Hermione said quickly, waving both hands. I just think there are some suspicious parts, and I want to understand them. So did you figure anything out? Ron asked casually, only to hit Hermione right where it hurt. Hermione let out a helpless sigh. The knowledge about souls is too deep. There are loads of concepts I can't even understand yet. The little spark of curiosity that had just risen in Harry and Ron instantly died. If even Hermione could not make sense of it, the two of them trying would just be walking in to get flattened. Souls. My ears aren't broken, are they? You lot are actually talking about that. George suddenly leaned over, with Fred just as curious beside him. The moment Hermione saw them, she brightened. Right, you've both studied imp magic. Can you tell me what exactly it is? Oh ho. George and Fred immediately puffed up with pride. Their performance in the club had only been average, but compared with Hermione and the others, who had not even been allowed into the club yet, the sense of superiority was overwhelming. Now that you mention it, I was actually the first one to control an imp and make it cast magic, George said proudly. Which does not change the fact that Cedric defeated your imp with ease later on, Fred said, completely ruining the moment. If Professor hadn't forbidden certain spells that attack the soul, you'd never have had enough soul left to waste. Imps are souls. Hermione murmured, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Of course, Fred said smugly, taking the chance to lecture her. It was not often he got one like this. According to Professor, mature imp magic actually involves a lot of advanced soul magic. It's not something ordinary people can manage. Otherwise Cedric could never have used an imp to block you-know-who's killing curse. Then that should make him the second wizard ever to survive the killing curse, right? Should we give him a scar too? George suddenly suggested with a wicked grin. And make it ache every now and then. Harry said irritably, shoving them back toward their seats and breaking Hermione's train of thought. Because the professors had just come in. Chapter 411, Dumbledore's speech. Seeing the uproar in the Great Hall, Dumbledore did not look surprised in the slightest. Hogwarts students had never been the quiet, well-behaved sort, and with something this sensational happening, it would have been stranger if they had stayed silent. Besides, this was exactly what he wanted to see. Dumbledore arrived at the staff table with the other professors, but instead of sitting down at once, he remained standing in the center and slowly swept his gaze across the Great Hall. It was as though he wanted to etch every student present into his memory. The students had already noticed that something was unusual. They had all been wildly curious about you-know-who, but the whole story sounded so unbelievable that they still did not quite dare to accept everything Harry and the others had said. But when someone as authoritative as Dumbledore stepped forward, that was a different matter. Little by little, the students stopped talking. Before Dumbledore even opened his mouth, the Great Hall had already fallen silent. "Good evening, everyone," Dumbledore said, greeting them as he always did. But students as perceptive as Hermione could still hear the hint of severity in his voice. "I know you have many questions about what happened last night, but do not worry. We have plenty of time this evening to answer them. Does that include who gets the final championship of the Triwizard Tournament?" George suddenly shouted the question, and in the silent Great Hall, his voice stood out so clearly that it immediately drew laughter from everyone. "Of course it does, Mr. Weasley." This kind of humor was exactly what Dumbledore wanted to see, so he broke into a broad, delighted smile. Since not a single champion succeeded in holding on to the cup last night, the tournament committee has decided that all 5 champions will share first place and divide all rewards equally. While students from all 3 schools instantly burst into cheers, Tver curled his lip. Dumbledore had originally planned to rank the champions according to their scores in the first 2 tasks. It was only after Tver argued his case forcefully that he changed his mind and agreed to let him share first place. At least history would not record a story about Dark Lord Tver placing 5th in the Triwizard Tournament, dead last besides. There was supposed to be an awards ceremony, but under the circumstances, we will leave that aside for something more important. At those words, the students looked at Dumbledore in shock. They understood at once that the most important matter of the night was finally about to begin. "I believe you have already heard the rumors, but I can tell you with complete certainty." Dumbledore paused. He had hesitated over whether he should reveal this directly to students who might not be able to bear it, but as Tver had said, the more truth the students knew, the better prepared they would be, and the better the adults could protect them. "Yes, Voldemort has returned." The Great Hall instantly exploded into an uproar. Every student, and even some of the professors, stared at Dumbledore in disbelief while loudly discussing it with those around them. Now that the confirmation had finally come from Dumbledore himself, if they had not been mentally prepared in advance, they probably would have gone mad. "Tver, is that true?" Professor Burbage, who had recently become completely absorbed in promoting Muggle technology, tugged at Tver's sleeve. Professor Flitwick, who had been pushed aside in the process, looked rather displeased. "Yes. So from now on, be careful. Do not leave Hogwarts unless it is absolutely necessary," Tver reminded her. He remembered very clearly that this professor had later been used by Voldemort to make an example of someone. Voldemort was probably focused on increasing his strength and gathering his followers right now, but just in case, it was still better for Professor Burbage to be more cautious. After all, her views had long made many people in the wizarding world unhappy. "I know many of you may find this hard to believe, but what I am telling you is the truth. It has already happened. And for this, we have already lost a brave warrior." Dumbledore's voice suddenly rose. Even amid the deafening noise in the Great Hall, every word reached everyone clearly. "My friends, this war began with the death of that warrior. What we are about to face is the most insane and most evil Dark Lord in history. The Ministry of Magic does not want you to know this, and many parents may not want to tell you either. Of course, it may also be because they simply refuse to believe it. They bury their heads in the sand and deceive themselves into thinking Voldemort will not harm you. But I believe that only by making you understand how terrible war is can you better avoid the danger that is coming. And not only the students of Hogwarts," he said, turning his gaze toward the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons tables, "any guest who is willing to return will be welcomed and protected by Hogwarts. To be honest, I would rather pretend all of this were just an illusion. I am getting on in years, and having to fight like some young men is rather hard on these old bones." Dumbledore gave Grindelwald a meaningful glance. "But I have no choice but to stand up, and everyone willing to fight Voldemort has no choice but to stand up as well." I do not wish to reopen anyone's wounds, but many of the students here have family members who were harmed by Voldemort and his followers. At those words, Neville clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into the soft flesh of his palms. At the same time, many of the students who had been panicking only moments ago now showed the same determined look. In truth, Voldemort had not personally killed that many wizards. In fact, the number was probably smaller than the number of his own followers he had punished. But his followers, along with the giants, dementors, and other creatures he commanded, had committed countless atrocities in the chaos. So we must stand united. Voldemort's greatest skill is manipulating people's hearts and sowing division. If we begin to distrust one another, then we will have fallen completely into his trap. The future of the wizarding world is grim, and it will only grow grimmer. We will face many challenges and many choices. But remember this. Kindness and love are the greatest powers within us. And please rest assured. This time, we have many young and outstanding professors. Dumbledore suddenly swept out one arm and pointed straight at a bewildered Tver. He had still been savoring the distinctive style of Dumbledore's speech and comparing it with his teacher's style, so how had everyone suddenly started staring at him? So please believe in us. Hogwarts has more than enough strength to protect everyone. The students immediately laughed in relief. It was true. If you know who really had returned, then Hogwarts was undoubtedly the safest place in the world. Not to mention Dumbledore, celebrated as the foremost white wizard, even Professor Folly, whose full strength had rarely been revealed, gave them more than enough sense of security. Once they realized that, the food appeared at just the right moment, and everyone happily began to enjoy the feast. Even if the sky really fell, there would be tall people there to hold it up. 2 of them, in fact. Chapter 412, The American Meeting. Greenwich, Connecticut, USA. On a map of the United States, it was an utterly unremarkable little town. But when it came to the American economy, especially the financial order of the United States, it held enormous weight. If Wall Street controlled the finances of America, and even the world, then this place controlled the order of Wall Street. And today, the people who held that power had, on a rare occasion, gathered inside a luxurious estate that looked inconspicuous from the outside. Russell, I do not know what game you are playing, but if that professor of yours cannot produce something worth our time today, something worth us sitting here with you, then I guarantee your little company will be used to compensate for the loss of our time. Inside the conference room, an impeccably groomed old man with white hair angrily tapped the table with his finger, instantly shattering the calm atmosphere and drawing the attention of the other tycoons present. Ian Russell, seated at the head of the table, frowned. He knew perfectly well that the little company the old man was referring to was not just the business that made facial masks, but every industry he had built up through years of struggle. And this meeting had only happened because he had initiated it, which was the only reason he had barely managed to sit in that seat. If they were going strictly by power, then in the eyes of these financial oligarchs, who toyed with capital and had connections reaching the highest levels, a businessman like him, who could stir up storms across Europe, would not even qualify to sit at the end of the table. Seeing this, Bulstrode, who stood slightly behind him like the other assistants, bent forward a little. If the professor says he will attend the meeting at 10:30, then he will appear at 10:30. The voice was calm and completely emotionless, yet it eased Ian considerably. After a year of working together, he had already come to trust this capable assistant without reservation. Even if Bulstrode had been sent by that professor, and even if the professor had said Bulstrode stayed by his side only out of a pursuit of magic. The moment he thought of that miraculous magic, Ian looked confidently at the old man who had spoken. Do not be so impatient, Williams. There is still time before the agreed hour. I guarantee this meeting will stay with you for the rest of your life. Those words were not just for Williams, but also for everyone else in the room. They had not said anything, but their impatience was written plainly across their faces. Williams had merely been the first to speak. Williams did not appreciate it. He pointed irritably at the exquisite clock on the wall. There is less than a minute left until 10:30, and not a single person from the estate security team has reported any sign of anyone appearing within a kilometer. Unless he can fly in like a fly, I cannot think of anyone who could possibly arrive here in under a minute. Calm down, Williams. Ian knows the consequences of deceiving us, does he not? A beautiful woman curved her lips into a faint smile, her gentle gaze drifting between Williams and Ian. But somehow, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Of course, Madam Diana, Ian said carefully. Even with magic on their side, the professor had already warned him that they could not use magic recklessly in this world, or they would easily attract trouble. And Ian, who had always preferred doing business above all else, clearly could not afford to offend Madam Diana, a woman said to have business interests across the globe and connections just as far-reaching. I will take your word for it, Diana, but our time is valuable. Surely we are not going to waste an entire morning sitting in a highly confidential meeting room just chatting. Williams sounded much more courteous now, but his eyes never left the clock on the wall. To be precise, there are less than 10 seconds left. 8, 7. If you want to reschedule, I have no objection, but there is no way anyone could show up that fast. 3, 2. Sorry about that. This estate is even bigger than I expected. Maybe Ian should have given me a map or something. At that moment, a burly bodyguard standing guard outside suddenly pulled the door open. Tver gave the stunned guard a polite smile, then strode straight toward Ian's seat. The seat at the head of the table. Who are you? Williams asked, frowning hard. Given Tver's age, he found it difficult to imagine what corporation or financial foundation would send someone so young. But what concerned him even more was the fact that not a single member of the estate's security had warned them in advance. The entire area within a kilometer was under tight security. Even if the FBI tried to force its way in, they would still receive advance warning. The moment their personal safety was involved, the other tycoons at the meeting, who had previously remained calm, all turned serious. Their assistants picked up their walkie-talkies almost in unison and started communicating with the bodyguards outside. But the result was still the same. Even though Tver had apparently arrived in a taxi and walked in openly, they had come up with nothing. Tver noticed their little movements, but he remained completely unhurried as he walked up to Ian. I am not late, am I? Of course not, but I thought you might just come over directly, like that. Ian hurriedly stood up and gave way. He was referring to the method Tver had used to transport himself directly into his house. Even after a year and a half, the memory was still vivid. But Tver did not sit down. Instead, he spoke to Ian with easy familiarity, as though they were chatting at some relaxed social gathering. That would have been too rude. Besides, the Ministry of Magic in America is always especially sensitive. Ian froze for a moment. If they could not use that miraculous magic in America, then would that not mean they had lost the very bargaining chip that made this meeting possible? Then what about us? There is no need to worry. America does not have anything worth making me wary of yet. I am simply using a little less magic. Tver suddenly clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right, everyone. I assume your investigation is finished. Why do you not tell me the result? The tycoons exchanged grave looks, then all turned in unison toward Williams, whose status was only slightly above Ian's. Williams pressed his lips together, knowing that here, he could only serve as the one testing the waters. Not a single bodyguard reported seeing any sign of your arrival. But after we reminded them, they found obvious tire tracks on the road leading to the estate, as well as... He hesitated and looked at Tver. As well as surveillance footage showing you walking in openly. Did you bribe them? An old man of Japanese descent, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. As the only non-white tycoon in the room, he had reached his current position precisely because of his cautious nature. If Tver had the ability to bribe every bodyguard in the estate, then there was no point in continuing. They were already lambs waiting for slaughter. If it were bribery, then the bodyguards would not have told us about the tire tracks and the surveillance footage. Madame Diana stared at Tver with obvious interest. In that case, everything this young gentleman did just now is related to the purpose of today's meeting, is it not? Chapter 413, Chapter 413, The Gift. At those words, the tycoons immediately grew interested. To be honest, they were not actually worried that Tver would join forces with Ian Russell to kidnap them or threaten them. It simply would not be worth it. They might be the leaders of major powers, but they were still only leaders. If the coercion went too far, their heirs, subordinates, and even their families would never sacrifice themselves to save them for the sake of their own interests. So the method Tver had used to get in was enough to make them even more curious. If they could break into every rival's hideout this way, they would be unstoppable in this world. Several old foxes came to the same conclusion at almost the same time, exchanging meaningful looks with one another. Yes and no, Tver said with a cryptic smile. But first, let me introduce myself. He stepped in front of Williams and shook his hand, catching him slightly off guard. My name is Tver Folly. I come from an ancient pureblood family. Pureblood? Ancient. They frowned, their expressions turning a little strange. Of course, there were plenty of old families in the financial world. The Rothschild family was one famous example. But to be honest, their strength these days was usually nothing special. A business passed down through a family line would eventually decline because of the incompetence of some later generation. So even if such families still survived, in the end they had only two choices. Either endure mediocre leadership and completely lose their control over the economic order, or accept the embrace of outsiders and let their blood descendants become parasites who did nothing but collect money. Yet Tver seemed to belong to both categories, while at the same time belonging to neither. Yes, you may not understand it very well, but that is the truth. Tver walked over to Diana, smiling brightly as he shook her hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. She gave Tver a subtle wink, but no one else in the room noticed. Though I would prefer that you call me Professor Folly. Professor? Williams asked at once, and the others looked just as curious. Forget seeing one. They had never even heard of a professor like Tver. Yes. A professor at Hogwarts. Once again, Tver left them with more questions. After making the rounds, he returned to the seat at the head of the table. Before we get to the real business, there is one more thing I should mention. I have actually prepared a gift for each of you. A gift? Where is it? Williams asked first without waiting for anyone else. He looked Tver up and down. In that understated dark blue suit, he did not look as though he could be carrying any substantial gift. Tver simply pointed at his chest. Right in your jacket pocket. Of course, Diana's gift is in your handbag. Williams immediately pressed a hand to his chest, and his face changed at once. At some point, a cylindrical object had appeared there. The others did not look any better. They immediately thought back to the handshakes. There was no need to think twice. He must have slipped the items into their pockets during that moment. The problem was that not a single one of them had noticed. I have had enough of your tricks. If all you are going to do is put on a magic show here, then you had better start preparing Russell's company for its funeral. An old Jewish man with the classic strong man's balding hairstyle stood up. He pulled the small bottle from his pocket and, without even looking at it, made to smash it on the floor. If I were you, I would not do that, Mr. Joshua. Tver leaned back against the chair. Even while looking up at Joshua from his seat, his presence did not diminish in the slightest. Hearing the threat in Tver's tone, Joshua hesitated, then finally glanced at what he was holding. It was a small transparent glass bottle sealed with a very cheap wooden stopper. Inside was a clear liquid with a faint silver shimmer under the sunlight. He gave it a shake. The liquid was rather viscous and hardly moved. The cheap bottle and the strange liquid left him at a loss. At once, a feeling rose in him. No matter what, he could not throw this thing away. I heard that your spine was injured, and that you have only been able to manage it with medication ever since. That bottle of potion is meant to heal you. Potion? What is this supposed to be? I am not drinking anything without having it tested first. Joshua gripped the bottle tightly. The road to becoming a tycoon who controlled the lifeblood of the economy had never been easy. After surviving countless brushes with death, the fact that he had only been left with a spinal problem was already considered fortunate. The trouble was that spinal injuries were notoriously difficult and painful in medicine. In fact, more than one excellent doctor had suggested that he take a risk and undergo surgery. But as a rich man, he had unfortunately developed a certain bad habit. He cherished his life too much. So instead of choosing a surgery with a low success rate, he had continued relying on custom medication to ease the pain. Tver paid him no attention and looked instead at the others, who had all taken out their potions. Mr. Sato, the potion I prepared for you is for your gunshot wound. Do not worry. Even a gunshot wound from 30 years ago can be healed perfectly. As for Mr. Williams's problem, well, I think you know it better than I do. But even after it is cured, you should still remember to show some restraint. Diana is in excellent health, so I specially prepared a bottle of Felix Felicis for you. I hope good fortune stays by your side. Diana paused for a moment. She took the small bottle from her handbag and carefully felt the golden potion inside. Thank you. You are welcome. Tver turned to the last two old men, who were curiously comparing the potions in their hands. Mr. Roby's troublesome heart disease is much more serious. So the dark liquid in your hand is a potion that will keep your heart comfortable for at least a year. And lastly, Mr. Felix. Terminal pancreatic cancer. Even as a wizard, I have heard of the fearsome reputation of this highly fatal cancer. Can this save my life? Felix looked at Tver with complete seriousness. He was not actually that old, but he was the thinnest person in the room, and all his hair had long since fallen out from treatment. No matter how rich he was, he still could not buy a cure for pancreatic cancer or any better treatment. So both he and Roby had already reached the point where they were willing to try anything for the sake of these medicines. Of course not. Tver's expression turned serious at once, but just as Felix tightened his grip on the bottle in disappointment, he smiled. All I can guarantee is that you will not die of cancer within a year. The wizarding world had long since developed many potions for treating human illnesses. That was why you could never find a department for appendicitis at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. It was just that when it came to diseases like heart disease or cancer, conditions that developed over a long period of time, wizards usually stamped them out before they could fully emerge, so there were no dedicated treatment potions for them. As for the potions in Felix's and Roby's hands, they were not fake either. Tver had developed them himself in the last few days before the holiday, after specially seeking advice from the enthusiastic Madame Pomfrey and the impatient Professor Snape. That was why their effects were not quite so dramatic. Chapter 414, Felix starts plotting. Wait. You are really going to trust something with an unknown origin like this? When William saw that Felix was already impatiently pulling out the cork, he hurried to stop him. At the very least, send it for testing first. Felix did not drink it immediately. Instead, he looked at the calm and composed Tver, and a broad smile spread across his face. My body cannot hold out much longer anyway. Otherwise, I would never have come to attend a meaningless meeting like this. Ian gave an awkward smile. The people who had come today could certainly be called financial titans of America, even of the whole world. But saying that any one of them could single-handedly command the winds and clouds of America would still be an exaggeration. With Ian's current network, he had not reached that level yet. Take Felix for example. If he had not been near death and just happened to be spending his final years in Greenwich, he never would have attended a meeting of this level. As for Williams and the others, they were simply coveting Ian's face mask business spread all across the world. Tver did not mind. Everyone here was just a stepping stone for him. He did not have time to work his way up one level at a time. He only needed to be like a lazy spider and use these few people to spin out a network capable of influencing the global economy. Besides, Professor Folly would not want to bury his young life along with this old one of mine, would he? Felix gave the potion in his hand a little shake. A strange scent rose from it, like several different fruits mixed together. It was not unpleasant, but it was not especially pleasant either. He had never really understood Tver's words, nor could he figure out what made a potion different from ordinary medicine, or why it could heal him. But he had no room left to choose. You are welcome to try it, Tver replied with a smile, answering his threat without any concern. Although I have not personally tested how effective this newly developed potion really is. Felix tilted his head back, then paused with the bottle held near his mouth. His old eyes blinked in confusion for a moment. But the next second, he poured it firmly into his mouth. Tver's earlier display had given him an inexplicable sense of trust. Besides, he was convinced Ian Russell would not gamble his entire career on the life of an old man who was already close to death. Williams immediately reached out, but he was too late to stop him. His own illness was troublesome, yes, but it was not something completely beyond the help of medicine. So he simply could not understand Felix's desperate willingness to grab at anything. Especially because the instant Felix swallowed the potion, he clutched his throat hard, threw back his head, and opened his mouth wide toward the ceiling, his face turning red as if he wanted to scream something out. It looked less like he had swallowed a potion and more like he had just gulped down the extra spicy broth from a Chongqing hot pot. Of course, Tver had no idea whether any of them had ever eaten Chongqing hot pot. He only gave Ian, whose face was full of worry, a reassuring smile. As part of their deal, Ian and even his family had already taken potions long ago. But those had all been mature potions from the wizarding world. The reaction was never anything like Felix's. What are you all standing around for? Grab them. Williams roared at the bodyguards behind Felix. The burly men in suits did not hesitate just because the order came from Williams. As they quickly drew the pistols from their waists, they also used their earpieces to contact the guards outside. Hands on your heads. Get down on the ground. If anything happens to Mr. Felix, you can prepare to be buried with him. One of the bodyguards strode forward and pressed the muzzle of his pistol straight against Tver's temple without hesitation. If there is a problem with Mr. Felix, why not just ask him directly? Tver turned his head expressionlessly, shifting the muzzle from his temple to the center of his forehead. As for you, it seems you really enjoy holding a gun. The bodyguard suddenly discovered that he could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as Tver reached for the hand holding the gun, then closed his grip tightly around it. Ah! The scream did not come from the bodyguard. It came from Williams, who had rushed over and seen every detail clearly. That hand gripping the gun seemed to melt. Every inch of skin and flesh beneath it turned into flowing liquid and slowly spread over the pistol. Very soon, a grotesquely bulging layer of skin had wrapped around the entire gun, leaving only the dark muzzle exposed, still pressed against Tver's forehead. As for the hand itself, it had long since disappeared. Never mind the bodyguard. Williams, who had seen it from up close, had already collapsed to the floor in terror. His assistant and the bodyguards who rushed over had to help him back up. Devil, so you are a devil. Williams pointed at Tver in panic, his face on the verge of breaking into tears. The sight of human flesh and the steel of a gun fusing together so nakedly before his eyes had left a permanent scar on his mind. Ian suddenly felt fortunate that he had suppressed his curiosity and, out of fear of being held at gunpoint, hidden himself behind Bulstrode. A truly magnificent transfiguration, Professor, Bulstrode said, displaying remarkable tact. Thank you. Tver withdrew his hand. The bodyguard was released from whatever had bound him, then promptly collapsed unconscious onto the floor. I thought you only liked dark magic, Tver said helplessly. Bulstrode did not care in the slightest what would happen to Muggles or wizards in the future. The only reason he followed Tver was his pursuit of dark magic. So after graduating, Bulstrode had not looked for work. Instead, he had tirelessly sought Tver out for guidance on all kinds of magical questions, especially dark magic. There were quite a few wizards like that in the wizarding world. In the early days, Voldemort had recruited his followers largely through his superb research into dark magic, along with his generous and selfless teaching of it. Only now, Tver was obviously a better fit for the picky Bulstrode. That is why I did not curiously ask how you cast it. Bulstrode's answer was exactly what Tver had expected. All right. Carry him out. This is a place for doing business, not for you lot to start pulling guns. Supported by his assistant, Felix rose to his feet and spoke in a hoarse voice, stunning everyone present. You are not, just now, I saw. Williams pushed away the people helping him and took 2 hesitant steps toward Felix, but quickly stopped again, wary. It was as if Felix had already become a servant of the devil. Felix immediately revealed an easy smile. That stuff tastes awful, and the reaction is fierce, but I have to admit, my body really does feel much lighter. Other than the marks on my neck, of course. He pointed at the red traces he had left there by clawing at himself. Just a moment ago, he had truly thought he was about to die. But not long after, a burning heat had surged up from his stomach and spread through his entire body like lava. And the pain that used to flare up now and then because of the spreading cancer cells had been melted away inside him by that lava. Each time the potion circulated through his body, he felt a little lighter, and the burning in his throat eased a little more. So, Roby asked eagerly, your cancer is cured. His heart disease was no minor issue either, but it was not as dangerous as Felix's condition. He was not desperate enough to drink some potion without hesitation. If Professor Folly was right, then I have probably only gotten rid of the spreading cancer cells for the time being. Long illness made for a good doctor. Felix carefully felt the state of his body and came to his own conclusion. But even that was already enough to fill him with delight. Before, because he was dying soon, he had not bothered turning his mind back to business. But now things were different. He could live at least another year, perhaps even many more, and that meant his thoughts naturally became active again. A potion capable of precisely eliminating cancer cells, once sold outside, would absolutely increase his already vast fortune by 20%. And if the effects of all the potions here were real, then his wealth would double. However, what concerns me more right now is whether Professor Folly is willing to discuss a business deal with me. Chapter 415, Shares. Business. Williams froze for a moment. As an out-and-out opportunist, he suddenly realized something. You want to keep all the potions for yourself? Under any other circumstances, he would never have dared say that to Felix. But Felix had long since handed over power to his successor. If the others joined forces, dealing with someone like him would obviously be much easier. As for Tver, who looked like the devil himself. As long as there was money to be made, Williams could praise even a devil into an angel. His words clearly hit the mark. The crafty old men immediately straightened in their seats and paid even closer attention to the potions in their hands. They still did not know the exact effects, but for a dying Felix to make this kind of decision, there had to be profit in it. Enormous profit. After all, in the pharmaceutical industry, a mature and effective drug that required no research and development costs at all was enough to tempt any tycoon. A trace of resignation flashed through Felix's eyes, but his attention never left Tver. Tver did not answer him. Instead, the smile on his face only grew more obvious. Clearly, even if Felix claimed he wanted to monopolize everything, this strange professor was never going to allow it. I only want to buy a few more doses of the potion that can treat cancer. Surely you cannot get angry at an old man who simply does not want to die. He held up the empty bottle in his hand, leaving a small amount of potion deliberately at the bottom. That was a trick he had kept in reserve. If the potion really worked, he absolutely would not mind spending a few $100 million to have it tested 1,000 times over. You are right. I think this kind of potion suits me very well too, so I would like to stock up on some medicine for heart disease, Roby chimed in with a bright smile. Cancer and heart disease were among the most troublesome illnesses in the world, especially for the rich. As long as this potion could be proven effective and free of side effects, it did not even need to work perfectly. It would still bring in staggering profits. Sato and Joshua exchanged awkward looks. Their own conditions were troublesome too, otherwise they would not have suffered from them for so long. But in terms of profit, they were far behind Roby and Felix. For the first time in their lives, they bitterly resented the fact that they had not come down with some truly terrible disease. I want the potion for treating wounds. I want the medicine for the spine. After thinking it over, the two of them made their decision. If the effects were good, one could rely on high volume and low margins, while the other could charge a high unit price. Either way, the profit would be more than enough to satisfy them. Just as Williams was about to speak excitedly, Diana suddenly said, "Too much luck potion is useless to me. I will take Williams's share instead." Williams went blank. His potion was undoubtedly the most profitable medicine in the world. If he could get his hands on it, the wealth it brought him would absolutely surpass everyone else present. But if Diana was truly determined to take his share, he really did not dare oppose her outright. No, madam, the luck potion must be even more powerful. Countless gamblers would flock to it. There is no need to focus on a potion like mine, the sword only men would need. It would tarnish your great image. He stumbled through his attempt to persuade her, failing to notice that the others' eyes were growing brighter and brighter. Some of them even exchanged amused looks. I think you have misunderstood one thing. Who I sell the potions to, how I sell them, and how much I sell them for, all of that is for me to decide. Tver suddenly spoke up. Otherwise, these old men demanding this and that would have started to think he was a lamb they could carve up at will. And the gift I gave you was my goodwill. Felix let out a light chuckle and set the bottle in his hand back on the table with a crisp clink. Of course, we do respect Mr. Folly's opinion. It is just that if someone does not want to buy, would it not be better to pass it along to someone else? I think. William started to speak, only to meet the threatening looks from Felix and Roby, along with Sato's and Joshua's helpless shrugs. Without a word, Felix and Roby silently came to an agreement. They would split William's share with the mysterious Diana. If Diana refused, then even better. The two of them could divide it between themselves. William shut his eyes painfully. Fine, I do not want. No, you do, Tver said firmly. No, I cannot. You can. Tver waved a hand and pointed at the assistants and bodyguards standing around the conference table. Everyone, tell me, can Mr. Williams do it? He can. Under the stunned gazes of Felix and the others, the people they had hired suddenly went blank-faced and shouted in unison. See. If I remember correctly, America is a democratic country. A decision like this fits the democratic spirit rather well, does it not? What are you doing? Felix shouted furiously at his own assistant, but it did nothing to change the vacant look on their faces. What did you do to them? He turned his anger on Tver, though there was undisguised fear in his voice. Suddenly, he remembered the bodyguard from earlier, the one with the very real handgun. If that could still be dismissed as a minor trick, something that would not matter as long as you stayed far enough away, then this, the ability to control the people closest to them with nothing more than a wave of the hand, was enough to make them truly afraid. I have no intention of clashing with you. In fact, I am very satisfied with your decision. Joshua raised a hand with remarkable tact, but in truth, he was also giving Felix and Roby a way out. Clearly, before they understood Tver's methods, even if they joined forces, there was no guarantee they would gain the upper hand. So after thinking it over, Felix's face changed as quickly as if he were putting on a new mask, and a smile appeared. It is no problem. After all, you are the one selling them, so of course we will respect your decision, Professor Folly. But what about Diana? Roby suddenly asked. Do not worry. I will prepare another potion more suited to her status, Tver said casually. As for the specific effects of the potions, I imagine you are still not fully reassured. I can give you one more week to think about it. Within that week, anyone willing to do business with us can contact Ian. Just as you did with the face masks. So the reason those face masks work so well is because of you. Felix finally made the connection. That is right, Tver answered with a smile, with no trace at all of the conflict that had just taken place between them. Remarkable. I think I will need to give this some serious thought. Felix picked up the bottle from the table and strode out of the conference room. At the same time, his assistants recovered and followed after him in confusion. He was probably off to think about Hogwarts and potions. Tver and Bulstrode exchanged glances and smiled at the same time. Seeing that, the others also bid Tver a friendly farewell and left one by one with their assistants. I apologize for insulting you earlier, Mr. Folly, William said sincerely. And I also apologize for doubting you before. To be honest, I never really doubted the effectiveness of this potion. If you want, we can sign the contract right now. It is all right. I understand your thinking. Getting to know one another a little better will only help maintain our business relationship. Tver pointed toward the door, indicating that there was no need to skip the testing stage just because he had given his help. As for what might happen if the weakest man there, Williams, ended up with the most profitable potion, Tver hardly dared imagine it. Once Williams left the conference room with a grateful expression, the only ones remaining were Tver, Ian, Bulstrode, Diana, and the assistants behind her, who had not moved at all the whole time. Your mannequins are rather interesting. They can actually make such lifelike reactions and movements. Diana turned back with interest and even nudged one of the sturdy assistants with her foot. Ian, however, stared blankly for a moment. Mannequins. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. Tver stood up. This is Diana, one of the Hogwarts governors. She came today to cooperate with me. She is a witch too. Ian's eyes widened. Then her business in this world. It is all fake, Diana said with a mischievous smile. If you search your memory carefully, you will realize there is no global chain of toilets in this world. At that moment, Ian once again experienced just how terrifying magic could be. Chapter 416, Williams Manor. Now that everyone was on the same side, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned warm and cheerful. Seeing Diana drop her mask and stop hiding that ruthless edge beneath a polite exterior, Ian immediately seized the chance and latched onto the topic. So, Mr. Foley said you are one of Hogwarts' governors. Would you mind letting this school I have admired for so long take in one more student, well, a rather late one? Diana gave him an amused look from head to toe and quickly judged that there was not the slightest trace of magic about him. For a moment, she had almost thought he was a student from some other school hoping to continue his studies at Hogwarts. As far as I know, Muggles cannot use magic. Even if you came to Hogwarts, at best you could only be a caretaker like poor Filch. Not only did that fail to dampen Ian's longing for magic, it actually made him latch onto a new piece of information about Hogwarts. So this Mr. Filch cannot use magic either, like me. Then why is he allowed to stay at Hogwarts? Filch is a squib, someone born into a wizarding family who cannot use magic. By then, Tver had already put away the mannequins and stepped in to stop Ian from continuing to bombard Diana with questions. Thank you again for coming to help me. To be honest, I was very satisfied with today's performance, and I admire your ability. Your vision has more life in it than I imagined. More life. It was Tver's first time hearing anyone use that word to describe his ideals. Diana did not explain further. She merely glanced at Ian, then vanished from the spot. I will be staying in America for a while. If you need me, contact me anytime. Tver looked at Ian in puzzlement, so intently that Ian started to feel his scalp prickle. Before, the magic Tver and Bulstrode had used was already enough to fill him with awe, but that had mostly been teleportation or directly harmful abilities. Today, though, the way Tver had shown he could control people had truly frightened him. It also made him break out in a cold sweat at the thought that he had once considered standing against Tver. If he had really run into an evil wizard, then forget resisting. He might have been manipulated into killing himself without anyone noticing anything strange at all. But Tver had already thought of the reason behind Diana's use of the word life. Muggles' longing for magic, and the jealousy and hatred that might follow. The former was undoubtedly beneficial. The latter, however, could easily lead to disaster. Likewise, the arrogance wizards inevitably felt toward Muggles would only deepen that conflict. It seemed Muggles' self-confidence would have to be strengthened a little more. Can I go back now? Ian asked timidly as he watched Tver sink into thought. In the past, he had been confident that his position beside Tver was irreplaceable. But now, with Felix and the others in the picture, and with Tver becoming ever more unrestrained in how he used magic, he no longer dared to be as proud as before. Especially since the connections and exchanges brought by the face mask business had already become the main source of his current status. No, you cannot go back yet. Or rather, the only place you can go now is with me. Tver suddenly clapped a hand onto his shoulder and gestured to Bulstrode behind him. Before the confusion in Ian's eyes could even disappear behind his eyelids, a familiar wave of dizziness rushed into his head. The whole world spun rapidly. By the time he shut his eyes in alarm, his feet were already planted on solid ground again. You are this slow even at closing your eyes, and you still want to be a wizard. Tver pulled out his wand and began casting protective magic around the room. Not to guard against any American Aurors who might come, but against the Muggles in this house. Ian opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. An exquisite large bed. A carpet that looked extremely expensive. Beautiful floor-to-ceiling windows. This was clearly one room in a luxury mansion, most likely a guest room. Drawing on his rich experience with wealthy people, Ian quickly reached that conclusion. But judging by the view outside and the bodyguards moving around, this mansion definitely belonged neither to him nor to Tver. This is Williams's house. Well, his house in New York. He is currently flying here on his private plane. Of course, he still has to make a stop first at a top medical laboratory in Manhattan. Tver had already finished setting things up and sat down in a chair as he spoke to the bewildered Ian. Only then did Ian realize that what had originally been a single room had been expanded into 2 bedrooms and a living room. The room they had first arrived in had already been transformed into a spacious lounge large enough to host a party. I do not like squeezing into one room with other people, especially men, Tver added. But, so. Ian was so shocked he barely knew what to say. We are here to spy on Williams. You could say that. Tver gave him a definite answer. How much profit do you think Williams can make from a potion that enhances male function? Viagra, whose scientific name was sildenafil. Tver did not know exactly when it had been introduced, but at the very least, it was not yet being sold in pharmacies in 1995. Ian's eyes immediately lit up. So Williams's thing does not work anymore. Seeing the speechless look on Tver's face, he hurriedly straightened up. Ahem. As far as I know, current treatments for ED, you know what I mean, are still mainly focused on surgery, and most of them involve either considerable risk or serious side effects. So there is no widely accepted treatment yet. And the number of ED patients is increasing. Just give me the conclusion. Tver truly had no desire to discuss this kind of issue with another man. It made him feel like some sort of doctor or patient. The profits will be even greater than the face masks, Ian said excitedly. The sales volume for this type of medicine may not exceed face masks, but the profit from it will definitely be far higher. If the effect is strong enough, even if it only works as a one-time aid and becomes a consumable, this one medicine alone would be enough to support an internationally famous pharmaceutical group. So Williams has really struck gold, Ian said enviously. The face mask business was already doing well, but when it came to money, nobody ever thought they had too much. And what if that treasure catches the eye of someone more powerful? Tver asked with amusement. Ian immediately understood what he meant. But were Felix and the others not already frightened by your magic? Ian, people are greedy. When the weakest one, Williams, gets the most profitable potion, that will only bring disaster upon him. Tver took out a bottle of pumpkin juice and drank from it at his leisure. That was exactly why he had arranged for Diana to put on that little performance. It was all to lure out the greed of those tycoons. Because of greed, Williams cannot bear to give up the profit that is about to fall into his hands. And because of greed, Felix and the others want to seize his share of the potion. Although my magic has made them wary for now, Williams does not know magic. Chapter 417, this isn't possible. Williams did not want to waste a single moment. The instant he left the estate, he hurried to the airport with his assistant and bodyguards, then flew straight to New York on his private jet. The reason Greenwich had been chosen by people like them was simple. It was secluded and secure, yet still close enough to New York, the economic center of the United States. After getting off the plane, he found himself extremely grateful that he owned a small stake in a certain internationally renowned pharmaceutical group. It was rather ironic. The reason he had bought into that group a few years ago was because he had heard that they had discovered a side effect in a cardiovascular drug that could be used to treat ED. But judging by the development process and approval procedures for that drug, which had been named sildenafil, it would still take at least another 2 years. So after becoming a shareholder, he had managed to get his hands on the drug early. The effect was decent, but the side effects were obviously too much for an old man like him to bear. But sometimes things really did line up in absurd ways. Now he had gotten hold of another drug that might have the same effect. When the time came, whether he used the group's name or built up his own pharmaceutical company, he would have quite a few advantages. That was also the only edge he had over Felix and the others. And of course, it was also the reason Tver had chosen him. As for the exchange of benefits behind all this, as a top-class opportunist, he felt no regret about it at all. If anything, he was more than willing. After all, with his pharmaceutical connections, even if he had to trade away some of the benefits, it was still far better than working with monsters like Felix and Roby, the kind of financiers who would strip a man to the bone. "Sir, we are here." Just as he was indulging in fantasies of a glorious future, his glamorous secretary reminded him from beside him. William snapped back to reality and looked out the window. Before him stood a world-class biological laboratory that was not publicly famous, but had long accepted funding from the pharmaceutical group he was tied to. "Let us go." He tightened his grip on the bottle in his hand. The whole way there, he had not handed that bottle to anyone. Unless the devil-like professor appeared again, no one could possibly have swapped it out. At the laboratory entrance, the person in charge, who had already received orders, came up to greet him. "Skip the formalities, Hancock. Take this bottle and analyze its ingredients, along with any possible effects it may have." Hancock looked in puzzlement at the bottle that had been stuffed into his hand, and at the thick pale blue liquid inside. Seeing that, Williams had no choice but to make up an excuse. "I stole this confidential drug from a pharmaceutical company. I need you to figure out what it does and what it is made of." Hancock immediately understood. Pharmaceutical companies constantly tried to crack one another's formulas, protect themselves from being cracked, and even plant corporate spies. That was all perfectly normal. Actually obtaining a sample this directly was rare, but not unheard of. Watching Hancock lead his team back into the lab, Williams could not suppress his curiosity. After leaving his bodyguards behind, he brought that glamorous secretary with him and followed them inside. Hancock was used to wealthy backers like this, the sort bursting with curiosity yet unable to understand even a single chemical formula. So he casually handed the bottle to his assistant and had her begin the initial analysis. "Be careful. That thing is very valuable," Williams could not help reminding him when he saw how casually Hancock was handling it. "Please rest assured. We researchers know better than you how to handle such things carefully. You only need to wait outside for an hour, and you will have a preliminary report." Hancock spoke carelessly while putting on his protective gear. Based on experience, liquid medicine was generally easier to absorb and was a common form in the early stages of drug development. Its chemical composition was usually relatively simple as well. And its chemical stability tended to be poor, so there usually would not be any useless additives mixed in just to interfere with analysis. So this sudden assignment should not have been especially difficult. "Sir, I think you need to come and look at this." His most capable assistant pointed at the screen in front of her with a face full of disbelief. After being sent outside, Williams could only watch Hancock through an observation window. He watched as Hancock and his team took one drop from the bottle, tested it, discussed it for a while, frowned, then took another drop and moved to another machine for further testing, then discussed it again. And then again. And again. The cycle kept repeating, and it made Williams's heart ache. Once he established a real connection with Tver, this potion would not be scarce. But right now, he only had this one bottle. And now half an hour had already passed. Aside from the increasingly grave look on half of Hancock's face, and the fact that half the bottle had been used up, Williams had not gotten a single useful piece of information. After a while, he finally allowed his secretary to persuade him to sit down. "Sir, can that potion really treat ED?" As his personal secretary, Liz knew very well what problem Williams was dealing with. Naturally, that meant it was also her problem. Otherwise, she would already have risen to become the lady of the house, or at least one of them. "I do not know. I do not even know what a potion is. But if Mr. Foley went to all this trouble, then he cannot just be trying to fool us. Besides, Felix had no reason to put on an act with him. It is not as if he is after my estate when I have already drawn up my will." Williams shook his head. Tricking one another was common in business, but no one would willingly spend time and effort on something meaningless. "Mr. Williams, may I ask where you got that thing from?" At that moment, Hancock took off his mask hesitantly and handed a sheet of paper to him. "For the safety of my people, I cannot tell you." Williams crossed one leg over the other with deliberate composure and looked down at the report in front of him. Dense letters, numbers, and symbols filled the page, and he could not understand a single one of them. "So what is the result?" Hancock forced a smile onto his face. He did not say aloud what he had arrogantly thought before, but just remembering it made him feel awkward. We may need a little more time." "Then what have you found so far?" Sensing that something was wrong, Williams quickly pressed him. "Well, the elements inside are all still on the periodic table, but the molecules they form are completely unlike anything we know. In fact, they even violate basic chemical common sense." Seeing the confusion on Williams's face, Hancock sighed helplessly, his expression full of doubt toward everything he thought he knew before. "To put it simply, none of this is scientific." Chapter 418, Williams's calculations. Unscientific. Williams suddenly thought back to all the methods Tver had used in the conference room. Of course. How could the methods of a devil possibly be scientific? Forget whether it is scientific. Just tell me whether the ingredients can be replicated, and whether it can produce an effect for treating ED. At that point, even Liz, the secretary, could not bear it anymore. She leaned close and whispered in his ear, "If science can replicate it, then it becomes a new scientific theory. It would not be unscientific anymore." Williams's long-buried scientific knowledge finally surfaced. "All right, I did misunderstand you. But since you have not managed to identify the ingredients, does that mean there is nothing in it that could poison someone to death?" Hancock shook his head in confusion. "There are absolutely no currently known inedible substances in it, nor any substances that would be harmful within an acceptable dosage. But we cannot be sure whether the undetectable substances contain any lethal, inedible components. To scientists, whether something was poisonous was closely tied to dosage. But if they could not detect even a single ingredient, how could they know whether it was toxic?" Williams thought of Felix, who had been lively and full of energy, and of Tver, who had controlled the whole room without harming any of them. He swallowed, then strode into the laboratory. "Mr. Williams." The female assistant was abruptly shoved aside, and the bottle she had been about to use to draw a few more drops was snatched from her hand. Williams looked at the clear potion inside, now reduced to less than half the bottle, and hesitated. A devil would not stoop to tampering with something like this. That was how he reassured himself. Then he tipped his head back and drank the rest of it. "I thought it would be painful." He looked down at the empty bottle in his hand in puzzlement. He had not expected the potion to taste rather good. It was not exactly delicious, but it was far better than the sight of Felix clawing at his own throat. "And now? How do you feel?" Hancock asked in alarm. Williams might not mean much to Felix and the others, but if he died in this laboratory, Hancock, a scientist with a bright future ahead of him, would spend the rest of his life in prison. At that moment, the effect of the magic began to kick in. Williams's face flushed red with excitement, and the cloudiness in his eyes, the kind that came with age, seemed to vanish. He stared fixedly at Hancock with overwhelming excitement. At the female secretary behind him. "I need to test the effect of the potion." He strode forward, grabbed Liz, and dragged her into the vacant laboratory across the hall. Bang. The researchers left behind could only stare at one another. An hour later, Williams came out supported by Liz. He had been careless. The potion's effect was excellent, but his secretary had proved no less fierce. Hancock had been waiting outside the whole time, and he was even more concerned about Williams's physical condition now that his virility had returned. "Mr. Williams, how does your body feel?" "Better than it ever has." Though he was drenched in sweat and his legs felt weak, the old man's face was glowing with healthy color. He even looked healthier than Hancock. As a rigorous scientist, Hancock obviously was not going to rely only on the patient's subjective description. "Would you mind undergoing a full physical examination? We will focus on a few specific areas, so it will not take too much of your time." "Of course I do not mind." Williams agreed readily. Though he had already experienced it for himself, he still wanted scientific proof, something that would convince him more thoroughly. At the very least, he needed to know that what had just happened was not merely a final burst of dying vigor. This laboratory had been built for pharmaceutical research in the first place, so it was naturally equipped for physical examinations, especially examinations of a certain sort. Williams went through the tests with practiced ease. Before night had even fully fallen outside, he had his report in hand. "Theoretically speaking, your ED has not been cured, but you are in far better condition than before. More astonishingly, some of the lingering discomforts in your body caused by old age have also been improved." Hancock stared at the report in disbelief. Even setting aside its effect on ED, that potion alone would be enough to tempt many elderly tycoons. "I think the company needs to be on guard. America, no, the world, is about to see the rise of a pharmaceutical group capable of standing alongside us." Unlike Hancock, who looked worried about losing his place, Williams could not suppress the smile spreading across his face. "That is right. Very soon now. Mr. Williams." Hancock looked at him in confusion as he sank into visions of the future, but Williams no longer had the patience to explain. He shot his secretary a look. Liz understood at once. She picked up the bottle, now almost empty, and followed Williams out of the laboratory with a charming smile. If nothing went wrong, she would not only become the lady of the house, the family's wealth would swell to a level beyond anything she could imagine. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. The moment she got into the car, she asked eagerly, "Sir, where are we going now?" "Home. And contact Ian's secretary." "Tomorrow evening, no, tomorrow at noon, I want to have lunch with Ian." "He can choose the place," Williams said in high spirits. If it had been the Ian of before, he would never have treated him with this much respect. But now that he realized Ian had a mysterious Professor Folly standing behind him, he needed to think carefully about how to treat Ian Russell with proper respect without losing his own dignity. Of course, if he could cut Ian Russell out entirely, establish direct contact with Tver, or even control Tver himself, then the profits he could make would go far beyond a single potion. At that thought, he turned to his secretary. "The investigation I told you to run into Hogwarts and Tver Folly's identity. Has anything come of it yet?" After years by Williams's side, Liz understood his intentions very well. A few phone calls later, she had gathered some information. "Based on what we have learned so far, there is no school or research institution in this world called Hogwarts, and no one has heard of a professor named Tver Folly. As for the surname Folly, we did find a village in Hampshire, England, with that name. Some of the people there also bear the surname. Other than that, there are only scattered families here and there. None of them claim to be an ancient pure-blood family." This result did not surprise Williams in the least. On the contrary, for people in this era to have uncovered the existence of Folly Village at all was already enough to satisfy him. Just then, the car gradually came to a stop outside his home in New York. "Send people to investigate that village." After thinking of Tver's terrifying methods, Williams quickly added, "Tell them to be careful. Do not let them come into conflict with those villagers, especially any villagers with the surname Folly." Ian had made his fortune in Europe, and most of his business was still there. It was only in the past year, after getting hold of the face mask business, that he had begun expanding across the globe. Taking that into account, Williams decisively placed the focus of the investigation on Europe and on Ian Russell himself. "And send people to investigate Ian Russell's face mask factory. Take his masks to the laboratory and have them tested too. See whether they are also full of those unscientific things." Ian Russell, a minor European businessman, had managed to use a single low-margin, high-volume face mask product to rise to a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Then this time, Williams would become a global pharmaceutical giant. Just as he was imagining that glorious future, a brazen voice suddenly reached his ears. "There is no need for you to trouble yourself over that, Williams. We already did that part long ago." Chapter 419, Sato's Role. Williams watched Felix and Robbie step out of his own villa with bitter eyes. Even Sato was with them, along with a whole pack of bodyguards behind them. I really didn't expect you to get here this fast, or to go this far. The United States in 1995 could hardly be called orderly, but in the financial world, everyone still tacitly followed the rules of the game. No one went so far as to throw the entire economic order into chaos. Of course, now that Felix, Robbie, and Sato had joined forces, Williams was no longer in any position to talk about rules. He glanced into the mansion and saw several hesitant figures standing inside. Good. His bodyguards had been bought off, not taken out. So Felix still didn't dare make too big a scene. If we'd come any later, you probably would have finished the deal already. Felix spread his hands. In fact, just like Williams, the moment he left the conference room, he had taken what remained of his potion and rushed to New York with Robbie to have it tested. He also took the chance to get himself examined. The cancer cells that had been spreading through his body were gone, and even the lesions on his pancreas had improved significantly. Even someone with no medical background could tell this was the kind of phenomenon that could change the world. So the moment he got the results, he came straight here to lie in wait. He even spent a huge sum bribing Williams's bodyguards, all to keep things from getting too ugly and drawing certain people's attention. Make your choice already. Robbie had no interest in wasting more time, even though he still hadn't taken his own potion. Do we tie you up and dump you into the Atlantic, or do you cooperate like a good boy? Cooperate. Williams gave in without a second word, even though they had not discussed a single term yet. After all, money only matters if you stay alive long enough to spend it. But his readiness to surrender only stirred Felix and Robbie's greed. The two of them raised their brows and exchanged an amused look. Very good. Clearly pleased, Felix grabbed Williams by the arm and led him into the mansion as though they were old friends. Once the bodyguards were pushed outside to stand watch, only the four of them were left in the living room. Come to think of it, I never expected you to get involved either, Williams said as he sat across from Felix and Robbie and looked at Sato on the left. Where are Joshua and Lady Diana? Aren't they coming to claim a share too? You really want them here? Felix shot back. Besides, Sato came to help us deal with that troublesome Tver folly. Oh. Williams was immediately intrigued. You found out who he is? No. Felix shook his head. Then why are you still? But Sato found a legend. A legend from 300 years ago. Even Felix still found it hard to believe, so he gestured for Sato to explain it himself. 400 years ago, 100 years before Japan's Edo period began, there was a group of samurai in the Tokugawa shogunate who answered only to the shogun. They could hide in the darkness without being noticed, and with the wooden clubs in their hands, they could defeat thousands upon thousands of enemies. But strangely enough, around 1690, those samurai stopped appearing in the records left behind by the Tokugawa family. Of course, historians think they were just one of the ghost stories passed down during the Edo period. The story is so fragmented that it is not even worth studying. But don't you think that folly looks a lot like the samurai described in those stories? Felix crossed one leg over the other. Even though all of this was still speculation, he spoke with complete confidence. And think about Europe. Starting around 1690, a lot of the legends about witches, vampires, and things like that either disappeared outright or changed into something that no longer resembled ordinary humans. So it is perfectly reasonable to assume that after vanishing for 300 years, they have appeared in this world once again. So Sato gets a share just because he dug up a few legends. William stared at the excited Felix in speechless disbelief. If not for the crowd of bodyguards outside, he would have wanted to throw this old man babbling about legends straight out the door. Who still believes in legends these days? Who cares? Felix shot him an irritated glare. Sato also found a school called Mahudakoro in the Japanese government's secret archives. It might have something to do with Tver folly. And then what? We go knocking on their door based on some legend. Williams looked at Felix, then at the helpless Sato and Robbie, utterly bewildered. Whatever the reason, since Tver folly chose to hide his identity, had Ian managed the face mask business for him, and now has us handling the potion business, there must be some reason he can't come into the light. At last, Felix had said something Williams could actually understand. So we use that as leverage and squeeze out as much profit for ourselves as possible. Williams said, suddenly enlightened. Felix was not satisfied with just that. Then we keep investigating Mahudakoro in secret, find out why Folly can't reveal his identity, or maybe uncover more extraordinary people like him. But right now, what matters is getting more potions first, isn't it? Williams raised the issue he cared about most. Compared with the profits he could get from the potions, a figure as legendary as Tver was only something he would consider after he had enough capital and confidence. Exactly. Felix nodded in satisfaction and finally stopped rambling. After all, whatever came next had little to do with Williams anymore. Smiling, he raised 3 fingers. 30%. I only want 30%. Williams froze for a moment, not because Felix was asking too much, but because he was asking for too little. Wait. Then what about Mr. Robbie? I'm taking 30% too, of course. Robbie spread his hands as if it were only natural. Sato gave the two of them a rather surprised look, but still decided to stick to what he had prepared. I only want 20%, he said haltingly. In reality, out of that 20%, only 5% would actually end up in his hands. Then that leaves me with only 20%. Williams shot to his feet in fury. The profits from this potion were easy enough to imagine, but no similar medicine had ever existed before, and no one could guarantee it would really take the world by storm. Now he was left with only 20%, far less than half his bottom line. After costs and the extra expenses that would inevitably come with distribution, was he supposed to make nothing at all? You should be grateful you're still getting 20%. Felix looked at the assistant and bodyguard coming in through the door, the smile on his face growing even wider. It's all been arranged. Tomorrow, in Mr. Williams's name, you will be having lunch with Ian Russell in Manhattan, his assistant said flatly. The bodyguard beside him curled his lips into a smile, his right hand slowly moving to his waist. The moment Williams saw the black pistol, his eyes went wide. Wait, I accept. No, I only want 10%. Seeing that Felix remained completely unmoved, Williams was on the verge of tears. I'll give all of it to you, all right. You don't want trouble either, do you? Professor Folly definitely wouldn't want to see his wishes ignored by you, right? Felix leaned back on the sofa. Ever since being diagnosed with cancer, this was the first time he had felt so relaxed and pleased. We really didn't want any trouble at first. Unfortunately, your little secretary talked too fast, so we had no choice but to swallow your entire share. As for Folly, once we're the only option he has, he won't care whether his own opinion is being respected or not. Liz. Williams instantly realized who had betrayed him. No, I still have plenty of wealth that Liz knows nothing about. That's too hot to handle, my friend. Robbie gestured to his bodyguard, one of the hitmen and cleaners he had specifically hired to deal with problems like this. Do it. William spun around in panic, only to see a pitch-black gun barrel and the dazzling flash that burst from it in an instant. Bang. Chapter 420, Free Things. After a long while, William slowly opened his eyes in a daze. The light had been so blinding that all he could do was keep them tightly shut. A bullet. The bullet that had just left the barrel was still spinning, yet like some kind of bullet time in a movie, it was only inching toward the center of his forehead at an unbelievably slow speed. What a shot. For some reason, the first thing that came to Williams's mind was the killer's incredible aim. Even Tver was speechless when he heard that muttered comment. If he had not been here watching, Williams would already be dead with accuracy like that. Professor Folly. Felix was still reclining there, fantasizing about the future, but sharp-eyed Sato noticed Tver coming down the stairs, along with Ian, who looked as curious as a child seeing something new. In the past, if Ian had seen a scene like this, he would have run as far away as possible. But things were different now. After seeing with his own eyes how Tver had stopped Felix's bodyguard from silencing Liz and then saved Williams, Ian now felt completely safe. Robbie immediately got to his feet, his expression turning ugly. Felix had always insisted that Tver could not freely use his abilities, but an assumption was still only an assumption, and Tver had already shown his hand once this very morning. I didn't expect you to be here. Tver walked over to him slowly, step by step, smiling as he looked at him. So you are not embarrassed because you wanted to break the rules. You are only embarrassed because I showed up unexpectedly. Of course not. I was just surprised to see you here. Robbie lowered his head slightly and swallowed nervously. Now he finally understood why Williams had called the young man in front of him a devil before. That smile on his face, and the indifference toward life in his eyes, always made Robbie think of death itself, harvesting lives without a care. Stop overthinking it. Everything that happened here was probably within Professor Folly's expectations. It may even have been part of his plan. Hearing the commotion, Felix finally noticed Tver's sudden appearance. After thinking for a moment, he finally understood why he had always felt as though someone was watching him. You deliberately gave us time to verify the effects, just so we could confirm how much value that potion could bring. And then you handed those profits to Williams, someone far too weak to protect them, as if you were deliberately luring us to come to you. I'm right, aren't I? Even facing an unfavorable situation, Felix still stared at Tver with bright, unwavering eyes, as if he wanted nothing but an answer. At those words, Williams, who had just narrowly escaped death, Sato, who was doing his best to make himself invisible, and Robbie, who regretted standing up and making himself so conspicuous, all looked toward Tver. But the problem is, if there had been a little less greed in your hearts, none of this would have happened. Tver did not answer directly, but that was as good as confirming Felix's guess. Felix choked for a moment. Greed is human nature. I was only following my heart. But the difference between humans and beasts is that humans can control desires that keep swelling without end. Those words left Felix looking rather embarrassed. He stood up too, glaring furiously with his eyes wide, as if Tver were the one in the wrong. Enough with the nonsense. You just swooped in like some hero and saved Williams. What exactly are you after? Tver, however, calmly sat down right beside Williams, then spoke like a teacher guiding a student through a problem. Don't you like guessing? Then guess again. Felix took a deep breath in anger, but the moment he remembered Tver's strange abilities, he could only sit back down in frustration. To show off your bizarre powers. Then make Williams become your loyal subordinate, just like Ian Russell. Very close, Tver said encouragingly. But I should remind you, Ian is my partner. Ha! Felix let out a mocking laugh. He did not believe that partner nonsense for a second. But then. He frowned, and suddenly looked at Tver in shock. So your talent for guessing really is impressive. Tver crossed his legs and spread his hands toward the others, who were still completely lost. I am indeed showing off my all-powerful abilities, and yes, the goal is to have someone help me sell potions. But not just Williams. Everyone here too. Felix said in disbelief. That's right. All of you greedy people were handpicked by me. The problem is, your potions cannot possibly satisfy all of our appetites. Realizing that he still had value, Felix immediately started bargaining. Unfortunately, no matter which kind of potion it is, I cannot provide the quantity you want. Tver gave an innocent shrug and delivered a piece of news that disappointed them all. In reality, although mooncalf droppings had helped boost the herb yield in the werewolf greenhouse enough to meet the huge demand from the face mask business, the amount left over for other potions was only a small portion. Of course, that small portion was already more than enough for the sparsely populated wizarding world. But if he wanted to supply Muggles, Tver would have to openly establish a magical plantation in the United States. Then why make this so complicated? Felix stood up at once, his face full of disappointment, clearly ready to leave. Give my share to Williams instead. Consider it my thanks for the gift you gave me. If the potions turned into luxury goods, then no matter how terrifying the profit per unit might be, the final total profit would still not be worth all this effort. So you do not want the next potion that can treat cancer? Or the one after that? Tver tilted his head back and looked at him with a smile. Or perhaps a potion that can keep you healthy forever. Felix's step toward the door halted. Then, following the motion of the foot he had already stepped out with, he twisted neatly and turned back around. You mean the potions you have can make me immortal? Tver waved a hand in amusement. Forget immortality. No one in this world can do that. But letting you live a few extra decades in good health and high spirits is very easy. Of course, if you get into a car accident, get shot, or die in some other accident, then I cannot bring you back. The same goes for all of you. The moment they heard that, not just Felix, but even the somewhat younger Robbie, Williams, and Sato all looked at Tver with shining eyes. That's fine. As long as you can provide us with potions, anything you need, just say the word. When it came to benefits tied directly to his own health, Williams did not care about pride in the slightest. He was the first to sit down beside Tver and spoke in the gentlest voice of his life. Felix, taking advantage of being closer, grabbed the seat on Tver's other side and clasped his hand warmly. Me too. Even if power has already changed hands, I can still mobilize more resources than any of them. Robbie and Sato also wanted to ingratiate themselves, but Tver, thoroughly disgusted, raised a hand to stop them. I do not need you to do anything. All you need to do is heal your own bodies, then promote the potions to your wealthy friends. Promote them. Sell them to them. Felix asked in confusion. No. Give them away for free. Tver's lips curled upward as he spoke with deeper meaning. Neither you, nor the wealthy friends you bring in, will need to pay anything at all. You only need to rely on these potions to maintain a close and friendly alliance. If that happens, all the rich people in the world will gather into that alliance. Felix said hoarsely. If such an alliance really came into being, then as its leader, one could practically overturn most of the nations in the world. Do not make it sound so terrifying. It is only a platform for exchanging benefits. As if seeing straight through his thoughts, Tver pointed at Ian, who was still craning his neck around curiously. Of course, Ian will be the leader of this alliance. The only thing you need to do is provide some convenience for his business. Felix and the others looked at Ian with mixed doubt and belief, but they still could not help marveling at his luck. Somehow, he had managed to attach himself to someone like this. Chapter 421, Tver's purpose. Although they had no idea what Tver was planning, Felix and the others still accepted the task. They would use health to win over wealthy people like themselves. By the way, I am guessing you cannot reveal your identity freely, right? Felix asked carefully, afraid that his tone might sound like he was threatening Tver. After all, things were different now. His health mattered far more than pride, dignity, or anything like that. That is why I said you really do have a special talent for guessing. Tver shook his head with an amused smile. You are right. Once certain people discover the potions, or discover matters related to me, then even though I do not need to worry because of my strength, your memories related to all this, as well as the potions you might enjoy in the future, will disappear. So that is why we could not find any information on people like you. Sato asked suddenly. That is right. Honestly, I am a little surprised you managed to dig up information on Mahudakoro. No wonder Dumbledore said the day student system at that school is unreasonable. Tver muttered that last part under his breath. Mahudakoro was the only wizarding school in the world with a day student system. Its students started attending at the age of 7, but until they turned 11, they had to ride giant storm petrels back and forth between home and school every day. That kind of constant travel would have been one thing in an era without advanced technology, but the waters around Mahudakoro were now regularly passed through by warships and fighter jets. So Mahudakoro really exists. Sato's mind immediately began to race. Stop dreaming. There are plenty of people like you, but most of them just have their memories erased, and everything is treated as though nothing ever happened. Tver waved at the bodyguard and assistant he had kept frozen in place the whole time. Like this. Both of them shuddered, then looked at the gathered group with blank confusion. Mr. Felix, did you need us for something? Felix opened his mouth, only to realize that the effects of magic had already frightened him so badly he could not speak. You can go out. I will call you if I need anything. All right. The two scratched their heads and walked out, utterly baffled. The room instantly fell silent. Even Ian, who was already used to magic, was reminded of the terror he had felt when he was about to have his memory erased. In truth, Tver was not worried that they would expose magic to the outside world. As long as these people were greedy enough to want to keep a tight grip on the potion business, they would never reveal the existence of wizards to the outside world, and they would never become a real threat to Tver. No matter what little tricks they pulled in secret. Because there was only one thing Tver truly feared. All Muggles being stirred up against wizards. At the current stage, if war between wizards and Muggles came down to pure military force, then wizards, who could control minds, erase memories, and apparate, had almost no chance of losing. Even if Muggle missiles were enough to wipe out the world's wizards several times over. But if Muggles chose to strike at the foundations of wizard survival, their supplies, and their children, then the wizarding world would never be able to withstand it. Wizards with Muggle blood were the mainstream in the wizarding world. Once Muggles began hunting down those wizards, along with their parents and relatives, then the wizarding world and the Muggle world would be completely cut off from each other. Because under the pressure of a mass manhunt, it would be extremely difficult for wizards to protect their Muggle relatives, especially young wizard children from Muggle families who had not yet grown up. As that war of attrition dragged on, wizards would discover that their food was growing scarcer, and fewer children could attend school in peace. Even if they could erase Muggles' memories, under existing technology and the force of government propaganda, huge numbers of Muggles would still keep receiving information about the wizarding world again and again. Put simply, the wizards' disadvantage in numbers, along with the fact that most wizards were connected to Muggles, naturally placed them in a weaker position in this war. The longer the war dragged on, especially once it was measured in decades, the lower the wizards' chances of victory would become. There would even be many cases of wizards defecting. After all, Muggle-born wizards were discriminated against by purebloods in the wizarding world as well, so they might as well stand with the Muggles. So while Tver was feeding Muggle greed toward the wizarding world, he also had to keep the Muggle world divided. At the very least, they could not be allowed to maintain a united stance internally. That was also why Tver wanted to use the profits brought by face masks and potions to win over wealthy Muggles. If face masks had once represented profit, then potions were the health these financial giants and powerful figures dreamed of most. So you have always been using this method to make sure you would not be exposed. Then you. Felix suddenly forced the words out, as if using all his strength. I am exceptionally strong, so I can afford to be a little reckless. Tver said it lightly. Looking at the group, who still seemed somewhat shaken, Tver clapped his hands and reassured them. Do not worry so much. I have considerable influence in the wizarding world as well. Otherwise, I would not have given you the potions. As long as you do not reveal that they are potions, and instead call them some kind of miracle medicine with no side effects, you will not attract the Ministry of Magic's attention. Of course, do not even think about mentioning magic in newspapers or other media. But today we mobilized a lot of resources to investigate you. Felix's voice grew quieter and quieter, yet Tver nodded in approval. Do not do that again in the future. But for today, I should thank you. Thank us. The group looked at each other in confusion. But at that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the living room. Professor, just as you expected, the American branch of the Wizards Union has already noticed something unusual, Bulstrode said calmly. What do we do? Ian looked at Tver in panic right away. His current wealth and status had all come from what Tver had given him. Without the face masks, his business simply could not continue. Likewise, the others were unwilling to lose the potions that could keep them healthy, and they instantly became flustered. But Tver only showed the expression of someone who had expected this all along, then slowly rose to his feet. Do not worry. I let them find out on purpose. Surely no one really thought Tver had gone to all the trouble of coming all the way to America and setting up a scheme like this just to promote potions and win over wealthy people and those in power. In reality, a year and a half had already passed. It was impossible for Tver's actions in the Muggle world not to attract the attention of interested parties, especially the Wizards' Union. And he had deliberately chosen a point in time when the Wizards' Union was especially busy, because he wanted to use Felix and the others to lure those wizards over. Chapter 422, Dumbledore steps down. But luring them in was one thing. Felix and the others still could not be allowed to reveal too much. So Tver offered no explanation. He operated away on his own and arrived on the rooftop of World Trade Center Tower 1, currently the tallest building in New York. The cold night wind raged more than 400 meters above the ground, but to Tver, all it could do was lift the hem of his coat a little. Before him lay a brilliantly lit city in all its prosperity, and the cars below moved through the steel jungle like toys. Beautiful. If wizards had built this, they never would have imagined filling the world with so many skyscrapers. Because there are not that many wizards, and suddenly snapped. Because wizards would never think the world needed buildings this tall. Tver turned around and finally got a clear look at the newcomer. Well, if the lights on the helipad had not been on, Tver probably would not even have been able to see the black man standing in front of him clearly. Long time no see, Babajid Akingbade. I thought you would be busy with the Wizards' Union election. His tone was as friendly as it had been when they chatted at the Wizards' Union assembly 2 years ago, but a trace of bitterness appeared on Babajid's dark face. I originally heard you were in America, and I was going to tell you about the election while I was here. Then I found out the Union's wizards were investigating you. But compared to that surprise, what I never expected was that the one openly violating the statute of secrecy would be you, Tver Folly. He gripped a newspaper in his hand so tightly that it let out a crisp crinkling sound in the howling wind. Tver took it from him with some curiosity. It was Rita's report about Fudge accusing Barty. As for the recent accusations against Mr. Barty Crouch, the newly appointed senior undersecretary, I believe everyone is quite curious. But for now, as far as I know, the Ministry of Magic has not convicted either of the Crouches on these charges, and Mr. Barty remains firmly in his post. So I specifically consulted a certain director from the Aura office of the Ministry of Magic. I know some people want to say that Mr. Barty Crouch is a criminal, and that the so-called claim that Mr. Crouch sent his own son undercover to the Dark Lord's side is pure fabrication. But I must remind everyone that I did indeed find a related plan in the Aura office archives. We were facing the Dark Lord, the most evil Dark Lord in the world. Matters concerning him could not be handled with our hands tied. So for the sake of secrecy, he reported it only to the chief warlock of the Wisengamot. If certain wizards still wish to question this, they may go and ask the chief themselves. Of course, the former chief who has already been dismissed by the Ministry of Magic. At present, the Ministry of Magic had fallen into an extremely fierce internal dispute, and the two sides at the center of it were Minister Fudge and... A few days ago, because he shielded Barty Crouch and spread news of Voldemort's return, Dumbledore was officially stripped by Fudge of his positions as Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot and British representative to the Wizards' Union. That also means Dumbledore can no longer serve as president of the Wizards' Union. Babajid forced down his anger, even though he himself was regarded as the most likely candidate to become the next president. But do you know what? Even with all the criticism Dumbledore is facing right now, he still nominated you as his successor. At the height of his agitation, he raised a finger and jabbed it hard against Tver's chest in exasperation. And now, you are Britain's representative to the Wizards' Union. Tver blinked his wide, bewildered eyes. He knew Dumbledore would be stripped of his position in the Wizards' Union, and that the Union would therefore hold a grand temporary election. That was exactly why he had chosen this timing to deal with the wizards in the Union who had noticed his and Ian's movements. But the question was, how had he become Britain's representative? Wait. Did the Ministry of Magic and the Union ask for my opinion before choosing me as a representative? Since Dumbledore was the president, he did not take up a representative seat, so the British Ministry of Magic had one extra slot. But there was no way it should have fallen to him. Babajid frowned oddly. No one refuses to become their country's representative in the Wizards' Union. Once you become a representative, you can not only vote on and propose the Union's daily affairs, you can even help decide who becomes its president. Oh. Tver was suddenly interested. The Wizards' Union was the most important force in maintaining the international statute of secrecy, and also the only body that supervised how firmly each country cracked down on crimes involving violations of the statute. It had no law enforcement power, nor was it allowed to maintain a violent institution like an Aura office, but it alone held the world's authority to interpret the statute of secrecy. For example, if the Union unanimously determined that hiring Muggles in America to grow magical herbs did not violate the statute of secrecy, so long as the existence of magic was not exposed, then even if the American Ministry of Magic was furious enough to grind its teeth, it still could not prosecute under the statute of secrecy. Oh, my foot. Babajid angrily jabbed Tver in the shoulder again. Now then, for exposing potions and magic to Muggles, Tver Folly, you are officially under arrest. Where are the Aurors? Tver was not angered in the least. Instead, he spread his hands amicably and spoke in a soft voice. I alone am enough to arrest you. The Wizards Union has no law enforcement power. If you make a move here, the American Ministry of Magic will not allow it. Babajid choked on his words. The only reason he had not informed the Aurors was because he valued his friendly relationship with Tver and did not want some misunderstanding to damage it. Ever since Tver's speech at the assembly 2 years ago, Babajid had kept up a correspondence with him, and the two of them had always discussed the possibility of wizards being discovered. To be honest, he had always admired Tver. Because even when they discussed the most extreme scenarios, and could not help but feel a trace of irritation toward Muggles in their hearts, Tver always remained extraordinarily patient. It was as though he possessed absolute confidence in facing any problem the future might bring. That was also why Babajid fully agreed with what Dumbledore had once said in private. No matter who became president of the Wizards Union, Tver would be someone wizards could never ignore when it came to dealing with Muggles. He had just never imagined that Tver would dare violate the statute of secrecy so boldly without communicating with the Union first. Not even during Grindelwald's rampage, the greatest crisis the statute of secrecy had ever faced, had anyone done something like this. Chapter 423, Chapter 423, Babajid's Change. You're hesitating, Babajid. Sensing the conflict in Babajid's heart, Tver suddenly spoke softly. You don't know how to deal with Muggles, and you don't know how to face the threat they may pose to wizards in the future. All you want is to preserve the statute of secrecy, even though you know it no longer fits the times. You're hesitating, Babajid. Tver repeated himself, and Babajid found himself unable to argue back. He swallowed almost imperceptibly. That still does not give you the right to use magic so recklessly in front of Muggles. Yet even Babajid himself did not notice that, standing before Tver, who was not even a third of his age, his tone had already lost its force. Tver noticed, though. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Come to think of it, I should congratulate you first on becoming president of the Wizards Union. The election has not started yet. But the result is already obvious, isn't it? Tver said without hesitation. The wizarding world had long since declined. Even within the Union, where the finest wizards gathered, there was still no one who could compare to Dumbledore. So with his seniority, and with strength that was hardly lacking, Babajid was already the obvious choice for the next president. That was also why Tver had been even more pleased to see that the one who came was an old acquaintance like Babajid. Babajid closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the hesitation and struggle from before had vanished. I do not deny that I have a strong advantage, but that is for later. What I want to know now is what exactly you are trying to do, and why you are knowingly breaking the law. The authority he had built over years of work within the Wizards Union came pressing down with his sharp gaze, refusing to yield. For an instant, even the howling wind around them seemed to freeze into silence. But the heavy atmosphere did nothing to disturb Tver's easy smile. He shook his head, then turned and walked toward the edge of the building. One more step, and he would walk right off the safe rooftop. You know, the statute of secrecy is not actually that airtight. When the parents of Muggle-born young wizards receive admission letters from the schools, those people already learn of the wizarding world. Before the statute of secrecy was enacted 300 years ago, countless Muggle ancient books and legends recorded traces of wizard activity. I met a Muggle today who was trying to investigate signs of magic. Guess what he found? His voice rolled out with the wind as it began to surge again, carrying straight into Babajid's ears. Babajid hesitated, then stepped forward twice until he stood slightly behind and to the side of Tver. Then he followed Tver's lead and asked, what did he find? He found Mahudakoro, in the Muggle government's top secret files. Babajid was not surprised. The ministries of magic in various countries all had some channels of communication with their Muggle governments. Of course, whether those channels were used depended on the attitude of each ministry. We could revise some procedures. We could hide these Muggles better. Impossible. Looking out at the view, which only grew more beautiful as the night deepened, Tver spoke with certainty. As Muggle technology advances, the ways they communicate only become more convenient. In the future, when Muggle parents learn that their child is a wizard, do you think they will not show off about it? Then we can erase the memories of everyone involved, Babajid said as though it were obvious. The Wizards Union had been doing exactly that for 300 years. But what if that act of showing off is broadcast to the entire world? That is impossible. No, it is very possible. Tver pointed at the skyscrapers outside and turned to look at Babajid. 300 years ago, could Muggles have built towers like these? Could they have created a living environment like this? Did you know there is an American company called Hotmail promoting a method of communicating across thousands of miles called email? Perhaps next month, news of Ilvermorny could be spread all over the world through email. Baba Jeed, if the statute of secrecy needs to be revised, how long do you think the sluggish wizarding world will take? Baba Jeed, wizards have never truly hidden themselves. Baba Jeed, we are facing the most critical moment in the destruction of the statute of secrecy. It is not Grindelwald, not Voldemort, and not me. It is we wizards ourselves. It is Muggle science and technology. So tell me, as the future president of the Wizards Union, what do you intend to do? Baba Jeed's brows drew tight, and his expression turned grave. In the wizarding world, or anywhere else in the world, no one could claim to see more clearly than Tver what the next 20 years of Muggle technological progress would look like. And on top of that, Dumbledore, the former president of the Wizards Union, had already shared a great deal of information about the wizarding world with him in earlier discussions. It could be said that Tver was the person in the entire world who understood both worlds best. Dumbledore was especially sensitive about violating the statute of secrecy because of Grindelwald, but Baba Jeed was not. Tver had even managed to persuade Dumbledore. Was there really any chance he could not persuade Baba Jeed, who had not even become president yet? Tver gazed down at the brightly lit New York below, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He did not even need to turn around to know that Baba Jeed was now even more conflicted than before. I think I finally understand why Dumbledore looked so relaxed when he stepped down. Baba Jeed shook his head with a bitter smile. This position really is troublesome. But what about you? Dumbledore has such high hopes for you, and yet behind the scenes you keep entangling yourself with Muggles. What are you really after? He realized helplessly that compared to the anger he had arrived with, his attitude had already softened far too much. But he had to admit that the issue Tver raised was even more urgent and sharper than the one he had brought up at the Wizards Union Assembly before. And he also had to admit that even after a year, the Wizards Union still had no workable solution. They did not even have a workable idea. At that point, Tver stopped circling around the issue. He turned back to face Baba Jeed and looked straight at him. Have you ever considered that the Wizards Union may not necessarily need to consist only of wizards? Baba Jeed slowly opened his mouth, but all he heard was Tver continuing. If we make use of our channels of communication with Muggle governments, and if those governments are willing to stand with the Union and help keep the existence of wizards secret, then all of these problems can be solved. But as you just said, Muggles could still spread the news among themselves. But the Muggle media would all tell them in unison. Tver bared his teeth in a triumphant grin. That all of this is nothing more than a fantasy story from a best-selling novel, and that magic is simply everyone's longing made real in fiction. Chapter 424, Tver's responsibility. Tver had always emphasized reform from the top down, especially now that governments around the world were placing more and more importance on media influence. People liked to think the internet age meant greater freedom, but in reality, it had only made it easier for governments to control public opinion. Baba Jeed did not fully understand that yet, but that did not stop him from recognizing that the plan was workable. After all, the Wizards Union had always focused on the big issues and let the smaller ones slide. It was completely impossible to demand that every Ministry of Magic erase every trace of magic without fail. The sheer number of magical creatures alone made the task a nightmare. That was why the Wizards Union had always only required the ministries to deal with incidents that might create large-scale consequences. With that in mind, he found himself genuinely starting to think through how feasible the plan was. At the very least, it sounded far more reliable than some of the conclusions the Wizards Union had arrived at in its internal discussions. But how can you guarantee that, once the Muggle governments learn the wizarding world exists, they will not grow greedy and launch a war against us? I cannot guarantee that, Baba Jeed. Tver spread his hands frankly. But you should understand this. If I have to choose between all Muggles becoming aware of magic, and only a small number of politicians and wealthy people learning about it, I will choose the latter. Because for a wizarding population this small, controlling the thinking of a small group is far easier, and far more worthwhile, than trying to control the thinking of the entire world. Especially when that small group can help us control the overwhelming majority of the ignorant masses. Baba Jeed had to admit he was tempted. No one would have imagined that a senior member of the Wizards Union, and the man most likely to become its next president, would one day be tempted by an act that so openly challenged the statute of secrecy. He could only close his eyes and force his restless thoughts to settle down. You are right. The channels for communicating with Muggle governments have always existed. We only need to strengthen those channels, and naturally we will be better able to preserve the statute of secrecy. He muttered the words, but the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. But there is no need to be this hasty, is there? We only need to approach those politicians before the wizarding world draws widespread Muggle attention. Then they can work with us to handle these incidents. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already found a new way to revise the statute of secrecy. Tver only looked at him speechlessly. By the time Dumbledore and his teacher died of old age, leaving only him and Marvolio to uphold the wizarding world's top-tier combat strength, the entire wizarding world would truly be at the mercy of others. And why would that work? Why would those politicians help us? Would they not become wary the moment wizards suddenly appeared? Especially if we show up out of nowhere and start telling them what to do. Can you guarantee that would not cause conflict? It is better to prevent disaster before it happens. If we do not build a good relationship with them in advance, then what? Are we supposed to stand above them as so-called superhumans and look down on the politicians who command the world around them? That would only create even greater resentment. Baba Jeed let out an enlightened little sound. So that is why you are providing potions to those wealthy people. You want to maintain a friendly relationship with them. Even though he was gradually starting to agree, he still had not fully accepted the method. But Tver, even if I do think your approach is not bad, you still should not have acted on it without saying a word. Would you have agreed? Oh, well, perhaps we would have needed to discuss it first, and then make a decision. Baba Jeed gave a bitter smile and stammered out a few weak words in defense of the Wizards' Union. I am not complaining, Baba Jeed. But if the Wizards' Union wants to keep up with the times, it cannot stay stuck 300 years in the past. Tver spoke calmly, completely unbothered by the fact that he was a wizard not yet 30 years old criticizing an institution with 3 centuries of history. It is we, not it, Baba Jeed stressed. The Wizards' Union has obvious problems. That is exactly why we need to solve them together, Tver. Listen. I can temporarily put aside the matter of you exposing magic. But at the internal meeting 1 month from now, just like 2 years ago, I need you to attend in person and persuade the representatives of every country to accept your plan. That is the authority you now possess. When he saw Tver frown impatiently, Baba Jeed hurriedly added, and it is also your responsibility. The moment Dumbledore chose you as his successor, this became something you had to think about. So this representative identity really was a nuisance. But Tver was unwilling to reject it. At the moment, being a representative of the Union was the greatest source of influence he had over the various ministries of magic. Seeing Tver give a noncommittal nod, Baba Jeed finally let out a sigh of relief. It was the first time he had seen Tver show his sharp edge so openly, and even he had felt the pressure. It also made him regret coming alone. Next time, he would at least have to bring Joya with him. He was just feeling relieved when he suddenly paused. Wait. Why did I come here in the first place? Forget it. Baba Jeed scratched his head in frustration. Oh, right. Dumbledore said you witnessed Voldemort's resurrection. Can you tell me what happened? He asked, his expression turning grave. What made Voldemort even more troublesome than Grindelwald was that he allowed his followers to harm Muggles without restraint, even causing devastating destruction among them. Did Dumbledore not explain it already? Whatever he said is what happened. Tver could not even be bothered to pretend anymore. Since Dumbledore had dumped the Wizards' Union matter on him, then of course the matter of Voldemort could be shoved right back. Baba Jeed, however, sighed. The Union is overwhelmed right now. First with the election, and second with the uproar over Voldemort. No one has the energy to deal with Muggle matters on top of that. And of course, if Voldemort is not dealt with properly, then we will not even need to worry about the kind of Muggle technology you mentioned. Voldemort himself will expose the wizarding world first. Oh. Tver's interest was instantly stirred. Do you know what Voldemort would do? The last time Voldemort ran rampant, Tver had only been a child. And as a pureblood, he had never had to worry about his own safety, so he had no real idea what Voldemort had actually done. As for what he knew from the films, it was mostly about wizards being persecuted from Harry's perspective. There had been very little about Muggles. So while he had been thinking of steering Voldemort into helping expose magic, the way Baba Jeed described it made Voldemort sound even more useful than he had imagined. No. What makes Voldemort more troublesome than Grindelwald is that you never know what that madman will do next. Tver clicked his tongue and shot him a speechless glance before looking down over the city again. Still, Voldemort might not be impossible to make use of after all. Chapter 425, Chapter 425, The Confederation Delegates' Duties. Becoming a representative of the Wizards' Union turned out to be even more troublesome than Tver had imagined. In fact, the Union's representatives not only had to push their own ministries of magic to deal with cases of wizards exposing secrets, they also had to help investigate whether emergencies in other countries might lead to even more serious consequences. That was especially true in the United States, where Tver was currently staying. So before he had even finished dealing with matters in America, Joya dragged him over. I already said it. This is just a minor issue caused by the descendants of the Scourers. The Obliviators have already dealt with every nomage who saw that footage. A burly official from Akusa loudly stressed the point to his own president, all while pointing at the Union members around Tver in obvious dissatisfaction. There was no need to call this group over. You know perfectly well that ever since Grindelwald made a mess of New York, they have always been biased against us. Cruz Theron, the newly appointed head of the American Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Since he was promoted from the Aura Department, a lot of people are unhappy with his weak administrative skills, Joya explained lightly into Tver's ear. As for the Scourers Cruz mentioned, they were a group from before a wizarding government had been established in America. They were mercenaries who would sell out fellow wizards in exchange for bounties from religious witch hunters. After Makusa was established, those people were either put on trial or went into hiding among ordinary people under false identities. Their descendants were often raised on anti-wizard beliefs, and most of them devoted themselves to exposing the wizarding world. That was exactly why America had the strictest control in the world over relations between wizards and no-mages. Even though Rappaport's law, which had forbidden contact between the two, had been repealed in 1965, the hostility between both sides remained the strongest here. And the matter Tver was attending today was one of the increasingly rare anti-wizard incidents involving descendants of the Scourers in America. Ever since his teacher had rampaged through New York last time, the city's largest no-mage extremist group, the New Salem Philanthropic Society, had been destroyed in name. Still, unexpectedly, a small faction that had gone underground back then had started moving again after 70 years. According to the evasive director Cruz, someone seemed to have used a camera to capture a short scene of a wizard using magic, then copied it onto videotapes and distributed them widely. Absurdly enough, the no-mages who watched it all thought it was a trailer for some fun movie. But the problem is, Cruz. His superior, the president of Makusa, looked up from the case file. We still have not found this no-mage you claim is a descendant of the Scourers. And we have no idea how many more copies of those videotapes may still be circulating outside. Ah. Cruz gripped a videotape in his thick hand and waved it twice, apparently with no idea how to answer. Give us a little more time. We will find a lead in this annoying no-mage technology soon enough. There is no way the videotape itself contains any clues, Tver suddenly said, his voice standing out sharply among the low discussion in the Union delegation. You are interested in this case? Joya gave Tver a surprised look. The frequency was not high, but incidents like this still happened now and then around the world. It was only because this case in America supposedly involved descendants of the Scourers that the Wizards' Union had urgently convened a meeting. But judging from Joya's casual attitude, they had clearly grown used to this sort of thing long ago. Do you not think this looks a lot like the kind of problems wizards will face in the future? You could even say we will run into more and more cases like this later on. Tver explained with a smile as he rose from his seat. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked over to Cruz and took the videotape from his hand. I assume you do not know that, for the sake of easy returns, some rental tapes have the store's address on them. Cruz sized Tver up with a contemptuous smile. This young representative, there are more than 40 tapes here, coming from 3 video rental stores. At least 100 no-mages must have passed through during that time. How exactly are we supposed to find this person? Tver ignored the provocative look in his eyes and gently placed the tape on top of the neatly stacked pile. We do not need to track down every Muggle who appeared there. We only need to find the one person who showed up at all 3 stores during that period. Cruz froze for a moment. But how are we supposed to know who went in and out of those 3 stores? I mean, even if we search the memories of the owners and clerks, we still might not find anyone who fits. A reminder. Magic will not help here, but technology will. Tver patted the videotape. Muggle stores have surveillance footage. Just go through it. It is very simple. Cruz blinked blankly. What is surveillance footage? But the president of Makusa, Agilbert Fontaine, had already understood Tver's idea. Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Foley. But may I ask you to give Cruz some guidance while he investigates this case? At the very least, he needs to know how to use surveillance footage to find someone. The Union's wizards had no obligation to participate in the operations of any country's Ministry of Magic, so Agilbert could only ask Tver in the form of a request. As for Tver, he had just happened to become interested in this descendant of the Scourers who had been hiding himself away. Of course. But I want command of the operation. Otherwise, I will not tolerate some stupid wizard who knows nothing about Muggle technology barking orders in front of me. Cruz's eyes widened with anger at once, but what infuriated him even more was Agilbert's immediate agreement. I agree. Dumbledore has praised your remarkable ability to me, and to a number of old friends, more than once, Tver. Agilbert wore a kindly smile, as though Tver were the son of some younger generation among their circle of elders. In terms of age, that was not far from the truth. Cruz, Tver will take the lead in this investigation, and you will assist him. Remember this. I do not want to hear again that Congress's workload has skyrocketed because of your reckless actions. Cruz instantly fell silent, then kicked at the floor in resentment. Blowing up the Statue of Liberty's torch last time was just an accident. He muttered, lowering his head. Chapter 426, the Third Salem. So this is what you call action. Sitting here doing nothing. Cruz sat on the sofa with an impatient look, watching Tver leisurely enjoy a television program from this era. Do you know how to deal with Muggle businessmen? Or how to obtain surveillance footage and go through it piece by piece? Tver did not even look at him. He kept his full attention on the television. This was the mansion Ian had bought to make doing business in America easier. It was not as spacious or comfortable as Williams's estate, but the important thing was that it did not have nearly as many bodyguards or servants. As for the surveillance footage, that was naturally left to Ian and his sharp, capable Muggle employees. Cruz awkwardly pinched his thigh and took quite a while to calm himself down. But if doing this means cooperating with no mages, I would rather take my Oris and learn everything from scratch. And I reserve the right to report your unusually close relationship with no mages to the Wizards Union. What makes you so sure the Wizards Union does not already know about it? Tver looked at Cruz with amused eyes as the men tried to threaten him. How could the Union possibly? People change. Otherwise, why did America repeal Rappaport's law? But right now you are blatantly violating the statute of secrecy. The statute of secrecy is maintained by the Wizards Union, and I am a representative of the Union. Do you understand? The moment Cruz thought through the implications, he sucked in a deep breath. You mean the Wizards Union is preparing to abandon the statute of secrecy? Not quite. Even Tver was startled by Cruz's bold leap in logic. The Union is only exploring better ways to uphold the statute of secrecy. After all, you have seen it for yourself. Muggles have more and more ways of noticing magic, which makes dealing with it more and more troublesome. The Union has to keep up with the times, does it not? Cruz found himself nodding before he realized it. Unlike many other countries, post-war America had entered a period of unprecedented prosperity. At the same time, the concentration of talent on this land had produced more and more technological innovation. And yet the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which was supposed to deal with major problems in wizarding society, kept having its energy drained by a flood of secrecy breaches caused by wizards. That was exactly why he had been so irritable about this incident. He truly had no desire to keep dealing with these repetitive, tedious, and especially troublesome cases. That is wonderful. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Cruz immediately put on a flattering smile. I truly did not expect the Union to be so far-sighted. I thought you were just a bunch of rotten old men. No, please forget that last sentence. I got confused again. Tver was amused by his sudden change in attitude, but also moved by what he had said. Cruz, there really are many rotten old marks left inside the Wizards Union. That is exactly why we need younger, more energetic ways of thinking. Cruz froze. Sorry, I did not catch that. What were you saying? Just then, the screech of tires braking sharply came from outside the window. A moment later, Ian hurried in with a document envelope in his hand. Professor, we checked. 5 people entered all 3 stores, but only one of them deliberately hid her movements. He strode up to Tver and took several photographs from the envelope. They showed a frail old woman draped in a shabby shawl, but the surveillance cameras had still managed to capture her face from a sharp angle. Modesty barebone. According to our investigation, she used to be the head of an orphanage, but after that orphanage was demolished, she remained at a local church and founded an organization called Third Salem, where she regularly holds religious gatherings. Barebone. Tver took the photos with a puzzled look, studying the woman's face, worn down by time. He felt as though he had heard that surname from his teacher before. And Salem. That was synonymous with one of the most infamous witch hunts in American, and even world, history. For Tver, who wanted wizards and muggles to live peacefully together, anti-wizard groups and ideas like this could not be allowed to spread. It seemed this sudden whim of his had really brought an unexpected reward. Tver immediately stood up. Let us go and meet Madame Barebone. About an hour and a half later, Ian smoothly parked the car in front of a small church on the edge of New York. Cruz, who had been sitting in the back seat, could not wait to get out. This is such an urgent matter, and we still had to ride in a nomage car. He muttered in dissatisfaction. But Ian, still inside the car, suddenly said to Tver in a low voice, as you instructed, old Madame Peter has been sent to one of the top nursing homes in America, with a first-class care team. Naturally, no magic. Tver looked at Ian helplessly, as if he were some kind of secret agent. Thank you. I did tell you to keep it as confidential as possible, but it did not have to go this far. Ian immediately shrank back awkwardly, then followed him out of the car. I thought this was some kind of classified mission. I kept it bottled up in the car the whole way for nothing. Come on. Tver patted him on the shoulder. The real classified mission starts now. There was no activity at the church on a weekday. Then again, there usually was not much activity here anyway. This was not a grand cathedral that could host weddings or anything of the sort. It was just a place where some religious groups occasionally held gatherings. But Tver still sharply sensed movement inside. Cruz, who had long since lost patience, discreetly tapped the front door with his wand. With a creak, the tightly locked door swung open. But inside there was only a group of children playing. Some were white, some were black. Their clothes were old, much like Madame Barebones, but at least they had been washed clean. And together with the smiles on their faces, they looked even more heartening than the children Tver had seen in wealthy neighborhoods. Hearing the sound, the tallest black girl walked over. She was a little scared, but still lifted her head and looked up at Cruz firmly. "Sir, what are you here for? There will not be any activities here until the weekend." Cruz's aggressive manner suddenly faltered. Looking into the children's clear eyes, he found himself at a loss. "Who are you?" A flustered figure suddenly shoved Ian aside and moved in front of the children. But as she turned to shield them, her aged face was exposed before the three of them. Tver's deep gaze met hers for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled. "My teacher asked me to send you his regards, Madame Barebone." Chapter 427, Modesty's Fear. Judging from what he had learned through legilimency, this Madame Modesty Barebone really did have some connection to his teacher, Grindelwald. Back then, when his teacher had used the obscurial Credence Barebone, she had been one of the 3 children adopted by Mary Barebone, the leader of the anti-wizard group known as the New Salem Philanthropic Society, also called Second Salem. It was just that his teacher had disguised himself as someone else at the time, and Modesty had no access to information from the wizarding world, so she knew none of it. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Tver had no interest in explaining. He was only using it as a way to get closer to her. If he really explained how his teacher had indirectly caused her adoptive mother's death and destroyed Second Salem, even Tver would have no idea how to smooth that over. "I just did not expect that after 70 years, with Second Salem already destroyed, you would still be carrying on your mother's wishes." Tver looked around the church with curiosity. Like the children's clothes, signs of age and wear could be seen everywhere inside, yet everything was still kept spotless. And that let Tver discover this place's secret. This is the church that was destroyed back then. That is right. This is the church that was destroyed by magic. Unexpectedly, bringing that up only stoked Madame Barebone's anger. She already understood that Tver came from the wizarding world, from the very world she hated. What she had not expected was that it would spark the children's curiosity behind her. "Magic. Is there really magic in this world?" a little girl asked in a small, childish voice. "No, I spoke too quickly. Perrine, take them home. Tomorrow." Barebone hesitated and glanced at Tver. "Come back again tomorrow." The other children still wanted to say something, but the black girl stopped them. As the eldest, she held back her tears, stared hard at Tver, and led the children out of the church. Tver almost felt like some kind of villain. "I did not expect you to hide the existence of magic from them." After the children left, Barebone seemed to shed some heavy burden and sat weakly down on one of the church's long wooden benches. "What else could I do? The magic you use can destroy everything we struggled so hard to build whenever you want, and the way young people treat magic now is just too strange." At that, she looked up in utter disbelief. They actually worship magic. Even though they cannot use the slightest bit of it themselves, they still call every trace of magic cool. A wizard blew up the torch on the Statue of Liberty. "What exactly is cool about that?" "Ahem." Cruz coughed awkwardly and took 2 steps back. "Then why did you secretly slip the videotape into the store?" Barebone's shoulders instantly slumped, and she looked up at the church ceiling with a self-defeating air. "I do not know either. Maybe it was the last thought my mother left behind in me." Some extreme scourers passed down their resentment toward wizards for judging them through their family lines. By the time it reached Modesty Barebone's generation, that chain had actually been broken, thanks to his teacher's inexplicable actions. And from the look of it now, Modesty had no intention of passing that hatred on. If Tver left her alone, then once she passed away with age, the Salem organizations in this world would probably disappear completely. But once the day came when the wizarding world was exposed to Muggle sight, new organizations like Salem would very likely rise again from the ashes. So dealing with Modesty was simple. Preventing anti-wizard ideas like those passed down in the Barebone family from reappearing would not be nearly so easy. "You do not actually hate wizards, do you?" Tver sat down beside Modesty and spoke in a gentle tone. "What you received was only one-sided knowledge passed down from your mother, but you yourself do not truly understand that hatred, do you?" Modesty looked at Tver in surprise. She did not quite understand what he meant, or rather, she did not understand why Tver was saying so much to her at all. "It is true that I would not hate an entire group for no reason. But the reason I did not tell the children about you wizards is because I am afraid of you. My mother taught me to hate wizards, and my own experiences also taught me that wizards can destroy everything we worked so hard to build without restraint. They can even erase our memory so that you can go on living with a clear conscience." It seemed Tver's gentle expression had relaxed Modesty quite a bit, and she poured out all her thoughts about wizards in one breath. That also gave Tver a very real understanding of how ordinary people viewed magic. "We are protecting you." Cruz could not help shouting back. Some evil wizards often spread dark magical objects around, and some of them end up in the hands of mages. If we do not take action, the harm done to you will only be worse. What about the Statue of Liberty? As if realizing she had no chance of escape anyway, Modesty gave up holding back and openly argued with Cruz. Cornered into embarrassment, Cruz stamped his foot in irritation. "That was just an accident. I was trying to capture an extremely dangerous dark wizard. The fact that the battle did not affect mages was already thanks to the efforts of those 3 injured Aurors. Besides, we repaired that damned statue afterward. No one noticed anything." After hearing Cruz's explanation, Modesty still held her chin high, but her attitude clearly softened. "All right, I am grateful to the wizards who protected us. But the problem is that there are still many wizards who intentionally or unintentionally hurt us, are there not? That is exactly what we have always tried to avoid, Modesty." Tver suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "I know there is still fear of magic in your heart. So would you be willing to hear the voices of the friendly part of the wizarding world?" "Me?" Modesty froze for a moment. In all her imaginings, she had never considered that something like this would happen. A wizard she hated was willing to listen gently to her thoughts, and even seemed almost humble before her. Seeing Tver nod in confirmation, she asked, What do I need to do?" She looked a little lost, which made Tver smile in satisfaction. "There is no need to be nervous. I only want to invite you to a place. It is a bit far from here, and the altitude is a little high. But do not worry, you will not feel any discomfort. I promise." Chapter 428, Echoes of Magic's Origins. Bhutan, regarded as the birthplace of magic. Unlike the cities of the visible world, Bhutan in the wizarding world lies on one face of Mount Everest and possesses an ancient magical culture. At the same time, it is both the site of the Wizards Union's internal pre-election meeting and the place where the election results will later be announced, welcoming the new president of the Union in celebration. After briefly wrapping up his trip to America, Tver arrived here before August began. However, because he had been delayed a little in America, Modesty had actually been brought here several days earlier by Joya at his request. By the time Tver appeared in this holy city of the wizarding world, the place was already filled with the lively excitement of wizards gathering together. The Wizards Union election involved more than 200 countries and regions in the magical world, so it was no longer merely an internal union matter. Of course, Tver currently had neither the standing nor the interest to care about the election itself. After all, Dumbledore's dismissal had come far too suddenly, so in order to restore the Union's normal operations as quickly as possible, the election process and ceremony had been simplified as much as possible. Under those circumstances, Babaji's chances of winning were already close to certain. But the moment Tver stepped into this place, he sensed a different sort of presence. Traces of magic were everywhere throughout the city. In other places, even in wizard settlements like Hogsmeade or wizard shopping streets like Diagon Alley, large-scale use of magic was not permitted. But this place was different. The entire city itself was filled with all kinds of ancient magic. It was a bit like Hogwarts, only the area here was hundreds of times larger. Magnificent. Tver looked around and sighed in admiration. The city resembled the Tibetan regions he had seen in his previous life, made up mostly of trapezoidal buildings with white walls and red roofs. Against the backdrop of snow-covered mountains, that solemn style carried a deep weight of history. It felt just like the ancient magic hidden here. Young men, listen carefully. This is ancient magic telling the story of its own origin. An old man in red robes rose from where he had been crouching on the ground and scattered the rice in his hand onto the earth. The next moment, with a soft whoosh, a small flock of diricals appeared before him and happily began enjoying their breakfast. The story of its origin? Tver asked, puzzled. To be honest, although it was not directly pressuring him, all he could sense was a depth as vast and heavy as the sea. Do not resist, child. Close your eyes. In truth, it is welcoming your arrival, the old man said with a smile. Under the gentle morning sunlight, he looked as benevolent and mysterious as the nearby Thanka painting. Tver sensed no hostility from the old man. In fact, he did not even sense any magic from him. Coupled with his confidence in his own strength, he did as he was told and gently closed his eyes. At once, a suffocating heaviness clearly spread through every cell in his body. The pressure felt just like the sensation he had experienced when he first encountered Helga. This time, even though his strength had advanced tremendously over the past 4 years, he still felt as unsure as he had back then, not knowing how to respond. Do not resist. You know the city's magic is not directed at you. The old man's voice sounded by his ear. For some reason, Tver's whole body gradually relaxed on its own, and he withdrew the magic circulating around himself. Immediately, a mass of magic as heavy as a mountain swept him up like a tidal wave. Then, like a sheet of paper caught in the wind, he drifted slowly with that magic around the city and the snowy peaks. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the paper seemed to burn away like something touched by flame, turning to ash and blending into the whole city, becoming one with the ancient source of magic within it. The feeling was so strange and wonderful that Tver almost sank into it. He could clearly hear the noisy celebrations echoing through the city, yet his heart was indescribably calm. It was as if the world had nothing to do with him at all. This is magic. The old man's voice sounded again, but this time it was far more distant and ethereal. Magic lies hidden within our hearts. No matter what method we use to cast, no matter what language we use to speak our spells. It follows only the most fundamental laws of this world. The birth and passing of life, the use of magic. And we, just like Muggle scientists, are only people exploring those laws, exploring the deepest secrets of this world and this universe. A flicker of astonishment appeared on Tver's tranquil face. Scientists. Had old Bhutanese wizards really become so progressive that they understood things like this now? The peace in his heart shattered in that instant, and he opened his eyes at once. The scenery was still just as magnificent. The Diricals were still happily pecking at the rice. In the distance, the wizards were still making a ruckus as fireworks burst across the sky. But the old man had vanished like a phantom. Why are you still here? Baba Jeet came hurrying over and shot Tver an annoyed glare. The meeting starts in less than half an hour. It was one thing that you could not come a few days earlier, but you cannot possibly be late too, can you? There is still half an hour left. Going earlier would just mean sitting there for nothing. Why be in such a hurry? Tver shrugged indifferently and let himself be dragged toward the upper part of the city. Sitting there for nothing. Baba Jeet laughed in exasperation. The news that you brought modesty here has already spread. This is the first time in decades that a Muggle has appeared here again. And the last time was when Grindelwald intended to run for president of the Wizards' Union. The representatives of the other countries are in an uproar over it. Wait. Are you sure no other Muggles have ever appeared here? Tver suddenly grabbed him, startled. Of course. There are no conditions here that would allow Muggles to live, Baba Jeet replied, turning back with a strange look. This place is maintained entirely through wizard magic. Only wizards come here from time to time on pilgrimage. Tver was even more surprised. He pointed to the place where he had just been standing. But I just saw an old man in red robes feeding the Diricals, and the rice is still there on the ground. But that was you, Baba Jeet said with an odd expression. Just now, you were the one scattering a handful of rice on the ground, then closing your eyes and standing there quietly. I saw it with my own eyes. Tver's eyes widened in shock. But seeing that time was running short, Baba Jeet grabbed his arm again and led him up the stairs. Why are you so surprised? Did something happen? He asked curiously as he guided him along. Tver hesitated. I may have encountered the legendary echo this ancient city bestows upon people. Chapter 429, The Internal Meeting. Baba Jeet's mouth fell open in surprise. If time had not been so tight, he would have wanted to sit down and have a proper talk with Tver about it. Even though stories like that have always existed, I have never actually heard of anyone encountering it. So what did you see? It is hard to describe. Tver shook his head with a faint smile. It felt like it was telling me that the way we study magic is no different from the way Muggles study technology. Both are just ways of studying the most fundamental laws of this world. Baba Jeet stopped walking, speechless. Of course, that was also because they had already reached the conference room doors. This is not just some hallucination from worrying too much about the meeting, is it? Maybe. Tver gave a careless shrug and did not try to force Baba Jeet to understand the strange experience he had just had. Seeing that, Baba Jeet did not say anything more. As he gently pushed open the door, he quietly began reminding Tver what to watch for during the meeting. I deliberately arranged for your speech to come right after mine, second on the agenda, so hopefully everyone will not react to what you say. He hesitated for a moment, suddenly remembering the massive shock to his own worldview not long ago. Too strongly. Maybe. Tver gave him the same vague answer again, but there was a confident smile on his face. This time, he was not going to speak in the same tentative, probing way as before. After a year of groundwork, and with the situation now turning so much in his favor, there was no way he would let an opportunity like this slip by. Baba Jeet let out a somewhat defeated sigh. Just thinking that he had not even become president yet and was already facing threats from Voldemort and the future danger posed by Muggles gave him a pounding headache. No wonder Dumbledore had slipped away so decisively. Of course, that was only his private complaint about how busy things had been lately. The instant he opened the door and stepped into view, his expression returned to its usual gentle composure. Once again, he was the leader everyone in the Union trusted most after Dumbledore. Good morning, everyone. Baba Jeet let go of Tver's hand and strode toward the center of the conference room. It was a large square room. Because the windows were narrow and tall, very little sunlight made it inside, so even during the day, the ancient lampstands around the room were still lit with candles. In the firelight sat a circular arrangement of seats, broken by 2 openings, filled with representatives from more than 200 countries and regions, along with staff responsible for handling the union's internal affairs. Before Babajid spoke, the room had been as noisy as a Muggle marketplace, full of the representatives' passionate discussion. But the moment his clear voice rang out, the room fell silent for a second. Then, 1 second later, the noise exploded back with even greater intensity. Babajid, do you even understand what it means for a Muggle to appear here? Is the Wizards' Union planning to compromise with Muggles now and hand over everything in the magical world to them? Or are you trying to become a second Grindelwald? And now Dumbledore has brought a Muggle here again. Tver took advantage of the chaos to find his seat and watched with interest as the old wizards fired question after question at Babajid like a barrage. At last year's assembly, their attitude had not been nearly this intense. Honestly, this was much more like what he had imagined the Union should be. That previous half-dead, worn-out air of theirs had been too dull to interest him. Babajid, meanwhile, paid the uproar no mind at all and simply walked to the center of the circle, smiling as he looked around the room. The matter concerning Madame Modesty will be resolved during this meeting. But before that, I hope all of you can calm down. As an old member of the Union, Babajid might have been younger than many of the representatives, but his authority was not weaker than anyone else's. So the noise gradually subsided, and everyone turned their full attention to him. Babajid nodded in satisfaction. Then let us begin with the first item on the agenda, the election of the President of the International Wizards Union. We all know how that is going to go, Babajid, an old wizard said loudly, impatience written all over his face. Tver glanced over at once. Well. It was an old acquaintance, Quentin, the same man who had argued against him at the assembly last year. In their correspondence, Quentin had seemed fairly rational in writing. Tver had not expected that 2 years later, he would still be this hot-tempered. Dumbledore was forced down by a bunch of foolish politicians. Of course, he had no desire to resist that decision, which is why we are all so frustrated. No one seemed inclined to argue with that, and Quentin only grew more worked up as he continued. Exactly. So we should respect Albus's decision and elect a new president as soon as possible. After all, the Union urgently needs to deal with the problems that mysterious person may bring. After he paused for a moment, Babajid tried to speak again, only to be interrupted almost immediately. Then stop wasting time. There is no one in the Union who can compare to you, Babajid. We all agree that you should become the new president. Quentin sounded even more impatient this time, and not only did no one object, a number of people even laughed in amusement. Even though I do not care much for Quentin's impatience, I think he is right this time. Joya looked at Babajid with a faint smile. It was the first time she had ever seen him look somewhat awkward in front of everyone. I still think we should follow the proper procedure. For example, I should first explain my ideas, and then everyone can discuss them. Clearly, our discussion is already over. Quentin gave no face at all to the new president he so clearly favored. Move on to the next item already. I am much more interested in Tver Fawley, Dumbledore's successor. Let us hear what thoughts he has brought us this year, especially since he actually brought a Muggle here. At once, his words were like a stone dropped into 1,000 waves, stirring up another burst of noisy discussion throughout the room. The representatives present all remembered Tver's speech from last year very clearly. Ever since then, these old bones had been forced to correspond with one another far more often, thinking seriously about the future of the Statute of Secrecy. Even though the conclusions they reached had not been especially favorable to wizards, it had at least proved that all their hard work had not been for nothing. And now, the Muggle causing such controversy had been brought here by none other than Tver Fawley. And he was about to deliver another speech. The moment they thought of how much effort they had spent running around over the past year, many of them rubbed their backs with weary hands, backs that had clearly suffered a great deal more wear and tear than before. This time would not be even sharper than the last one, would it? They thought bitterly. Chapter 430, Arrogance. Looking at the delegates, all worked up as they were, Babajid did not feel embarrassed this time. If anything, he let out a relieved sigh. So this was what it felt like to have someone else standing in front to take the pressure. Faced with Tver's surprised look, he spread his hands helplessly. I understand what you all mean, so I will not waste everyone's time. We will move straight to the second item on today's agenda. Our new British representative, Mr. Tver Fawley, will now present his observations on the Muggle world over the past 2 years. Unlike the polite applause from last time, many of the wizards present had built up quite a rapport with Tver through a year of correspondence. Whether that rapport was good or bad, they all admired the maturity of Tver's ideas, maturity far beyond his years, and they were all looking forward to what he would say next. Of course, if anyone would like to know more about my views, feel free to come speak with me after the meeting. Cut the nonsense. We have heard your speeches so often our ears are growing calluses. Quentin's voice still rang out clearly through the applause. Baba Jeet gave Tver a helpless smile that said he could do nothing about it, then walked over to him looking utterly relaxed. What happened to helping me take some of the pressure? Tver looked at Baba Jeet in disbelief. The man's skin was as thick as the snowy mountains outside. The crowd is too fired up. I could hardly refuse. Baba Jeet put on an innocent look, then gave Tver a broad shove and pushed him straight toward the center. The moment Tver appeared, the applause in the conference room became even more enthusiastic, with exactly the same kind of warmth Baba Jeet had received just now. Thank you. I thought you might throw me out. Quite a few representatives have complained to me more than once that after last year's speech, they barely slept properly for an entire year. As Tver strode toward the center of the circle, he studied the expression on every face with obvious interest. What happened last year no longer matters. The key question is whether any of us will still be able to sleep soundly after today. A ripple of laughter spread through the room, but Quentin's sudden voice was like a bucket of cold water thrown over the relaxed mood. I would not count on that. Tver gave a light laugh. Because not only have the problems we face not been resolved, they have become even more severe. Sensing at once that something was different, the representative's expressions turned grave. When it came to the question of wizarding survival, even Quentin did not dare keep joking. He looked at Tver with a serious face. Has something happened? Before I answer that, let us deal with another matter first. I imagine all of you are curious why I brought Madame Modesty here. Tver suddenly changed direction and turned his gaze toward Modesty, who was sitting beside Joya, doing her best to hide herself beneath her shawl. It is very simple. I want you to hear a voice from the Muggle world. With a wave of his hand, and under Joya's slightly displeased gaze, he exposed Modesty to everyone's sight. Please stand up, Madame Modesty. Do not be afraid. We will protect you. Perhaps it was Tver's reassurance, or perhaps the protection Joya had given her over the past several days, but under their encouraging looks, Modesty slowly rose to her feet. At once, whispers spread through the room, and Modesty's body began to tremble slightly with fear. But by then, Tver had already walked over to stand in front of her. You have lived here for a full week. In this sacred city of wizards, you have met many of them. So tell me, what is your impression of wizards? Tver's voice was like that of a patient teacher guiding a student, helping Modesty relax while also drawing a little courage out of her. But standing before so many wizards for the first time still left her deeply hesitant and afraid. One word is enough, Tver said softly, and even the murmuring around them seemed to fade beneath his voice. Arrogant. What? Tver acted as though he had not heard clearly. Frowning, he leaned in as if trying to catch her words better. Could you say that again? I did not hear you very clearly. Seeing that, the representatives gradually stopped whispering among themselves. Like Tver, they all focused their attention on Modesty. Arrogant. What? Tver lifted his head in disbelief, looking just as startled as everyone else. My ears did not deceive me, did they, Madame Modesty? Could you say it one last time? It is arrogance. Modesty seemed to be angered by his expression. Her hands clenched tightly into fists, fury filled her aged face, and even her neck flushed red with emotion. Ever since I arrived here, all I have heard is you calling us Muggles and no mages. We are human beings. People. Not animals for you to sort into whatever categories you please. Just because an ordinary person who cannot use magic appeared in your sacred place, you all act as though my very existence has stained it. I am a person. A living, breathing person. She turned to face the shocked wizards and declared her existence as a human being. Just because I cannot use magic, does that mean I deserve to endure the discrimination you were born with? Her aged voice was nearly hysterical, echoing through the pin-drop silence of the room, striking again and again at the wizard's understanding. Perhaps the term Muggle really did come from wizarding arrogance in the beginning, but today we use it only to distinguish between two kinds of people, just as you would use words like scientist or taxi driver to refer to certain groups. Quentin's voice was unexpectedly gentle. He was the first to speak after Modesty had finished venting. As for your appearance here, we were actually more worried that some ill-intentioned wizard might use your presence to damage the peace between us, and the peace of all humanity. I admit that many wizards, no, all wizards, carry some degree of arrogance when dealing with people like you. For that, I am sorry. But please believe that we have always been trying to let both sides live in a quiet and peaceful world. Seeing the guilt in Quentin's eyes, Modesty's unfamiliarity with, and fear of, wizards surged up once more. She sat down in a panic and leaned close against Joya. Thank you. Thank you both for that exchange. After a brief silence, Tver spoke again, drawing everyone's attention back to the speech. Do you see now? This is the issue we are here to discuss today. The many problems wizards face can in fact all be traced back to a single word. Arrogance. It is precisely this ignorant arrogance that keeps causing us to offend Muggles, and even many non-human magical creatures. And that is the root of the difficulties we are about to face. My friends, weakness and ignorance are not the greatest obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. Chapter 431, Chapter 431, you said it, not me. In the silent conference room, Tver's voice lit every heart like the candlelight flickering around them. Ignorance can be dispelled through learning, and weakness can be overcome through growth. That is what the course of Muggle development has shown us. It is through those very efforts that they gradually became what they are today. And what about us wizards? Our arrogance has made our vision incredibly narrow. We focus only on the tiny wizarding world and fail to see how vast and wonderful the rest of the world truly is. Let's admit it. Our arrogance has become an obstacle to our survival. It has held back our progress and created many of the problems giving us such headaches today. To be honest, the representatives present had long understood the arrogance wizards held toward all those unlike themselves, but this was the first time they had ever been confronted about it by a Muggle. It was also the first time they had connected that arrogance to the crisis before them. I don't agree, Tver, Quentin said again, though this time his tone was far less impatient. The reason Muggles hate us so much is really their fear of the unknown, and their greed for magic. And that is exactly why we had to implement the Statute of Secrecy, to protect the wizarding world's limited magical resources. It's just that now, the limitations of the Statute of Secrecy have become obvious, and the Muggles' deeply rooted belief in equality no longer allows us to occupy a special position. No, no, no. That way of thinking is just your unconscious arrogance showing itself again. Tver shook his head, his face relaxed and smiling. When Muggles speak of equality, they mean equality in dignity. In reality, there are still people among them, such as scientists, who are widely respected for the roles they fulfill. So why should wizards occupy some special position? Magic. Tver suddenly pointed at an elderly witch who had been about to speak. Having her thoughts called out so directly, she could only nod in silence. You see. We think that because we can use magic, we naturally deserve a higher status. But what about in reality? The scientists among Muggles are no worse than we are when it comes to exploring this world. In that respect, their achievements even far surpass ours. So when we face those scientists, should we also acknowledge that they are superior to us? Tver's oppressive gaze slowly swept across the room, and the wizards present instinctively looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. Admitting their arrogance was one thing, but these representatives were all outstanding figures in wizarding society. Asking them to admit they were inferior to Muggles who could not use magic was absolutely impossible. Their reaction was no surprise, but it only strengthened Tver's confidence in this speech. Their ignorance and greed actually come from our isolation. In truth, if we showed them our real world in a friendly and objective way, even including dark wizards and righteous aurors, they would be willing to understand the real us. Isn't that right, Madame Modesty? Being singled out so suddenly, Modesty panicked for a moment. But Tver's serious tone softened slightly when he addressed her, and she quickly calmed down and gave it some thought. In fact, when she was younger, her adoptive mother had taught her to hate wizards and expose every wizard she found. It was only the fear Grindelwald had unintentionally brought her that made her afraid of wizards and choose to hide herself. But during this time, the wizards she had come into contact with, Yajo, Tver, and several others, had actually treated her quite kindly. Especially after Quentin had just apologized for her anger and misunderstanding, she had gradually come to realize that wizards were really just ordinary people with unusual abilities. They were human beings, just like her. She could not say she fully accepted the existence of wizards, but if it was a matter of understanding them. After thinking for a while, Modesty slowly raised her head and, under everyone's gaze, gave a gentle nod. Tver could not tell whether it was just his imagination, but it seemed as though quite a few wizards in the conference room had let out a sigh of relief. Relieved that there was still a chance for wizards and Muggles to ease their relationship. Not all the wizards present were purebloods. In fact, most of them were half-bloods, or even Muggle-born. It was simply that after living in the wizarding world for so long, they had long since grown distant from their blood ties to Muggles. But that did not mean they wanted conflict with Muggles. Aside from a few war-mad fanatics, everyone still hoped for mutual understanding and a peaceful situation. They had not even realized it themselves, but they had already begun thinking about how they should face Muggles in the future. But Tver noticed it keenly. Or rather, everything he had said up to this point was meant to steer their thoughts in exactly the direction he wanted. Thank you, Madame Modesty. Thank you for still being willing to trust us after everything that has happened. But the question is, ladies and gentlemen, how have we repaid that trust? Tver spread his arms, and his gaze turned sharp. The arrogance wizards have built up over so many years has driven us farther and farther away from Muggles, and it has forced us to consider an urgent question. If, and I mean if, Muggles inevitably discover the existence of magic, and on such a large scale that there is virtually no way to erase everyone's memories, then how should we treat them? Do we stand above them and tell them that we are superhuman because we possess magic, and that they, the lowly insects, should obediently wait for our charity? Seeing Quentin and the other elderly wizards eager to speak, Tver raised a hand first and stopped them. Don't be in such a hurry to argue. Think about it. If I hadn't brought Madame Modesty here, then this is exactly the reality we would face in the future, isn't it? Everyone's expressions immediately turned ugly, yet they found themselves unable to say a word in rebuttal. We are not afraid of war, but we do not want to see war either. Do we all agree on that? Tver had given them a perfect step to take, and they nodded at once. So here is the question. Tver looked at everyone with anticipation. How do we prevent war from happening? How do we eliminate every possible cause of war? The representatives looked at one another, but soon they remembered what Tver had just said, and they seemed to find the answer. If arrogance was the root of conflict between wizards and muggles, then, wouldn't solving that arrogance solve the problem? Show muggles our true side. Quentin asked carefully. The corners of Tver's lips lifted slightly, like a teacher in the middle of a lesson, as he looked at the elderly wizards deep in thought around the conference room. There, you said it yourself. Chapter 432, Opening the Window. The silence in the conference room did not last long. After thinking it over for a moment, Quentin finally realized just how outrageous what he had said really was. No, that would violate the statute of secrecy, he shouted, breaking the silence in the room and jolting everyone awake. That's right. We're only facing the risk of being discovered by muggles as it is. If we expose ourselves on our own, wouldn't that just prove we're completely out of options? Right now, we still have no idea what the muggles' attitude toward us really is. If we recklessly reveal our existence, it will only bring about an even greater disaster. If peace between both sides could really be maintained, then of course I would not mind revealing the existence of wizards. But the reality is that this is not the right way to avoid war. The wizards immediately erupted. Some refused to admit their own helplessness, yet could not come up with any good plan that would both preserve the statute of secrecy and prevent a conflict between muggles and wizards. Some took a more roundabout stance, but deep down, their conservative instincts still resisted any decision that would violate the statute of secrecy. As for the last group, about a quarter of the room, after a year of investigation and reflection, they had gradually begun to be influenced by Tver's thinking. They had already realized that if the statute of secrecy could not protect wizards, and might even harm them instead, then such a law had no reason to continue existing. It was just that their thinking had not yet led them to a better answer. Calm down, all of you. Tver looked at the scene with amused eyes. Mr. Quentin, it seems remarks like that are better said in private from now on. I understand your concerns, and I also do not agree with such a dangerous idea. As everyone has already realized, we do not yet have the foundation or the opportunity to face muggles openly and honestly. But that does not mean we cannot communicate and interact with them in a friendly way. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his face. If you say you want to open a window, these people will object. But if you say you want to tear off the roof, then they will agree to open a window. And now, it was time to open that window. In the statute of secrecy, there is one and only one clause that allows wizards to reveal their identity to muggles. I have not been with the Confederation for very long, so could someone recite it for me? All magical governing bodies must maintain a friendly and smooth channel of communication with the non-magical leaders of the countries and regions in which they are located, so that in the event of an emergency threatening both sides, they may better resolve the issue and eliminate the aftermath. A young man suddenly stood up and recited the clause clearly and quickly. Tver looked at him in surprise, nearly forgetting that he was still in the middle of his speech. Victor Crumb. He blinked several times before realizing that the young man with pride written all over his face was actually his little brother, Victor. But Tver quickly hid his surprise and put his smile back on. Thank you, Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, turning his gaze to the others and watching them sink into thought over this inconspicuous clause, right now, we happen to have an emergency that may endanger both wizards and muggles. Quentin immediately understood. You mean? You know who? Exactly. Tver nodded in approval. Before I even came here, Babaji told me that the Confederation is currently somewhat at a loss when it comes to the possible resurrection of you-know-who, correct? Everyone immediately looked helpless. Compared with Muggle technology, someone with you-know-who's strength would have a far easier time causing disasters in both the Wizarding world and the Muggle world, disasters that would be nearly impossible to keep completely under wraps. That was exactly why they had been so eager to choose a new president, at the very least someone who could stand in front and take the blame. As far as I know, although you-know-whose movements are difficult to trace, there is evidence that he has already left Britain and has begun moving through Europe. At that, the delegates' expressions became even more bitter. If he stayed in Britain, at least Dumbledore was there to stand at the front. But if he started moving through other countries, then without a top-tier force capable of opposing him, they had no idea how they were supposed to keep magic a secret. If we rely solely on the power of the various ministries of magic, especially in Europe, there is basically no way to eliminate the harmful consequences caused by you-know-who and his followers. But we can make use of the official power of the Muggles. All we need to do is strengthen this communication channel and work together with the Muggle authorities to deal with the threat posed by you-know-who. With official help, we would not need to erase every Muggle's memory, nor would we need to clean up every single scene completely. We would only need to increase the force of our crackdown on dark wizards. This would not violate the statute of secrecy. It would actually do a better job of protecting both wizards and Muggles. At that point, not even Quentin, the habitual contrarian, nor even the most loyal defenders of the statute of secrecy in the Confederation, could come up with anything to say in rebuttal. Some of them had even begun seriously thinking about whether the mechanism Tver envisioned might actually be feasible. What exactly do you mean by strengthening the communication channel? Quentin asked curiously. As far as I know, that channel is practically useless. In the 300 years since the statute of secrecy came into effect, it has never really been put to proper use. If that is the case, then how are the Confederation and the magical authorities of various countries supposed to take part in it? That is exactly why we need to strengthen it, and why the time has come when we must strengthen it. Tver looked firmly at the representatives before him. I have no authority to interfere in the mechanisms by which the magical authorities of each country communicate with Muggle governments. But I propose that both sides jointly establish an elite department to handle crisis incidents. On our side, it would be made up of Aurors and local Confederation representatives. On the Muggle side, the leaders may decide the composition themselves, but it must be able to ensure normal and orderly communication between the highest leaders on both sides. When an emergency involves both sides, matters concerning the wizarding world would still be handled by magical people, while Muggle-related matters would be handled by the Muggle authorities. We could receive limited but practical assistance. The Muggle authorities would learn the truth of what happened, and they could also help us cover up magical incidents more effectively. And in that process, a small number of Muggles would come to understand how magical society operates. More importantly, those people would be the ones standing at the peak of Muggle power. But how can you be sure those Muggle officials would not start a war themselves after learning about us? Quentin once again voiced what everyone was thinking. Under what pretext? To plunder our magical wealth. Tver laughed with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are wizards who can use magic, and the finest wizards of every nation at that. We are not lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In joint operations, every bit of magic we reveal by accident will serve as a deterrent to Muggles. As long as we are willing to maintain peace, then they will have to maintain peace as well. What worried him was only all-out war. In small-scale clashes, Muggles could never be a match for wizards. Besides, those politicians were not fools. Without knowing the full extent of their opponent's strength, they would never take the initiative to start a war. The wizards thought of that as well. This time, it was not arrogance but confidence that made them burst into laughter. For a while, the conference room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 433, Chapter 433, Humans. Ever since Tver's last speech, preventing the wizarding world from being exposed, especially avoiding any conflict that might follow, had become one of the Confederation's most urgent internal concerns. But before they could find a suitable solution, news of you-know-who's resurrection arrived, making an already difficult situation even worse for the Confederation. Now, at last, there was a method that seemed capable of easing both problems without violating the statute of secrecy. How could they not be delighted? Well, not seriously violating the statute of secrecy, anyway. After all, the clause only mentioned a communication channel. It neither required nor explicitly allowed the creation of an operational department. But that hardly mattered. If it could solve the pressing crisis before them, that was enough for them to overlook a detail like that. Is the Confederation going to be involved too? Old bones like us can't run around carrying out missions the way young people can. In the midst of the harmonious atmosphere, an elderly wizard raised his hand. Then replace them with a younger representative willing to do the running around, Tver replied bluntly, despite the old man's gentle tone. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are facing is a problem tied directly to the survival of the wizarding world. You-know-who is not going to give us time to waste. Or are you saying that the Wizarding Confederation managed to keep wizards hidden for 300 years, but now can no longer protect either wizards or Muggles? Now then, does anyone have any more questions? He swept his gaze around the conference room one last time. If not, then I hereby announce. Ahem. Babajid suddenly stepped up beside Tver and gave him a quiet reminder. Sorry, it seems I'm not the one who should be making that announcement. Tver's face reddened slightly, and amid the teasing applause and laughter of the elder wizards, he returned to his seat looking a little embarrassed. The speech had gone so smoothly that he had unconsciously slipped into the role of the leader. Many thanks to Tver for his speech and proposal. As for the joint operations office between wizards and Muggles that he mentioned, we will hold a formal vote on it at the next meeting. Before then, everyone is welcome to discuss any questions they may have with Tver at any time. Tver had just sat down when he froze. He really had not known that after submitting a proposal, the vote would only take place at the next meeting. Seeing his reaction, Yezhou smiled faintly. The Confederation is not going to act just because of one speech. Afterward, everyone needs time to think carefully and consider every aspect of your proposal. Then, during the process, everyone's opinions will be gathered together, and a more complete proposal will take shape before the final vote and implementation. Tver curled his lips helplessly. To him, those procedures were naturally tedious beyond belief, but for the Confederation, they were absolutely necessary. After all, they could not just throw every proposal straight into a vote. If they did, the work of the Confederation and the ministries of magic in every country would have collapsed long ago. So he had no choice but to sit patiently and listen as the representatives who followed went up to deliver work reports and the like. But with his speech setting the standard, everyone was busy thinking about the Joint Operations Office, and even Quentin had lost all interest in finding fault. The conference room gradually grew more stifling, and Tver took the chance to rest and relax a little. After all, that speech had taken quite a bit out of him. "Thank you, Mr. Foley," Modesty suddenly said in a low voice. "What?" Tver turned to her in surprise, wondering whether he had misheard. I'm really grateful that you brought me here, so I could see the real side of wizards," Modesty said with a slightly awkward smile. "I thought you'd be disappointed, seeing how ordinary wizards really are." With a hint of happiness, she glanced around the room. Setting magic aside, the elderly people here did not look any different from her. On the contrary. "My mother and I used to be prejudiced against all of you, but in the end, we're all human beings living on this planet, aren't we?" Tver gave her a deep look. She had most likely arrived at that thought unintentionally, but even so, she was undoubtedly the only person present who had truly grasped the idea Tver had been subtly planting throughout his speech. Yes, we are all human. Ordinary human beings. Their conversation did not last long, because another restless young man soon slipped quietly over to Tver's side. "Heh, good morning, Tver." Under Tver's questioning gaze, Victor gave him a stiff, sheepish grin in greeting. "Go on then. How did you end up here?" Tver asked helplessly. Sensing there was no blame in his tone, Victor hurriedly lowered his voice. The Bulgarian representative just happened to reach retirement age, and because of the Quidditch World Cup, the minister felt he ought to make it up to me, so he arranged for me to enter the Department of International Magical Cooperation and be elected as the Confederation's new Bulgarian representative. Tver nodded in understanding. The Confederation's work involved communication and coordination with various countries. For anyone aiming to build a career in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, that kind of experience was undoubtedly a major advantage. But the problem is, even if Confederation representatives do not serve for life, they still usually work for 30 or 50 years. You don't mind that? Victor spread his hands indifferently. Compared with dry and tedious desk work, he preferred police work that let him show off his abilities and sharpen his combat skills. I originally planned to work in a force-based department like the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Being a Confederation representative is just a temporary place for me to build up some experience. Maybe I'll step down in a few years. But, he said, suddenly perking up and leaning in with excitement all over his face, that Joint Operations Office in your proposal, can it arrest wizards like Aurors do? Tver thought for a moment. Actual field operations would still be left to the local Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Confederation representatives would be more responsible for communication and cooperation with Muggles, as well as providing guidance on matters related to the Statute of Secrecy. On the surface, this office looked like nothing more than a straightforward operational department, but to Tver, it was a platform for promoting friendly exchanges between the wizarding world and the Muggle world. More than that, it would lay the foundation for even more exchanges in the future. Victor, however, did not possess that kind of lofty awareness. He immediately sagged in disappointment. By the way, isn't Britain in complete chaos right now over you-know-who? Are you sure that Fat Minister will agree to set up an office like this because of him? Fudge won't refuse, Tver answered with certainty. Did Victor think all the people he had planted in the British Ministry of Magic were just decoration? Besides, this office isn't specifically aimed at you-know-who. It just so happens, purely by coincidence, that you-know-who was resurrected. Do you understand? Looking at Tver's meaningful expression, Victor swallowed hard. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that coming to work at the Confederation was not going to be an easy assignment. Am I supposed to understand? You'll understand. With that, Tver turned back around and focused intently on the wizard speaking on stage, as though her remarks about putting flying devices under supervised regulation were genuinely fascinating. That left Victor sitting there, scratching at his head in total confusion. What exactly was he supposed to understand? Chapter 434, The Ministry of Magic. Since there were no supplies prepared for people to live on here, Modesty was taken back to the United States by Ajo the very next day. As for Tver and the other wizards, they still had to remain in Bhutan for another week. Of course, they were staying in an ordinary city in Bhutan. They remained there partly to deal with questions from the various representatives, and partly to continue refining the proposal. For example, questions such as which side would hold command authority once the Joint Operations Office was established, or whether Aurors would be allowed to assist Muggle members if they came under threat from the Muggle side. These considerations would not be included in the final proposal, but once the proposal was passed, they would be distributed together with it to the ministries of magic of various countries as operational guidance. Yes, by this point everyone had already taken it for granted that the proposal would pass smoothly. The vote was nothing more than a necessary procedure. Refining the proposal was also in Tver's interest, so he stayed until the vote was over. The result, naturally, came as no surprise at all. It passed unanimously. With that, all of his work in Bhutan had finally come to an end. But his work in the Confederation was still far from finished. Tver, according to the requirements of the proposal, as the British representative, you need to personally report its contents to the British Ministry of Magic. That morning, just before leaving Bhutan, Babajid stopped Tver. Normally this would be done by the Minister for Magic or someone of similar rank. Of course, given the, well, peculiar situation at the British Ministry of Magic, you may decide for yourself how to carry it forward. Tver nodded helplessly. When he had first proposed this measure, he still had not quite adjusted to his identity as a Confederation representative, so he had asked for the Confederation itself to be involved in the Joint Operations Office. Of course, that was not exactly a bad thing for Tver. It had just added a tiny little bit to his workload. After saying goodbye to Babajid and the representatives from other countries who were also preparing to leave, Tver reached out with obvious distaste and picked up a toilet seat. Don't worry, it's never been used. The moment the port key activated, Babajid offered the reassurance with a wicked grin. Whoosh! That familiar sensation of spinning rushed over him, and Tver officially said farewell to the sacred city of magic as he began his journey back to Britain. Tver Fawley, British representative to the Wizards Confederation, returning from Bhutan. I've got that right, haven't I, Mr. Fawley? A cool voice said just as Tver regained his balance. Yes, that's right. Tver realized the person speaking to him was a young witch whose face practically radiated exhaustion, and that he was now standing at the edge of a magnificent golden hall. The floor beneath him was dark wood polished bright as a mirror. Overhead was a peacock blue ceiling inlaid with glittering golden symbols that kept moving and shifting. It looked magical in exactly the way one would expect. Ahead of him, the walls on both sides were lined with fireplaces glowing with a ghostly green light. Every so often, a wizard would suddenly emerge from one of the fireplaces on the left, while on the right, several people stood in line before each fireplace waiting to leave. Of course, between the fireplaces on both sides, plenty of wizards were also appearing and disappearing by apparition. It seemed the quieter area where Tver had arrived was the section the ministry had specially set aside for port key travel. He casually tossed the toilet seat in his hand into a nearby basket, then followed the flow of people and strode toward the far end of the entrance hall. But the great fountain in the middle of the hall caught Tver's eye, especially the golden statues at its center. A handsome wizard stood at the highest point, holding his wand aloft and pointing it at the sky. Gathered around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. Even more striking, the centaur, goblin, and house elf all wore expressions of admiration as they gazed up at the two wizards. TSK. It really showed off wizard superiority to the fullest. Past the fountain was the main entrance to the hall, and beyond those doors lay a smaller chamber. The lifts leading to the various departments of the Ministry of Magic were in that chamber. Professor Fawley. A voice full of delight called out from behind Tver. When he turned, he saw Harry, being held back by Arthur Weasley so he would not rush straight over. Good morning, Harry, and Mr. Weasley, Tver replied with a smile. Following the stream of people heading to work, Harry had to weave through the crowd several times before finally squeezing in beside Tver, but by then they had already reached the lifts and were swept inside by the press of people. Professor, what are you doing here? Harry asked in a low voice. Thanks to Mr. Weasley's build and Tver's, the three of them managed to secure a fairly comfortable corner inside the lift. The people around them wore the lifeless expressions unique to early morning. They only glanced once in their direction before turning their attention back to the lift's golden grill. Tver let out a sigh. I'm holding a position in the Ministry of Magic now as well, and I need to carry out some official duties. 7th floor, Department of Magical Games and Sports, including the British and Irish Quidditch League headquarters, official Gobstones Club, and ludicrous patents office. At that moment, the cold voice of a woman suddenly rang through the lift. At the same time, the lift came to a stop on the 7th floor. With a clank, the golden grill slid open and several wizards stepped out. Harry, however, was still focused on what Tver had said. Official duties. Are you going to work at the Ministry of Magic? Then what about school? School won't be affected. Well, unless something unexpected happens. Tver had the odd feeling he had just raised a flag, but with Dumbledore's attitude having softened so much, there was not much point anymore in him remaining at the school. And what about you? Did you find a job at the ministry too? To keep Harry's curiosity from spiraling any further, Tver quickly threw the question back at him. The moment the topic shifted to himself, Harry's expression darkened at once. The ministry charged me with using magic in front of a Muggle. They're going to expel me from school. But you were in danger at the time, weren't you? Arthur, who had been silent until then, quickly patted Harry on the shoulder in comfort. That's right. I ran into Dementors, and I only used the Patronus charm to protect Dudley. Harry pressed his lips together. Though he was still nervous inside, he explained it to Tver with determination. But all the Dementors are in Azkaban. How did you run into one? A wizard beside them asked curiously. Arthur turned to him with a grave expression. Then maybe you should ask the people in charge of the Dementors, Bob. The wizard called Bob just shrugged indifferently. He was clearly on good terms with Arthur, not the sort to get upset over something like this. Well, good luck, he said to Harry with a smile, then stepped out on the 4th floor. Thanks, Harry muttered, feeling considerably more reassured. 2nd floor, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We're here. Arthur said at once, grabbing Harry and pulling him out so quickly that Harry only had time to wave at Tver before being dragged from the lift. Now Tver was the only one left inside. But soon, the cold female voice rang out again. 1st floor, Minister for Magic's Office and Department of Magical Maintenance. Chapter 435, Percy's Will. The golden grille slid open once more. When Tver stepped out of the lift, a quiet corridor stretched out before him. A thick dark crimson carpet ran the length of the hall, and his leather shoes made no sound on it. He passed one gleaming wooden door after another, each with a small plaque bearing the name and position of the person inside. The whole corridor felt like a tunnel in the deep sea, and those wooden doors were like the jaws of sea monsters waiting to swallow people whole. The silence and weight of the place pressed down on everyone who walked through it. The Ministry of Magic's authority, complexity, and inscrutability were all laid bare in this single corridor. But Tver walked through it as lightly as though he were taking a stroll at home, even studying the nameplates he passed with obvious interest. Barty Crouch, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. Percy Weasley, Assistant to the Minister of Magic. And then Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. Just as Tver reached that door, someone suddenly opened it. Professor. Joy flashed across Percy's face at once, but remembering where he was, he quickly suppressed it. Good morning, Percy. Tver cooperatively responded with no more than a nod. I need to inform Minister Fudge of something. Is he in his office? He is. Percy hesitated for a moment. Even Fudge, he figured, would probably be curious why Tver had suddenly appeared here, so he stepped aside. Fudge, who had just been about to leave, stopped short and looked in confusion at Percy in the doorway and Tver standing there. Tver folly. A trace of irritation appeared on his face. These days, he was barely able to move forward at the ministry at all. If not for the fact that he was still the minister, and that title was enough to keep many employees in line, he probably would not even have been able to keep this office. In Fudge's eyes, although Tver rarely caused him trouble directly, the group of people constantly giving him trouble all had close ties to Tver. So naturally, he had lumped Tver in with them and come to resent him as well. Still, with Percy, his thoughtful little assistant, standing right there, he restrained his anger and looked up at Tver expressionlessly. What are you doing here? I am now the British representative to the Wizards' Confederation. I am here to inform you of the Confederation's latest revised legislation, as well as the duties that will be carried out under it. The Confederation. Fudge froze for a moment, forgetting to be angry with Tver. Tver had become the British representative because Dumbledore's sole condition for stepping down as president of the Confederation was that Tver take the position, and Fudge had agreed to that. It was just that the Confederation rarely ever handed down duties to the Ministry of Magic. As for revised legislation, he had never heard of such a thing happening since he took office. That's right. The Confederation has decided to strengthen its communication mechanism with the Muggle government, so... Wait. Fudge hesitated. If he mishandled Confederation business, Barty would probably seize the chance to attack him again. I have other business to attend to right now. Percy, stay here with Folly for a while. We'll talk when I get back. He glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. Then, after giving Percy a look that clearly meant keep an eye on Tver, he hurried out. What's Fudge rushing off to do? Harry's hearing isn't supposed to start until 9, is it? As soon as the door shut, Tver began looking around Fudge's office while asking curiously. Fudge's spacious office was not especially remarkable. The most eye-catching things were the medals hanging on the walls and the photographs of him with ministers from various countries. Fudge moved it up by an hour and changed the location of the hearing. He's planning to catch Harry and the others off guard. Percy explained helplessly, then took out the tea Fudge reserved for important guests and expertly began brewing a cup for Tver. That really is the limit of Fudge's vision. Tver sat down at ease. If he had not avoided taking Fudge's main seat, he would have looked almost completely at home in the office. So there's no need for you to stay by Fudge's side any longer, especially if it means your relationship with your family, and with Penelope, only gets worse. Because of Fudge, Percy's relationship with the rest of the Weasley family had become rather strained. And in order to better remain undercover at Fudge's side, he had flatly refused to let Penelope enter the Ministry of Magic. Because of those two things, Fudge trusted and valued Percy even more, but Percy's relationships with the people close to him had inevitably deteriorated. That was not something Tver wanted to see. If Percy had broken with his family because he was obsessed with power, Tver would not have interfered. But Percy was doing this because Tver needed him to, and that left Tver feeling a little guilty. It's fine. Percy's hand paused briefly as he poured the tea. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Since I decided to stay by Fudge's side as an undercover agent, I had already imagined things turning out like this. But there is still a chance to fix things, and Fudge is not worth this. He is. Percy's voice was calm and clear, and even the way he handled the tea became cleaner and more decisive. I know the truth behind Harry's Dementor attack, and I know that Umbridge will enter Hogwarts to interfere with Dumbledore, while Fudge works from the inside and outside to disrupt the Order of the Phoenix. I also know that Fudge intends to use the Ministry of Magic, along with the wizarding world's love of peace and quiet, to stir everyone into isolating Dumbledore and Barty Crouch. And all of that is thanks to my staying undercover by Fudge's side. Tver, who knew some of the plot, could predict those things as well. But the more he interfered with this world, the more changes appeared, so he could not be certain that Fudge would still act exactly according to the original course of events. And Fudge's next moves were directly tied to whether Barty Crouch could surpass Scrimgeour next year and become Minister of Magic. So Percy's work really was indispensable to Tver's side. Tver looked at him in silence. After a while, he finally spoke. Doesn't it hurt? Betraying the people close to you. Your family and your girlfriend are hurting because they do not understand. The people who love you, and the people you love, have all been wounded because of this. That is exactly why I have to do what I should do, and protect them. Percy smiled at Tver. His voice was gentle but steady, and the resolve in his eyes was unshakable. I know I'm doing this for their sake. Not only am I not sad, I feel stronger because of it. I understand. Tver picked up his teacup. And thank you for everything you've done. Smiling, Percy raised his own cup toward Tver, and the two lightly clinked them together. You're welcome. Chapter 436, Chapter 436, He really can't take praise. After the serious discussion ended, Tver and Percy stayed in the office a while longer, talking about some of Fudge's little tricks. For all that Tver had managed to win over the Ministry of Magic and the pureblood families, the truth was that most people in the wizarding world still wanted peace and quiet. Or rather, like Fudge, they were unwilling to give up their current peaceful lives just because of news that you-know-who had returned when there was still no concrete proof. So when it came to Barty Crouch, who insisted that you-know-who really had returned, they maintained a stance of neither opposing nor supporting him. That seemingly neutral position actually left Barty with his hands tied. If he kept stressing the threat you-know-who might pose in public, not only would it fail to win him more support, it would only make ordinary wizards increasingly annoyed. And that was exactly what Fudge was taking advantage of. Once he sensed how the public felt, he cleverly chose not to put much effort into arguing against that line of thinking. Instead, he more or less let the media swarm over it and keep publicizing it. Then, once the public grew sick of hearing about it, he could step forward and declare that you-know-who had not returned, and naturally win over a great many supporters. Thanks to Percy's warning, Barty Crouch wisely chose to avoid the spotlight for the time being. But Dumbledore, who had been charging ahead on the front line all along, ended up taking the backlash from public opinion. That was why, even though the Ministry's key forces were under Tver's control, Dumbledore was still stripped by Fudge of his positions in the Confederation and the Wizengamot. Of course, Dumbledore did not care. But Mr. Crouch has no way to move against Fudge right now, Percy said with some regret. Though he was firmly resolved to stay by Fudge's side as an undercover agent, if Fudge could be brought down sooner, then the misunderstanding with his family could also be cleared up sooner. It's fine, Tver comforted him. Right now, we just need to focus on taking complete control of the Ministry of Magic. Besides, as long as Fudge stays in the minister's seat, he can keep taking the blame for us. Once Voldemort was resurrected, he was bound to start causing trouble. By then, Fudge's incompetence would lower everyone's expectations. That way, Barty would not even need to perform especially well. As long as he did better than Fudge, he would be able to win the public's trust. They did not talk much longer before Fudge stormed back into the office, shoving the door open, the fury on his face plain as day. You drank my best tea. Fudge stared unhappily at the teacups on the coffee table. A little tea was not really enough to make him angry. What truly bothered him was that Percy, the assistant he relied on so heavily, still seemed to have a fairly good relationship with Tver. We had nothing else to talk about, so all we could do was drink tea, wasn't it? Tver calmly set down his cup, and Percy did the same, as if the two of them really had done nothing but sit there drinking tea. Seeing Percy's open and untroubled expression, Fudge found himself unable to say much. Surely, even if the two of them did have something going on, they would not dare do anything inside his office, right? All right, Percy, go back to work first. Fudge did not even bother greeting Tver as he dropped heavily into the main seat behind his desk. As for you, Tver Folly, out with it. What do you want with me? He had originally intended to show a little grace, but the carefully planned scheme he had cooked up to frame Harry Potter had been completely ruined by Dumbledore's sudden appearance. His mood was awful, so naturally he had no interest in being polite to Tver. Tver curled his lips in amusement. With a strictly businesslike attitude, he took out an official Wizards Confederation document and flicked his wrist, letting it drift lightly onto the desk in front of Fudge. The Wizards Confederation has unanimously decided to require magical governing bodies in all countries to strengthen their communication mechanisms with Muggle governments and establish joint operations offices to deal with serious disasters that may occur. Disasters? Fudge froze for a moment. There's been no word of any disaster in Britain, or even anywhere in Europe. Cornelius Fudge. Bracing one hand on the desk, Tver slowly leaned forward. Not everyone is as timid and afraid of trouble as you are. Fudge immediately understood that he was referring to you-know-who. His face turned livid, and he stood up, forcing himself to look level with Tver. I will not allow the Confederation. This is an order, not a request. You have no power to refuse. Tver straightened up again at once, reducing all of Fudge's effort to nothing. This office is under my control. I have the authority. No. The office is guided by the Confederation's local representative, who also holds the leadership role. Tver grinned. And as for the representative in Britain, care to guess who that is? Fudge clenched both fists so tightly that he almost wanted to punch himself. If he had known back then that a seemingly empty post like Confederation representative could have this kind of use, he never would have agreed to that deal with Dumbledore. But this Joint Operations Office. Wouldn't this violate the statute of secrecy? Sensing the hint of concession in Fudge's words, Tver stopped pressing him and sat back down. Haven't you ever met with the Muggle Prime Minister? All we're doing now is strengthening that mechanism so it can deal with the coming crisis. Fudge let out an "oh," instantly recalling how smug he had looked when he met the Muggle Prime Minister. So from the sound of it, this office was really just something like the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a body for sharing information. The only difference was that instead of passing emergency reports to the Muggle Prime Minister through the old process, there would now be a professional office handling it. Based on that understanding, Fudge convinced himself that he had already figured out the office's role and limits, and immediately felt relieved. If it was only a department like that, then handing it over to Tver was not such a big deal. All right then. Since it's the Confederation's decision, I agree. He deliberately emphasized the Confederation, just to make sure Tver did not think he was backing down. What do you need me to do? Introduce you to the Muggle Prime Minister. Fudge's readiness to cooperate actually surprised Tver a little. He had not expected Fudge, who had been losing ground at the ministry again and again, to be this straightforward. Seems he is not completely stupid after all. The office will need to direct the operational branches of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, so we will also need an official from the Auror office stationed there. At that, Fudge's anger flared up again. Dawlish, the Auror he had worked so hard to promote, had kicked him aside the moment he became head of the Auror office. But then another thought occurred to him. He could use this chance to kick Dawlish out of the ministry and dump him into this useless office. The more he thought about it, the harder it became to suppress the delight spreading across his face. Fine. Whatever you want, I'll give you the best. Tver looked at the suddenly excited Fudge with a strange expression. This man really could not take praise at all. Chapter 437, Fudge's Little Trick. Thinking he had finally pulled one back, Fudge was practically beside himself with impatience. If Tver had not been there, he might even have told Percy to drag the British Prime Minister back on the spot from whatever event he was still attending outside. Unfortunately, the statute of secrecy did not allow that. Unless it was an extremely urgent matter, Fudge still had to get in touch with the Prime Minister in advance and find a suitable time when both of them were free before arranging a meeting. Of course, what usually happened was that the Ministry of Magic checked the Prime Minister's schedule first, then simply picked a time slot and showed up. It was not because wizards looked down on the Muggle Prime Minister, but because people in positions like his generally did not believe what some men in a portrait hanging in the office had to say. So it was not until evening that Fudge finally took Tver with him into a fireplace at the Ministry of Magic. This time, they were not heading home after work, but going to meet the Prime Minister. At that moment, the current British Prime Minister was sitting in his office, staring at the papers on his desk with a headache. He had no idea what the meeting promised by that odd man in the portrait was actually about, but he hoped that at least one absurd event might ease some of the frustration weighing on his mind. The Minister of Magic. The first time he had met that man called Fudge, who claimed to be the British Minister of Magic, had been 5 years earlier, just after he took office. At the time, he had been full of ambition, eager to achieve something earth-shaking, only to have the existence of magic laid out right in front of him. Although it had merely been Fudge's routine notification, something every Prime Minister went through, it also meant that every Prime Minister had to suffer that same fright once. At first, he had wondered whether his eyes were deceiving him, but it did not take long for him to abandon that suspicion. If the public ever learned that his eyesight had deteriorated so badly that he kept seeing the men in the portrait picking his nose, they certainly would not hesitate to make him the shortest-serving British Prime Minister in history. As for the last time, that had been 2 years ago, over that supposedly vicious criminal, Black. But unlike those two sudden intrusions, the men in the portrait had politely asked about his schedule, chosen a time slot in the evening before dinner, and made an appointment for this meeting. That perfectly normal act of making an appointment immediately made him feel respected, so he did not mind the slight lateness. Just as the Prime Minister was thinking this over, the decorative fireplace in his office suddenly erupted in bright green flames. Before he could even wipe the frightened look off his face, a stout man suddenly appeared in the fireplace, spinning like a top. A few seconds later, the fat man strode out of the fireplace, dusting soot off his clothes as he smiled and walked toward him. "It's been a long time, Prime Minister. I'm glad your reaction is only surprise, and not screaming." Fudge casually held out his hand, but before the Prime Minister could recall the details of their meeting 5 years ago, the flames in the fireplace flared up again. The Prime Minister looked toward the firelight. A tall figure appeared in the fireplace, but unlike Fudge, he did not spin. Instead, he inclined his body slightly with graceful ease and stepped out of the fireplace like a courteous gentleman, his clothes completely spotless. The Prime Minister's astonished gaze moved back and forth between the helpless-looking Fudge and the composed Tver, and only came back to himself when Tver stopped in front of him. "So you've been pushed out, Fudge?" "Fudge, underscore. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm the Minister of Magic. I always have been." His deepest anxiety had been struck head-on. Fudge immediately flew into a rage, embarrassed and furious. "Well, this young man looks much more like the Minister to me," the Prime Minister muttered. He had no idea how sensitive Fudge was about that point. Fudge's anger surged at once, and he looked ready to argue with the Prime Minister on the spot. "What would an old man like you know? Age means experience. I'm the one. Tver Folly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Prime Minister." Tver stepped neatly between the two of them and shook the Prime Minister's outstretched hand in a friendly manner. "Although this meeting happened because I pushed for it, I am certainly not the one meant to replace Fudge." "What are you saying, Folly? No one can replace me. I'm going to stay in this position." Compared to the shouting Fudge, the Prime Minister gave Tver an appreciative smile and turned slightly, gesturing for him to walk toward the desk. "I'm very glad to meet such an outstanding young man as well. Please, have a seat." Ignored just like that, Fudge stared blankly as Tver chatted with the Prime Minister as naturally as a seasoned politician. He really had been angry just now, but more than anything, it had been an act meant to intimidate Tver. After all, in Fudge's eyes, a young man like Tver could not possibly understand the way politicians talk to each other. He had deliberately pretended to be furious because he wanted to see Tver panic, lose his bearings, and make a fool of himself, then step in as the magnanimous one and have a pleasant conversation with the Muggle Prime Minister himself. Would that not make his role stand out perfectly? But now, after only a few short exchanges, Tver had already flattered the crafty old politician across from him so thoroughly that the man was smiling like a flower in full bloom. If this kept up, Fudge would probably not even get a cup of tea. "What are you two talking about that's making you so happy?" Fudge shamelessly edged over, only for both of them to stop the conversation at once and look at him with identical expressions. Ahem. Realizing how awkward he looked standing there, Fudge quickly straightened his clothes. "Right then, let's not waste time on pleasantries. Let's talk business." Ah. He suddenly realized that he did not really understand the Confederation's new regulation all that well. The Confederation intends to, set up an office. Yes, that's right. With you, I mean, with us. Seeing the Prime Minister's baffled expression, Tver took over with an amused smile. The magical world intends to establish a joint office with Your Excellency's government. Its main purpose will be to deal with evil wizards who may appear in the future, and also to help both sides better conceal traces of magic and handle serious problems such as damaged buildings and casualties. Evil wizards. The Prime Minister frowned unhappily. "Isn't that your business? Why would it involve us?" "Prime Minister." Tver smiled faintly. "If we had a choice, we would not want to do this either. It is simply that we are about to face a powerful wizard whom the Ministry of Magic cannot deal with on its own. To put it plainly, we need your help." Since he was, on the surface, asking for assistance, Tver naturally chose the more tactful phrasing. But Fudge, still clinging to a wizard's arrogance, could not stand it. He had always believed the joint office would be led by the Ministry of Magic, and that they neither could nor should lower themselves before Muggles. Even if it served his own ends. You know who has not returned. And we do not need help from Muggles. To put it even more plainly, what could people like them possibly do for us? He widened his eyes, as though that alone might make him look more imposing. He did not expect those words to anger the already displeased Prime Minister. I do not know what is going on with your side, but if you insist on maintaining this arrogant attitude, then I can only say that you are not welcome here. Though displeased, the Prime Minister knew very well that if he rejected Tver's proposal in a fit of anger now, it would only make Fudge more pleased with himself. For a politician, what matters most is never the policy itself. Because the policy a politician needs most is one that can trip up an opponent. Chapter 438, a win-win. The anger on Fudge's face froze. Looking at the equally irritated Prime Minister and Tver's faint smile, he immediately realized he had stepped right into a trap. That brat set me up on purpose. Fudge seethed inwardly. In that case, you two can settle the matter of the joint office yourselves. He turned away huffily and strode toward the fireplace without looking back. Of course, if the two of them asked him to stay, he might graciously consider remaining a while longer. 1 step, 2 steps. Damn it, this brat really knows how to keep his composure. Whoosh. The flames flared again and swallowed Fudge whole. Do the two of you have some kind of conflict? The Prime Minister asked with interest. Thinking back on Fudge's behavior just now, it was hard not to wonder. Of course, that sort of thing was hardly rare in politics. People just usually did not put it on display in front of outsiders. You could say that. It mostly centers on whether that evil wizard has truly returned. Tver shrugged and casually revealed the matter of Voldemort. Returned. The Prime Minister's attention was immediately caught by that word. You mean, wizards can come back from the dead? Tver would have bet a bottle of pumpkin juice that the Prime Minister was already thinking about his own death and resurrection. Faced with the temptation of immortality, a politician like this would not hesitate to start a war. But Tver had no intention of allowing that. Not exactly. It would be more accurate to say he recovered from a weakened state. I imagine you still remember some mysterious incidents from 16 years ago. The Prime Minister pulled his gaze back, confused and somewhat displeased by the change of subject. If you're calling them mysterious incidents, how would I know? He said coolly. Tver smiled. For example, a village suddenly disappearing. Or a city turning bitterly cold in the middle of summer. The Prime Minister immediately understood what he meant. Wait. You mean those incidents had something to do with your people? To be precise, they had to do with Voldemort, the evil wizard who has now returned. The Prime Minister slapped the desk in realization. So this joint office is meant to stop that Voldemort. Right, thank you. To stop that Voldemort from causing those bizarre incidents again. Exactly. Tver nodded in approval, clearly pleased by how quickly the Prime Minister had caught on. I assume you would not want to see a bridge collapse for no apparent reason, or a building suddenly cave in, during your term of office. But the problem is, this is a wizard matter. I remember Fudge saying your Ministry of Magic is responsible for handling things like this, the Prime Minister said, clearly displeased. After all, those mysterious incidents had been caused by wizards, so naturally they ought to be dealt with by wizards. He already had more than enough problems on his hands. If he had to add a hidden magical world on top of everything else, he might as well be thrown out of office right now. That was what people were already shouting for, anyway. If we were capable of handling it properly, then 16 years ago you would never have learned those mysterious incidents even happened. Tver spread his hands helplessly, looking as though he had no better option. But. The Prime Minister leaned forward, bracing both hands on the desk, his face grave as he looked at Tver. You say Voldemort has returned, yet I have not received a single report of any mysterious incident so far. That is because Voldemort's plan to return quietly failed. We have a large number of people prepared to oppose him, so for now he has gone into hiding and is plotting his next move. Seeing that the Prime Minister was about to question him again, Tver cut in first. Prime Minister, do you really think that a vicious criminal from 16 years ago, once he has regained his strength, will quietly hide his name and become an honest farmer? The Prime Minister opened his mouth, but in the end only let out a helpless sigh and sank back into his chair. I suppose I can understand why Fudge has been so irritable lately. A long while passed before he lifted his head again, still puzzled. But even if I do not wish to belittle us, if even you wizards cannot handle this, what help can we possibly offer? Send the police to arrest Voldemort. Realizing the Prime Minister's attitude had softened, Tver immediately began explaining the joint office in more detail. No. The actual operations would be carried out by professional wizards. What we need from you is support work. Normally, when an incident occurs in which Muggles, that is, people like you, witness magic, we send in a joint task force made up of several departments. First, the incident is assessed. If it is highly dangerous, an Auror takes charge. If the threat is more moderate, the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol handles it. But no matter the level of danger, people from Obliviator headquarters are always sent in to erase the memories of any Muggles who witnessed magic. That is why none of you have ever known anything about the wizarding world. After thinking it over for a moment, the Prime Minister understood how the whole system worked. So Voldemort's reappearance has broken your entire response system. Exactly. Tver nodded firmly. Voldemort's personal power, along with his large band of followers, means the crimes they commit go far beyond what the Ministry of Magic can handle. So 16 years ago, all we could do was erase as many traces of magic as possible. There was no way to erase the memories of nearly a third of Britain's population. And now, we hope to get your help. For example, when crimes occur in your world, the information can be gathered and sent to us immediately, so that we can respond as quickly as possible. In truth, because there were so few of them, the Auror's control over British territory was nowhere near as thorough as people imagined. By contrast, with modern communications, Muggles could report dangerous incidents in less than half an hour. So if Muggles use technological methods to support them, many cases could be handled far more effectively, and not just those involving Voldemort. And once the criminals have been captured, we would also need you to provide the public with a reasonable explanation, or at least one that science can account for, Tver concluded. The Prime Minister nodded slowly as he listened and thought it over. So in that case, you get to keep magic hidden, and I do not end up like my predecessor, treated like a senile fool who knows nothing. You could put it that way. Of course, things were not actually that simple, but Tver had no intention of foolishly revealing everything. This is something that benefits both sides. And the office would not necessarily exist only to deal with Voldemort. It could also help you better understand certain events happening within Britain, instead of being kept in the dark like other Muggles. Politicians always wanted as much information under their control as possible. That would inevitably stir in them a desire to control the wizarding world as well, but if used properly, that desire could also create a feeling in their minds that British wizards were also British citizens. That sense of identification was the real purpose of this office. As for the chaos that desire might bring, that was unavoidable. But if everything went that smoothly on its own, what would Tver even be there for? Chapter 439, Friends. Tver looked at the British Prime Minister, who had fallen into deep thought, and stopped trying to persuade him further. He could tell that the Prime Minister was already tempted. If he kept pressing now, he would only come across as too aggressive. So the office fell silent. Only the fading evening light beyond the window reminded them that time was passing second by second. After a long while. You're not like Fudge. What? Tver froze for a moment, with no trace of pretense. He genuinely wondered whether he had heard wrong. You had that portrait make an appointment in advance. You openly admitted that you needed our help. You're even willing to show me matters of magic. You're very different from Fudge, Tver Folly. The Prime Minister repeated himself patiently. Although I haven't dealt with other wizards, I imagine most of the wizarding world is more like Fudge, isn't it? Tver could not quite read what this old politician was thinking, so he simply followed his lead. I won't deny that many wizards treat people like you badly, but when the Joint Operations Office is formed, the wizards sent over definitely won't carry that kind of arrogance. The Prime Minister chuckled softly. Tver's mature manner had made him unconsciously overlook his age until now. Only at this moment did he properly realize that the man before him was not yet even 30. In politics, a man of 30 could only be said to be at the very start of his career. Don't worry. As you said, the Joint Office is also in my interest, so why would I refuse? And on our side, I will appoint a cabinet member I trust deeply. He will be able to stay in constant communication with me, mobilize the police, and even call upon certain military units. Does that satisfy you? Tver had assumed the Prime Minister would appoint some kind of assistant, who would report to him before action was taken. He had not expected him to cut out the middle step entirely. It could only be called an enormous show of trust toward Tver. You trust us that much? I'm simply returning your sincerity. The Prime Minister smiled easily. The whole point of joint operations is to save time, isn't it? I'm just choosing the most convenient arrangement for you under special circumstances. Besides, you've hidden yourselves for all these years, and now you're coming to me to ask for help. I doubt you've suddenly decided you want to conquer the world. Tver immediately understood. Trust was not something built in a single evening's conversation. The real reason was that, for so many years, wizards had concealed themselves and lived quietly. That fact had made the Prime Minister feel that Tver was someone he could trust. At least, before he learned more about magic. Thank you very much for your trust. But in truth, we can be used for more than just dealing with Voldemort. A meaningful smile tugged at Tver's lips. This time it was the Prime Minister who looked surprised. Oh. Such as? For example, in natural disasters, or emergencies like fires. Now that we're friends, surely we wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Tver tapped the desktop meaningfully. Less than a foot from his fingers lay a document that had been giving the Prime Minister an enormous headache. The Prime Minister caught the implication in Tver's words. He lowered his head and looked at the report on the desk for a moment, then raised his eyes again with an intrigued expression. Tell me. Would mad cow disease count as an emergency? Of course. Tver grinned. But I think you may have misunderstood one thing. Magic is not all-powerful. Before I understand mad cow disease, I can't give you a definite answer. The Prime Minister was suddenly displeased. Bringing up something uncertain like that made it sound as if Tver was stringing him along. But I heard that the EU is planning to stop importing British cattle, and any beef products as well. That's right. At the thought of that problem, the Prime Minister could not help sighing. You see, I may not be able to solve mad cow disease itself, but Prime Minister, Britain has tens of millions of beef cattle. However many are infected, the number still won't exceed 1 million. Tver lifted his chin confidently, carrying the air of someone used to standing above others. So, would you rather cure 1 million sick cattle, or guarantee the sale of the other 9 million plus? You mean you can use magic to change the minds of those people in the EU? The Prime Minister was instantly tempted, and his earlier displeasure vanished without a trace. What gave him the biggest headache was never the several 100,000 infected cattle. It was the blockade from other countries, which threatened to devastate Britain's cattle industry and the billions in economic activity connected to it. It would be more accurate to say that my people would step in and persuade Europe, and even the rest of the world. Tver chose a more cautious way of putting it. The Prime Minister sensed something different in that answer, and his attention immediately shifted from mad cow disease back to Tver himself. As far as I know, you're not supposed to use magic freely, especially not on us. But we're friends, aren't we? Besides, would you really tell anyone about this? Tver looked at the Prime Minister with a pure, open expression. Combined with his age, he really did resemble a young man who knew no fear. But the Prime Minister knew very well that this shrewd young man was repaying his trust. For politicians, building a certain level of mutual trust was actually quite simple. Both sides just needed to hold leverage over the other. And the matter of mad cow disease was the leverage Tver had voluntarily handed over. For the sake of the political achievement of preventing an EU blockade, the Prime Minister naturally would not lightly expose the existence of magic. But if Tver ever used magic to harm him, then he would also have a way to strike back. That gave the two of them a foundation for cooperation. I'm curious. Why are you willing to take a risk just to help me? The Prime Minister asked. As far as he was concerned, the matter of the office had already been settled. There was no need for Tver to take on unnecessary risk just to lend him a hand. Unless. Tver knew that if he did not give a reason, this Prime Minister would never be willing to owe him a favor. I have a friend, the kind who can't use magic. He feels that his business in Britain, and even across Europe, has reached a bottleneck. He wants to get to know more powerful partners like you. I wonder whether, for the sake of the friendly relationship between us, you would be willing to accept him. The Prime Minister immediately let out a laugh of understanding, convinced he had grasped Tver's true intentions. A businessman's trade always had its limits. If he wanted to become a capitalist who could foresee, or even influence, national policy, then simply doing business obediently would never be enough. Seen that way, although he had no idea what kind of relationship Tver had with this so-called friend, there were surely plenty of private motives behind it. The Prime Minister suddenly thought of that marvelous magic. If, and this was only if, he could make Tver work for him, then perhaps his political career could become even more glorious. The thought made him smile uncontrollably. I would be very happy to have a talk with your friend. The Prime Minister extended his hand in a friendly manner. After all, we are. As Tver clasped his hand, the Prime Minister softly finished. Friends. Yes. Friends. Chapter 440, Mrs. Weasley's Complaints. Good morning. Early that morning, Tver arrived at the Black family home in Grimmauld Place as arranged. There was still a little under half a month left of summer vacation, and he was finally getting to enjoy some actual downtime. As for what he had promised the Prime Minister, Tver really did not have any good way to cure mad cow disease for the time being. After all, no wizard was likely to be bored enough to study the consequences of cows eating their own kind. And as for making infected cattle drink specially tailored potions, even Tver, wealthy as he was now, would not dare imagine footing that bill. In the end, all he wanted was to win the goodwill of the Prime Minister and other senior British officials. It was not worth any greater investment on his part. So after casually handing off the task of persuading the EU members to Bulstrode, who had returned to Britain with Ian Russell, Tver was free to relax for a while. The reason it was only for a while was that the Joint Office was still in the middle of preparations. As for the British government in particular, even with the Prime Minister's approval, some staff still had to be brought around to the very idea of magic. And today was simply the time for the Order of the Phoenix's periodic work summary. He was purely here to make up the numbers. Morning. Sirius yawned and stepped aside from the doorway. We talked some things over last night. I can fill you in later, but everyone's still half asleep, so the meeting's been pushed back a bit. I can see that, Tver said carelessly. He was here to watch the fun anyway. Dumbledore had kept insisting that he get involved in the Order's work and even help make decisions. But if Tver wanted to slack off, even Dumbledore could not stop him. By the way, what's Dumbledore been up to lately? I haven't heard much about him, Tver asked casually as he stepped inside. Dumbledore knew about the Horcruxes, and Tver had told him about some of the ones he had already destroyed. So at a time like this, was Dumbledore studying Harry, the human Horcrux? No idea, huh? Sirius shut the door with a casual motion, his exhaustion obvious in his voice. SN. Snape mentioned a few times that Dumbledore's been researching something, and every now and then he goes to the Ministry to chat with some old friend. The Ministry? An old friend. Tver turned around in surprise. If there was anyone in the wizarding world who could truly claim to have friends everywhere, it was Dumbledore, and Dumbledore alone. Especially among the older wizards, plenty of them had known him for decades. But with Fudge so openly hostile, Dumbledore was actually going to the Ministry. You didn't know? Sirius looked even more surprised. I heard Dumbledore said he was going there to hand work over to you. Tver had not seen Dumbledore at all during this stretch, so where exactly was this supposed handover coming from? Seeing the look on Tver's face, Sirius immediately understood. Well, it doesn't matter if you didn't know. Anyway, Dumbledore's been going to the Department of Mysteries. Something about researching souls, I think. We don't really get it either. Professor? What are you doing here? Hermione was coming down the stairs and looked at Tver in delight. Here for the meeting. Tver smiled and waved at her. Though I'm more surprised you're up so early during summer vacation. Actually, Harry and the others and I were talking about the meeting last night, so I already got up later than usual. Hermione suddenly realized she had let something slip and slapped a hand over her mouth. Sirius gave a helpless smile. Just don't let Molly hear that. Don't let me hear what? Mrs. Weasley stuck half her body out of the kitchen. You're here, Tver. Come in and have breakfast. With that, she ducked back into the kitchen and got busy again. Hermione immediately let out a breath of relief, shrank back a little with lingering fear, and stuck her tongue out at Tver. Looks like you've all been pretty mischievous here. Tver headed into the kitchen first and sat down on one side of the table, while Sirius and Hermione took seats on either side of him. Hermione's face reddened slightly. We're already much better than George and Fred. She muttered in her own defense. What have those two done? Tver asked curiously. Since the Weasley twins still had to go back to school, their products were temporarily being sold on commission through the joke shops in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. They lost some profit that way, but it saved them time and energy and let them focus on developing new products. Hermione carefully glanced toward where Mrs. Weasley was, then lowered her head and said in a small voice, they've been secretly stuffing prank toys into our rooms. Ron and Harry especially keep getting hit by them. They recover pretty quickly, but every time it happens, Mrs. Weasley gets annoyed. She's tried several times, but she still hasn't managed to confiscate all their stuff. Clatter. Mrs. Weasley dropped a large platter of grilled sausages and fried eggs onto the table in front of them with a blank expression, followed by plates for the three of them. Feeling the displeasure of a mother firsthand, they all hurriedly shut up and started eating the delicious breakfast. This is excellent. After taking a bite of sausage, Tver turned to Mrs. Weasley with a flattering smile. Your cooking is far better than my mother's. At that, Mrs. Weasley sighed and set a basket of bread in front of him. Compared to that, I'd much rather my sons were learning useful things from you instead of all those ridiculous prank gadgets. Tver raised an eyebrow. He very much wanted to tell her that he had never taught them how to make prank items at all. That was entirely the result of the twins' own natural gifts. But Mrs. Weasley clearly was not in the mood to hear that kind of excuse. They're incredibly talented in that area. You could even say they're better at it than anyone else in the world. Seeing Tver openly discuss something like this with Mrs. Weasley of all people, Sirius and Hermione both looked up in shock, one with a sausage hanging from his mouth, the other chewing on fried egg. The hardest magic in this world is the kind that brings joy to people. Tver ignored the comic expressions on their faces and kept his eyes on Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley, if I forbade them from pursuing what they truly love, that would be the same as erasing the brilliant life they were meant to have. But I just feel like that sort of thing isn't very dependable. Mrs. Weasley was somewhat swayed, but as a parent, she still wanted her children to have better lives in the future. At the very least, she did not want them to struggle the way the Weasley family did now. There are already far too many mediocre officials in this world. Why not let them try to become a pair of remarkable people who spread joy across the whole world? Chapter 441, Things are looking up. Looking into Tver's resolute eyes, Mrs. Weasley felt herself wavering more and more. As a mother, she knew perfectly well where George and Fred's talents and interests lay, and she also knew the two of them would never enjoy a conventional, by-the-book job. But having lived through the last Wizarding War, and now facing the prospect of another, all she wanted was for her children to live safe, steady lives. Then again, if she couldn't let her children live happily, wouldn't that also be her failure as a mother? I just want them to be a little more grounded. At the very least, I want them to be able to stand firm in this turbulent wizarding world. After all, none of us knows what the future holds. If Arthur and I... Mrs. Weasley spoke with sorrow written across her face, her mind drifting to the many companions who had died since the Order of the Phoenix was founded. Do you really think we'd be unwilling to look after George and the others? Lupin leaned against the kitchen doorway with a teacup in hand, a faint smile on his pale, weary face as he spoke to Mrs. Weasley. Snape stood behind him without expression, half his body swallowed by shadow. I don't know anything about that, and I don't want to. But I imagine you'd rather not find anything odd added to your potions. Lupin quickly stepped aside, revealing Snape, along with Bill Weasley and Mundungus behind him. Father and Tonks seem to be on a mission, so they can't make it over for now, Bill explained, then followed the others and sat down across from Tver. That's all right. I'll tell them what was discussed at the meeting. Mrs. Weasley skillfully passed out plates as she spoke. Oh, darlings, your breakfast is here. They need to discuss something, so take it upstairs and eat in your rooms. She stuffed several breakfast baskets into Harry and the others' hands. They had been trying to sneak in and say hello to Tver. But under Mrs. Weasley's watchful gaze, they could only wave at him before being chased out of the kitchen, Hermione included. Tver, I don't think you've met Mundungus yet. Lupin said, introducing him. Mundungus Fletch. Across the long table, Mundungus stood up respectfully and extended his rough right hand to Tver. He was a short, stocky man with a scruffy beard. More than his unremarkable face, it was his short bowlegs that left the deepest impression on Tver. He might have been the sort of wizard who liked stealing and dealing in shady things, but the fact that he had stood on the Order of the Phoenix's side in both wars made him a rare kind of ally. So Tver shook his hand amiably. Tver Folly, Hogwarts Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. I know. Those kids all admire you. The respect in their voices is impossible to hide, unlike when they talk about other professors. Mundungus suddenly felt a chill at his neck and glanced around in confusion at the others, who were eating breakfast while whispering among themselves. No need to rush breakfast. Since Snape and Tver are both here, why don't we get the meeting started while we have the chance? Lupin suggested. Exactly, Snape said, unusually taking the initiative to speak. I'm not like certain other professors, after all. I don't have endless free time to waste playing games with students. Tver, struck by this completely unprovoked attack, could only set down his knife and fork in resignation. Before he could fire back, Lupin hurriedly cut in. I'll start with the werewolves. In Britain, the werewolves have either been thrown into Azkaban or are focused on their work. There's no sign that you know who has recruited any werewolves. But Dumbledore said the Dementors in Azkaban could defect at any moment. Those prisoners can practically be counted as a new batch of Death Eaters, Sirius said helplessly. As the resident expert, he knew very well just how insane the people in Azkaban were. The Dementors didn't just drain them until they were listless. They also made it almost impossible for them to maintain normal logic and clear thought. Simply put, they either became timid and shrinking, or complete lunatics. So after Azkaban's special brand of re-education, compared with the Death Eaters Lucius had led last time, who had still retained some measure of reason, this new group would be far more troublesome than most people imagined. It doesn't matter. The Ministry will end up on our side anyway, and those criminals have been in Azkaban so long that their minds and strength have already been worn down badly. Tver spoke with an easy expression, and just like that, the heavy atmosphere in the kitchen lightened considerably. Looks like you're not entirely useless after all. Snape said with a curl of his lip. Still, everyone, don't forget there's another group of Death Eaters outside, and they've been acting very strangely lately, Mundungus said cautiously. In the past, those pureblood families would occasionally sell little odds and ends to outsiders. They weren't always worth much, but it never really stopped. But ever since the Quidditch World Cup, I haven't heard of a single pureblood family needing to sell anything from their homes. In fact, according to a few of my old mates, they've been gathering in secret from time to time, like they're discussing something. That sounds more like Professor Snape's field. Care to share your discoveries? Sirius said, turning to Snape with obvious sarcasm. Snape shot him a vicious glare, but soon had no choice except to answer. Nothing. They seem to have realized I was probing for information, so they haven't told me anything. Still, unlike some idle little pet who does nothing all day, I did notice that they seem to have found a way to make money. Ahem, the Malfoys have some ties to my family, so I've been doing business with them. Lupin knows about it, Tver said quickly. Lupin nodded. Business at the werewolf plantation and the potions lab was booming. No one knew exactly where the final products were being funneled, but the enormous daily profits were beyond dispute. You're doing business with them. Sirius looked displeased at once. Why didn't you bring us in? No, that's not the point. What if they turn around, sell you out, and go back to you-know-who? It's about Sirius, Lupin said objectively. They may not be truly loyal to you-know-who. What drives them is profit, along with fear of his power. If we can offer them benefits, along with the protection of Dumbledore and Tver, they may not refuse to join us. And even if they don't, we can at least keep them from being so completely devoted to you-know-who. Exactly. You-know-who certainly isn't going to take them into business with him. Mundungus applauded enthusiastically, clearly hoping Tver would take notice of him. Sirius wasn't stupid. After thinking it over for a moment, he understood the significance of what Tver had been doing. Then from the look of it, with Tver around, things really are looking up. He broke into a delighted grin. All we have to do is drag you-know-who out, kill him, and won't the world be peaceful again? But the problem is, no one knows where you-know-who is right now, Bill said at just the right moment. No. I think I may have guessed. Snape suddenly spoke, his cold gaze turning toward Tver, who was trying to make himself less noticeable. Professor Folly is so capable. I'm sure he wouldn't mind helping me, would he? Tver. Chapter 442, Chapter 442, Voldemort's Subtle Moves. Snape paid no attention to Tver's resentful glare and went on in his usual flat tone, recounting what he had managed to uncover. You-know-who refused to deal with me directly, but from the little moves he's been making, I can tell his attention is currently focused on the giants. Giants. Sirius's eyes widened in surprise. What use could a bunch of brainless giants possibly be? Sirius, you-know-who used giants in the last war too, and they caused us plenty of trouble, Lupin said grimly. That's right. Even brainless giants are more useful than certain people. At least they can stir up some trouble. Snape shot Sirius a glance. It was obvious who he meant. Before the two of them could start bickering again, Bill asked curiously, then why is you-know-who personally trying to rally the giants? To start a war. There are signs that you-know-who may be planning something. Right now, he needs the giants to draw our attention away. At that, even Snape's expression turned more severe. His intelligence had always served as the basis for many of the Order of the Phoenix's and Dumbledore's actions against Voldemort, but now, for the first time, the Dark Lord had refused to reveal anything at all to him, his double agent. Either his identity had been exposed, or Voldemort was plotting something extremely dangerous. Tver couldn't help sitting up straighter, his face turning serious for the first time as well. Do you know what you-know-who is planning? Not exactly, Snape said with hesitation. All I know is that he seems to be trying to contact the Dementors in Azkaban, as well as the vampires hiding across Europe. Vampires are the only beings that belong to both humanity and the living dead. Unlike werewolves, although they have the ability to drink blood, they do not depend on it to survive, and their human reason allows them to restrain that urge. So while they still attract some strange looks, vampires can usually live in the wizarding world as wizards, and their circumstances are far better than those of werewolves. Even so, many vampires still prefer a life without restraint. They actively attack humans and take pleasure in drinking their blood. That group of vampires had naturally become a target of the various ministries of magic. They were the hidden vampires Snape was referring to. Once everyone had absorbed that, Snape continued, but I can't be sure whether he's deliberately feeding me false information to mislead us, or whether he really let this slip by accident. In truth, what Snape feared even more was that Voldemort might be using this information to test his loyalty. If the Order of the Phoenix issued a warning ahead of time, then as the only person who had access to all of that information, he would undoubtedly be the most obvious suspect. Tver could hear the concern in his words. In fact, this was also why Dumbledore, even with an undercover agent like Snape, did not dare act too aggressively against Voldemort. So Tver did not dwell on that point. The Dementors' betrayal was practically a foregone conclusion. Adding the uncontrollable factor of the vampires changed things, but their advantage was still considerable. More importantly, Voldemort was the root of all these problems. Can you get any other information? For example, which giant tribe you-know-who is planning to recruit? No. Snape shook his head, no longer in the mood for sarcasm. For now, all I know is that he should be somewhere in Central Europe, moving eastward. Isn't that the same direction Hagrid and the others went? Mrs. Weasley cried out. Lupin nodded. One bad piece of news after another had left his face so grim it was almost frosted over. That's right. In Europe, the only place where the giants can still really be called a tribe is in that region. Giants were even more hot-tempered than dragons. Most dragons could live in groups, and with their fairly decent intelligence, they could even maintain relatively friendly relations with wizards. Giants were different. They were moody, violent, and not very bright. If they took a dislike to each other, it could easily erupt into a fight, or even a full-scale brawl. Killing members of their own tribe was nothing unusual for them. That was why giants had never been under wizard control, and wizards had never wanted to control them. Usually, they were simply driven deep into remote mountain ranges and left to fend for themselves. And in Europe, there were not many such places. The place Hagrid had gone to was precisely the largest giant tribal settlement in Europe that Dumbledore had been able to identify. Can we contact Hagrid? We need to warn him to be careful. Before Sirius could finish, a dazzling silver flash suddenly swept past the doorway. Then a beautiful silver-white phoenix passed straight through the closed door and flew above their heads in an instant. I've lost contact with Hagrid and the others, Tver. I need you to go to the giant settlement. Dumbledore's voice came from the hovering phoenix. Then, Tver looked up at it. Where exactly is the giant settlement? The phoenix fell silent for a moment before Dumbledore's voice sounded again. According to ministry records, it should be in the Carpathian Mountains and the Sudeten Mountains, around the border where Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia meet. Tver stared in disbelief. But those two mountain ranges together run for over 1,000 miles. To be precise, 1,100 miles, or 1,800 kilometers, Dumbledore said solemnly. Then I'll leave it to you to find the two of them. As far as I know, they entered through Poland and then felt their way onward from there. As the phoenix faded away, Dumbledore's voice gradually disappeared with it, leaving everyone in the kitchen staring at one another. Sirius looked toward Tver, whose face was full of helpless resignation. Ahem. Since it's such an important mission, Tver, you should get going as soon as possible. After all, that's more than 1,000 miles. It would take a month just to walk it. Tver shot him an expressionless glance. There was no way he could cover it all on foot. No matter how strong his body was, it still had to obey the basic limits of the human body. But even with his magical ability, covering such a vast area would be difficult. Unless he could first find some kind of useful means of transportation. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Mrs. Weasley smacked Sirius disapprovingly, then looked at the deep-in-thought Tver with concern. Finish breakfast before you leave. Tver. Chapter 443, Hagrid's Ordeal. At that moment, Hagrid and Madame Maxime were hiding in a concealed cave deep in the mountains, completely unaware that the people back in England were discussing how to rescue them. More precisely, the others were doing the discussing, while Tver would be the one coming to the rescue. I've got to thank you, Olympe. If it weren't for you, I might have come away with more than just this little injury. Hagrid rubbed the wound on his shoulder blade and looked gratefully at Madame Maxime, who was setting protective magic around the small cave. Unlike Snape, who had more information, they had never actually run into you-know-who, nor did they know that his objective was much the same as theirs. They had simply been unlucky enough to walk straight into an internal conflict within the giant tribe. That, by itself, was nothing unusual for giants, and Hagrid had been mentally prepared for it. What he had not expected was that the original Gurg, the title giants used for their tribal chief, Cacus, with whom they had always had a good relationship, would be beaten to death on the spot. Not only had that wiped out all the effort they had put in before, it had also made the new Gurg hostile toward them. The new Gurg, also the strongest giant currently in the tribe, Galgamath, believed Hagrid had sided with Cacus, and so refused all contact with him. Worse still, when Hagrid continued trying to win the giants over with gifts, Galgamath even tried to have his giants capture him. If Madame Maxime had not sensed that something was wrong and driven back the attacking giants with a string of spells, Hagrid would probably have followed in Cacus's footsteps. It was only right, Madame Maxime said after finishing her work. She put away her wand and walked over to Hagrid. How is your wound? Do you need me to brew some potion? No need. It's nothing serious now. He could hardly act weak in front of the goddess, so Hagrid immediately let go of his shoulder, revealing swelling so bad that even his thick fur coat could not hide it. When Madame Maxime gave him a doubtful look, Hagrid quickly added, I'm used to little injuries like this. It won't get in the way of my moving around. Besides, we can't really do anything now anyway. He said dejectedly. What giants hated most was wizards using magic on them. In their simple understanding, it was because wizards had used magic that they had been driven into the deep mountains, where supplies were scarce and the living conditions harsh. So although Madame Maxime had used magic to save Hagrid, it had also put an end to any hope of continuing to win the giants over. At the thought of that, even Madame Maxime felt a headache coming on. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have used magic. No. Hagrid waved a hand. I can see it now. Even if you hadn't used magic, they probably still wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with us. Why do you say that? Madame Maxime asked. For the first time in front of the goddess, Hagrid showed a perceptive side, and he could not quite hide the trace of pride on his face. Galgamath's betrayal was too strange. He picked the exact night before we were about to win Cacus over. And before we even had the chance to name our terms, he not only wanted to drive us away, he wanted to capture us too. Maxime reacted at once. You mean someone is directing him? I can't be sure. Hagrid frowned deeply, though it was hard to tell whether it was because of the wound or the unknown enemy. But this is far too abnormal. Something's definitely wrong here. Before we came, Dumbledore said you-know-who didn't have many Death Eaters he could command, but he's still you-know-who. We'd better stay alert and leave here as soon as possible. The worry in Maxime's heart showed plainly on her face as she glanced outside the cave. The darkening sky was gradually swallowing the last of the sunlight inside, just like the uncertain road ahead of them on this journey. It's a pity that, as half-giants, we can't use apparition. Rumble. A crashing force like an avalanche suddenly rolled in from the distance. What happened? Hagrid asked in surprise, getting to his feet. Maxime stopped his next move with one hand, drew her wand with the other, and headed for the cave entrance. You're injured. Stay here first. I'll go take a look. Hagrid knew this was no time to force the issue, so he obediently stayed where he was, all the while grumbling at himself and watching Maxime's back with worried eyes. The moment Maxime stepped outside, she understood what had happened. It really is an avalanche, but it's quite far from here. It won't affect us, she whispered back to Hagrid. This was not a place where they could speak loudly. On the very first night after arriving, they had witnessed a giant snore loudly enough to trigger a small avalanche. The avalanche may not affect you, but we can. Just as Maxime and Hagrid were breathing a sigh of relief, a gaunt wizard in black robes appeared not far from the cave, with a group of sturdy giants behind him led by Golgamath. I didn't expect your magic to be this impressive. You managed to hide such a large cave and erase the traces of magic so thoroughly. Voldemort looked Maxime over with approval, as though he already had them in his grasp. I can give you a chance to choose. Join me, or have your soul drained dry by me. Of course, that big fool is accepted. He cast a disdainful glance at Hagrid, who had come hurrying out in alarm. A man with nothing going for him except being smaller than a giant, yet he still dared stand in front. It was stupidity in the extreme. But in Madame Maxime's eyes, she only felt that the long journey here had not been for nothing after all. Give it up, Voldemort. Becoming your subordinate is no different from becoming a walking corpse. No, no, no. There is still a difference. Voldemort curled his lips into an amused smile. For example, after draining your soul dry, I could turn you into an inferius and personally send you to attack the students of Beauxbatons. You. Madame Maxime had not expected a Dark Lord of such power to resort to such vile tricks, and she was instantly furious. Expulso. But she also knew that no matter how despicable he was still the Dark Lord who had thrown the wizarding world into chaos. Yet Voldemort merely waved a hand and blocked the powerful dark magic. Only the dust thrown up in the air proved that the spell had existed at all. After blocking the spell, Voldemort made no further move, but Golgamath could not wait any longer and charged at Madame Maxime with the giants under his command. It was as if he wanted to make up for his earlier failure in front of his new master. Maxime and Hagrid's expressions changed at once. The pressure from Voldemort alone was already more than enough, and now there was also a whole group of giants with overwhelming resistance to both magic and physical force. If Maxime had been able to rely on distance and wear them down with magic, they would still have had some chance of winning. But now, with Voldemort standing nearby, idly playing with his wand and watching the chaotic giants with disdain, there was no way he would give them that chance. Woo! Golgamath took the lead, roaring as he swung up a fist bigger than several casserole pots put together. Maxime fired several spells at him, but his thick hide took them without so much as a reaction. Bang! That heavy, terrifying punch smashed into Hagrid's raised arms, driving him back several steps. He staggered and then fell hard to the ground. Hagrid! Are you all right? Maxime rushed over to help him up, but when she saw his arms hanging limp and powerless, her eyes immediately reddened. I can still hold them off a little longer. Hagrid spat to one side, his eyes fixed resolutely on the approaching Golgamath as he raised his fractured hands again. Then get the news from here to Dumbledore as quickly as possible. Let him know that the giants have already gone over to Voldemort. What about you? Madame Maxime looked at Hagrid with reddened eyes. Rumble. Suddenly, this time it was not an avalanche. A massive shadow came crashing down with a roar like a fighter jet. Chapter 444, The Dragon Knight Tver. A dragon. Even with their limited brains, the giants still remembered what a terrifying creature like that looked like. Of course, the ones who could not remember it for the moment would never need to again. Golgamath and the giants under him stared with wide eyes as the black dragon rushed closer and closer. At first, it was only about the size of a sailing ship, roughly comparable to them. But by the time they could make out the black dragon's savage features clearly, it was already as enormous as a small mountain. Terror instantly crushed the giant's fearless survival instincts. Golgamath spun around in a panic, but before he could even take his first step, the black dragon came crashing down over his head with a force like the end of the world. Boom. Crash. The snow, along with the earth beneath it, was blasted dozens of feet into the air. The only things that drew everyone's attention were the Hebridean black dragon with its head held high, and Tver standing atop that head, dazzling like a diamond. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've missed Hogwarts' start-of-term feast since becoming a professor there. So tell me, how are you planning to compensate me, Mr. Voldemort? Tver looked down at Voldemort with a smile. Even amid the thunder of the surrounding avalanche, his voice remained perfectly clear. After all, even Hagrid, who understood giant habits well, would have needed more than a month to search through the mountains. So in order to find Hagrid as quickly as possible, Tver had specifically made the ever-fond of ordering people around Dumbledore borrow another Hebridean black dragon for him, the very same one from last year's tournament. After some persuasion, he had mounted the dragon and flown almost without stopping toward the long mountain range along the borders of Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, without even reporting to the ministries of magic of the countries he crossed, all to save as much time as possible. But having the black dragon did not make the search easy. He was flying high overhead, and even creatures as large as giants were hard to spot clearly from the ground. So he had used a small trick. Every so often, he would trigger a minor avalanche. If large numbers of small animals came fleeing out of the woods, then it was not giant territory. Relying on the vast stretches of snow in the mountains, Tver had searched area after area, and at the crucial moment, finally found Hagrid. Of course, it had also cost him the rest of his holiday, making him miss Hogwarts' start-of-term feast and, predictably, the classes that would follow. As the dust cleared, the giants sprawled on the ground found their vision returning, and at last saw the black dragon's ferocious appearance clearly. Remembering the apocalyptic force they had just witnessed, they fled in every direction without looking back. As for their revered Golgamath. Well, wasn't that smear of mangled flesh the black dragon had disdainfully swiped aside. Voldemort and Tver both watched those fleeing giants coldly, paying no attention to the avalanche in the distance growing more and more violent. Wait, why is this avalanche so fierce? Tver stared in surprise at the avalanche, which was nearly swallowing the entire mountainside, and only then remembered that in order to reach the ground as quickly as possible, he had made the black dragon not only rely on its immense weight, but accelerate as fast as it could as well. The shock from that impact had been no less than a minor earthquake for the mountain range. And now, as it swept up more and more snow, the avalanche had become like an ocean, stretching so far there was no end in sight. Fortunately, he had come here on a dragon. Tver shot Voldemort a smug look, then patted the black dragon on the head. The black dragon immediately understood and spread its wings flat toward Hagrid and Maxime. Get on, Tver called, beckoning to the stunned Hagrid. You can't just tough out an avalanche of this scale. Maxime reacted first, supporting Hagrid as they quickly climbed onto the black dragon's broad back. Tver. Hagrid cried excitedly, running a hand over the dragon's back. How are you here? I mean, you can ride a dragon too. Of course it was Dumbledore. Once he found out something had happened to you, he... Avada Kedavra. Tver jerked his head aside just in time, and the green light brushed past his hair. Faced with both the avalanche and the dragon, Voldemort merely toyed with the wand in his hand, his expression not changing in the slightest. Don't act so relaxed, Tver. Weren't you asking for compensation? The corners of his mouth curled up as if he were chatting with an old friend. But Tver could feel the provocation in his eyes. Tver licked his lips and straightened up. At some point, his right hand was already gripping his wand as he looked down at Voldemort below. You're right. The question is, can you afford to pay it? With a flash, Tver instantly appeared opposite Voldemort, accompanied by a barrage of spells that shot out like bullets. Voldemort pointed his wand at the ground, and the snow instantly turned into a snow-white shield, ringing as it blocked every attack. I've been saving this up for years, just waiting to pay you back. As though he had recalled the years of frustration he had endured, especially the suffering his soul had gone through 4 years ago, a savage look immediately twisted across his pale face into something eerily warped. The moment he finished speaking, he swung his wand, and the ground in front of Tver exploded into a great spray of snow. The scattered flakes seemed to come alive, surging toward him in a dense, overwhelming wave. But in the very next instant, a circular golden barrier burst out around Tver and expanded outward, melting every snowflake into shimmering gold light. And that was not all. After destroying the snowflakes, the barrier did not slow in the slightest, but continued pressing toward Voldemort, its radiance growing brighter and brighter. Light like the sun illuminated the entire snowy field, and the reflected glare made the two half-giants in the distance, along with the dragon, shut their eyes tightly. At that display, Voldemort narrowed his eyes and flicked his wrist again and again, sending thick black rays, dense as ink, crashing into the barrier one after another. Sizzle. When the black light struck the barrier, it did not disperse. Instead, like real ink, it corroded and smothered the golden glow on its surface. The light gradually faded, and calm returned to the scene. No, not calm. There was still the avalanche behind them. Never mind Hagrid and Madame Maxime. Even the black dragon, when it turned back and saw the avalanche that looked capable of destroying the world, could not keep the fear from showing in its violet eyes. Roar. Tver, stop fighting. The avalanche is here. Get clear first. Amid Hagrid's shout and the thunder of the avalanche, the black dragon hesitated for a moment between Tver and its own survival, then finally beat its wings and leapt into the sky. As for Tver and Voldemort on the ground, it was as if they had heard nothing at all. They continued fighting fiercely. They even seemed to think the avalanche was not destructive enough, setting off explosion after explosion and sending tremors through the mountain. The avalanche did not slow in the slightest. After smashing through the tall, sturdy trees rooted in the ground, it charged toward the two of them like an army of 10,000. Then, before Hagrid and the others' disbelieving eyes, it swallowed them completely. Chapter 445, The Avalanche and the Battle. After the earth-shaking avalanche swept through, all it left behind was a devastated stretch of snowfield. Broken branches from shattered trees still lay scattered across it, and amid the rumble of the avalanche continuing on into the distance, they seemed to be protesting their own innocence. Do they have some kind of blood feud? Madame Maxime murmured. Given their strength, she had no doubt the two of them could easily have operated away before the avalanche hit. And yet, with her own eyes, she had clearly seen the instant both of them were swallowed by it. I only know Tver's been pushing you-know-who really hard, but... Hagrid was still badly shaken, and even his voice came out in ragged breaths. I don't think Tver would be that reckless, not to the point of taking himself down just to get rid of you-know-who. Unlike the two of them, who were still in disbelief, the black dragon, relying on its instincts, sharply sensed that something was wrong. But before it could react, a dazzling blue-violet blaze exploded from the area where Tver had been buried. Not only did the surrounding snow fail to smother it, it seemed to feed it instead, making it burn hotter and fiercer. In less than half a minute, the flames spread across the entire area, melting all the snow into water, then turning that water into scorching steam. Just from the steam alone, the black dragon could sense a force capable of destroying everything, and it hurriedly beat its wings twice, putting as much distance as possible between itself and that area. At the same time, Voldemort did not stay idle either after sensing the power of the flames. In the part of the field the fire had not yet reached, as though protesting the blaze's violence, a lifelike serpent's head suddenly rose high out of the snow. The serpent's head twisted, and a huge snow-white snake burst forth. No. Not just one. All around the flames, one giant snake after another rose up, almost too many to count, every hollow eye fixed on Tver at the heart of the fire. The air grew so heavy that Hagrid and the others in the distance unconsciously held their breath. For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Boom. The giant snakes lunged forward all at once, surging one after another toward Tver with their mouths wide open and full of fangs. Bang. The flames seemed to come alive. One true fire dragon after another, formed entirely from flame, pounced with hooked claws and saw-like teeth, tearing apart every giant snake that tried to attack Tver. Once the giant snakes realized a direct assault on Tver in the center of the flames was not worth it, black light instantly spread over their bodies. Then, with agility completely at odds with their size, they twisted around and began using both their massive bodies and that strange magic to clash head-on with the fire dragons. Whoosh. Whistle. The collision of fire and snow instantly erupted across the mountainside. Every time a giant snake was swallowed by flames, and every time a fire dragon was buried under heavy snow, it set off another burst of thunderous noise and violent tremors. Boom. At the center of it all, Tver and Voldemort still controlled their magic with perfect composure. Their wand movements were no longer as fierce as before, but the power they unleashed was far greater than any of their earlier exchanges. Watching from the sky, Hagrid and Madame Maxime were completely stunned. As headmistress of Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime's understanding of magic far exceeded that of an ordinary wizard. And yet, as she watched the two of them fight, she realized with bleak disbelief that she was like a first-year student. She could not understand any of it at all. As for Hagrid, although he had always loved huge, vicious-looking creatures and had never been the sort to fear anything, even he could not help feeling a flicker of dread as he watched the giant snakes and the fire dragons. Enduring the sharp pain in his arms, he reached out and touched the black dragon's scales, beautiful in pattern and hard beyond belief, then sighed with emotion. It really is better this way. But what neither of them had expected was that another avalanche was coming. The avalanche brought on by the black dragon had only just been burned away by the battle, and now a new one, triggered by the fight itself, came sweeping down from the mountaintop. This time the avalanche was noticeably smaller in both scale and force than the previous one, but it was still an avalanche. And yet the rushing snow was either turned by Voldemort into more giant snakes, or vaporized by the heat of Tver's flames. The two of them seemed to be using the avalanche itself as fuel for the battle. Whenever most of the giant snakes had been worn down, fresh snow from the avalanche would arrive and help Voldemort slow the spread of the flames. And as for Tver, every time his flames devoured a huge amount of snow, not only did their power not diminish, it actually increased. They grew even more active and violent as they lunged at Voldemort. But as the battle wore on, both Voldemort and Tver gradually slowed their wand movements and looked up at the towering mountain with obvious displeasure. The snow was gone. Flying above them, Maxime could see it clearly. Each new avalanche carried less snow than the one before, and by now there was no longer enough snow left on the summit to trigger another one. As for the ground where the two of them were fighting, all the snow had long since been consumed, exposing dark earth charred black by the flames. What a disappointment, Voldemort muttered irritably. Compared with Tver, who could sustain such immense flames on his own, Voldemort could only cast large-scale, long-lasting magic by borrowing from the surrounding environment. Otherwise, all he could do was release one-off area spells like ordinary magic. And snow was the best material he had for transfiguration. The soil on the ground would work too, but compared with Tver's flames, it required far too much magic, and what it created would be much more cumbersome. It simply was not worth it. So if the fight went on, he would definitely be the one taking the loss. Voldemort did not care whether retreating from a battle was embarrassing or not. Besides, he had not lost yet. With that thought, he casually flicked his wand at Tver. The giant snakes still left on the field instantly stopped maintaining their agile forms and instead hurled themselves at Tver like soldiers making a final charge. The fire dragons around them were not foolish enough to just watch. Their flames surged, and within a few breaths, the searing heat and the fire dragon's counterattack had melted the giant snakes away completely. But once the steam cleared, Voldemort was nowhere to be seen. Realizing Voldemort had truly fled rather than hiding somewhere to fire off a sneak attack, Tver let the flames around him disperse as well. Once it understood the battle was over, the black dragon in the sky gathered its courage and slowly descended, carrying Hagrid and Maxime down to Tver. Then it lowered itself flat to the ground. Too terrifying. Looking at the scorched black earth below and feeling the lingering heat, the black dragon only now realized that when Tver had struck it during the tournament, he had actually held back. Unfortunately, Tver was not Hagrid, so how could he possibly understand what a dragon was thinking? He only assumed it was making it easier for him to climb back onto its back. So instead of operating, he simply stepped on its head and returned to a comfortable spot. That had been one of his discoveries during the journey. Between the spikes on the black dragon's head, there was actually a nice little hollow where he could sit quite comfortably. On the surface, he had rushed all the way here without pause. In reality, he had been touring Europe on the back of a dragon. Chapter 446, The Destroyed Camp. Voldemort had fled, but the giants had not. So, at Hagrid's suggestion, Tver bandaged his wounds while having the black dragon search the snowy mountains for any trace of the giants. An avalanche was certainly powerful, but with the giants' sturdy bodies, if they had found decent cover, it was entirely possible they had not suffered fatal injuries. Their speed would definitely have been affected, though. So Tver did not even need to use magic. The black dragon, rarely allowed out, spotted giants struggling in the snowdrifts and simply blasted them with a mouthful of dragon fire. As for whether any of the giants could still survive after the double blow, Tver did not care. They were not worth the trouble of finishing off personally, and besides, these giants were only Golgotha's trusted followers. There are still plenty of giants in the tribe, not far from here. Maxime could not help feeling some pity, but she knew very well that those brutal giants who had followed Golgotha would never obey them. Once Voldemort returned, any survivors would become fresh fighting strength for the enemy. So she calmly guided the black dragon onward, heading toward the giant tribe. Hagrid also knew Tver's approach was the right one. He could only sit there on the dragon's back with a sorrowful expression, silently staring at the beautiful patterns unique to dragonhide. As half-giants, they had suffered almost more prejudice in the wizarding world than any other mixed-blood group. Because no wizard dared openly provoke a true giant. Simple-minded as they were, they really would flatten a wizard on the spot. So half-giants could only bear that hostility in the giant's place, while also having to admit that they truly were the children of giants. That complicated feeling had always lingered in Hagrid's and Maxime's hearts, making them both sympathetic toward giants and frustrated by them, pitying them for their misfortune while resenting their refusal to improve. These giants followed Golgotha, so we can't let them go. But the giants in the tribe may be another matter, Tver said, offering the two of them some comfort, even though he had no particular fondness for giants himself. In truth, winning over the giants had never really been part of the Order of the Phoenix's plan. The giants' violent temperament simply could not mesh with theirs, and all Dumbledore had really hoped for was that the giants would not join Voldemort's side. Now that Voldemort had intervened personally, whatever he was offering the giants was something Tver's side could neither provide nor was willing to provide. Still, the fact that Voldemort's first move after his return was to win over the giants left Tver unable to quite make sense of him. As long as the giants in the tribe agree not to take part in the Wizarding War, I could even. But when Tver saw the chaos in the giant camp, he suddenly could not finish the sentence. The giants knew how to find a relatively safe place to set up camp, so this area had not been affected by the successive avalanches just now. But what met their eyes was even worse than if an avalanche had torn through it. Pools of blood had been splashed all over the ground, staining the white snow red. The giants' supplies had been thrown carelessly all over the place. Even the bonfires they had deliberately cleared out and built had been destroyed, with only a few sparks still flickering on the firewood, as if accusing fate itself of what had happened. But the real problem was that the giants were gone. Did they leave to avoid the avalanche? Maxime guessed, but she quickly shook her head and rejected the idea herself. No. They've lived here for a long time. They know this is the safest place when an avalanche comes down. And besides... She paused. There shouldn't be this much blood on the ground. Tver also found the scene extremely strange, so he patted the black dragon on the head and had it land. But before the dragon had even steadied itself, Hagrid jumped straight off its back. Grop, where's Grop? He looked around wildly, searching the camp in a panic for any sign of a giant. Seeing Tver's confusion, Maxime explained, Grop is Hagrid's brother, his younger half-brother. When we first came here, we found the boy. But compared to the other giants, he's small, so he has always been bullied by the rest of the tribe. Hagrid was planning to find a chance to bring him back to England. Until then, he could only stay here in the camp. But now... Maxime watched with aching sympathy as Hagrid shouted Grop's name and searched through most of the camp at high speed, including the cave not far away. Clearly, there were no giants left here. Looking at the blood on the ground, Tver was reminded of one of the few pieces of intelligence Snape had managed to obtain. Among those Voldemort was trying to recruit were vampires. If it really had been those vampires who attacked the giants, then after hiding in secrecy for so long, they certainly would not have turned up their noses at giant blood. That would make the scene here much easier to explain. Hagrid, come here. I think we may have found the giant's trail. Tver quickly called him back. Otherwise, Hagrid was about to start searching deeper into the valley. Hearing Tver's voice, Hagrid hurried back as if he had just seized a lifeline. Did you find something? He asked, panting heavily, the panic on his face easing a little. In Hagrid's heart, Tver was already second only to Dumbledore in the Order of the Phoenix, and indeed in the entire wizarding world. Voldemort was probably leading Golgamath and the others to track you down, while at the same time sending the newly recruited vampires here to take away the giants from the tribe. And these bloodstains were most likely caused by the vampires attacking the giants. Maxime's expression changed instantly. Compared with the werewolves causing trouble all across Britain, it was vampires that ran rampant in France. But, forgive me for asking, wouldn't vampires leave bodies behind? Don't forget, Tver said, hesitating as he looked at Hagrid, who seemed to have realized something. Voldemort is very skilled at creating Inferius. If all he wants is for the giants to cause destruction, then giants turned into Inferius would obviously be even more suitable. At that, Hagrid, a burly man through and through, suddenly went black before the eyes and collapsed weakly onto the ground. Grop. No, Grop is very likely still alive. Maxime immediately thought of another possibility. There actually isn't that much blood on the ground, certainly not enough for all the giants in the camp. And to deal with so many bodies that quickly, even if every vampire in Europe were here, they still couldn't manage it. They would need other giants left alive to help them. Seeing the light return to Hagrid's eyes, Tver nodded in approval. Exactly. So next, we need to figure out where those vampires, or Voldemort, have gone. Then before they can harm Grop, we'll rescue the giants. Chapter 447, The Joint Operations Office. This is an extremely difficult task, Evans. Are you ready to face the challenge? Yes, Prime Minister. That exchange had taken place 3 days earlier, when Senior Military Officer Canby Evans had accepted the mission personally assigned by the Prime Minister in an exceptionally resolute voice. What he had not expected was that he would be transferred to a civilian department called the Joint Operations Office. Or rather, that he, a military officer, would be doing clerical work in an operations department. That change alone had made him feel out of place immediately. Of course, there was something even harder for him to adjust to. Magic. From the moment the office began to be set up to now, 3 days later, when it had finally been established, he had at last understood what kind of joint operation this was. A joint operation between magic and technology. In truth, joint operations were a very common thing in the military. Cooperation between different units and branches, for example, had always been a key part of military training. And in a government office, there was also the need to coordinate with intelligence services, police departments, and even Parliament. But this time, they were actually going to be working alongside wizards. If the Prime Minister had not sworn it was all real, and if the Chief Secretary to the Cabinet had not been acting as director of the seemingly absurd office, Evans would never have stayed here for even a second. Hey, lads, what do you think, those wizards? That is what we call them, right? How are they supposed to get here? A dark-skinned man asked teasingly as he sat on top of a desk. Bruce Baker. Judging by appearances, compared with the somewhat refined Evans, the broad-shouldered Bruce looked much more like a hardened soldier who had seen real battle. And yet the truth was just that ironic. He was actually a veteran staffer who had worked in the British government for years, knew the responsibilities and authority of almost every department, and was one of the people best at keeping the office atmosphere lively. So as soon as he asked the question, the few colleagues in the office immediately looked up from their desks, Evans included. Maybe on broomsticks, or flying carpets, a girl named Crystal joked, setting off a burst of laughter around the office. Oh, come on, don't say that. These are noble wizard gentlemen. Maybe they walked here. Bruce replied with a grin, drawing even louder laughter. Ahem. Years of military life made Evans turn around and snap to attention the moment he heard the cough. Good morning, sir. What surprised him, though, was that this time the chief secretary had 3 men with him. One was as powerfully built as Bruce, seemed somewhat reserved, and stood at the very back of the group. Another was impossibly handsome, more like some wickedly charming villain from a film, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the office with amused interest. The last stood only half a step behind the minister. He carried himself with elegant poise, wore a well-tailored suit, and was looking around the office layout with obvious interest, as though quite pleased by what he saw. If Evans had not been absolutely sure he had never met him before, and had never heard of some hidden royal prince kept out of sight, he would have thought this man was some aristocrat from who knew where. The chief secretary, however, looked a little embarrassed. As the nominal head of the office, especially one formed through cooperation, it was downright humiliating that his own subordinates were being so rude to the colleagues they were about to work with. Fortunately, as a politician, he had a thick enough skin, and he quickly covered up that embarrassment. This is Mr. Tver Foley, advisor to the Joint Office, and also, the International United Wizards. The British representative to the International Confederation of Wizards, Tver kindly reminded him. Yes, right, exactly. In any case, Mr. Foley is the true leader of all operations in this office, and all of you will be under his authority. Evans and Crystal immediately began clapping, and everyone else hurried to follow. But Tver could still hear the reluctance in it. In their eyes, this office had probably looked like a real power department, personally established by the Prime Minister and led by the Chief Secretary to the Cabinet. And instead, some young men from who knew where, not to mention a wizard they did not understand at all, had taken the real authority. Naturally, that left them feeling disappointed. Ladies and gentlemen, Tver said, stepping forward and slowly sweeping his gaze across their expressions, I know you do not understand magic, and you do not understand wizards. But that is all right. In the missions ahead, you will come to understand all of it. The premise is that you let go of your resistance. To be honest, I do not know what standard your usual operations are meant to reach, and I have no interest in finding out. Because here, you are nothing more than a group of little nobodies hiding in an office and enjoying the air conditioning. Answer me, Major Camby Evans. Tver walked up in front of Evans and met his eyes directly. Or are you saying you cannot even adapt to a minor role like this? The muscles in Evans's face twitched with anger. He took a deep breath and broke eye contact first. No, sir. Very good. Tver nodded in approval, walked past him, and looked at the others in the office. Since this office is under my command, your performance and abilities will be reported by me directly to your esteemed Chief Secretary and Prime Minister. Tver gave the Chief Secretary beside him a timely nod. That both gave them in face and reminded him that these wizards had been arranged by the Prime Minister himself. I assume none of you wants the report placed on the Prime Minister's desk when this office's mission is successfully concluded to say that you were completely useless, do you? No, sir. With Evans setting the example, the office staff immediately responded in loud voices, like soldiers. That's what I thought. Otherwise, the minister wouldn't have been praising you all the way here. Tver gave the chief secretary a smile, as though they really had been discussing the staff just moments ago. The minister, however, sent him a subtle look, as if there were something private he wanted to discuss. That worked out well, since Tver had finished speaking anyway. Crystal, take Marvolio and Victor to their desks and introduce them to everyone. Yes, Marvolio and Victor. Ever since Marvolio had truly come back to life, the magic he could cast, especially the Imperious Curse, had improved enormously. By now, he could already control the real Dawlish and make him go to work at the ministry, while also arranging a new aura identity for himself and living in his original body. This time, Tver had brought him over to help. As for Victor, in his own words, I still can't figure out what this department is for, so I came to learn. And then he resigned from his post as the Bulgarian representative and strongly insisted on joining the joint department Tver was part of. Chapter 448, The Prime Minister's Little Schemes. All right, Professor. Crystal, who had been waiting off to the side for quite a while, immediately answered happily. As one of Percy's good teammates, she had also entered the Ministry of Magic after graduation. It was just that, unlike Percy, whose backing was so strong that both opposing factions in the ministry were trying to promote him, she had been stuck bouncing around minor departments the whole time. Now that the professor had finally noticed her and brought her into this strange department, she had long been waiting for the day she could officially start work. Professor. The confusion in Bruce's eyes was practically tangible. He was puzzled not only by the way Crystal addressed him, but also by the relationship between the two of them. I forgot to mention it. Crystal is a wizard, and also my student. She came over early to help with setting up the office. Tver explained as if only just remembering, utterly unaware of the shock a wizard who had hidden herself so well would bring to the office staff. A wizard. Everyone stared at the well-behaved-looking Crystal in astonishment. In the 3 days they had spent together, not one of them had noticed anything unusual. They had only thought that aside from being a bit blunt, this girl was an indispensable help around the office. Was this the terrifying power of wizard magic? The chief secretary ignored the suddenly noisy room and led Tver into a private office with a complicated look on his face. This would soon become Tver's office alone, even if he would not actually spend much time here. I never expected your people to be able to pull something like this off without anyone noticing. We've always been particularly good at hiding ourselves, Tver said, in a tone that made it hard to tell whether he was boasting or mocking himself. As for placing Crystal here, it served both to observe the office staff and prevent unsuitable people from showing up. It was also a reminder to the Prime Minister. If Tver could arrange for a wizard to infiltrate an office under close watch today, then naturally he could also make quiet contact with the Prime Minister himself. It was to keep the Prime Minister from getting carried away just because the EU had lifted its blockade. As the Prime Minister's right-hand man, the Chief Secretary immediately grasped the meaning behind it. Whether or not Tver had intended to make it obvious, he could not help mentally raising Tver from a tool that could be used to a cooperative partner who could keep them in check in return. But his expression did not change at all. Instead, he smiled ingratiatingly. That really was impressive. Our intelligence network inside the EU did not even have time to react before those officials all changed their minds in unison, and in the vote a few days ago just happened to. He deliberately emphasized those words. Reject the ban on British beef and related products by a margin of 1 vote. Tver nodded in sudden understanding. No wonder he, Hagrid, and Maxime had only just returned to Britain when they received word that the office had already been set up. So that was what this was really about. This is the will of the European people, isn't it? He said, putting on a look of false sincerity as he met the Chief Secretary's gaze. At that performance, neither of them could help laughing. Once the laughter subsided, the Chief Secretary said in an offhand tone, unfortunately, with the general election approaching, support from the British people for the Prime Minister is not exactly high. Oh. I thought Britain's economy was already recovering better than the rest of Europe. A British Prime Minister generally served a 5-year term, and while there was no restriction on re-election, winning another term was usually difficult. But the current Prime Minister was a little different. Europe's economy had not been doing well these past few years, yet the current Prime Minister's series of livelihood and economy-focused measures had achieved fairly good results. On top of that, the mad cow disease problem had been greatly alleviated. Logically, there should have been no way he would fail in his first attempt at re-election. At that, the Chief Secretary sighed rather helplessly. The economy is doing well, yes, but Britain itself is not all that stable. He cast a subtle glance at Tver's expression. I assume you've heard of the notorious Irish Republican Army. Tver politely nodded. In truth, Britain's biggest domestic problem at the moment really was this group of Irish separatists. To some extent, what they were doing was already tantamount to terrorism, especially after suffering setbacks in their fight against the British government. From time to time, they carried out attacks on British soil, even in London, causing no small number of civilian casualties. You mean that because of these rampant terrorists, the public is dissatisfied with the Prime Minister? Tver let out a derisive laugh. Given the current situation, those terrorists were certainly troublesome, but after several strikes by the British military, they were already showing signs of weakening. They could not possibly threaten the current Prime Minister's re-election. At most, this was simply a case of the men being greedy and wanting to accumulate even more political capital for himself. The Chief Secretary answered with an awkward smile. He now understood why the Prime Minister had asked him to phrase their intentions tactfully. He had not even said it outright, and the other party had already seen through them completely. I must remind you that wizards are not allowed to take part in Muggle affairs they should not be involved in. Even during the last World War, no wizard was permitted to participate. And this office will only handle incidents that threaten the lives and well-being of both wizards and Muggles. That is, the British people. Your Excellency, what I did about the mad cow disease was a personal gesture of goodwill toward the Prime Minister. Surely you would not want to see that goodwill fall apart. Even if he could have someone else do the work, there was no way Tver would agree so casually. The relationship between the two sides had to remain one of equal exchange. Otherwise, it would be far too easy for that Prime Minister to start entertaining unrealistic fantasies. Still, Tver deliberately played down the matter and framed it as the Chief Secretary's own idea, so that the Prime Minister would not feel humiliated when he learned he had been refused. Hearing the absolute firmness in Tver's words, the Chief Secretary could not very well push further. After all, they were not willing to fall out with Tver, the only wizard currently willing to help them, over something this minor. Of course, he said, forcing his expression into something less ugly. I simply think those people have gone too far. I hope your office will keep a bit of an eye on them. That is only natural. Any incident that threatens the British people has to be checked for possible wizard involvement. Tver left the man a bit of dignity, allowing him to walk out of the office with some composure. But he had not been gone long before Marvolio entered with Major Evans in tow. So, the talks fell through, he asked casually, tossing a file in front of Tver. They just have too many unrealistic fantasies in their heads. Tver flipped open the file and found several aerial reconnaissance photos covered in drifting dust. What is this? Marvolio stepped aside, revealing the slightly awkward Evans behind him. The assignment you had Crystal issue as a test. Major Evans got some leads from the Royal Air Force. Oh. Tver's interest was instantly piqued. Since he had arranged for Crystal to come here, he had naturally slipped in an extra task as well. And of course, that task was to track the giant's movements, because Hagrid's brother Grop still had not been found. But what do these photographs show? Now that it concerned his own field of expertise, Evans immediately understood why Marvolio had brought him here. This kind of unexplained, large-scale dust disturbance can only be caused in the military by large airborne aircraft or heavy armored vehicles. Otherwise, the only explanation would be that an intercontinental missile struck British soil and somehow none of us noticed. Of course, he added, suddenly thinking of something, if magic is involved, then that may be another matter. The Major had not actually said much, but Tver immediately understood what he meant. So you're saying this could not have been caused by normal activity? Yes, sir. Then where are these locations? Western Britain. A delighted smile immediately appeared on Tver's face. They had tracked Voldemort all the way back to Britain, only to lose all trace of him there. He had not expected Voldemort to give up using magic to conceal the giants, which in turn had left Tver and the others unable to track them by magical traces. But now, technology had pinpointed the area where the giants were hiding. Chapter 449, The Lone Giant. What happened here? An old man asked the sheriff standing guard nearby. This place was some distance from the residential area. He had seen a huge cloud of dust suddenly explode here and hurried over out of curiosity. Even now, the dust still hung there like a filthy, heavy dark cloud, covering the grass that had once been green and making it impossible to see what was inside. No idea. We only just got here ourselves, the sheriff said helplessly, shaking his head. What had just happened was far too bizarre. If he and his partner had not happened to be patrolling here, he would not have wanted this assignment at all. Then why are you just standing here? The old man pressed. That left the sheriff at a loss for words. His partner, a rookie policeman who had only joined the force not long ago, was already looking at him eagerly. What was that just now? A gorilla. Don't be so curious, kid. The sheriff smacked the rookie on the head irritably. That's the secret to how I became sheriff. But I heard you've only ever made it as far as sheriff after all these years. The rookie muttered. What did you say? That. The old man suddenly pointed behind them into the dust, his upturned face full of terror. What is that? Relying on years of police experience, the sheriff heard the rushing sound behind him and, without even turning around, grabbed the arm of the man beside him and hurled him away. Thud. The rookie did not even realize what had happened before he was flung straight into the old man. Fortunately, he was flexible enough to twist in midair, keeping the frail old man on top. But that also let him see exactly what was happening. An ugly giant as tall as a two-story building raised his enormous right hand high, then brought it down. Boom. The giant's palm smashed down with the force of a mountain crushing from above. The hand and the dust instantly engulfed the spot where the sheriff had been standing, and the shockwave from the impact sent the two men on the ground tumbling head over heels. Sheriff. Boundless fear overwhelmed both the policeman and the old man. They could only stare at the scene in stunned silence. But the giant's dull face showed a strange expression. It rubbed the palm still covering the ground in confusion, as though the feel of it was somehow different from usual. The giant quickly lifted its hand, still half kneeling, and looked at the place it had just struck. The sheriff was lying face down on the ground, a layer of golden light shimmering across his back. It was that layer of light that had kept him from being crushed flat, leaving him with only the pain of hitting the ground face first. Ow. The sheriff cried out in pain and, as if sensing something, rolled over into a more comfortable position. Ha. So I wasn't seeing things. It really was you, you big idiot, causing all this. For some reason, that layer of light between him and the giant filled him with an overwhelming sense of safety. It made him feel safer than the pistol at his waist. Right, he still had his pistol. Only then did the sheriff realize it. He hurriedly pulled it out, gripping it in a slightly trembling hand. It didn't matter. The giant was so huge that no matter how much he shook, he would still hit it. Bang bang bang. Even though he had no real hopes for how much damage his pistol could do, he still pulled the trigger in a frenzy. Feeling the sudden sting of pain, the giant waved its huge hand in irritation, as if trying to pluck off that little thing making all the banging noises. 1 shot, 2 shots, right up until the last bullet, the sheriff squeezed his eyes shut nervously. Bang. Boom. Suddenly, a violent tremor like an earthquake surged up from the ground ahead, knocking the empty pistol from the sheriff's hand. When he opened his eyes in confusion, he found a handsome man standing above him, looking down with a teasing smile. This is the first time I've ever heard that Muggle policemen like fighting while lying on the grass. But another man beside him, one with a much gentler appearance, bent down and offered him a hand. Hello, Sheriff. My name is Evans. I'm with the British government's Joint Operations Office, Military and Police Affairs Commissioner. After witnessing the astonishing methods of the wizard beside him, and after the discomfort of being taken along in apparition for the first time, Evans's complexion was not looking too good. Still, the sheriff let out a long breath of relief and happily took Evans's hand to stand up. He would rather face 10,000 people mocking him than see that ugly giant again. Only after he got to his feet did he realize that several more people had appeared out of nowhere. One man at the front was standing beside the giant, curiously nudging it with his foot. Meanwhile, a young girl nearby pointed curiously at the sheriff and the other two. Should I go obliviate them? I only joined the joint office because I was working as an obliviator. Crystal asked eagerly. Tver looked at the corpse before him and fell into thought. No need. Only these 3 saw what happened. Let Evans handle it. It'll be good practice for his ability to talk people into, or over, the truth. Huh. Crystal blinked in confusion. This way of doing things went against everything she had learned in Obliviator headquarters about the Statute of Secrecy. But considering Tver's current status as a representative of the International Confederation of Wizards, she could not very well say anything. Surely the International Confederation of Wizards would not take the lead in violating the Statute of Secrecy. Still, for this operation they had only brought Evans as their one Muggle employee, while all the wizard staff had been mobilized. And yet after all this commotion, it had turned out to be just a single giant. As the giant died, the dust hanging over the area gradually dispersed, revealing the original grassland, as well as the house that had been smashed into ruins by the giant. At that moment, Marvolio came over with keen interest and also gave the giant's corpse a light kick. With his extensive experience in killing, he immediately understood why Tver was confused. This was a living giant. Having cast the killing curse himself, he knew perfectly well that this giant was dead beyond doubt. What he meant was that this giant had not been turned into an Inferius as Tver had expected, but had instead been actively moving around in the dust, destroying things. Yes, so right now we have one piece of good news and one piece of bad news, Tver said helplessly. The good news is that, for some reason, the giants haven't been turned into Inferius. At least, not all of them have been killed. But the bad news is that the giants seem to have joined Voldemort's army. At least one of them has, Marvolio added precisely. But why would you know who let a giant make such a huge commotion here? Crystal asked in puzzlement. That's a question for Voldemort himself. Tver shrugged helplessly. Chapter 450, The Conspicuous Crop. After looking around for a while and finding nothing else unusual, Tver decided to move on and deal with the strange dust clouds elsewhere. Clean up the scene. Next, we'll split into 2 teams to deal with these strange dust clouds. Mr. Folly. Suddenly, Evans, who had just finished dealing with the sheriff and the other 2, walked over and called out to him hesitantly. Tver turned around in confusion. Just call me Tver. What is it? It's just. I wanted to ask. Evans swallowed and spoke with obvious difficulty. Does that giant count as one of your creatures? Mem, not exactly, but you could think of it that way. Why? But, there was a family in that house, doesn't that mean? Evans pointed uncertainly at the ruins, not daring to meet Tver's eyes. Heh. Tver immediately understood what he meant. So what you're trying to say is that people like us are letting these monsters kill your people, is that it? I didn't mean that. It's just that these creatures. Evans waved his hands frantically in alarm. Major Evans. Tver suddenly bellowed, startling everyone present. These are creatures that live in this world. Not just giants, but even more ferocious dragons. Countless creatures you know nothing about, yet which could easily take your lives, are living all around you. And the reason you've been able to live in peace. Tver said with a severe expression, jabbing a finger into Evans's shoulder. is entirely because countless wizards are doing everything they can to keep those things away from your lives. You should be thankful that there was only one family here. And that we arrived in time and saved those 3 innocent people. Look me in the eyes. Evans shivered and looked into Tver's deep eyes. It felt as though he had gone back to being a fresh recruit, with Tver as the merciless drill instructor standing over him. We are all people who protect the lives of the British people. The ones we're meant to fight are not each other, but the villains causing all this destruction. Do you understand? I understand, Mr. Folly. Just call me Tver. Tver reined in his imposing manner slightly. Yes, Mr. Folly, Evans replied solemnly, though his thoroughly rattled mind had no idea what he was saying anymore. Pfft. At a time like this, who else would dare laugh except Marvolio? Though I don't know which remarkable gentleman, or lady, saved us, I still want to express my gratitude to you. The old man from the trio suddenly removed his straw hat and bowed to Tver and the others from a short distance away. Thank you very much for your help. Thank you for understanding, Tver replied softly. For the next month, Tver spent most of his time in the Joint Operations Office, analyzing the information brought back by the various teams. Over that month of work, they confirmed that the figures inside those dust clouds were all giants deployed by Voldemort to cause destruction everywhere. Even though they had moved quickly to deal with both the existing dust clouds and any new ones that appeared, panic among the British public was still unavoidable. That was when the value of the office's Muggle staff became apparent. Evans and Bruce were experts in the British military police and civil administrative sides respectively. They could tap into virtually all official resources, and with the Prime Minister's backing, they successfully convinced the public that the phenomena were just some kind of strange tornadoes. The Prime Minister, for his part, increased his support for the office after learning what had happened, and that was also why they were able to cover everything up so effectively. As for the Ministry of Magic, Dawlish, head of the Aura office, was completely under Marvolio's control. Fudge and Barty were busy fighting each other openly and behind the scenes, and both of them wanted as little trouble as possible. Especially since these incidents were very likely Voldemort's doing. So Fudge was actually helping cover up the news and downplay the impact of giants attacking Muggles. None of that had much to do with Tver, though. It was already November now. Not only had he failed to get back to Hogwarts to teach his classes, he had not even found a trace of Hagrid's brother Grop. That, in turn, reminded him of the way he had planted a flag in front of Harry at the Ministry, saying he definitely would not let school matters be delayed. So really, it was better not to plant flags at all, or at least to plant one in the opposite direction. For example, if they still couldn't find any trace of Grop today, then he would leave work early and go to the nearby cafe for a slice of cake. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Tver stood up. The moment he opened the door, he saw Crystal hurrying over and crashing right into him. Ow. Crystal rubbed her aching forehead, but the moment she saw it was Tver, she immediately broke into a delighted smile. Professor, we found Grop. More precisely, Mr. Marvolio found him. She was still about to rummage around for photographs or something, but Tver's eyes had already widened. Lately, Marvolio kept saying he was trying to get used to his body, but in reality he had been venting all the frustration of his former soul state on the giants, starting with the Cruciatus curse and throwing out the killing curse like it cost nothing. Where is Grop? He asked urgently. Outside. Crystal pointed out the window. Mr. Marvolio said he didn't know what Grop looked like. He only knew this giant was relatively short, probably only about 16 feet tall. Although 16 feet was already a height humans could never hope to reach, among giants that was an undeniable shorty. And a height of 16 feet basically confirmed it had to be Grop, because there was no one that short in the giant tribe, not even among giant children. Wait. Tver suddenly realized he had overlooked one problem. You said Grop is where? Outside. Crystal even paused to think for a moment, as though she had carefully considered her answer before giving it. Of course, she had no idea why this required thought at all. Wasn't it just temporarily storing a giant on the broad avenue outside Whitehall, in front of the government offices? The professor himself had said those Muggles could handle this little issue just fine. If Tver had known that something he had said offhand had affected Crystal this deeply, he probably would have modified her memory. But he had no time to care about what was going on in Crystal's head right now. He hurried to the window and, with one glance, saw Grop sitting on the ground looking aggrieved and sniffling, while the police kept a wary circle around him. The commotion here was also getting bigger and bigger. Quite a few government officials had come out of their office buildings in curiosity and were pointing at Grop and whispering among themselves. It was only because Evans was standing there with a pained expression, doing his best to explain things, that they had not taken action yet. Take care of the memories of all the Muggles here, Tver said with a helpless sigh. He had deliberately let some Muggles come into contact with the existence of magic, hoping for just a spark. Instead, this had turned into a full-scale blaze, more like a volcanic eruption. Huh. Crystal still did not understand and blinked her wide eyes in confusion. Tver glared at her, pretending to be angry. Enough with the huh. I'm taking Grop back to Hagrid. If I come back and you still haven't dealt with this properly, I'm transferring you to the Centaur Liaison Office. Chapter 451, The Aggrieved Grop. After more than 4 months, Tver finally returned to the peaceful, tranquil Hogwarts once again. After all the running around he had done during this time, he suddenly realized that even the mischievous students at school were actually pretty lovable. At the very least, they were far more lovable than giants and Voldemort running around causing destruction everywhere. Only this time, with an aggrieved Grop beside him, he could not afford to be too conspicuous. So under cover of night, he slipped quietly into the school. He carried Grop along the whole way, levitating him so that he floated toward Hagrid's hut like a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. Although Hagrid had not joined Tver's operations directly, during this period he had been searching for traces of the giants around Britain with Madame Maxime, coordinating with Tver from the outside in. If he had not received the message and hurried back, then by now, in his anxious desperation, he probably would have fumbled his way to the other side of the channel. Knock knock knock. Hagrid, it's me, Tver. I wanted to tell you in advance. Creak. Professor. Tver stared in surprise at the 3 little ones crowded in the doorway, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, all with delighted smiles on their faces. Professor, where have you been? Defense against the dark arts is so boring now. Ron was the first to complain loudly, his voice echoing through the quiet night. That instantly earned Harry's and Hermione's wholehearted agreement. There are still 2 defense against the dark arts professors this year. One is Umbridge from the Ministry, and the other is the original Durmstrang headmaster, Karkaroff. Hermione suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart and explained things to Tver as calmly as she could. Professor Karkaroff's lessons are a bit dull, and he teaches more jinxes than defense against the dark arts, but at least he still teaches normally. But Umbridge, she's just, She suddenly realized that if she tried to use mild words, she could not begin to describe even a fraction of how hateful that old hag Umbridge was. That pink toad only lets us read in class. Just read. And she even used evil magic to punish Harry. As though Tver's appearance had suddenly given him courage, Ron indignantly grabbed Harry's hand and lifted it up, spraying spit everywhere as he denounced Umbridge's crimes. But before long, Hagrid appeared behind them. All right, you lot. After so much traveling, he looked somewhat worn out. Let Tver come in, he's. Grop. Hagrid raised a hand in surprise and pointed, slightly trembling, at the little giant still floating in the air behind Tver. Oh, I nearly forgot. Only then did Tver belatedly lower Grop to the ground, allowing Hagrid to reunite with his only remaining relative. But the moment Grop saw Hagrid, all his pent-up grievance burst out. Originally, he had not felt much toward this brother of his. After all, giants were rather indifferent to blood ties and did not care much about family affection. But first he had been abducted by the terrifying vampires led by Voldemort. Along the way, he had watched strong giant companions either get drained dry by the vampires or be killed outright by Voldemort. If not for his being too small and getting tossed aside as a useless giant, he probably would have died long ago. And even after being let go, his life had not improved much. The area where he ended up was desolate. Never mind animals big enough to fill his stomach, after those dust clouds appeared, even the insects had mostly disappeared. It would have been bad enough to spend a whole day finding nothing to eat, but then he ran into the vicious Marvolio. If Tver had not ordered Marvolio to figure out who he was before making a move, what he would have gotten would not have been the Cruciatus Curse, but the Killing Curse. Even so, the experience of the Cruciatus Curse still left him deeply shaken. So the moment he landed, Grop clung to Hagrid, who was a whole size smaller than he was, and whimpered while trembling in sobs. This. Hagrid was somewhat delighted by his brother's sudden closeness, but even more puzzled by the change in him. There was a little accident, but it's fine. He hasn't suffered any lasting harm. He's, well, very healthy. Seeing the certainty in Tver's tone, and finding no sign of injury on Grop, Hagrid finally relaxed. Professor, what's this about? Looking at the strange scene before him, Harry asked cautiously. Ron looked just as confused, while Hermione was already studying Grop thoughtfully. This is Hagrid's half-brother. As for the specifics, let Hagrid explain that to you later. Tver turned to the 3 of them. The problem right now is, if I remember correctly, students aren't allowed outside the castle at night, are they? Faced with the suddenly stern Tver, the 3 of them immediately felt fear overwhelm their curiosity. We came out under the invisibility cloak. After holding it in for a long while, Ron finally stammered out a weak excuse. As for how effective it was, Harry's and Hermione's helpless facepalms said it all. Count yourselves lucky. I'm technically on leave right now. Otherwise, I'd be giving you half a year of detention. Tver irritably rubbed each of them on the head in turn. Fortunately, he was tall enough. Otherwise, with them already in 5th year, patting their heads would not have been so easy anymore. Feeling the atmosphere return to its usual friendliness, Hermione ignored her now ruffled hair, pouted, and muttered, "I'd rather you came back to teach and gave us detention." Harry and Ron immediately nodded in vigorous agreement. "Yeah, Professor, when are you coming back to teach?" Hiss. Tver suddenly found himself in a difficult spot, afraid of jinxing things again. Probably a few more months. It depends on how much information Grop can provide. And on how much Voldemort decided to meddle. Grop. What does Grop have to do with it? By then, Hagrid had walked over with Grop. Only Grop now seemed to have developed some psychological shadow. Trembling, he hid behind Hagrid, sticking his huge head out to look at everyone. "It's like this. We found that Grop's memory had been wiped." Now that it was down to business, Tver's expression grew serious as well. Grop must have seen something important. Or rather, Voldemort didn't want the Giants to know what he was planning. So Voldemort personally erased the Giants' memories, but he still made one mistake. He underestimated the Giants' strong magical resistance. Although the memories were indeed erased, that doesn't mean Grop's memory can't be restored. So I want you, and all of you. Tver lowered his gaze toward Harry and Ron, who clearly did not fully understand but felt it sounded impressive, and Hermione, who was already thinking. To help remove the effects of the memory charm on Grop and get as much information as possible out of him about Voldemort. Of course, it would have been more efficient for Tver to handle this himself. But he still needed to lead the team in dealing with the Giants outside. There were more of those Giants, so naturally he had to devote more of his energy to removing the effects of the memory charm from as many of them as possible. As for Grop, this was simply a task he was leaving behind for Hagrid and the three of them. Chapter 452, The Clash with Umbridge. Now that he was back at Hogwarts, Tver was in no hurry to get back to work. For the first time in ages, he returned to his office and took a full night to rest. What he had not expected was that the moment he appeared in the Great Hall the next day, he would set off an uproar among the students. The reason was simple. The three little loudmouths. The second they got back to the common room, they could not wait to spread the news that Tver had returned to the school. After suffering through Umbridge's tedious lessons and Karkaroff's strange teaching methods, the students' anticipation for him had reached its peak. In the past, no matter how odd the professors they ran into were, at least Tver had guaranteed the quality of teaching and always brought them plenty of fun classroom games. But now the games were gone, and as for actual teaching, only Karkaroff's jinxes could barely be called decent. They might not have known the saying about how it is easy to go from hardship to comfort and hard to go back again, but the feeling was exactly the same. If Tver had not hidden his whereabouts, the owls carrying letters to him probably could have filled the whole of Folly Manor. So when Tver stepped into the Great Hall early in the morning, even though it was a Sunday, he was still instantly surrounded by students who had gotten the news in advance. "Professor, have you come back to replace Umbridge? As long as you're back, we can put up with Professor Karkaroff as the other professor, and if we really have to, we can even endure Umbridge. Professor, did you enjoy your holiday? Where did you go? Did anything happen you'd be willing to share with us? Most importantly, what fun things have you prepared for tomorrow's class?" Tver looked in surprise at the last girl to speak. He had not expected such an adorable smile to hide such deep scheming. The first years, meanwhile, did not really understand why everyone was so excited. Even after listening to the impatient explanations of several older students, they still scratched their heads in confusion. "It's just a professor. What's there to get excited about, percent at end? Hey, no fighting. Oh, wait, it's a group beating. That's not allowed either." Tver quickly gestured for everyone to calm down and let their enthusiasm cool. "I'm very grateful for your affection, but I have to tell you, regretfully, that after I finish breakfast, I'll be leaving Hogwarts again to carry out other work." "Leaving?" The students immediately cried out in alarm. "You're leaving Hogwarts? But Headmaster Dumbledore said you would always be a professor here. That would never change." "That is a pretty clear violation of labor law," Tver said with a complicated expression. Was he touched? A little, yes. But the way Dumbledore had said it with such certainty really made it hard for him to feel happy about it. "Of course, I'm still a professor here. I just need to stay busy for a while longer before I can come back to teach." Suddenly, a shrill, sickly sweet voice rang out behind him. "Ahem. I was wondering whether Professor Folly could explain where he has been all this time." The students around him all shuddered in disgust at once, their eyes practically rolling into the backs of their heads. Tver turned around, and a bloodless, baggy-eyed, toad-like round face with a huge mouth appeared right in front of him. The sight was so alarming that he actually took a step back. And in that step back, he also got a good look at her figure and clothes. She was short and squat, with short, curly mouse-brown hair and an absurdly large pink bow on top of it. Yes, Tver sincerely wished he had not looked. Ron calling her a pink toad the night before had practically been an insult to toads. Sensing the appraisal in Tver's gaze, Umbridge smugly tilted up her chin. Of course, that was also because the height difference between her and Tver was simply too great. Dolores Umbridge, head of the Department of Magical Education and Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Although she had lost her position as Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, the title of Head of the Department of Magical Education actually made it easier for her to interfere in Hogwarts affairs. In Umbridge's eyes, it was obvious that in her deal with Barty Crouch, she had been the one who profited more. So the moment she heard that Tver had appeared at Hogwarts, she threw Fudge's warning not to provoke him straight out of her mind and hurried over, eager to flaunt her authority. "I've long heard of you," Tver said first, offering a polite compliment, though the crooked smile at the corner of his mouth immediately made the students sense that something good was coming. "The students have already told me a few things about you. What surprised me is that Hogwarts has gone through so many unreliable defense against the dark arts professors over the years, yet even put together, they still haven't had as much impact as your less than half a year of teaching." Pfft. The students could not help snickering. Then, seeing Tver block Umbridge's angry glare for them, they laughed even harder. At that point, even the first years who had just been beaten up understood why the older students had been so excited. The other professors mostly ignored Umbridge, but Professor Folly was the only one bold enough to mock her so directly. "You." Relying on the authority given to her by the Ministry, Umbridge had been swaggering all over Hogwarts lately. Even Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore had to give way to her, at least in her own mind. "Tver Folly, I must inform you that I have the authority to judge whether Hogwarts professors are competent, and I also have the authority to throw incompetent professors out of Hogwarts." Tver himself had no reaction to Umbridge's threat, but the students immediately burst into outraged shouting. "You old hag. Professor Folly is 100 times more competent than you. If Professor gets thrown out of Hogwarts, we'll toss you into the Forbidden Forest." Umbridge haughtily swept her gaze over the cursing students, the smugness in her eyes only growing stronger. "Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, for insulting a professor, you will each receive 3 months of detention, starting tonight," she said in an absurdly affected little girl voice, casting a threatening glance at the few who had shouted the loudest. "Is there anyone else who wants to? But there are a few things I also need to tell Professor Umbridge." Tver suddenly cut in, interrupting her display of authority. "Your authority comes from the Ministry of Magic, and it is limited to the Ministry of Magic." Umbridge immediately turned her smile back toward Tver in open challenge. "Minister Fudge has always supported my work. He is quite pleased to see me correcting Hogwarts' educational disorder and ensuring that the children receive better, more proper education, hee. Are you sure?" Still smiling, Tver bent down and, suppressing his disgust, murmured into her ear, "If Fudge values you so highly, why did he sell you out so neatly in the first place?" "That was a deal." Umbridge hissed through gritted teeth. No matter how much she tried to comfort herself, she could not deny that back then her position had been weakened and she had nearly become the laughingstock of the Ministry. "Yes. And you were only the bargaining chip in that deal," Tver said softly. "If you don't want to become a bargaining chip again, then keep a lower profile. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind dangling something in front of Fudge again and getting you transferred to an even quieter department." Umbridge's eyes practically shot fire, but for a long moment she could not think of a single thing to say in reply. I'll get hold of your dirt one day." In the end, she could only throw out a threat, angrily shove her way through the students surrounding them, and stomp off. "Professor Umbridge, what about our detention?" George shouted after her. "I have no time to indulge your nonsense." Woohoo! Seeing Umbridge suffer her first real humiliation at Hogwarts, the students immediately crowded around Tver and erupted into excited cheers. Chapter 453, Chapter 453, The Curse. Despite repeated attempts by the professors and students to make him stay, Tver still left Hogwarts after breakfast. One reason was that there was still work to finish at the Joint Operations Office, and the other was the curse on him had suddenly reacted. With the help of the 4 founders, the curse left by the ring had already turned into a little black imp he could command. But the curse Voldemort had left on the defense against the dark arts position, though suppressed to a very faint degree, had continued clinging to him like a disease in the bone. And today, after returning to Hogwarts and seemingly acknowledging his identity as a professor, the curse had suddenly strengthened and flared up a little. Tver had expected before that the curse would grow stronger the longer he held the post of defense against the dark arts professor. What he had not expected was that by the 5th year, it would increase almost geometrically. So even though it had been suppressed to a very weak level, it still caused Tver a bit of trouble. Looking at the black mark on his wrist trying to spread, and feeling the slightest sluggishness in the circulation of magic within his body, Tver walked into the Joint Operations Office while thinking, then swept his eyes across the room. Naturally, he was looking for Marvolio, the very culprit behind the curse, so that he could come deal with it himself. But he did not find Marvolio. Crystal came up to him instead. "Professor, the Prime Minister's assistant just called. He said that even though they're calling the disasters caused by the giant hurricanes, there are still some rumors about giants spreading among the public. He asked what we should do about it." That was a little beyond Tver's expectations. Although he had consistently refused to let crystal erase memories, the number of people who had actually seen a giant and survived was not that high. He had simply not expected that after living in the wizarding world for so long, he had started underestimating the speed at which rumors spread in the 1990s. After all, he was more familiar with the world 10 years later. It's fine. Stories like that have always been around. Most people probably think it's promotion for some new film or toy. After thinking it over for a moment, Tver still decided to handle it the original way. The world needed some time to adjust, especially Britain. Although he still did not know exactly what Voldemort wanted to do, with conditions this good, it would be a waste not to make proper use of the groundwork Tver had laid over the previous 4 years. After spending this stretch of time with him, Crystal had already grown used to Tver's indifference on this point, so she was not surprised by the answer. By the way, once Marvolio gets back. Tver absent-mindedly pushed open the office door, only to see Marvolio already inside, sitting there with one leg crossed over the other and shaking it, clearly waiting to report something to him. "What are you doing here, Professor?" Crystal asked curiously. "It's nothing." Tver casually shut the door. Marvolio cleared his throat at just the right moment and said with exaggerated seriousness, "You're in trouble, Tver." Then he shut his mouth and looked at Tver with an expression that plainly said, "If you don't ask, I'm not telling. If you keep dragging this out, I don't care whether I'm in trouble or not, but you definitely will be." Tver was already in a foul mood because of the curse, and Marvolio had chosen exactly the wrong moment to act up, making him the perfect target to vent on. Sensing that the atmosphere had gone bad, Marvolio immediately stopped fooling around and dropped his carefree attitude. "Actually, it's Dumbledore." "No. I don't want to hear that right now. You listen to me first." Tver cut him off directly. "How exactly is the curse you left behind supposed to be dealt with? The connection to Hogwarts was already severed, so why does it still cling this strongly?" Godric had severed the curse as early as half a year ago, and Tver could clearly tell that it had already become no different from an ordinary curse. What he could not understand was that the curse seemed to have become entangled with his soul. It was only a trace, yet no matter what he did, he could not remove it. "So that's what this is about." Marvolio immediately let out a sigh of relief. He had thought something serious had happened, the kind that would drag him into it too, and get him scolded the way Peter Pettigrew's sacrifice had once done. This curse was mainly cast by relying on Hogwarts itself and my Slytherin bloodline. So even without the castle supplying it with magic anymore, it still has very strong interference with the soul. He praised himself smugly, completely oblivious to Tver's face growing darker and darker. But as for solving it, it would be very hard for anyone else. For you, though, it's easy. Easy. Tver raised his right hand and looked at the little black spot on it in confusion, unable to see how he was supposed to get rid of it so easily. Idiot. It was the first time Marvolio had seen the usually confident and composed Tver look this blank and baffled, so he seized the chance to sneer at him. "Even your student Cedric knows to use imps to block the killing curse. Hasn't it ever occurred to you to store the curse in an imp? The curse is attached to the soul, but because you've suppressed it so many times, now it can only affect a tiny piece of your soul. As long as you split off that small piece of soul in the form of an imp, you don't even need to remove the curse. As long as you don't merge it back, it can completely bear every curse tied to your entire life as defense against the dark arts professor." In truth, Marvolio had only just thought of this method himself. When he had cast the curse in the first place, he had poured almost all of the related knowledge and ability he had at the time into it, specifically to make sure Dumbledore could not remove it. Even he himself had never thought of a solution. What he had not expected was that Tver could split the soul in a way far safer than a Horcrux. To be honest, the moment he saw that an imp could block the killing curse, he had already realized that imp magic was practically the natural enemy of any magic that damaged the soul. He genuinely could not understand it. Even taking into account the advantage of a pure-blood family where one could study magic from birth, Tver was at most only 23, yet he was already monstrous enough to have reached this level in soul research. It was hard to imagine what Tver might be capable of in the future. Marvolio found himself thinking with some emotion. "So I can only split my own soul?" Tver asked with ill intent. "Not necessarily," Marvolio said offhandedly. "Voldemort's soul would work too. After all, he cast the curse, so it can be transferred. Why are you looking at me like that?" As Tver started walking toward him, Marvolio suddenly had a very bad feeling. Wait. He had cast the curse. That meant his soul could also take the transferred curse. "You can't do this, Tver. I've rendered service to the cause. I've bled for you. I want to see Grindelwald. I want to see Dumbledore." Ah. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, Tver's 2.5-year scheme. Now that the curse problem had been successfully resolved, Tver felt as though even the sunlight outside looked brighter. Of course, the afternoon sun was always harsher than the morning sun. That was just common sense. Still, he had already experienced this kind of joy once before, so he quickly reined in his excitement and looked at the aggrieved Marvolio. All right, it's not as if you've never split your soul before. Do you really need to look that miserable? My soul only just got put back together after endless hardship. Even if it's only a tiny bit, it's still a piece of soul I finally got back. Marvolio protested loudly, very conveniently failing to mention that it had actually been Tver who helped him find the Horcruxes. All right, all right. It's just a tiny bit of soul. Once we catch Voldemort, I'll give you his. Forget it. His soul is so tattered now I don't even want it, Marvolio said with renewed disdain. But aren't you still going to keep teaching defense against the dark arts? What then? You can't just keep splitting my soul forever, can you? Tver immediately turned to him with a broad smile. Marvolio fell silent. I think I'd better start learning how to purify the soul. Seeing how sensible Marvolio was being, Tver nodded in satisfaction. By the way, you mentioned Dumbledore just now. What about him? Oh ho. Marvolio immediately sprang to his feet in swaggering fashion and pointed at himself. Dumbledore has realized something's wrong with Dawlish, or rather, with me. He may already have figured out my identity. Really? Tver took a casual sip of pumpkin juice. How did Dumbledore figure it out? Something was off. Marvolio did not need to ask to know that Tver's current attitude was completely out of proportion to the seriousness of the matter. But since he still could not tell what Tver was playing at, he could only continue. As soon as Hogwarts went on holiday, Dumbledore started dropping by the ministry from time to time. At first, he slipped in under your name. The department he visited was the Department of Mysteries, and in the ministry, apart from Fudge. No, not even Fudge could really throw him out. Then one day he came to the Auror office to chat with Kingsley, and looked at me with this very strange smile while sizing me up. To be honest, ever since their very first meeting at the orphanage, Marvolio had always been a little wary of Dumbledore. And with Dumbledore seeing through scheme after scheme of his back when he was still Tom Riddle, that feeling had only grown deeper with each passing year. Otherwise, he would never have consistently avoided attacking Hogwarts while Dumbledore was there. And he would never have treated defeating Dumbledore as the single most important goal of his entire enterprise. Tver stared blankly at the pumpkin juice in his teacup, seemingly lost in thought. And then, maybe Dumbledore had simply spotted an outstanding Hogwarts graduate, he asked absent-mindedly. No, no, no. That smile was full of meaning. It was just like the smile you wear every time you're plotting against someone. Calm, confident, and with that sort of evil look that says you've already thought through every move your opponent might make. Tver finally snapped out of it and rolled his eyes in annoyance. That's called planning, not evil. No, can't you show a little urgency here? Marvolio said, utterly unable to understand Tver's composure. That's Dumbledore. Dumbledore has discovered that I exist. Discovered that a piece of Voldemort's soul is walking around as head of the Auror office. And that soul is closely tied to you. I was so scared I put Dawlish back and hid in this tiny office. Marvolio said with lingering dread, patting his chest as though the pressure Dumbledore put on him was still hanging there. If this has already annoyed Dumbledore, I'd like to see how you're supposed to pull him into the camp that wants to overturn the statute of secrecy. So what? Your identity was going to come out sooner or later. Hiding will only make Dumbledore more suspicious. Better to lay things out early. Tver looked utterly relaxed, even a little inscrutable. In fact, as early as 2 years ago, I was already trying to get Dumbledore to notice you. Marvolio's eyes flew wide open. His mouth dropped open as well, and all he could do was stare at Tver in utter disbelief. What kind of twist was this? He had done everything he could to make himself as invisible as possible in front of Dumbledore, while Tver had. Wait. 2 years ago. Marvolio started going over the events of the past few years in his head, especially his very limited interactions with Dumbledore. Thought of it. Tver's lips curled into a smug smile. I spent 2 whole years gradually getting Dumbledore to accept your existence. There's no need to be so shocked. 2.5 years ago, Fudge put me in charge of discussing the Dementors being stationed at Hogwarts with Dumbledore. Marvolio muttered. And I, despite agreeing to go there with you, exposed your presence to Dumbledore. That was the first time I started thinking about this plan. Half a year later, I gathered all the evidence against Gilderoy Lockhart. And I was the one who had you come over personally to arrest Lockhart. Dumbledore probably officially noticed something strange about you at that point. Half a year ago, I had only just been revived, and yet you insisted I come personally to arrest Barty Crouch Jr. At that time you had only just regained your body and still weren't used to it. Your transfiguration was nowhere near polished. As long as Dumbledore wasn't blind, he would have noticed the difference between you then and you before. As he and Tver went back and forth through these events, Marvolio suddenly realized that all 3 of his meetings with Dumbledore over the past 2.5 years had been deliberately arranged by Tver. This was all for your own good. After all, with the face you have now, other people might not recognize you, but Dumbledore definitely would, Tver said leisurely, looking at Marvolio's dumbstruck expression. Rather than hiding and waiting for Dumbledore to notice, it was better to let him know this way. I was never planning to hide you in the first place. Your actions all had perfectly good reasons behind them, and that actually helps dispel his concerns. But the problem is. After a long while, Marvolio finally came back to himself, though he still felt as if his brain could not quite keep up. Why hasn't Dumbledore exposed it yet? You want him to know, and he knows you want him to know. If it's all this complicated, why not just lay it all out openly? But you don't know, Marvolio. Tver smiled smugly, and for a moment he truly did look a little like what Marvolio had described earlier, evil. We all know you're the one being kept in the dark. Every move you make at the Ministry is being watched by Dumbledore. And it's because of what you do under those circumstances that Dumbledore has the patience to observe you, and why he didn't get angry with us immediately. As long as your behavior doesn't go too far and doesn't resemble Voldemort's brutal nature, Dumbledore is willing to accept the goodwill I'm offering. Marvolio looked at Tver with deep grievance written all over his face. The minds of people who play strategy are filthy. Chapter 455, The Past. But since you say Dumbledore has already made it this obvious, then clearly he intends to deal with this matter properly. Tver ignored Marvolio's theatrics and fell into thought. Dumbledore could not leave Marvolio alone forever. Before, it could still be called observation, but now that Voldemort was becoming more and more rampant, he obviously would not allow someone who might be a ticking time bomb to continue existing unchecked. Sometimes, before dealing with threats from outside, you first have to secure things at home. Knock knock knock. Professor. Headmaster Dumbledore. Before Crystal could finish, the door to Tver's office was pushed open. The moment they saw Dumbledore standing in the doorway, both Tver and Marvolio rose to their feet. But compared to the tension on Marvolio's face, Tver looked much more relaxed. I was just wondering when you would come. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that you'd appear outside the office right now. That's good. I was worried I might be interrupting. Dumbledore wore a faint smile, as though he had simply come by for a casual visit out of boredom. I heard you returned to Hogwarts and caused quite a stir among the students, only to leave again straight away. It sounds as though you have something important to discuss with Tver. In that case, I won't disturb you. Crystal, let's step outside. Marvolio shamelessly put on a completely natural act and grabbed Crystal by the arm as he tried to walk past Dumbledore. But after only 2 steps, Dumbledore caught his arm instead. Do you really dislike seeing me that much, Tom? Who's Tom? Isn't this Mr. Marvolio? Crystal was the first to voice her confusion. Crystal, step outside first, Tver said softly. He had already figured it out. The reason Dumbledore had not acted all this time was not just because of Tver's goodwill, but because of Marvolio, or rather, the possibility that Tom Riddle could still be redeemed. Of course, Tver could not be sure whether Dumbledore himself had consciously realized that point, considering how many crimes Voldemort had committed and how many righteous wizards he had killed. If it were Tver, he honestly was not sure he would choose to give Voldemort another chance. Crystal looked in bafflement at the suddenly silent Marvolio and Dumbledore, then at Tver, who clearly had no intention of explaining anything to her. In the end, she could only suppress her curiosity, quietly leave the office, and thoughtfully close the door behind her. To be honest, even with the resemblance, I doubt many people would be willing to believe that you are the same Tom Riddle who was once such a well-behaved student at school. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore let go of Marvolio's arm and looked at his young face with a trace of feeling. This was, in fact, the face he had worn during the period between his school days and the repeated splitting of Horcruxes after graduation. Not many people had ever seen it. Apart from the early Death Eaters who had followed him from the beginning, only Dumbledore had. And it was also Dumbledore, who, after completely losing faith in Tom, had all but stopped calling him Tom Riddle at all. Tver glanced at Marvolio, who remained silent and expressionless, and had no choice but to answer Dumbledore on his behalf. There's a view I'm rather fond of. If you want to know what kind of person someone truly is, don't look at what they say. Look at what they do. I think the same goes for appearances. No matter what Marvolio looks like, he chose to become Marvolio, not Voldemort. What do you think, Headmaster Dumbledore? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his gaze toward Tver. He had not expected Tver to bring up the question he cared about most so openly. But the soul inside him still belongs to Voldemort. To be precise, it belongs to Tom Riddle, Tver said firmly. No one understood Marvolio better than Tver did. Not even Marvolio himself. Marvolio did not truly believe there was anything wrong with his ideas about pure-blood supremacy and ruling over both Muggles and wizards. It was only after Tver's prompting that he realized such a thing was not likely to succeed, or rather, that there was no way to maintain that kind of rule for long. So he abandoned it very cleanly. Then, after going through the illusory realm and Voldemort's severing of the past, he gradually came to realize that as Tom Riddle, he should not exist only as a notorious Dark Lord, so infamous that almost no one even knew the real name Tom Riddle anymore. He was Tom Riddle, born from a pureblood wizard and a Muggle, the product of a love potion, the boy who grew up in an orphanage believing he was a freak. He was also Tom Riddle, a genius of extraordinary talent, not just in Britain but in the whole world. Which meant that the current Marvolio simply wanted to inherit the thoughts and will of the Tom Riddle that Voldemort had cast aside. To ensure that the soul which had once known only cruelty and savagery would no longer be lost. Just as Dumbledore was about to question Tver, Marvolio suddenly spoke. "I want to ask you something." A trace of sorrowful struggle appeared on his face. "Did you ever, truly trust me, even once?" Dumbledore froze for a moment. He opened his mouth, only to realize that for the first time, he did not dare answer Voldemort's question. He knew the answer, but he did not dare speak it aloud. But Marvolio had already read it from his expression, and could not help giving a bitter smile. "No one, Dumbledore. No one ever truly trusted me." The self-mocking smile on his face grew stranger and stranger, stiff like a puppet's and yet full of the same biting irony as a clown's. It left Dumbledore unable to meet his eyes. "At the orphanage, I tried talking to them. I tried telling them that I didn't know why I could repair broken toy horses either. I only knew that I wanted them to accept me. But no one was willing to believe me. They only called me a freak. You were the first person to tell me I wasn't a freak, but a wizard. I was grateful to you for that, Dumbledore." Marvolio spoke calmly, and only when he reached that point did his tone grow a little more emotional. "But why wouldn't you give me even the slightest guidance while I was at school?" Dumbledore sighed and looked at Marvolio with a complicated expression. "That was dark magic, Tom. I could not teach you those things. Dark magic was already corroding your soul. Then why didn't you tell me?" Marvolio suddenly shouted, his eyes tangled with sorrow and disappointment, even carrying a kind of childlike helplessness. "Why didn't you tell me dark magic would corrode my soul? Why didn't you tell me Horcruxes would only drive my soul mad? Why didn't you help me?" Chapter 456, Marvolio's confusion. What Marvolio said was, in truth, a little unreasonable. After all, although Dumbledore was a professor at Hogwarts, he could hardly have the time and energy to pay attention to every single student. By the time Tom had already gone astray, it was too late for Dumbledore to save him. But to Tom Riddle, Dumbledore held a very special place in his life. He was, in a sense, the beginning of Tom's magical life. That kind of formative influence was far more important to Tom than the parents he had never even met. In Tom's mind, Dumbledore had in fact been his mentor in life. So after Tom asked for help several times and got nowhere, he came to believe, selfishly and sorrowfully, that Dumbledore had betrayed him. That, like his parents, Dumbledore had abandoned him. Dumbledore opened his mouth again, but when he saw the grief on Marvolio's face, he found himself with nothing to say. He had originally thought that when he came here today, the person he would be facing was Tver. He had imagined that after questioning him, Tver would provide a string of reasonable explanations, then persuade him that this piece of Voldemort's soul was beneficial to their side. And in the end, after some thought, even if he made certain arrangements in his heart because of it, he would still agree to Tver's plan. Just as he had every time before. But he had never expected that the one being questioned would be himself. And even less had he expected that he would be unable to offer any explanation at all, not even words of comfort. "In the end, I have committed another unforgivable mistake. I'm sorry, Tom," he said, his own emotions stirred, sorrow in his voice. "I didn't know that back then you were actually in a period of confusion. I thought I was born an evil child." Marvolio curled his lips into a bitter, self-mocking smile, and it made Dumbledore's heart ache to look at it. "I know no amount of apologies can make up for my mistakes, but I still want to tell you this." Dumbledore's expression suddenly turned solemn. It was as though he were trying to make up for the past, and for the first time, he truly looked at Marvolio like a mentor. "Tom, you are a good child. Don't punish yourself because of my mistakes, or anyone else's. You deserve a better future." "Ha." Marvolio let out a disdainful laugh. "If you're worried I'm secretly waiting to sabotage the Order of the Phoenix, then you can rest easy. I have no intention of ruling Muggles or starting a wizarding war like Voldemort did. On the contrary, I'll help solve the problems he's caused." "No." Dumbledore said firmly. "I stopped believing long ago that you would become another Voldemort. And now, I see you as Tom Riddle. That helpless child in the orphanage, that child whose heart leapt for joy when he learned he was a wizard. I don't even want you to feel that just because Voldemort and you share a similar soul, you must help us destroy him. I only hope that you can truly possess your own freedom, your own soul and will, and then make each choice for yourself. As long as you have no regrets, then this time, I am willing to accept every decision you make. You are you, Tom. You are simply yourself. Dumbledore solemnly placed both hands on Malvolio's shoulders, as though he wanted to make him feel just how firm that conviction was. Malvolio had not expected that just a few words from Dumbledore would leave him lost. When he heard that he was free to make his own choices in life, he suddenly found he had no idea what he wanted to do. It was as if he had gone back to the days of Tom Riddle, once again standing at a fork in the road of life. He had joined Tver's camp entirely because, at the very beginning, his soul had been tightly held in Tver's grip, forcing him to carry out Tver's orders. Later on, Tver had actually stopped threatening him, but by then he had grown used to obeying Tver, and no longer knew what he ought to do himself. So he had simply drifted along until now. But Dumbledore, as though trying to make up for the mistake he had failed to notice in the past, had suddenly pierced straight through the confusion buried deep inside him. Yet Dumbledore was astonishingly patient now. Instead, he patted Malvolio's shoulder reassuringly. Don't rush to answer. You don't even need to tell me, Tom. Tell your own heart. If you need guidance, you may come to me at any time. I would be very glad to make up for what was lacking back then, and very glad to answer any student's doubts. Dumbledore's patient, earnest voice let Malvolio feel a warmth he had not felt in a long time. Although Dumbledore had not simply handed him an answer as he had once wanted, Malvolio had still received the guidance he had once longed for. Malvolio looked at Dumbledore with a complicated expression. The resentment, wariness, and dissatisfaction he had once felt all tangled together, yet somehow seemed to be dispelled by Dumbledore's words, leaving him unable to summon even a trace of bitterness. I need some time to think. Malvolio said it softly. He did not dare meet Dumbledore's eyes, and with his head lowered, he walked out of the office. Bang. The office door shut again, and with it cut off Tver's speechless stare. At first, Malvolio's behavior really had taken Tver by surprise, but that surprise had felt more like a pleasant one. By handling it this way, Malvolio had stirred Dumbledore's guilt toward him, which would undoubtedly make it easier for Dumbledore to accept him. The problem was that afterward, Malvolio had exposed the confusion in his own heart instead, and Dumbledore had even told him to decide for himself. It was not as if Malvolio would become as tyrannical as Voldemort again, but even if he simply became disheartened and decided to stop involving himself in the affairs of the wizarding world, that would be utterly unacceptable to Tver, who had worked so hard to arrange all of this. You really aren't worried that Malvolio might become the next Dark Lord? His strength is recovering at a tremendous pace. Before long, he may catch up to the two of us. Tver asked, feigning anger. Of course, he was genuinely a little annoyed as well. How could this old man see so clearly into other people's hearts? I was worried before. Very worried. But what he showed just now tells me that he is not Voldemort, and never will be. Dumbledore paused. As he spoke, his gaze became firmer and firmer, as though he had made up his mind. I was the one who watched that child fall into the abyss, and took the hand he reached out as provocation. But now, since he wants to climb back out, even if I have to jump down and hold him up myself, I will not hesitate again. Now I really am speechless. Tver looked at Dumbledore helplessly. Both Malvolio and Dumbledore were absolutely crucial pieces in his plan, essentially the wizarding world's version of nuclear weapons, meant to deter Muggle governments. If both were lost, then he might as well surrender and go spend the rest of his life tucked away in some remote corner. But you can't just let him go off and think on his own. His thinking went to extremes before. We've only just managed to set it straight. If Voldemort takes advantage of that, it'll be a disaster. After all, isn't Voldemort supposed to be our main target right now? Having gathered himself again, Dumbledore looked at Tver with approval. You're right. But I trust that you will guide Malvolio well. That is the name, yes. Chapter 457, Chapter 457, The Solution. Of course Tver could not just leave Malvolio to his own devices, so when Dumbledore threw that burden onto him, he had no real way to object. I'm not you. How could I possibly stand by and watch him go down the wrong road? Tver said, taking a mildly irritated jab at Dumbledore. Before, he had let things slide because he had not cared enough to argue. Besides, he had his own matters to handle, so he had simply let Dumbledore get away with his little maneuvers. But this time, Dumbledore really had annoyed him, so it was only natural that he was angry. Dumbledore gave a wry smile and did not argue back. I bear an inescapable responsibility for Tom becoming what he is today. So resolving the problems Voldemort has caused, and resolving Voldemort himself, is the best way for me to make amends for the mistakes of my past. Tver shrugged indifferently. So, aren't we already doing exactly that? No. There is still one very important matter left to address, Tver, Dumbledore said gravely. If we want to deal with Voldemort, then we first have to deal with his Horcruxes. According to my research, Voldemort may have made 6 Horcruxes. Including himself, that would make 7 pieces of soul in total. You have already dealt with 5, and along with the diary Harry destroyed, that makes 6 Horcruxes destroyed altogether. I know Marvolio can no longer really be considered a Horcrux, but the problem is, Tver, Voldemort very likely made one more Horcrux without even realizing it himself. Oh. Tver finally showed some real interest. So Dumbledore meant to talk to him about Harry after all. Tver had originally thought Dumbledore planned to handle Harry's situation by himself, but in the end, he had still come looking for him. Still, he had not expected that Dumbledore had come not only to clarify Marvolio's situation, but also to confirm whether Marvolio still counted as one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Typical Dumbledore. He really did think everything through. Starting last year, Sirius began writing to me to say that Harry's scar had been hurting from time to time. And even that he had been seeing strange visions. Dumbledore stared at Tver so intently that it left him feeling slightly awkward. Ahem, I know all that. Harry told me himself. But that's hardly my fault. After all, whose idea was it to make your office require a password to get in? It's all right. Dumbledore looked away and sighed, his expression both grave and helpless. The important point is that this connection between Harry and Voldemort is very likely caused by the piece of Voldemort's soul left inside Harry. When Voldemort tried to kill Harry as a baby, his killing curse was rebounded by the magic lily left behind. But in the process, a fragment of Voldemort's soul split off without even Voldemort noticing, and attached itself to the only living being there, Harry Potter. Harry is Voldemort's seventh Horcrux. If we don't resolve that, then Voldemort can never truly die. That's not necessarily true. Tver said unexpectedly. What? I mean, if we could reproduce something like Marvolio's situation with the soul fragment inside Harry, letting the Horcrux take the dominant position, then naturally Voldemort could be destroyed. Tver was not especially confident, but he still voiced the thoughts he had been turning over for a long time. Harry's problem was unavoidable, so naturally the solution had to be thought through as early as possible. As for the method Dumbledore used in the original story, honestly, the result was excellent, but the process was also dangerously risky. One slip, and Harry's fragile soul would have vanished together with the Horcrux. You mean weaken Voldemort's soul, let the Horcrux take the dominant position, and then destroy Voldemort the same way one destroys a Horcrux? Dumbledore was far too intelligent. With his immense knowledge, even without knowing the full details of Marvolio's revival, he still worked out the theory and method that could have brought Marvolio back. But how can you guarantee that the Horcrux inside Harry wouldn't grow stronger because of that, or even turn around and control Harry? You can't, Tver said bluntly. But at the very least, controlling a Horcrux soul is safer than the other methods. No. That's far too dangerous, Dumbledore objected, frowning. And yet it's still safer than letting Voldemort cast the killing curse at Harry, isn't it? Tver said with exasperation. Instead of refuting him, Dumbledore looked strangely energized as he started considering the possibility. That reaction, more than anything, left Tver puzzled. You mean you hadn't thought of any suitable way to solve Harry's problem? No. Dumbledore was still lost in thought from the previous idea and shook his head absently. That's exactly why I came to see you. I wanted to ask whether you had any good ideas, and I never expected you to come up with such a perfect solution. Have Voldemort cast the killing curse on Harry himself? With the two of their souls entangled. One of them is bound to die, Tver finished irritably. He had long since thought through the drawback of that plan, or rather, the drawback was obvious at a glance. If it's the Horcrux that dies, then wonderful. But if Harry is the one who dies instead, then we really will be facing two Voldemorts. Dumbledore's excitement cooled a little. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to Harry, even if it meant Voldemort's destruction. You're right. We can't gamble with Harry's life like picking at Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and hoping for the flavor we want. But we also can't simply discard this method. Honestly, this is the best solution I've heard in quite some time. Dumbledore seemed newly fired with purpose. He got to his feet almost at once and began pacing back and forth through the office, muttering to himself as he went. The relationship between Harry and the Horcrux is complicated, but the Horcrux has been suppressed for a long time and only woke recently because of Voldemort's resurrection. In a contest at the level of the soul, the Horcrux cannot possibly be a match for Harry. He kept talking, breaking down the relationship between Harry and the Horcrux, and thinking through several ways Harry's soul might be strengthened. Tver found himself with nothing to say. He had never expected his offhand complaint to catch Dumbledore's attention, much less that it would inspire him. But are you sure Harry can bear all of that? Especially since I've heard you've been avoiding him lately. Dumbledore stopped pacing at once and let out a helpless sigh. I'm not deliberately avoiding the boy. I'm just afraid that if I look into his eyes and see Voldemort there, I won't be able to stop myself from hurting him. But that doesn't solve the actual problem, and you know it. Harry is already sensitive by nature. If you keep treating him like that, you'll only make him more volatile. Tver spoke with great earnestness, stopping just short of outright spoiling the plot to Dumbledore and telling him to stay farther away from Marvolio. You're right. After a moment of thought, Dumbledore saw the point as well. It seems I need to find a different way to deal with Harry. After all, I don't want to make the same mistake a third time. Chapter 458, Percy's new assignment. Christmas. For the British, Christmas was no less important than Lunar New Year was to the Chinese, so even the Joint Operations Office where Tver worked took a few days off. What was interesting, though, was that ever since Grop had been captured, Voldemort had reduced the number of giants he was deploying. It was hard to say whether that was because the giants' numbers had already been thinned out after several cleanup operations by the office, or because, having successfully returned, he wanted to spend Christmas and enjoy the rare festive atmosphere for himself. In any case, he had not stirred up any more trouble. But that kind of uncharacteristic behavior only made Tver less and less able to make sense of Voldemort's pattern of behavior. At the office, Tver had specifically asked Evans to bring in some professional criminal psychologists to build a psychological profile of Voldemort. But under the strange looks of those experts, they could only come to one unanimous conclusion. The man was a highly intelligent lunatic. Which was to say, Voldemort was capable of setting up a flawlessly meticulous plan, and equally capable of destroying that same plan on a fit of impulse. But what gave Tver an even bigger headache was Marvolio's current state. Ever since that conversation with Dumbledore, he had not shown his face at the office again. On top of that, he was deliberately hiding his whereabouts now, so even Tver could no longer find him. The abnormal state of these two Tom Riddles made this Christmas holiday anything but pleasant for Tver. Still, one piece of unexpected good news did make up a little for the stretch of time in which he had been so busy he had not even had the chance to eat any cake. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, 2nd floor, Di Llewellyn Ward. You can go in and see him. I don't think anyone will recognize that, looking like this, you're really Percy Weasley, Tver said to the stranger standing beside him. In truth, that stranger was simply a face Percy had transfigured for himself on the spot. Tver could still spot plenty of awkwardness in it, but given the level Percy had shown so far, and considering the average magical standard of most witches and wizards, it was absolutely enough for him to walk openly around St. Mungo's without raising suspicion. As for why Percy was here, it was entirely because his father, Arthur Weasley, had been injured. Tver had originally assumed that with Nagini now living the good life at Marvolio's side, the events that were supposed to happen in the original story would no longer occur. What he had not expected was that Voldemort had arranged for a vampire inside the Ministry of Magic. To be precise, a vampire working at the Ministry had been personally placed under the Imperious Curse by Voldemort. Using the vampire's nature, Voldemort found this honest, unfortunate vampire, a man just going to work, and personally took control of him on the road there. Then, under the pretext that a wizard had illegally jinxed a Muggle toilet, Arthur was lured out of the Ministry. And it was in that lavatory that the vampire, relying on strong magical resistance and Voldemort's control, attacked Arthur and the others. Fortunately, before the vampire could inflict his own magic on Arthur, Aurors who had received the warning arrived and subdued him in time. So although Arthur was left with a vampire bite mark on his neck that would be difficult to heal, he had not been turned into a vampire. As for why they knew the details of the whole incident so clearly. Yes, Harry had seen all of it through Voldemort's eyes, which allowed him to report it to Dumbledore in time, and from there the information was passed on to the Auror office. It's all right. This is enough. Percy stood motionless in the doorway. His eyes, made somewhat distant by how hard he was suppressing his feelings, were fixed deeply on his father, asleep on the hospital bed. More than that, I want to know why Voldemort attacked my father, and why Harry knew about it. You're not the only one. Dumbledore and I don't understand Voldemort's behavior this time either. To be honest, Dumbledore thinks it was provocation, a response to all the obstruction we've been causing him. But I can't shake the feeling that Voldemort's actions aren't that simple. Tver frowned deeply. Of course, it was not that he thought Voldemort incapable of provocation or revenge. It was simply that Tver habitually examined things from several angles, and when something seemed too straightforward, he became more suspicious, not less. Still, since Voldemort has already interfered with the vampire at the Ministry, it's very likely he'll control more staff there. I'll monitor the Ministry closely. At the very least, I'll keep a careful eye on the condition of the senior officials, Fudge and the others, Percy said at once, almost impatiently. Tver did not object. Without Percy's position as an assistant, it would not be easy to openly follow those high-ranking officials around. Then I'll head back now. Having received his assignment, Percy cast one last reluctant glance at his father. It's Christmas. You could stay here a little longer. No. My mother will definitely come. He refused Tver's offer to stay, then walked away with firm resolve. Sure enough, not long after he left, Mrs. Weasley arrived with Lupin and Moody behind her, along with a whole gaggle of curious children. Tver. Mrs. Weasley cried in surprise. You've come to visit Arthur too. That's right, though he seemed to be asleep, oh, and now he's awake. Tver smiled and nodded to each of them in greeting, though he had no intention of going into the ward with them. I have to thank you. If it weren't for your potion, Arthur's wound would never have stopped bleeding so easily. You know, wounds caused by vampires are always especially. Mrs. Weasley clasped Tver's hand gratefully and went on and on. In her eagerness to show thanks, she was speaking rather loudly, enough to make nearby healers and patients turn their heads. It's all right, Mrs. Weasley. It's only what I should do. Tver hurriedly cut her off. Judging by the direction things were going, even if they did not get thrown out, they would at least delay the next thing he needed to do. I take it Tver has other business to attend to. Am I wrong? Moody suddenly said. His magical eye spun in its socket, as though checking the surroundings. Because of Barty Crouch Jr.'s escape from trial, Moody still harbored some displeasure toward Tver, and always liked to keep an eye on his little movements. I do have something to do, right here in St. Mungo's. If it succeeds, it will be of great significance to the Order of the Phoenix. Tver deliberately kept it vague, mostly because he himself was not especially confident. Then I won't delay you any longer. Children, out of the way now. Mrs. Weasley quickly let go of his hand. She knew Tver had been busy outside all this time. Harry, however, looked hesitant, as though there were something he wanted to say to Tver. So as Tver passed him, he leaned in and whispered, "After you've visited Mr. Weasley, come find me on the 5th floor." Chapter 459, The Longbottom's Condition. Yes, the spell damage ward on the 5th floor was the real reason Tver had come to St. Mungo's today. So after parting ways with Harry and the others, Tver went straight up the stairs to the 5th floor. As Britain's only hospital for magical illnesses and injuries, St. Mungo's could not exactly give its healers and patients a holiday, even at Christmas. Of course, they had thoughtfully added plenty of Christmas decorations everywhere, miniature Christmas trees, mistletoe, and reunited families. "Professor, you're here." Sharp-eyed Draco spotted Tver at once as he approached Janus Thicky ward, where Draco himself was waiting. That shout also pulled the attention of the rather awkward-looking Lucius and Narcissa away from whatever they had been focused on. "I didn't think you'd really come." Draco wasn't all that confident, after all. "This is his first attempt," Lucius said, quickly putting on a smile. But the remark meant to leave Draco an escape route did not win him any gratitude. "It may be our first attempt, but Longbottom and I are fully confident we won't have made the professor come for nothing." Draco lifted his chin proudly, like a peacock about to spread its tail. Yes, this was the ward of Neville's parents, the Longbottoms. Ever since the Longbottoms had been driven mad by Death Eaters using the Cruciatus Curse, they had been living in this ward under the care of healers. But clearly, all the healers had managed over the past decade and more was to preserve the status quo and stop their condition from worsening. And yet today, after a full year and a half of focused study into the Cruciatus Curse, Neville and Draco were claiming they had found a way to treat them. To that end, the two of them had specifically asked Lucius to contact Tver and make sure he came on Christmas. "Come to think of it, this is partly my fault. I've been away from the school for the past 6 months and haven't had the time to continue guiding you." To be honest, Tver did not have much confidence himself. It was not that he did not trust the boy's ability. It was that the Cruciatus Curse itself was extremely difficult to research, let alone the damage it caused. The professional healers at St. Mungo's, and even Tver himself, had thought about the problem and still failed to come up with any really good method of treatment. He had taught Neville and Draco the Cruciatus Curse only because it could help improve their magical control as a whole, while also giving Neville some outlet for the feelings he had been repressing for so long. So he had also made sure to leave them a retreat. At least if they failed later, they would not have to feel quite so crushed. Lucius immediately looked satisfied. Draco was a little displeased, but merely pouted and secretly vowed to make everyone look at him differently. Only Narcissa looked conflicted, both angry that her son had spent so long learning the Cruciatus Curse, and relieved that it had at least been Tver teaching it. "I heard someone shouting, so Professor Folly must be here. Come in quickly. Neville has been ready for ages." An elderly lady stood in the doorway of the ward. Her expression was as complicated as Narcissa's, though in her case there was more relief in it, relief for Neville. Though Tver had never met her before, one glance at the way she dressed was enough for him to know this was Neville's grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. But hearing the impatience in her voice, Tver immediately gave up on trying to warm up to her. "Of course, Madame Longbottom. Don't mind her. She's in a bad mood because of me. She'd just thrown us out of the ward," Lucius explained quietly. He had already grown much more indifferent to his past as a Death Eater. He no longer minded bringing it up, nor did he care much about the hostility it drew. It was almost like being rich enough not to bother stooping to the level of ordinary people. Still, the fact that Madame Longbottom had only thrown them out of the ward already counted as restraint, considering her son and daughter-in-law had been reduced to this state because of Death Eaters. So Tver nodded in understanding and led them inside. This ward looked more or less like Mr. Weasley's, but the biggest difference was the number of personal belongings piled around the beds. This is a long-term ward. Once people stay here for years, they naturally accumulate quite a lot of things like this. Noticing the curiosity in Tver's eyes, Draco eagerly explained. In fact, there were not many patients in the ward. Aside from the Longbottoms in the corner, there was only one sallow-faced, miserable-looking wizard, and a witch whose face was covered in hair. Both lay still on their beds, as if already accustomed to life in a ward where no one paid much attention, not even at Christmas. I take it you're the professor who teaches those two. A woman with a gentle face and an even gentler voice stepped up to Tver. I'm the healer for this ward, Miriam Strout, and I've been the Longbottoms healer for over a decade. I hear that under your guidance, Neville has found a way to treat his parents. Is that correct? Though she was doing her best to keep her anger in check, Tver could still hear the displeasure in her voice. In her eyes, Neville had likely been misled by his irresponsible professor into making such outrageous claims about curing cruciatus damage. That's right. Draco, completely oblivious to that, lifted his chin with pride because of the professor's teaching. The professor has taught us for more than a year, so we've genuinely learned every aspect of the cruciatus curse. And together with some old books I found at home, that's how Longbottom came to have the ability to heal his parents. A year. You taught students the cruciatus curse. Miriam Strout's eyes went wide in shock. You managed to teach students to understand the cruciatus curse in just 1 year. No, more importantly, you actually taught students the cruciatus curse. Her astonished voice nearly blew the ceiling off. Even the two people lying in the beds turned their heads and stared blankly in this direction. Only then did Draco realize he had apparently let slip something rather serious. He threw Tver a guilty glance and could only mutter under his breath, but this is Professor Folly. And with our talent, what's so shocking about a year? That little menace of a child. If Tver had not known Draco did not mean it, he might have thought this was revenge for forgetting to save him during the tournament. My research into dark magic runs deep. Dumbledore can vouch for that. And there was also another wizard as powerful as I am who helped them a great deal. Besides, they only learned the theory behind the cruciatus curse. A year is entirely possible. At moments like this, Dumbledore's name was very useful. At the very least, as soon as she heard that Dumbledore could back Tver up, Miriam Strout stopped pressing that particular point. But her anger did not disappear. Then do you know that because of the Longbottoms' disordered memories and souls from the cruciatus curse, every time they try to retrieve a memory, it causes them tremendous pain at the level of the soul. The child may mean well, but for the patients, this is a second injury. Neville had come over excitedly the moment he saw Tver, but hearing Strout's words, the happy smile on his face froze instantly. The food tin in his hand fell straight to the floor. Clatter. Chapter 460, Healing. Neville knew that his parents had suffered terribly, but he had never realized that the pain had never truly left them. He had experienced the cruciatus curse himself. Draco had cast it, but even so, just remembering that agony was enough to make his whole body tremble uncontrollably. And now, if he failed to heal them, then instead of helping, he would only make them suffer that same pain all over again. At the thought of it, Neville shut his eyes in anguish and said hoarsely, I think the Longbottoms would absolutely be willing to endure immense pain in exchange for even a little reminder of their child. Tver bent down, picked up the food tin from the floor, and gently placed it back into Neville's hands. At the very least, it would let them know that their child has been working tirelessly to save them. Neville looked up at Tver in surprise. The dazed look in his eyes slowly came back into focus, and then grew brighter and brighter. Seeing that, Miriam Strout had no choice but to turn to Madame Longbottom for help, hoping she would talk Neville out of it. Madame Augusta. I agree. Madame Longbottom said without the slightest hesitation. Neville has been preparing for this for over a year. Even during the holidays, he brought an entire trunk of books home with him. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen him work this hard. I don't want him to give up just because there's a chance he might fail. Besides, my son and daughter-in-law are not the sort of people who would be defeated so easily. I believe that with all my heart. All right, if you insist, Strout said with a sigh, but I'll be watching from the side. If anything goes wrong, I'll stop him. Thank you, Miriam. If Frank and Alice knew everything you've done for them, they would be deeply moved. A flicker of gratitude passed through Augusta's eyes. There were not many patients in this ward. The Longbottoms had been here the longest, and Miriam had cared for them tirelessly all these years. She had put in more effort for them than almost any relative could have. It's only what I should do, Augusta. They ended up like this for the sake of peace in the wizarding world. Miriam seemed to remember the horrors of the last war, and her voice dropped involuntarily. Lucius, meanwhile, looked distinctly uncomfortable, because after all, he had once been a Death Eater, and a leading Death Eater in that last war. If everything's ready, could we begin the treatment as soon as possible? I've heard one of the potions doesn't keep well. He reminded them awkwardly. Miriam and Madame Augusta both gave him icy looks, but said nothing. Instead, they turned toward Neville, clearly leaving the decision to him. I'm ready. Uncle Malfoy is right. We can't waste time. Neville nodded firmly. He looked around at everyone in the ward, then let his eyes come to rest on Draco. Draco, I need your help. I've been waiting for you to say that, mate. Draco grinned broadly. He hurried after Neville as Neville made his way toward the Longbottoms, then leaned close and whispered, honestly, I don't think there's any chance we'll fail. Thanks, but could you get the potions ready? I still haven't quite worked out that part. Neville managed a small smile in reply, then slowed his steps as he approached his parents. He took a deep breath. Ignoring the curious onlookers gathered behind him, he went first to his mother. As for Draco, now that Neville had asked, he began fumbling through his pockets and pulling out bottle after bottle, muttering under his breath, it's all right, this part's my responsibility anyway. These are for stabilizing the soul, these are for protecting memory, these are for easing pain, so first she needs the soul-stabilizing potion. Honestly, only Professor Snape has this sort of potion. If it weren't for me. Thanks. Neville ignored Draco's nervous rambling and took the bottle from him. But when he twisted the stopper free, the slight tremble in his hand gave away just how unsteady he really was. Mrs. Longbottom sat on the bed, vacant and motionless. Her face was thin and worn now, her eyes unnaturally large, her hair white and dry and tangled. Her empty eyes remained fixed on Neville's face without moving. Only when he lifted the potion to her lips did she tilt her head back slightly and swallow it down without the least hesitation. Now. Draco clenched his fists in excitement and let out a small, eager cry. He did not need to remind Neville. Neville had already drawn his wand fluidly and, as though he had practiced this 1,000 times, gently touched its tip to the center of his mother's forehead. It was as though a pebble had been dropped into still water. Ripples spread slowly outward from the point where the wand touched, calm but powerful. But inside Alice Longbottom's mind, it was more like a raging storm had been unleashed. Neville's magic followed his own awareness into his mother's mind, and what he found there was a vast soul in complete disorder. Those fragments of soul looked like people twisted out of shape by unbearable suffering, and taken together, those people formed his mother's soul. If it were visualized, Neville's magic was like an ordinary little imp, while what he was facing was an entire heap of scattered Lego pieces. And what Neville had to do was sort each piece out, reorganize them, and fit them back together into the shape they were meant to have. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Neville was still badly shaken the moment he saw that scene. What is it? Draco saw Neville, eyes still closed, shudder slightly and hurriedly asked. The potion. Neville did not open his eyes. He only gave the instruction in a trembling whisper, so faint that Draco would not have caught it at all if he had not been standing so close. Draco immediately grabbed the memory-protecting potion, but realizing Neville could not break contact now, he had to pull the stopper out himself and gently bring it to Mrs. Longbottom's lips. Draco has never been this gentle with me. Narcissa murmured under her breath, her expression complicated. Lucius looked as though he wanted to say something, but one sharp look from her. You too. Instantly silenced him. With the help of the potion, Neville felt as though he had been given a blueprint. He still had to put everything back together within a limited time, but it was undoubtedly far easier now. So he did not dare waste a second. He hurriedly controlled his magic and cautiously tried to guide his mother's soul back onto the proper path. Ah! The instant her soul was touched, Mrs. Longbottom suddenly let out a shrill scream. It caught everyone completely off guard. Even Tver felt his ears sting from the sound. Neville was hit hardest of all. He snapped his eyes open and stared in panic at his mother, whose face had twisted in agony. What do I do the moment I touched her soul? His grip loosened, and he was almost unable even to keep hold of his wand. But in the next second, a pair of large hands closed firmly over his, holding it steady. Don't panic. You're the only soul they don't reject. Tver spoke softly, as if he were wrapping Neville in an embrace. Chapter 461, Immediate Results. Neville felt as though he had sunk into a warm sofa. Tver's embrace gave him courage, or rather, drew out the courage that had long been hidden deep inside him. Potion. This was the third time Neville had called for Draco, but this time his voice was the firmest and steadiest yet. Draco hurriedly shoved the pain-relieving potion, something close to an anesthetic, into Neville's outstretched left hand. Faced with Mrs. Longbottom in this condition, he simply could not bring himself to feed her the potion himself. But Neville, even using only one hand, was far steadier now. Quickly but firmly, he fed her the new dose, and the last one. Then he closed his eyes again and slowly, carefully, began channeling his magic. As for Mrs. Longbottom, once the potion took effect, together with the soothing magic Tver had left behind, her expression gradually returned to normal. She looked like a sleeping baby, peaceful in a way that made everyone feel at ease. Seeing that, Tver let go at just the right moment and stepped back to his original place. This. I've never heard of treatment like this. I never even imagined such a possibility, Miriam said, staring in disbelief. With her professional knowledge and experience as a healer, she naturally understood the method Neville was using. But understanding what he was doing did not mean she could comprehend it. In fact, it was precisely because she understood that her shock surpassed everyone else's. There's nothing impossible about it. Tver gave a soft chuckle, his eyes, like Madame Augusta's, full of gratification as he watched Neville and Draco. Their knowledge of the Cruciatus Curse was taught by the world's greatest expert in dark magic research. The potions they're using were brewed personally by a top-tier genius. And they are the finest students in the world. Unfortunately, Draco, crouched beside Neville, completely missed the professor's evaluation of him. He was wholly focused on Neville's condition, and without needing to be told, would occasionally raise a potion bottle to Neville's lips. Yes, the remaining potions were meant for Neville. Even after years of Tver's teaching, Neville's control over magic still could not be called truly precise. But since he was the only one who could carry out the treatment on his mother, he had no choice but to rely on potions to forcibly stabilize his magic. The side effects were obvious. Neville's strength was draining rapidly. Sweat poured off him, and before long his thick clothes were soaked through, as though he had just been hauled out of water. Yet in contrast to Neville's increasingly pale face, his mother, Mrs. Longbottom, was gradually regaining focus in her eyes, and in the bright sunlight they sparkled. Tver quietly released a thread of diagnostic magic. First he checked Neville's condition and confirmed that the potion's side effects were only draining his stamina and would leave no after effects. Then he discreetly began examining Mrs. Longbottom. Because of the disarray in her soul, her brain has been overtaxed trying to protect the body as much as possible. Once the soul problem is resolved, the brain's own recovery, together with all the potions she's taken over the past decade, will allow for a very good recovery. Miriam had reached the same conclusion. The moment she sensed that Mrs. Longbottom's condition was improving, she immediately began discreetly examining her as well. That, in turn, let Tver understand why Mrs. Longbottom could recover so quickly. Speaking of which, I must thank you again for all your care over the years. Madame Augusta was suppressing her excitement so hard that when she spoke, the words seemed to come out squeezed through her throat. Never mind anything else. Just those lively eyes, so normal and alive, were enough for even Lucius, who knew nothing about such matters, to see that Mrs. Longbottom's condition had improved. As soon as her gaze steadied, Mrs. Longbottom focused on the person in front of her. Even though before she was tortured, Neville had still only been a swaddled baby, she recognized at once that the person before her, the one doing everything he could to heal her, was her son. Vil. More than 10 years without speech had caused her language to deteriorate badly, but she still repeated her son's name again and again, gradually improving from hoarse fragments to something clearer, brighter. Vil. Vil. Neville slowly opened his eyes. His bloodless lips trembled as they parted, and in a voice tight with tears, he said softly, "Yes, Mother, I'm here. I've always been here." Neville. Mrs. Longbottom's eyes immediately filled with tears, and at last they spilled over, as though she were pouring out more than a decade of longing all at once. Her withered hands lifted in disbelief, trembling as they reached out and traced Neville's wet face. "In my memory, you were still a baby in swaddling clothes, crying for milk. And now, you're already grown enough to save your mother." Her voice was hoarse, and she spoke weakly, but she still forced herself to say every word fully, clearly, and firmly. "You've only just recovered, so you should rest first before talking any more. There's no need to rush right now." Miriam sniffed and said gently to Mrs. Longbottom, "I need to prepare some potions for you, but this time, I won't have quite such a headache over it." Seeing the puzzled look in her daughter-in-law's eyes, Madame Augusta hurriedly began explaining everything, recounting all the many things that had happened over the past decade. Watching this warm scene, Lucius felt distinctly uncomfortable. For the first time, he found himself, a former Death Eater, envying an atmosphere like this. As if sensing his parents' strange mood, Draco suddenly looked at them with feeling. "If something had happened to you, I would have fought just as hard to heal you." "Thank you." "Professor, and Neville, what happened here?" Harry suddenly stepped cautiously in through the doorway with Ron, Ginny, and Hermione behind him. At the end of the last school year, Dumbledore had told Harry about Barty Crouch Jr., so naturally Harry also knew that Neville's parents had been tortured into madness. But seeing Lucius and his family, a Death Eater family, here left him thoroughly baffled. He glanced at Neville's family and the healer, all of them quietly wiping away tears, then at Draco, looking openly smug, and at the complicated expressions on Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. Judging by the scene, and to put it bluntly, he had briefly thought Lucius had brought his family here to flaunt themselves. If Tver had not been present, Harry would already have had his wand out. Chapter 462, Harry's Worries. Harry and the others' arrival swept away some of the sadness in the ward. After all, this was something worth celebrating. So Madame Augusta was the first to recover herself. "You're all students from Hogwarts, aren't you?" she said in a tone of certainty, then looked at Neville, who was hurriedly wiping away his tears. "Are they your friends?" Neville stood up and managed a weak smile at Harry. He did not speak, only nodded, afraid that if he opened his mouth, his voice would break. Seeing that, Tver pushed a piece of chocolate into Neville's hand before Miriam could reach for a potion for him. Naturally, Draco got one too. Madame Augusta, however, hardly noticed her grandson's pale face. Instead, her eyes stayed fixed on Harry's forehead. "Oh yes, I think I know who you are. Neville speaks very highly of you, Harry Potter." She reached out and shook hands with the thoroughly flattered Harry, then turned to Ron and Ginny. "So you're the Weasley children. I haven't met you often, but your parents are both fine people, excellent wizards." Ron flushed bright red and shook her hand rather stiffly. Ginny, on the other hand, was much more at ease, and curiously studied Madame Augusta's clothes. "What is it, child?" Madame Augusta asked curiously. "Nothing. I just think your outfit is very interesting," Ginny replied with a very tactful smile. Augusta considered that for a moment. Looking at the embarrassed expressions on Harry's and Ron's faces, she decided not to pursue it further and instead turned to the last of them. "Hermione Granger. Neville sings your praises, says you're the most outstanding witch in the whole year at Hogwarts." Hermione seemed a little surprised by Neville's opinion of her, and shyly shook her hand. Draco, meanwhile, happily crunching away on his chocolate, let out a displeased huff, though he did not dare say anything in objection. After all, ever since he had started studying the Cruciatus Curse last year, although Tver had made up for it by teaching them a great deal of advanced defense against the dark arts, Draco had inevitably fallen behind in his other subjects. So in overall marks, he would never dare compare himself to Hermione. Madame Augusta did hear that huff, and at once let the topic drop. Draco was her grandson's friend, after all, and he had spent more than a year giving his time and effort to helping heal her daughter-in-law. Even though she still despised Lucius for once having been a leader among the Death Eaters, she had finally let go of her prejudice against Draco. "You excellent young witches and wizards have come here because Neville invited you, I assume, to witness his parents' recovery." At the thought, an irrepressibly happy smile spread across Madame Augusta's face. But Ron and the others looked utterly baffled. "Recovery? What's wrong with Neville's parents?" Before Harry could stop him, Ron had already asked the question in confusion. "What?" Madame Augusta's expression changed, and she turned a stern look on Neville, who was silently chewing his chocolate. "Neville, you haven't told your friends about your parents?" When Neville said nothing, she grew angrier. "This is nothing to be ashamed of. You should probably tell them that your parents were tortured by Death Eaters in order to protect the peace of the wizarding world, to protect our lives." It's all right, it's all right." Mrs. Longbottom pulled the silent Neville into her arms with aching tenderness, tears once more spilling from her eyes. "It's our fault. We haven't been able to stay by your side all these years. It's only natural that Neville would find this hard to speak about. If you ask me, the ones who should be hated are those Death Eaters." Miriam cast a sidelong glance at the awkward Malfoy family. "All right, the evil Death Eaters." She stuffed several bottles of potion into Mrs. Longbottom's hands, then turned with commanding authority to all the non-patients in the ward. "Alice has only just recovered, and Neville has exhausted himself badly. They both need proper rest. I think all of you should leave the ward for now and give them some space." Seeing Draco being pulled along as everyone prepared to head out, Neville seemed to jolt awake. "Wait. I still have to treat my father." "It's all right." Draco turned back in understanding. "We'll rest in the tea room upstairs. Once you've recovered, we'll treat your father. Besides, I need to write to Professor Snape and ask him to send the second batch of potion over as soon as possible." So everyone had no choice but to leave the ward first, leaving only Madame Augusta and Neville behind. "Let's write to Severus first, then head to the tea room." Realizing how out of place his family looked here, Lucius tactfully made room for Tver and Harry's group. "Sorry. I always seem to ask stupid questions," Ron said guiltily at once. "That wasn't stupid. Well, all right, maybe a little, but we really didn't know anything about Neville's parents, did we?" Hermione comforted him. Harry's expression, however, was a little complicated. "I actually did know. Dumbledore just wouldn't let me tell you. Just like there are loads of things he hasn't told me." He muttered in the end, with a trace of resentment. "Isn't that perfectly normal? Dumbledore wouldn't let you tell us about Neville's parents, just like he wouldn't let the Order tell you certain things either." Ron was not very sympathetic. Although he wanted to know more secrets too, he also understood that some things had to be kept confidential, especially Order secrets. But this is about Harry. He has a right to know, not find things out by eavesdropping. Ginny shot Ron an angry glare. Tver, meanwhile, looked thoroughly puzzled. "It's one thing for you lot to start arguing outside the ward, but could someone at least tell me why?" Harry immediately let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried Tver would be evasive with him the same way the rest of the Order was, so he had been complaining in this roundabout way on purpose. All he had wanted was to get the professor's attention. It's like this. When Mr. Weasley was injured, we overheard outside the ward that I actually saw the whole thing from Voldemort's point of view. And the Order of the Phoenix, and Dumbledore as well, think Voldemort might be able to possess me that way. Oh, so that's what this is about. Tver looked speechlessly at Harry's aggrieved face. Dumbledore and I did discuss it, but we both think Voldemort controlling you like that is very unlikely. Harry, what worries us most is that when you're prying into information, especially Order information, Voldemort can use the same connection to learn those things from your mind. Do you understand? You mean the spying goes both ways between you-know-who and Harry? Hermione immediately caught what Tver meant. Exactly. That's why there are a lot of things we can't tell Harry. It's not because we distrust you. We just don't want Voldemort learning too much. Tver nodded approvingly. In the original story, Dumbledore really had underestimated this point. He did have Snape teach Harry a clemency, but the fact that the whole thing didn't backfire even worse was probably the greatest restraint either of them managed. So Tver needed to remind Harry, at the very least, Voldemort could not be allowed to know that Tver had been closely watching his movements all along. Harry, for his part, let out a long breath. Mutual spying was still dangerous, of course, but it was at least less terrifying than being possessed by Voldemort. Then what are we supposed to do? We can't keep everything from Harry forever, can we? Ginny asked anxiously. That one will have to be left to Dumbledore to solve. I'm not exactly in an easy position myself at the moment, so I hope you understand. Tver directly passed the burden off, or rather, ducked a burden that should not have landed on him in the first place. Dumbledore had carried Marvolio off, which left Tver stuck at the office all day. He barely even had time for afternoon tea anymore. Chapter 463, The Pureblood Meeting. After dealing with one of Harry's smaller worries, Tver stayed on at St. Mungo's to watch the treatment of Mr. Longbottom. This time, without any help from Tver or Miriam, Neville and Draco successfully treated Mr. Longbottom's soul disorder on their own. Although both Longbottom's souls were still weak and would require long-term treatment and rest afterward, the news still gave the Order of the Phoenix a tremendous boost. As soon as Dumbledore received the news, he hurried over with whatever Order members were free. Even Mr. Weasley, who had originally been lying in a hospital bed, came along to join the excitement despite the bite on his neck still seeping blood. Although Miriam later drove them all out of the ward on the grounds that the patients needed rest, everyone still returned to Grimmauld Place beaming and held a long overdue celebration. The harder the times, the more we need news like this to lift our spirits, and reasons to celebrate, Dumbledore said. Even if not one of the actual people involved attended the dinner. Tver, meanwhile, did not get to attend either, because Lucius dragged him off to Malfoy Manor. I haven't been here in quite a while, but your manor has changed far too much, hasn't it? Tver said in astonishment as he looked at the magnificent estate before him. Malfoy Manor had already been the most luxurious among the pureblood families, but since wizards had never been especially good at architecture or design, it still tended to pale beside truly grand Muggle buildings. But now, if not for the White House at the center still looking the same as before, then just from the massive fountains, the two-story peacock statues, the rows of neatly planted avenue trees, and the rest, he would have thought he had arrived at some top 10 luxury manor in the Muggle world. Ahem. Lucius's lips curled into a smug smile. All of this was purchased from Muggles. Dirt cheap. Seeing Tver arch a brow, he quickly added, don't worry, all of it was bought under Gringotts' name. Those goblins are making even more money than we are. He clicked his tongue, not without envy. The goblins of Gringotts could openly purchase things from the Muggle world, and there was no way for the Ministry's monitoring of wizards to uncover what they had tucked away. But purebloods were different. Even though they earned more money, only a small fraction of it could actually be turned into physical goods. Don't say that, Lucius. If Mr. Folly allowed you lot into the Muggle world, every last one of you could be richer than Gringotts. A middle-aged goblin in a suit stood at the gates of Malfoy Manor, looking at Tver meaningfully. Tver paid him no mind and casually waved a hand. Long time no see, Ingus. Looks like life's treating you quite well these days. Greedy goblins really were a different breed. Before, they had still been pretending, saying it was all ordinary business done at Wizard's request. Now, after tasting the profits for a year and a half, they were already trying to egg Tver on into openly clashing with the Ministry and the Statute of Secrecy, fully entering the Muggle world so that the goblins could lurk behind the scenes and make easy money off it. Sensing the threat in Tver's words, Ingus reluctantly lowered his proud head. Thanks to you, Gringotts' income has more than doubled, and goblin lives have improved considerably. Gringotts' profits had never been all that high before. Minting coinage had to follow the existing flow of currency, so the goblins could not make much from that. Most of their income came from selling vaults and charging storage fees. But Tver's intermediary business was a different matter. The goblins were only responsible for procurement. They did not have to spend a single canute on consumption or sales, and every bit of the markup became pure profit. So now that the biggest share of goblin profits was effectively controlled by Tver, even someone as arrogant as Ingus had no choice but to bow his head before his benefactor. Seeing that Ingus knew when to behave, Tver stopped pressing him. Too much was as bad as too little. Come on. I think they've been waiting long enough. Tver strode forward without waiting, ignoring the Lucius left standing there and crossing the gates into the estate. Lucius swallowed hard. Realizing that Tver had very likely already guessed what little scheme they had been up to, he hurried after him. Tver, I truly didn't know they'd been contacting one another in private beforehand, much less that they'd joined forces to pressure you. Lucius explained in a panic. Beside him, Ingus let out a cold laugh. The petty little schemes of your sort. Forget Mr. Folly, even the goblins guarding the doors of Gringotts know all about them. It's nothing more than this. You see business in the Muggle world getting better and better, and you can't stand handing part of the profit to Mr. Folly. And you especially can't stand that all of you grand, all-powerful wizards have to meekly do business with Muggles. Lucius looked at Tver's expressionless face and grew more flustered by the second. Only then did Tver glance at Ingus. Greed is human nature. Don't you goblins want to make even more money? Ingus froze for a moment, not quite understanding what he meant. You're right, but I'm not like them. I've always obeyed your instructions. Tver did not believe a single word of it. He stopped in front of the tightly shut doors, planted both hands on them, and pushed hard. So I've come to help all of you make even more money. Creak. At Tver's words, the people who had been loudly gathered around the long table in discussion all turned in surprise. Professor Folly, one middle-aged wizard said, his voice tinged with panic. You're here. Click. Click. Tver did not answer at once. Instead, he walked toward the long table one step at a time. In the suddenly silent room, his footsteps sounded unnaturally distinct, like knocks on their hearts, echoing again and again. Everyone's expression grew uglier and uglier as the atmosphere became steadily heavier. Only now did they seem to realize just how stupid a decision they had made. Of course, young Avery. I was worried your father had influenced you, and that you'd become determined to return to Voldemort's side. Tver smiled as he spoke to the younger Avery, as though they were merely making polite conversation. Though no magic had touched him, young Avery felt as if his body had frozen solid. In the end, he could only force a smile so fake it could not have looked faker. That was a misunderstanding, Professor. His father had been one of the earliest Death Eaters to follow Voldemort, so although he had been Snape's classmate, he had really only taken part in the latter half of the last war and had barely experienced the Dark Lord's brutally oppressive style of rule. So under Tver's pressure, he was the first one to crack. A misunderstanding. Then that means you really did have other ideas, doesn't it? The smile vanished from Tver's face at once. Expressionless, he swept his cold gaze across the room, over each and every one of them and their differing expressions. Tell me. Did you convene this meeting because you meant to inform me that you've decided to go crawling back to Voldemort, that shabby old master of yours, rather than continue living as you do now, openly and comfortably, moving about the wizarding world in broad daylight? Chapter 464, Mercy. Faced with Tver's question, no matter what thoughts they had been harboring, the pureblood wizards present could not help lowering their heads and thinking it through. The only reason the idea of following the Dark Lord had suddenly resurfaced in their minds was because of the prestige he had left behind in the last war, or rather, fear. But now, even though the message passed down from the Dark Lord said he would overlook their past betrayal, this was still the Dark Lord. No one dared say for certain that he would not take revenge on them. And if they went back to following him, they would still be nothing more than pieces on his board, to be moved about as he pleased. Now, though, things were different. Tver had always controlled their business, yes, but he rarely ever ordered them around. It was fundamentally a relationship of mutual benefit. They no longer had to live the way they used to, despised by everyone. At the very least, when they looked down at others with pride, no one would curse them as filthy lackeys anymore. Seeing that these fools had finally thought of something so obvious, Tver let out a weary sigh inwardly. The contrast was this clear, and he had still had to come here personally to spell it out for them. On the surface, however, he maintained the same oppressive pressure. Look at yourselves. Look at how spineless you are. Do you know why I so rarely mention my pureblood status? Tver shot several wizards who looked ready to argue a glare and shut them back down. Because I'm ashamed to be associated with you. He circled the long table, locking eyes sharply with every pureblood wizard he passed. You boast arrogantly that you are pureblood wizards, yet let a half-blood wizard use you like dogs. Your family histories go back 1,000 years, and now all you can do in the wizarding world is skulk around doing shady little deals. You could be living openly and proudly in the wizarding world, but instead you keep thinking about crooked, underhanded paths. Young Avery froze for a moment and lifted his head in surprise. Our business is above board. He had scarcely spoken before someone beside him forced his head back down again. Ignoring him, Tver returned to the head of the table and slowly looked over the now silent purebloods one by one. He knew that next, someone unwilling to accept this would definitely step forward. And sure enough, after a brief silence, Alecto Caro, the sister of the Caro siblings, was the first to lose patience. The Dark Lord is too powerful. If we resist him, we won't stand a chance against him at all. Don't say that. Dumbledore would resist the Dark Lord too, said her brother, Amicus Caro, in a tone of false sincerity. Then where was he during the last war? Alecto gave a cold laugh, and even the way she looked at Tver held open defiance. I hear that the Dark Lord, hiding in the shadows now, has our esteemed Professor Folly, forgive me for speaking so bluntly, running himself ragged. That's a bit much, Alecto. He is the Dark Lord, after all. A faint smile curled at Amicus's mouth, with no sign of where any supposed anger might be. Professor Folly is still young. With his talent, perhaps in a few decades he'll surpass the Dark Lord. Alecto was amused by her brother's mockery. Looking at the silent Tver and the wavering purebloods around the room, she felt even more pleased with herself. In a few decades, there won't be enough of us left to scrape off the floor, Amicus. If we resist the Dark Lord, it's not even certain we'll survive the war to come. No, we definitely won't survive. But if we submit to the Dark Lord, maybe we won't make as much money immediately, but what about the future? Once the Dark Lord succeeds, the whole world will be there for us to take as we please. Why would we need to care about these little businesses then? Crucio. Tver flicked his wand sharply at Alecto, startling everyone in the room. Ah. Alecto immediately wrapped her arms around herself, squeezed her eyes shut in terror, and screamed. A long moment passed before she slowly opened her eyes again in confusion. Ah. No pain. She had been punished by the Dark Lord before. She knew exactly what the Cruciatus curse felt like. But now, even if it had been cast by a student, there should have been some reaction. Yet she had felt absolutely nothing. Sorry. I'm not Voldemort. I don't enjoy punishing people with magic. Under the room's confused and shocked stares, Tver gave a faint laugh and lowered his wand. I won't deny that Voldemort's way is more profitable. You could even say there's no business more profitable than that. But I do need to remind you that both I and my teacher, Grindelwald, will do everything in our power to stop Voldemort. Grindelwald. Before Tver could finish, their cries of alarm cut him off. Yes. Grindelwald, Tver said lightly. 5 years ago, we already foresaw Voldemort's return, and from that moment on, we have been working to destroy him. And with Dumbledore as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Alecto claims that Voldemort has me running myself ragged. At that phrasing, even Tver could not help laughing. But the one who's been hiding and skulking all this time, isn't that Voldemort? Why doesn't he dare contact you personally? Why doesn't he dare loudly announce his return to the wizarding world? Alecto, Amicus, can either of you answer that for me? Alecto and Amicus exchanged an awkward glance. Well, perhaps the Dark Lord still has some plan he needs to. Was Voldemort skulking around like this during the last war? Tver cut off her weak excuse without the slightest courtesy. Ladies and gentlemen, Voldemort has long since lost the force he once had. He is nothing more than a rat hiding in the dark, carrying a body full of disease and trying to infect the entire wizarding world with it. Do you really want to become part of that infection and rot away with Voldemort down in the sewer? Tver stopped holding back and released his magic in full, letting immense pressure bear down on every person in the room. A suffocating weight filled the house at once. Bloodshot-eyed, they gasped helplessly for breath, yet it felt as if they were trapped in a plunging abyssal sea. Breathing became harder and harder, and the dark figure before them seemed to grow deeper and more terrifying with every passing second. Crack. The long table, taking the brunt of the pressure, finally gave way and split apart with a crash. This is the fate of the defeated. Tver looked down coldly at the purebloods, their faces flushed red from the strain. I am merciful enough to allow you your own choice. Maintain the current arrangement, or go find that sneaking, cringing old master of yours, and then die. Chapter 465, Chapter 465, The Pureblood's Choice. Dead silence. Under Tver's pressure, even the sunlight pouring in during the day seemed like a cold sneer cast across their crumbling gravestones. Cruel, and yet carrying a strangely mocking warmth. Make your choice, Tver said, frowning at the wordless crowd. I told you, I'm different. Even if you choose Voldemort, I'll let you leave. Professor, Draco said nervously from where he was peeking out in the corner, I think they just can't talk. Tver took a closer look. Right, their faces had gone purple. They really couldn't talk. Ahem. Sorry about that. The place is too small to handle the amount of magic I casually let loose. Tver withdrew his magic with a wave, then beckoned Draco over to stand beside him. The purebloods immediately let out a breath of relief, literally, slumping into their chairs and gulping down precious air. In less than half a minute, they had felt an overwhelming pressure unlike anything they had ever experienced, as though death himself had raised a scythe over them. Professor. Draco edged over cautiously, clearly tense. The professor had always had an imposing side at school, but that air of looking down on all things just now had still given him a fright. What do you think? Tver asked. About all this. About these people. He gestured toward the gasping crowd as though he were teaching a lesson, paying no attention whatsoever to their humiliated expressions. Draco's face stiffened. His father and Ingus had tactfully kept out of it and stayed away from the meeting, but everyone here was related to him by blood. They were basically all relatives, which made it hard for him to say anything. Is that difficult to answer? Tver asked expressionlessly. No. Draco jolted. I think they're. He hesitated as he looked at the relatives glaring at him. Pitiful. What? Louder. They're pitiful. This time Draco shouted it out, as though encouraged by Tver. Their horizons are too narrow. Their heads are full of nothing but selfish thoughts, and they never look at anything from a broader perspective. In truth, the most profitable business is always the kind that follows the direction of the world, while the worst kind, no matter how lucrative it looks, is nothing but the moon reflected in water. If it can't actually succeed, then it was never within reach to begin with. Tver raised a brow in surprise. He had only meant to let Draco show off one of his strengths and mock this group a little, so that the more extreme Death Eaters would expose themselves early. He had not expected Draco, without ever having formally studied anything related to it, to grasp the value of broader economic trends. In the wizarding world, where most people's perspectives were painfully narrow, that was close to astonishing. Taking Tver's look as approval, Draco blushed a little. I went out of my way to find some Muggle books to read. That's a good step forward. It was not quite what Tver had been aiming for, but he praised him anyway, then turned back to the increasingly grim-faced crowd. I assume you've all had enough time to recover. Those who want to do business can stay and continue this meeting. He pointed toward the door. Those who are still loyally devoted to Voldemort can leave. But let me make one thing clear. The next time we meet, we'll be enemies. Whatever wavering thoughts the purebloods still had were instantly stamped out by those words. Tver had not shown power beyond the Dark Lords, but that one display had already proved enough. Together with Dumbledore, he absolutely had the strength to stand against Voldemort. And then there was the teacher Tver had mentioned. Grindelwald. For these purebloods, there would be benefits whichever side they joined. So the only thing that really mattered was strength. If they backed the winner, they would have everything. If they backed the loser, then no matter how well their businesses had done, they would lose it all anyway. Alecto shot to her feet, her body still trembling with fear, but she forced out in a shaky voice, I know you're powerful, but don't forget this, everyone. Last time the Dark Lord ran rampant, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were both hiding away in their towers. And you, Tver Folly, were still just a wet behind the ears child. The moment she finished speaking, all her courage vanished. She could not even bring herself to meet Tver's smiling gaze. Amicus rose as well, but even after taking a deep breath, he failed to muster much presence. The Dark Lord is very powerful, he said in a voice that leaked all its force. After delivering that utterly unconvincing threat, the two siblings stumbled out through the door. That was pathetic. Good thing they ran off to Voldemort's side. Tver shook his head in amusement, resting an arm on Draco's shoulder, one hand propping up his chin, and looked at the rest with a playful smile. Anyone else? He asked. They traded glances in silence, apparently having no experience with a leader urging his own followers to defect. As if anyone had ever experienced that before. After waiting a while, Tver had no choice but to do what he did in class when students refused to raise their hands and answer. He started calling on them himself. Young Avery, don't you want to inherit your father's legacy? The younger Avery shuddered, lifted his head miserably, and looked as though he might burst into tears at any moment. I don't want to leave you. Tver looked at him with open disdain, then turned to the next one. And you, Gibbon. The man whose name had been called gave a start as well, his face bitter, his whole body rigid. Even his headshake came with his whole body swaying. All right, then. I'll take that as meaning you're on my side. Tver sighed helplessly. The ones who stayed did not seem especially useful either. Let me make this ugly in advance. If I discover that anyone has deliberately harmed our allies, such as the Order of the Phoenix, or secretly passed information to our enemies, including the Caro siblings who just left and any other purebloods, then I will deal with them far more cruelly. Understood. Sensing the pressure ease, the purebloods nodded frantically. You can rest assured. I wouldn't tell even my own son. Even if the Dark Lord personally tortured me, I wouldn't tell him a single word. I wouldn't leak a thing even in my sleep. Tver watched this group of purebloods swear loyalty without comment, then waved a hand and repaired the shattered long table. Draco, however, took the chance to ask quietly, looking puzzled, Professor, why let those siblings go? Even if you didn't kill them, you could at least have locked them up. Draco. Tver ruffled his hair with one hand and pointed at the lively purebloods with the other. War and killing are the most helpless measures of all. Killing the Caro siblings would only make the others fear that they might be next. Better to let those ticking time bombs walk away. We may even be able to track Voldemort through them. To be honest, I was disappointed that more of them didn't leave. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, The Dark Lord. While explaining the real purpose of what he had just done to Draco, Tver let the purebloods keep making noise for a while, giving them a chance to vent some of the frustration they had been bottling up. After all, for proud purebloods, having been utterly powerless to resist Tver's pressure was not the sort of humiliation they could just shrug off in a moment. So it was only after quite some time, when they saw Lucius and Ingus, who had originally stayed hidden, come over and sit down beside Tver, that they gradually calmed down. Ladies and gentlemen, Tver said with a smile, sweeping his gaze across the room, I'm very grateful that you chose to stay. To be honest, I half expected you to look down on me for being too soft. Soft. If this counts as soft, then what are we supposed to be, ants? Naturally, none of them dared say that out loud. At most, they grumbled inwardly, then put on smiling faces and said, this is your mercy toward us. How could we possibly be as ungrateful as the Caro siblings? Good. Since we're allies now, then I'll just speak plainly. Tver's tone was relaxed. I've never really considered Voldemort all that formidable an enemy. In fact, he isn't even worth several years of careful planning. They all froze on the spot. Looking at Tver's meaningful gaze as it met theirs, they suddenly did not know what to say. Arrogant. That was the Dark Lord. Even Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard, treated the Dark Lord with the utmost caution. They had chosen Tver's side only because he had good ties with Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and because his own strength seemed impressive enough that this side appeared more likely to win. And yet Tver, with even greater bluntness than when he had threatened the Caro siblings, had gone so far as to belittle the Dark Lord to this extent. That was enough to keep them all silent. They dared not offend Tver, yet did not want to agree with words this arrogant either, so they could only glance around awkwardly and pretend they had heard nothing. Tver watched them with amusement. Of course, I have no intention of putting on some display of strength here. That would only make me feel like a zoo monkey. What I want to tell you about is the future of our business. The future, young Avery raised his head blankly. I don't see any problem. Gentlemen, it's not that there's no problem. There's a very big problem. Tver suddenly raised his voice, making them jump. And the content of his words startled them even more. Even Ingus, who had kept his composure through the earlier pressure, showed a trace of shock, even alarm. Those businesses were now the main source of income for Gringotts and the pureblood families alike. If something went wrong with them, none of them wanted to go back to the constrained lives they used to lead. Our business is not actually all that legal. I trust none of you would dispute that. Tver said with certainty. After all, even the dullest among them knew perfectly well that all their evasive maneuvering existed for one reason only, to keep the Ministry from tracing and shutting them down. So the more magical products we sell in the Muggle world, the greater the risk that will be exposed, isn't it? As they sank into thought, Tver casually took out a box of face masks. Our face masks are meticulously designed. Even if a wizard uses Scarpin's Reveille spell, they still won't be able to analyze the potion ingredients inside. But gentlemen, potions are still potions. Once they build up on a large enough scale, they can still be identified by certain powerful magical detection methods. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Can any of you guarantee that such a thing will never happen? They all shook their heads immediately. As long as something is possible, no matter how remote the chance, given enough time it is bound to happen eventually. That was a principle the thousand-year-old pureblood families understood more deeply than most. And besides, face masks piling up in warehouses was far too common. If a truly capable wizard came along, they might very well detect even the faintest trace of potion residue. Then what do we do? If the Ministry discovers the potion in the face masks, then even if they can't trace it back to us, this business is finished, young Avery asked first, unable to keep his composure. The face mask business was their main source of Muggle currency, which meant it was the foundation of all their other business operations. If that foundation collapsed, everything else would collapse with it. Tver did not answer directly. Instead, he turned with interest toward Draco beside him. Draco, do you know how to do openly what is technically illegal business? Caught off guard, Draco blinked blankly. Lucius, beside him, frowned deeply. Ingus, meanwhile, was almost unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Give it a different name. Draco guessed uncertainly. Useless. That would only buy us a little more time. It wouldn't change the fact that it's illegal, Tver said, dismissing it without hesitation. Draco's wandering gaze landed on his father. Bribe ministry officials. Tver gave him several surprised looks before confirming that Lucius wasn't somehow controlling him. That is a good method. At those words, everyone in the room lit up with joy, only for the next sentence to crush it again. But our business stretches across the whole world. With so many ministries of magic in so many countries, there will always be upright officials somewhere who can't be bribed. Seeing everyone's mood rise and fall in waves, Tver decided not to drag it out any longer. It's actually very simple, Draco, he said softly. As long as you change the law and make it legal, then naturally the business can continue out in the open. The law, young Avery blurted. At this rate, he really needed to learn how to calm his nerves, or his heart was never going to survive this. Bang. Ingus suddenly slammed a fist on the table in excitement. I knew your ambitions went far beyond business. He had long felt that Tver's role in all these dealings was odd. Tver played the most important part, yet seemed utterly indifferent to the profits themselves. To a greedy goblin, that was simply impossible. When something seems strange, there's always a reason. Ingus did not know that exact saying, but he still firmly believed Tver had some larger goal in mind. And now, at last, he had heard from Tver's own mouth the answer he had most wanted to hear. Go on, Ingus said, unable to contain himself. How are we going to overthrow the statute of secrecy? The moment he said it, the still half-confused purebloods immediately understood what Tver had meant. The statute of secrecy was what hindered their business, so the law that needed changing was, of course, the statute itself. They stared at Tver in astonishment. The idea was not entirely unacceptable to them. After all, when the Dark Lord ruled over them, one of his goals had also been to overthrow the statute of secrecy. Or rather, to rule the Muggles, and overturn the statute in the process. But hearing this idea from Tver, whom they had always thought to be on Dumbledore's side, was enough to leave them stunned. You really mean to overthrow the statute of secrecy? Lucius asked cautiously. He was the only person present who knew that Tver commanded a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, so he had never expected Tver to play by the rules. Still, even he had not expected to hear thoughts from Tver that only the Dark Lord himself would normally dare entertain. Why not? Tver asked in return. Lucius, do you want to go back to the days when you had to scrape by selling off family property? Without waiting for Lucius to answer, he turned to the others. Don't you want to keep the comfortable life you have now? But if we do that, then how are we any different from followers of the Dark Lord? Young Avery asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Of course they wanted to keep making money, and make even more. But the problem was, if the statute of secrecy were really that easy to overturn, then what would they ever have needed the Dark Lord for? Tver tilted his chin up slightly and looked at them all with a detached gaze. If overturning the statute of secrecy requires a Dark Lord, then I don't mind becoming one. Is that answer satisfactory to you? Chapter 467, Chapter 467, A New Venture. Apparently stunned by Tver's answer, everyone stared at him dumbfounded, and the room fell silent once again. But compared to the last silence, this one seemed to carry something more complicated. Professor. Although Draco was shocked by Tver calling himself a Dark Lord, he still forced himself to stay calm and whispered in his ear, I think what he means is, compared with following the dark Voldemort, what can you offer them that's different? Tver's mouth twitched. He could not help glancing at young Avery. Seeming to sense the question in his eyes, the boy shrank back a little, but still gave a subtle nod. Albus Dumbledore. After a moment of silence, Tver spoke the weighty name cleanly and directly. I know the reason you chose to stay here is because of Dumbledore. And since both Voldemort and I intend to overturn the statute of secrecy, my advantage is that I am far smarter than he is. I began laying my plans far earlier, and my arrangements are far more thorough. More importantly, Dumbledore will choose to stand on my side. Although Dumbledore's attitude was not yet fully clear, and Tver still had not laid all his cards on the table with him, that did not stop Tver from using Dumbledore's name as a banner to intimidate them. In any case, these former Death Eaters were hardly going to run off and ask Dumbledore in person. Dumbledore has fought every Dark Lord from beginning to end. How could he possibly agree to overturn the statute of secrecy? Ingus, who had been the one urging Tver to overturn the statute, was instead the first to voice doubt. That's right. My father told me that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were once as close as brothers, but still ended up splitting apart because their beliefs didn't align. Young Avery echoed that quietly. When he saw that Tver was not angry, and even nodded at him approvingly, he found the courage to continue. If Dumbledore really didn't mind overturning the statute of secrecy, then he would have joined Grindelwald's army long ago and gone off to conquer the world. There wouldn't even have been a second Dark Lord. Wait. He suddenly sensed that something was off. Grindelwald is your teacher, and Dumbledore and Grindelwald were once like brothers. And I served as a professor at Hogwarts for 4 years. If I hadn't recently taken over Dumbledore's position as the Confederation representative, I'd still be having afternoon tea with him at school right now. Tver smiled and finished the thought for him. Of course, whatever they imagined in their own heads after that was hardly his problem. Sure enough, his truthful but incomplete words immediately led them in the wrong direction. They began to assume that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had reconciled long ago, and were now joining forces to oppose Voldemort, and even to overturn the Statute of Secrecy. The moment they thought of that, the desire already stirring in them instantly took root and flourished wildly. When it came to following a Dark Lord, no one in the wizarding world had more experience than they did. On one side stood Grindelwald, the Dark Lord of an earlier age, Dumbledore, famed as the greatest white wizard, and Tver, whose power and bearing lost nothing beside a Dark Lord's. And on the other side, there was only Voldemort, standing alone. Compared to the world-shaking momentum of the previous Dark Lord, Voldemort suddenly seemed little better than a child playing house. No matter how dull they were, they could all tell that Voldemort had no chance at all. Once they had thought it through, they immediately fixed burning eyes on Tver, as though they could hardly wait to throw themselves into following his orders. I already told you, I am not like Voldemort, Tver said at the right moment, cooling their overheated minds. I will not enslave anyone, whether Muggle or wizard. I will not use war to force the wizarding world into abolishing the Statute of Secrecy. And I certainly will not use terrorism to stir hatred between groups and slaughter lives. But Muggles may not be so friendly toward us, Lucius said suddenly, concern in his voice. Before the Statute of Secrecy was enacted, the Malfoy family had been the wizarding family in Britain with the closest ties to Muggles. The ideas passed down through their line might seem a little dated on the surface, but they still contained a very accurate understanding of Muggle psychology, and of human psychology in general. The difference between humans and beasts is not that humans lack desire, but that they hide those desires according to the environment and the balance of power between the two sides. Dumbledore and I will do everything in our power to protect law-abiding people, whether Muggle or wizard, Tver said as though it were only natural. Once wizards and Muggles had tasted the benefits of cooperation, and did not dare entertain crooked ideas under Tver's pressure, they would naturally become even more eager than Tver himself to preserve a peaceful situation. In a modern setting, so long as cooperation could bring the desired returns, very few leaders would dare start a war lightly. Especially when both sides were sufficiently powerful. The purebloods, however, drew back their expectant gazes in dissatisfaction. They did not care in the slightest whether the world was peaceful. In truth, the more chaotic the situation, the easier it was for pureblood families at the top of the wizarding world to profit from the muddy waters. So gentle. What, are we supposed to beg the wizards to overturn the Statute of Secrecy, and then plead with Muggles to accept the existence of wizards? Ingus grumbled. As goblins, they were rarely dragged directly into wars. That gave them a calmer position from which to observe the state of the wizarding world and profit from it. But if things stayed peaceful, then aside from minting coins, they could only rely on making goblin-crafted items to survive, and those profits were nowhere near enough to satisfy their appetites. How could you think that? Have you forgotten our face mask business? Tver chuckled and raised the face mask in his hand once again. As for dealing with the Confederation and overturning the Statute of Secrecy, I was never really counting on any of you to help much. I didn't come here today to order you around, gentlemen. We are partners. And a partner is someone who brings you new business and new profit. What business? The moment profit was mentioned, Ingus's eyes lit up, and he blurted the question out eagerly. When it came to doing business with Muggles, these purebloods and goblins, who had lived buried in the wizarding world for so long, were nowhere near as skilled or as sharp as Tver. They knew that perfectly well. So the moment Tver mentioned a new business, their eyes practically turned into the shape of galleons. Under their eager gaze, Tver slowly opened his mouth. Potions. Do you know this? The average Muggle lifespan is only 65 years. Even among the rich and powerful elite, most of them still won't live past 100. But in the wizarding world, unless someone meets with an accident, failing to live past 100 is unusual. And the difference, Tver said, tapping the elegant face mask box, is potions. You mean, we should sell Muggles potions for curing illness and maintaining health? Ingus asked tentatively. Exactly. Tver said firmly. Thanks to the groundwork laid by the face masks, we've already made contact with quite a few rich Muggles and powerful people. And they absolutely won't mind paying 100 times the price for their health. When the time comes, the profits from these potions will be no less than what the face mask business brings in. But I heard. The herbs and potions we produce right now aren't nearly enough. Young Avery said weakly. And that's exactly why I came to find you. Tver said bluntly, raising his voice. The herb supply and potion workshops for this business will have to be built by you yourselves. If Britain doesn't have enough wizards, then go abroad. Don't expect me to nanny you and think through every last detail on your behalf again. This time, I'm only responsible for introducing you to rich Muggles. If you want to make money, then work for it yourselves. Watching the crowd exchange bewildered looks, Tver suddenly rose to his feet. Ladies and gentlemen, once the Statute of Secrecy is overturned, our competition will be every wizard in the world. The only thing I can secure for you is this early head start. If you still fantasize about lying down and having money drop into your lap, then I may as well send you over to Voldemort's side. After all, dreaming is what they do best over there. Chapter 468, Dividing the Profits. A chill ran through them. They had long since grown used to leaving business in Tver's hands. They did not have to think, did not have to worry about how to expand the market. All they had to do was hand their capital over to Tver, and they could sit back and earn vast sums of money with ease. Even if that money could not be spent in the wizarding world, it was still more than enough to satisfy them. But now, if they wanted to earn even more, those easy days were over for good. So for a moment, all of them hesitated. If they joined Voldemort's side, then what they would have to do was go back to doing Death Eater work, moving through dangerous battlefields where one careless mistake could cost them their lives. But if they stayed here, then what they needed to do was hire people to grow herbs and set up workshops to brew potions. And of course, when they compared the strength of both sides, well, even if this side was much more troublesome than they had imagined, it was still the safer choice. Gringotts goblins can brew potions too. Ingus was the first to think of that and immediately spoke up. Gringotts had one of the closest relationships with Muggles in the wizarding world. He knew perfectly well that a tiny number of Muggle tycoons controlled most of the wealth in the Muggle world. Once they established profit ties with those tycoons, never mind gems, they could buy entire mines outright. Goblins should stick to smithing. Delicate work like potion making isn't suited to you lot. For the sake of profit, the purebloods immediately began sniping at Ingus. That's right. I remember there are quite a few old family books recording potion formulas. Muggles would fight tooth and nail for those, young Avery said dreamily, clearly imagining a bright future. Oh, please. Which family here doesn't have a few hundred old books? Gibbon rolled his eyes beside him. With the qualification you only got because of Snape, forget brewing them. You'd struggle just to read them. The others burst into laughter. But once the idea had been planted, they all began quietly calculating what kinds of potions they might be suited to prepare, and whether those potions would actually be useful. Seeing that, Tver immediately pulled out the document he had prepared in advance and slapped it onto the table. This is a preliminary summary of certain needs. Analyze the symptoms listed here, figure out what potions are required, and divide them up among yourselves. The wealthy either suffered from illnesses that were complicated and rare, or conditions that normal science had no effective treatment for. The latter category could be handled by quite a few potions, or at the very least alleviated, since wizards were prone to many of those same ailments. The former was different. Because they were so rare, even when a wizard happened to develop one, very few potion masters would go out of their way to research a remedy specifically for it. That was where the pureblood family's libraries and personal connections became invaluable. Even if they could not immediately find the exact potion needed, they could still use existing formulas, or rely on potion masters they knew, to ease the condition. That would save Tver far more time and effort than trying to research the potions himself. And with the help of this group of purebloods, potion output would no longer be as limited as it was now. Ian Russell's web of contacts could expand dramatically faster. The purebloods whom Tver had just maneuvered into this position did not care about such minor details, though. Their eyes were already fixed on the document. Even as the sky outside gradually darkened, their eyes shone as brightly as lanterns. Smack. A hand, one that had clearly spent its life in luxury, covered the document, blocking the crowd's feverish stares. We may have our differences, but we shouldn't let profit damage our harmony. Wouldn't you agree? They finally calmed down a little and looked toward their nominal leader, Lucius. And Lucius had only made that move because Tver had signaled him to do it. So how do we divide it? Gibbon asked first. The illnesses listed in this document are all fairly complicated, so whichever families can provide solutions will share the work of producing those potions evenly. The capable should do more, and those who do more should earn more. No objections, I assume. Lucius looked calmly at the purebloods before him. With Tver present, even if they did have objections, they did not dare voice them. So under Lucius's direction, they immediately began shouting back and forth about which illnesses they could treat, sounding for all the world like people haggling in a marketplace. As for Tver, all he needed to do was stand by and watch coldly. The moment the professor had a bit of free time, Draco hurried over and asked the question he had been holding in for ages. Professor, do you really mean to overturn the statute of secrecy? He asked worriedly. Tver smiled at him with easy calm. Draco, this is the trend of the world. If we can't stop it, then the only thing left is to find a way to go along with it. Draco nodded as though he understood, though he clearly did not fully. He still did not understand why it had become a trend, but if even the professor, with all his wisdom, was determined to overturn the statute of secrecy, then Draco certainly could not think of any rebuttal. But can those? He paused, clearly searching for a more tactful word. Those not-so-reliable people really overturn the statute? As a member of a pureblood family himself, Draco knew these people's abilities and tempers far too well. They were arrogant, greedy, and incompetent. That wording made even Tver laugh. Of course not. They're only a small part of my plan. Draco immediately let out a sigh of relief, but Tver's expression gradually turned serious. But don't underestimate them, Draco. In that regard, you ought to learn from your father. Tver pointed at Lucius, who was methodically listing illnesses one by one and matching them up with the relevant families. They are the beneficiaries of overturning the statute of secrecy. As long as the profits are enough to drive them mad, then they'll become my staunchest supporters. But aren't you afraid they'll cut us out and go do business with Muggles on their own? Draco asked his final question. You're right. Profit always drives people mad, which is exactly why I won't allow them direct contact with Muggles, Tver said confidently. Without the Muggle network I've woven, they'd be nothing but headless flies blundering their way into contact with Muggles. They could either do without magic and awkwardly try to do unfamiliar business the Muggle way. Or they could use magic, directly plunder Muggle wealth, and be spotted by Ministry Aurors and thrown into Azkaban. And if they're unlucky, they might even die at the hands of some careless Auror. Tver looked at the noisy purebloods with a cold sneer, inwardly hoping that one of them would step out of line so he could make an example of them.